Chapter 282, Six-Winged Golden Silkworm. Deep within the earth, Lu Qingfeng arranged for Mountain Wind and Skylark to stay put as he continued to delve deeper. The process of enlightenment on Qing Mountain and Qingyu could wait. The marvel of this technique needed no extra praise. However, issues such as the limitations on the number of times a single life spirit could be enlightened, whether it might foster dependency by affecting subsequent self-comprehension, or whether continuous depletion of the divine soul might cause underlying injuries, were concerns that could not be ignored. It was safer to experiment more in the game first. Once it was certain there were no risks, he could then enlighten Qing Mountain and Qingyu in the real world. By that time, whether aiding them in grasping cultivation techniques or mastering several super-level techniques, even attempting divine skills would grant him more peace of mind while alone in the outside world. During this interlude, he might even gather soul-swinging stones and other treasures beneficial for enhancing and restoring the divine soul in the real world. Even if the divine soul were depleted, it would swiftly recover to its peak condition. There would be no mishaps. Of course, with the current level of cultivation of Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu, their divine soul was far weaker than Lu Qingfeng at this moment. Even a single soul-swinging stone would suffice for several restorations of their divine souls. To them, a soul-swinging stone was extremely lavish, and ordinary spirit pills could also restore them. Like Mountain Wind and Skylark, originally forest beasts and birds, their divine souls were even weaker than ordinary people. Even if completely depleted, recovery was exceedingly easy. As for Lu Qingfeng, he could contemplate and understand in the game, avoiding the use of spirit pills or soul-swinging stones in reality. But stocking up early was never a mistake. With my identity as a fourth-rank alchemist of the Combined Pill Hall and using my connections, I could obtain 1 or 2 soul-swinging stones. More than that, and I'd be powerless. The identity of Fiery Fire Wanderer can indeed be put to good use. How exactly to proceed needs to be carefully planned. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, discarding these thoughts, focused solely on moving deeper into the earth. With a stomp of his foot, the earth yielded and opened a path. He ventured unknown depths. Lu Qingfeng gazed ahead. A burst of 5-colored divine light shot from above his head. The divine light swayed and cut through the void, opening a portal that revealed a cosmic starry panorama. He stepped through. The transition of stars, as if facing a formidable foe. Previously, the 5-colored divine light was just a beginner's skill, barely touching the threshold. This time, let me show you the true power of great divine abilities. Lu Qingfeng's voice rang clear. Stepping upon the cosmic starry sky, with a roaring sound, the 5-colored divine light above his head directly charged toward the stars, momentarily eclipsing the light of an entire quadrant of the starry sky. The next instant, a solemn expression appeared on Lu Qingfeng's face as he wielded the 5-colored divine light fiercely. Boom, boom, boom! The starry sky trembled. Again. Another sweep. Stars trembled. Still not enough. A third sweep. Countless stars shattered. A portion of the universe began to crack. Within the momentum of annihilating heaven and earth, Lu Qingfeng stood majestic, unscathed amidst the destruction of the cosmos. Break for me! As the universe shattered, Lu Qingfeng was unmoved. Instead, he shook the 5-colored divine light, sweeping it a 4th time. Boom! This strike was too much for the universe to bear. In a scene of chaotic void, an ancient-looking red and white compass appeared. No matter how deeply hidden, how can you escape my Dharma eye? Seeing the red and white compass, a smile emerged on Lu Qingfeng's face. In the 13th era of his arrival to the Black Star Realm, upon the 2-pole star, Lu Qingfeng was ignorant of the secrets of the stars. It wasn't until he reached Fengwei Star that he learned the origin of Garbage Star, developing interest in the 2-pole universe light disk that appeared on the 2-pole star every 4,800 years. Using the 7 Beasts Small Divine Number and Daluo Cave Temple, Lu Qingfeng had reached deep within the earth twice before, locating the array that concealed the 2-pole universe light disk. Yet, he couldn't break the array. Neither the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light nor the 5-colored Divine Light he mastered before his death could breach this array to glimpse the true form of the treasure within. This lifetime, after 200 years, with well-honed experience and exceptional root bone, 6 years to surpass postnatal, 40 years to cross Foundation establishment, 80 years beyond Spirit Void. At this moment, having entered the Jidan Sudan realm for 75 years, returning to his past life's peak, further cultivation was supposed to be arduous. However, the third level of the derivation technique, enlightenment, came as timely rain. Once he accelerated the comprehension of the 4 cultivation techniques using this method, fully mastering the techniques, Lu Qingfeng wouldn't need to waste much time on contemplation. However, even in the Void Core realm, deploying the 5-colored Divine Light at a beginner level could still not break the array covering the 2-pole universe light disk. Not until today. By utilizing enlightenment, mastering the introductory stages of the 5-colored Divine Light allowed him to break the array in one fell swoop. 2-pole universe light disk. Lu Qingfeng eyed the compass before him, coveted for hundreds of years, at last seeing the true nature of the treasure. His eyes sparked with spirit light, magic artifact, 2-pole universe light disk, grade, description. Before the Great Destruction, the supreme treasure of the 2-pole sect, capable of emitting 2-pole meridian divine light, commanding the 2-pole primordial magnet, specifically shattering treasures refined by the positive and negative 5 elements essence chi. Contained within are 72 layers of earth evil restrictions, just a step short from forming a single layer of heavenly gang restriction, transforming it into an immortal artifact. As heaven and earth collapsed, the 2-pole sect was destroyed, and the 2-pole universe light disk was damaged and lost. For countless years, the 2-pole universe light disk continually repaired itself, regaining its full power. 72 layers of earth evil restrictions. What a treasure! Upon seeing it, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but rejoice. Magic artifacts are classified from 1st to 8th rank, all containing up to 72 layers of earth evil restriction. The difference in strength between each rank could be as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. For example, the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banners that Lu Qingshan acquired in the Red Smoke realm, although an 8th rank magic artifact, only had 64 layers of earth evil restriction, ranking it at the very bottom among 8th rank magic artifacts. Of course, these 12 array flags, each being an 8th rank magic artifact, could form the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array, whose power approaches that of an immortal artifact and should be considered separately. Similarly, in the Changqing realm, several 8th rank magic artifacts, such as 9 Strategy Xuanhao Talisman, Wind and Fire Dual Beads, Purple Insect Bell, these were treasures bestowed by upper realm immortals, all achieving perfection with 72 layers of restriction and possessing great potential to ascend to immortal artifacts. Even among upper realm immortals, these artifacts are exceedingly rare. It was given to the mortal world, perhaps hoping to grasp the great opportunity during the revival of the Changqing realm, transforming 8th rank magic artifacts from mortal to immortal, thus achieving immortal artifacts. It is apparent. Even for immortal gods, crafting an immortal artifact is no easy feat. Analyze, derive for a while, and then carefully refine it. Perhaps this treasure can indeed be refined to the level of an immortal artifact. Lu Qingshan hoped as True Yuan swept up, capturing the 2-pole universe light disk in his hand. The compass wasn't large but was extremely heavy to hold. Its surface was covered in various patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Outward displays of multiple restrictive arrays, filled with mysteries. Lu Qingshan held it in his hand, inspecting it, and even without any external activation, he could feel his internal True Yuan eager to burst out chaotically. With a thought, the true meaning of his cultivation method descended, suppressing the True Yuan. Controls the primordial magnetic power of the 2 poles. Can interfere with True Yuan. Looking again at the 2-pole universe light disk in his hand, Lu Qingshan's gaze changed. No wonder no one has been able to refine it. Just from contact alone, even with Lu Qingshan's profound foundation, his internal True Yuan nearly exploded. How could common cultivators, even Jiedan true men, have the ability to suppress their True Yuan and calmly refine this treasure? 5-colored divine light. The divine light flickered, ruthlessly sweeping over the 2-pole universe light disk. The magic artifact trembled. Lu Qingshan felt his inner True Yuan still somewhat restless, raising the divine light to sweep again. The artifact's charm was repressed, and his internal True Yuan finally calmed. Now it's obedient. Lu Qingshan chuckled lightly and sat down cross-legged, holding the two-pole universe light disk, beginning to refine it. A slight twitch at the tip of his nose, Lu Qingshan frowned slightly. Where is this blood smell coming from? Looking down at the fully subdued two-pole universe light disk in his hands, the scent of blood became more intense. Inside the artifact, there seemed to be a resurgence of violent, bloodthirsty emotions, which quickly grew. In the next breath, a golden light streaked from within the artifact, shooting straight towards Lu Qingshan's face. Evil beast! Lu Qingshan roared, holding the two-pole universe light disk in one hand, his body covered by the tie-in calamity crossing robe. Above his head, 5 strands of divine light intersected and glowed, ferociously sweeping down at the golden light. Boom! Amidst the booming sound, the golden light was smashed away, but was not directly swept away by the 5-colored divine light. Lu Qingshan was surprised. Looking forward, he saw the golden light stagnate in midair, finally allowing a clear look at its form. Upon seeing it, Lu Qingshan gasped in shock. This is... The shining golden light revealed a strange insect with thin, cicada-like wings on its back, resembling a spring silkworm, emanating violent and bloodthirsty emotions. If an ordinary cultivator stood before it, not needing it to attack, just this emotion alone could drag them into an abyss of endless calamity. Lu Qingshan's pupils contracted slightly, exclaiming, "A 6-winged golden silkworm?" In the world, there are countless strange insects. In the Chongqing realm, the 7-insect immortal mountain's ancestor master of the Thunder Department, Ku Wenjian Jinglei General, once compiled the strange insect list, listing the 365 most powerful strange insects from the Strange Insect Heart scripture. 6-winged golden silkworm. Its name was infamous, ranked 9th. Iron fire ants ranked 99th. 9 yin miasma bees ranked 96th. But the 6-winged golden silkworm, ranked 9th, was fearsomely dangerous, beyond needless description. Squeak! Squeak! This version is sourced from MV3L3MPYR. The golden silkworm before him was brushed by the 5-colored divine light, yelling fiercely at Lu Qingshan, yet unafraid, trembling its wings, and charging fiercely towards Lu Qingshan as a golden light again. Violent, bloodthirsty, chilling to the bone. 6-winged golden silkworms are violent. Adults can even devour Mahayana true immortals. I am certainly unmatched. But a mere larva with only 2 wings, merely comparable to a golden core, dares to flaunt its power? Lu Qingshan's heart warmed. 5-colored divine light held at the ready above his head, fiercely sweeping down at the golden light. The 6-winged golden silkworm was once again brushed back, yet it was unafraid, and charged again. Truly low intelligence. The 6-winged golden silkworm is violent and brutal, but of low intelligence, which makes it even more brutal and more mindless. This is the toughest problem with a 6-winged golden silkworm. Yet, when a single larva appears, so unintelligent and brutal, the outcome is already determined. Lu Qingshan's expression was unchanged, borrowing strength from the thousands of Daoist soldiers within Lutian Xuanming strategy, proclaiming his inner true yuan to be inexhaustible. Even the great divine power drain of the 5-colored divine light could continuously sweep down. 3 consecutive sweeps. Colors interchanged in the sky, a streak of golden light vanished. Looking within himself, Lu Qingshan saw a trembling, double-winged golden silkworm banging helplessly in the 5-colored space, trapped with no escape. 6-winged golden silkworm. Lu Qingshan gazed at the 6-winged golden silkworm larva suppressed by the 5-colored divine light, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, pressing down, he grabbed the 2-pole universe light disk and resumed refining. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 284, the humble Daoist Che Lizzie congratulates Master Guangyuan on completing his retreat. Lin Feng, head of the Guangyuan immortal sect, showed no interest in these materials. His eyes were fixed on the aurora filling the sky, and he couldn't help but marvel. The 2-pole universe light disk is indeed miraculous. However, as his gaze swept across the celestial cycle, the two-pole universe light disk was nowhere to be seen. Sectmaster, something isn't right. On the 7th level of the 8 Sceneries Tower, a purple-robed true man looked around with slightly furrowed brows. This person, known as Spirit Stone True Man, a Gathering Law Realm True Man within the Guangyuan Immortal sect, had refined the Spirit Stone True Fire and was indeed extraordinary. Indeed, something's off, Lin Feng nodded. Before arriving at the Fengyue Star, he had already browsed through countless texts. According to these records, when the aurora appeared, the two-pole universe light disk should also reveal its presence, spanning across the void. Harnessing the power of the stars, the gateway to the magic artifacts would open. A group of true people scrambled to be the first to enter. Those who could enter would forge the two-pole true body, surpassing countless solid pill realm true bodies meticulously crafted by many. But this time, the aurora was still there, yet the two-pole universe light disk was without a trace. Could it be? A thought struck Lin Feng as he looked down upon the stars. His eyes penetrated through layers of clouds, seeing beneath the stars where Lin Ye, Wen Guang, and Zhang Yang stood on the surface of the earth. The three were huddled together, guarding a young girl and a young man. He immediately stopped caring about suppressing the void. "Please wait here for my return," Lin Feng spoke indifferently. The 12 true people of Guangyuan Immortal Sect showed puzzlement on their faces. Spirit Stone True Man looked towards Lin Feng. "If the two-pole universe light disk has not yet emerged, Sectmaster, what is this about?" "There is another matter of importance." Without further explanation, Lin Feng shrank the 8 Sceneries Tower from a mountain's size to 3 feet in a flash and caught it in his hand. Holding the 8 Sceneries Tower, his body heavy as if weighing 1,000 pounds, he plunged towards the earth below the stars, leaving the 12 true people exchanging bewildered looks. True Man, Lin Feng is acting unilaterally at this time? Seeing this from above, the true people of the 3 sects and other true people were puzzled. Someone noticed. All 4 of the Guangyuan Immortals are nowhere to be seen. As soon as these words were spoken, it turned out that only 12 Jidan true people of the Guangyuan Immortal sect remained, without a trace of the Guangyuan 4 Immortals. Among the 3 sects, the gaze of a true man flickered, and a sudden shock crossed his mind. The Guangyuan 4 Immortals entered the star, and the two-pole universe light disk is not revealing itself. Could it be that he has appeared? That person? Which person? At first, the group of true people didn't catch on. But then, in half a breath, 5-colored divine light. The Guangyuan old demon? All eyes were fixed. The aurora dissipated. From beneath the stars, the earth split open a path, and a green-robed Daoist slowly emerged. That demeanor, that look, made even the cosmic stars seem dull in comparison. Lin Feng plummeted from the Qingyun sky, landed on the earth, and upon seeing the green-robed Daoist, joy surged across his face. Lin Ye, Wen Guang, and Zhang Yang, who guarded Mountain Wind and Skylark, also surrounded Lin Feng and looked towards the green-robed Daoist. Lin Ye watched unblinkingly, showing a touch of grievance. Wen Guang was bashful, scratching his head and giving a naive laugh. Zhang Yang's white hair fluttered from beneath his hat, and his eyes, clear as a mirror, stirred with a ripple. "Congratulations, my lord, on leaving your retreat." Mountain Wind and Skylark found the 4 people's behavior odd, but could not comprehend their feelings. Transforming into Qingfeng, they approached the green-robed Daoist from the side. Lu Qingfeng smiled, pointing towards Lin Feng and the others, and said to Mountain Wind and Skylark, "These 4 are my personally taught disciples. Although you 2 are but youngsters, you may address them as elder brothers." "Indeed, master's disciples." Mountain Wind sheepishly spoke. Skylark stuck out her tongue. The 2 exchanged glances and hurriedly stepped forward. "Mountain Wind and Skylark, we greet our elder brothers and sisters. Disciples pay respect to Master. Master, be forever blessed." As Lin Feng and the others heard their master speaking, they couldn't hold back any longer, simultaneously kneeling on the ground, bowing their heads to the earth, not rising for quite some time. "Stand up. The ones in the heavens cannot wait any longer." Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeve, and the 4 were lifted by Qingfeng. Lin Ye's face beamed with joy, but upon hearing this, her brows instantly furrowed with annoyance. Suddenly, she revealed a green and purple ring in her hand, raising her head to look towards the sky. She snorted coldly. Wait for the disciples to go up and teach them a lesson. The petite girl was truly capable. Lin Feng held the 8 sceneries tower. Wen Guang grasped the great U-circle, and Zhang Yang held a purple gold bowl in one hand and wore the demon-suppressing golden ring on his wrist. Seeing the many true people from above descending together, they all harbored murderous intent in their eyes. Even if the former Fengyue 4 demons had transformed into the Guangyuan 4 immortals, their ferocity forged over hundreds of years had not been worn away. The reunion of master and disciples would not be disturbed by outsiders, nor did they fear battle. Wait, I have my own methods, Lu Qingfeng gestured with his hand, preventing the eager Lin Ye from leaping forward. Master, leave these people to us, boomed Wen Guang. After not seeing their master for 200 years, this rare reunion was irritated by these unperceptive people in the sky. Wen Guang didn't mind getting a workout. Of course, there was also the intention to show off in front of their master. The 4 of them looked towards Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, his form flickering to appear in the sky. With his hands behind his back, he faced the many true people encircling in formation. For a moment, it was as if it was brought back to over 700 years ago, the battle at Duanlong Cliff on the Fengyue Star. That day, it was also the true people of the Fengyue Star that surrounded them. But 700 years had passed, and the top true people had been suppressed by Lin Feng with the 8 sceneries tower long ago. None of the remaining were Golden Core. The strongest were merely in the Gathering Law realm. It really is him, the Guangyuan old demon, vanished for more than 2 centuries, and now he has appeared again. That old demon controls the 5-colored divine light, which can cleanse anything. The 2-pole universe light disk must have been obtained by him. The true people communicated with each other through transmitted voices, looking towards the green-robed Daoist below as if he were a tiger to be feared. Lu Qingfeng surveyed the surroundings with an impassive face, his palm flipped, and an iron strategy appeared in his hand. The next moment, 72 peak of Jidan Duqian ghost generals and 1008 spirit void peak Xuan Ming Yin soldiers emerged from the void. Like divine soldiers descended from heaven, they all landed neatly behind Lu Qingfeng. Crash and clang, armor collided, ringing aloud. Over 1,000 Daoist soldiers stood in formation, chanting in unison, "Greetings, Daoist Master!" Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept ahead, and he spoke indifferently. "Those who block my path shall perish." A chilling, murderous intent spread all around, sending shivers down the spines of all present. These are Daoist soldiers, 72 at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Such formidable Daoist soldiers far surpass those of the Fire Crow and Water Dao soldiers from the Guangyuan immortal sect. Who can possibly stand against them? The old demon Guangyuan has actually refined such invincible Daoist soldiers? The multitude of true people were shocked. Even the most ancient 3 sects of Fengyue Star, after the Great Destruction and the evolution of the celestial universe, had lost the transmission of the breeding method for Daoist soldiers. They had no Daoist soldiers. But having witnessed the 2 divisions of Daoist soldiers from Guangyuan immortal sect, they knew their might. 72 Dutian ghost generals arrayed across the sky, like heavenly generals. 1,800 Spirit Void Peak Xuanming Yin soldiers arrayed in heaven's net, like heavenly soldiers. Clouds gathered from all 4 directions, forming a pathway reaching to the heavens, as if the earth and sky were laid out as a carpet. The impact was unparalleled. The oppressive aura was suffocating. It was just an instant. This humble Daoist Che Lizzie congratulates Master Guangyuan on leaving seclusion. Among the crowd, a Daoist couldn't help but speak first. He bowed to Lu Qingfeng and immediately stepped aside to clear the path. Facing the once formidable reputation of the Guangyuan demon, the one who could suppress the 3 sects and single-handedly dominate Fengyue Star, especially an old demon whose depth was unknown after 2 centuries of seclusion, the Void Core Realm Che Lizzie did not dare to offend. For a smoother reading experience, visit MVNL. Not to mention the 72 peak Jiedan Daoist soldiers and the Guangyuan 4 immortals backing him. To not retreat at this moment would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With someone leading the way, This humble Daoist Yu Mingzi congratulates Master Guangyuan on leaving seclusion. Zhao Jugo congratulates Master Guangyuan on leaving seclusion. This humble monk, True Good, congratulates Master Guangyuan on leaving seclusion. A host of loose cultivators and true people from small and middle-sized sects, both void core and solid pill experts, scattered like birds and monkeys. None had the nerve to obstruct. The true people in the sky were mostly gone in a flash. Only those from the three sects and a few scattering gathering law realm experts remained. Lu Qingfeng swept his gaze, bolstered by the ferocity of the 1,000-plus Daoist soldiers, making the three sects' true people's hearts tremble. Without a word, they receded. Although this was a rare opportunity, Guangyuan Immortal Sect had already become a force to be reckoned with. The Guangyuan demon had the power to suppress the three sects 2 centuries ago. Now, with the aid of 1,000 formidable Daoist soldiers, and with the top true people of the three sects suppressed, what chance did they stand? Not to mention, under the stars, the Guangyuan 4 immortals wielding supreme treasures with a covetous gaze. No match. Withdraw. The way in the sky was cleared. Lu Qingfeng's gaze retracted, looking down at the 4, Lin Feng and the rest, who were full of fighting spirit, and he spoke aloud. The materials of the 2-pole star have nothing to do with you. Why linger here? Upon hearing this, the 4 leapt at once, landing in front of Lu Qingfeng. Lin Ye, anxious, looked at Lu Qingfeng. You're not leaving just yet? Lu Qingfeng, seeing Lin Ye falter and knowing what she wanted to ask, said directly. Hearing this, the hearts of the true people above sank. The Guangyuan demon, elusive as a ghost, was one thing, but his constant presence on Fengyue Star would bring far more pressure than the 4 Guangyuan immortals. Thank goodness! Lin Ye and the others were overjoyed. You two come with me to Fengyue Star too. Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeve, and the 2 figures of Mountain Wind and Skylark, who looked up eagerly from the ground, were swept up by the breeze and landed among Lin Ye's group. Nervous, yet filled with joy and anticipation. Lu Qingfeng did not linger. With his robes fluttering, he swept out towards the 2-pole star. Lin Ye and Zhang Yang each guided Skylark and Mountain Wind, closely following behind with Wen Guang at their side. Lin Feng summoned the 8 Sceneries Tower, and the 12 Jaden experts from Guangyuan Immortal Sect bowed to Lu Qingfeng and descended one by one. The party made no delay, leaving the 2-pole star behind. They left behind over 100 true people in the sky, watching them depart, with complex expressions on their faces. Lu Qingfeng left. The true people of Guangyuan Immortal Sect were gone. Those remaining on Fengyue Star were conflicted, their joy at acquiring the ore mine greatly dampened, especially the Fengyue 3 sects. Upper Origin Palace had sent a total of 20 true people this time. Even a camel, emaciated, was bigger than a horse, and despite being targeted for 500 years and then suppressed by Guangyuan Immortal Sect for another 200 years, Upper Origin Palace's foundation remained deep. Yu Xinzi, the newly advanced Gathering Law Realm expert of Upper Origin Palace, stood in the air, watching Lu Qingfeng and his party disappear in the distance. His eyes flickered. He turned to look at his fellow Gathering Law Realm True Master Wu Chong, frowning and saying, the Guangyuan demon sect is already at its zenith. Now with the old demon returning to the world and acquiring the 2-pole universe light disk, I fear they will become even more unstoppable. The strength of Guangyuan demon sect comes from the formidable cultivation techniques of the 4 demons. Their divine skills are superb, and they each possess supreme treasures that allow them to crush any Golden Core expert. But on Fengyue Star, after Golden Core, there's no further path to tread. One can only leave the star to seek transcendence in the vast universe. The ambitions of the 4 demons of Guangyuan are minor. They're not a concern. True Master Wu Chang expressed with a calm demeanor. Similarly, the appearance of the old demon Guangyuan is not a cause for concern. At most, in 1,000 or 2 years, he will either venture far into the universe or he will die on Fengyue Star. The only worry left then would be the many supreme treasures in the possession of the 4 demons and the ranks of Daoist soldiers under the old demon's command. Fengyue Star, after all, is just a single celestial body. Including Guangyuan Immortal Sect and the 3 sects, many sects with real people presiding are actively exploring the universe. But since recorded history, no one has been able to break through to the primordial spirit realm on Fengyue Star. Most cultivators who reach the Golden Core realm choose to venture far into the cosmos. The two Golden Core experts who died in Upper Origin Palace did so because they deemed it hopeless to ascend further, pressured by the persistent threat of the Guangyuan demon on Fengyue Star. Otherwise, once Master Meng Zhu advances to Golden Core, they would have traveled the cosmos in search of opportunity. Regardless of how hopeless they considered their chances, they would still give it a try. Brother, you speak truth. In this case, our Upper Origin Palace only needs to lie low in the dark. Once the Guangyuan demon and his 4 demons leave for the cosmos, we can seize the opportunity to rise again and vie for glory, Yu Xinzi said, eyes lighting up. Seeing Upper Origin Palace decline from its heyday, Yu Xinzi felt begrudgingly resentful. What's more helpless was that, with the Guangyuan 4 immortals and the Guangyuan Wanderer as the suppressive forces, he saw no chance of making a mark. But, illuminated by true Master Wu Qiang's explanations, Yu Xinzi saw the first light of dawn. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 284, Cultivation Path, 2-Pole Star, with the emergence of Ancestor Master Guangyuan, who collected the 2-Pole Universe Light Disk and revealed an invincible Daoist soldier that repelled over 100 true men from Fengyue Star, marked an end to the conflict. The Ancestor Master manifested. The might of Guangyuan Immortal Sect grew even greater. Its thousands of Daoist soldiers became the stuff of legends. From then on, the Upper Origin Palace, Qingyun Sect, and Great Shumi Mountain became more low-key, while Guangyuan Immortal Sect began an era of dominance on Fengyue Star. Luojia Mountain, the location of Guangyuan Immortal Sect's gates, an Immortal Sect's forbidden land enveloped in folds of mountains and layers of arrays, it is the secluded retreat of Ancestor Master Guangyuan, who is whispered to be the foremost powerhouse of Fengyue Star. Yunyo Mountain. Its summit stands in solitary height. Lu Qingfeng sits cross-legged at the peak, meditating in the face of the morning sun. His cultivation technique is in motion. His inner true yuan flows like the waters of a river, continuous and vast as the 4 seas, a deep abyss, a roaring ceaselessness. Deep within his dantian, the true yuan is like a sea, within which a pill-form elixir faintly exists, indistinct amidst the surging true yuan, hardly noticeable. Suddenly, the pill-form elixir's sword chi flashes past, striking the dantian. A heart lamp descends. True yuan like a dragon drinking water is drawn in, and the lamp's flame flickers softly while relentlessly refining the pure true yuan. Before long, the pill appears pitch black, enveloped by 12 layers of true intent with 4 demon gods below it, roaring towards heaven as they toy with the pill. The heart lamp still stands, with true yuan circulating and re-entering the blackened pill. And then, the pill transforms into a gathering yellow wind. The true yuan flows through the heart lamp, surging into it. Lost in reverie, it again becomes thunder, flickering and solidifying amidst the changes, constantly altering. At times it's sword chi, at times pitch black. At times it's yellow wind, at times it's thunder. Not only does it shift, sometimes it splits into 4, forming 4 pills revolving within the dantian. The heart lamp stands at the center, as infinite true yuan sweeps through, purifying the lamp's flame as it flows. The dantian's true yuan also splits in 4, flowing into the 4 ethereal pills situated in each direction. Gathering, splitting, transforming, merging, all at the heart's command, without any hindrance. Different types of true yuan intermingle as though one, yet distinct as if layered in separate spaces. In any case, they do not interfere with each other. The void core operates simultaneously with the true yuan being refined, and there's no conflict between them. Such a bizarre phenomenon, even a Mahayana true immortal would find astonishing upon witnessing. But to Lu Qingfeng, it's all routine. The sun leaps up, morning arrives. Well! Lu Qingfeng breathes out a white mist, turning into sword light, then into yellow wind, as if possessed with demon intent and filled with thunderous true intent, dissipating in the air. Yellow Court Scripture. Supreme command over all magic. Lu Qingfeng doesn't hurry to rise. Feeling the slight increase in his vast true yuan, he can't help but marvel at the mysteries of the Yellow Court Scripture. This Daoist ancestor-level cultivation method, though it doesn't directly advance cultivation or improve root bone, to many dim-witted people in the world, it appears undeserving of the Daoist ancestor title. These people think that Daoist ancestor-level methods should allow one to wield both pen and sword, to fight and kill, to become an immortal in a day, an emperor or Buddha in 3. Otherwise, they're unworthy of being called Daoist ancestor level. Yet, the masses are often foolish, speaking and acting rigidly and whimsically. How could they fathom the profundity of the Tao? When Lu Qingfeng first mastered the Yellow Court Scripture, he recited it nightly, aware of its power. Even without its triple characteristics, it's still a top-notch method for calming the mind and nurturing one's nature. Mortals who recite it can avoid illness and calamity. For cultivators who master it, it's like divine aid. The special characteristics of the derivation technique need no further mention. Derivation, analysis, enlightenment, each profound in its own right, greatly aiding Lu Qingfeng, and of significant meaning. As the Yellow Court Scripture advances further, perhaps more extraordinary features will be revealed. Lu Qingfeng looks forward to this. The karma removal characteristic, besides during his life as the Fufeng mountain god, had some gains in handling divine positions, primarily in refining incense fire. At first glance, not particularly useful. But karma is related to cause and effect, a realm even ordinary immortals find difficult to touch. The essence within it surely lies further ahead. Lu Qingfeng pays attention but isn't in a hurry. In due time, all will be clear. As for the last characteristic, supreme command over all magic, it seems unremarkable compared to karma removal. But the differences are great. Since I started cultivating, myriad techniques and divine skills came naturally to me, varying a multitude of methods freely, cultivating simultaneously the top 4 methods, without hindrance. To outsiders, it seems astonishing. But little do they know, it's all thanks to supreme command over all magic. Lu Qingfeng spreads his palm open, where sword chi, demon god apparitions, yellow wind, and thunder manifest in turns. Boom! He clasps his hand, and the 4 scenes dissipate without a trace. This is the subtlety of supreme command over all magic. Not to mention, practicing the methods of 4 sects, even 10 or 100 would be easily managed. Void Core Realm. Solid Pill Realm. Lu Qingfeng sits cross-legged, organizing his thoughts. In a flash, 150 years have passed since the incident at Two Pole Star, where he rebuffed a sky full of true men. Since his advancement to the Void Core Realm 225 years ago, Lu Qingfeng is now on the cusp of the Solid Pill Realm, capable of ascending in just 3 to 5 years. For him, with the derivation technique enlightenment at hand, my understanding of cultivation methods far outpaces my cultivation level. As long as I have the necessary resources and my experience and temperament keep up, I have no worries about hitting a bottleneck. What I'm contemplating now, however, is the path forward in my cultivation journey. In ancient times, cultivators called core formation true man, signifying the beginning of true cultivation. From this realm onward, one must determine their future path, and any mishap could harm their foundation and endanger their future. There is no room for even the slightest error. The mountain breeze brushes against my face, and my Daoist robe waves with the wind, my hair dancing wildly. Amidst the mountains, I stand like a celestial being, transcendental and detached. The core formation stage. It is divided into 4 subrealms: the Void Core Realm, the Solid Pill Realm, the Gathering Law Realm, and the Golden Core Realm. When one enters the core formation stage from the Spirit Void Realm, they begin with forming a Void Core. The divine soul enters the Dantian Sea of energy, stirring up waves of true essence, transforming them into a vortex. This vortex draws true essence from the Dantian and pulls more of the divine soul inside, making true essence increasingly responsive to one's will, until one can transform the true essence vortex into a round elixir pill. From that point onward, one can be considered to have formed a void core and stepped into the realm of core formation. There are many thresholds in this process, like when the divine soul enters the Dantian Sea of energy. If one's comprehension of cultivation or strength of the divine soul is inadequate, they will find themselves stuck at this first step. Many cultivators from the spirit void fusion realm spend their entire lives trapped here. A few manage to cross over. Transforming the waves of true essence into a vortex is another threshold. It demands a lot from one's cultivation level, divine soul, understanding of the realm, and even the quality of true essence. Basic level techniques at most can be used for foundation establishment. Only refined level techniques can achieve core formation. It's not just about the true intent of the techniques. Higher grade techniques also produce better quality true essence, which can support advancement to higher levels of cultivation. Using low-level techniques from the outset means starting at a disadvantage, requiring much more arduous effort. Only those of outstanding talent can break through. The barriers of core formation reveal the significance of one's techniques. But even with exceptional cultivation methods, the numerous obstacles are like tigers blocking the way. The path of cultivation is treacherous, with every blocker a mountain, and beyond each mountain lies another. Qingfeng, having attempted core formation numerous times, knows this all too well. Advancing to core formation, forming the true essence vortex is difficult, and transforming it into a round elixir pill is even more challenging. The intricacies are boundless, and even with guidance from predecessors, it's a difficult leap for the next generation. Countless spirit void true cultivators spread across the world, but the number of golden core experts dwindles drastically. This is the reason. Of course, as one ascends, limited by these many obstacles, the number of high-level practitioners is naturally far fewer than that of low-level cultivators. In the primordial era, it was said that heavenly immortals were as common as dirt, and earth immortals were less than dogs. But this was also because the primordial world, with its vast 4 great continents, constantly had true immortals and earth immortals ascending. Even so, a true immortal or earth immortal, placed specifically in some territory within primordial, was still an admired existence by mortals. The path of cultivation is arduous indeed. Reflecting on the past, Qingfeng can't help but feel emotional. Looking ahead, he sees an endless ascent to immortality, mountains obstructing the way, all shrouded in darkness without a visible endpoint. Shaking his head, he ponders anew. With the formation of the Void Core, the divine soul moves into it. Then, as the Void Core solidifies into the solid pill, one can cultivate the true body. With the aid of the two-pole universe light disk, one can achieve the two-pole true body. By cultivating the yellow robe true skill, one can forge the yellow robe true body. Void Core, solid pill. They are not mere changes between the substantiality and insubstantiality of a pill in the Dantian, but rather a concept. A Jidan true man is able to switch between solid and insubstantial states, at this level shifting at will. No amount of mortals wielding sword and spear can harm them. Even on the earth where Qingfeng originally resided, mortals wielding all sorts of weapons, even nuclear attacks, would not be able to injure a core formation expert. Therefore, one can be called a true man, a terrestrial immortal. As for speculative technological weapons powerful enough to threaten outer heaven, these have not been actualized and thus will not be discussed. At the solid pill stage, one forges the true body. It's also to lay the foundation for the next stage, the gathering law realm, where one condenses evil and refines gang, building up mana. Gangsha is formidable, and even Void Core real persons, in their insubstantial state, cannot withstand it. Only by forging the true body can one gather earth evil and heavenly gang, merge Gangsha, and refine invincible mana. One can be called a human immortal in the Golden Core realm simply because it is only the Golden Core experts who can command mana. Gathering Law. If you're not on Mempier, you're viewing a copy. Golden Core. Still a distant prospect. However, the strength of the true body forged in the solid pill realm affects how much Gangsha the Gathering Law realm can hold, and ultimately determines the quality of the mana at the Golden Core realm. It cannot be overlooked. The Yellow Robe True Skill is already a body-refining technique. The forged Yellow Robe True Body can even rival the supreme level Luofu Sword Scriptures, crafted 9 Revolutions True Body. However, if we're speaking of profound mysteries, whether it's the Yellow Robe True Body or the 12 Heavenly Demon God skills created Dutian Demon God True Body, or the Five Thunder Heart Sutra's forged Five Thunders True Body. None match the Nine Revolutions True Body. As Lu Qingfeng thinks, his eyes land on the derivation technique, derivation fusion. No better than fusion. With that thought, Lu Qingfeng doesn't hesitate to begin the fusion, taking the Nine Revolutions True Body as the foundation. Experience value is invested. Cultivation level regresses. After 3 fusions. Magic Gate, 9 Revolutions Stream level. Derivation, 3-time fusion. Description: with the 9 Revolutions True Body as the core, fused with the Yellow Robe True Body, Demon God True Body, and Five Thunders True Body. The True Body endlessly cycles, forging an invincible flesh, commands the 12 directional demon gods, holds the intricate powers of the 5 Thunders, and can achieve 9 layers of Gangsha, and the 9 Revolutions. Golden Core is the base of the Great Tao. It's done! Lu Qingfeng looks over the attributes and is overcome with joy. The fusion of 4 True Body techniques, compensating for each other's weaknesses, retained the profundity of the 9 Revolutions True Body, integrated the defense of the Yellow Robe True Body, the variation of the Demon God True Body, and the traits of the 5 Thunders True Body. The final result, the 9 Revolutions True Body, would be at the pinnacle even in the vast primordial world. Moreover, with ongoing derivation enhancement, it can continuously ascend to higher levels. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 285. Everything has its time to begin and end. Congratulations to Heartache Through the Years for becoming the Alliance Hierarch of this book. If divine skills and cultivation techniques could be fused at will, refined in a single furnace, one technique could rival 10,000 laws. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. This was naturally wishful thinking. At least with his current cultivation level, at the 3rd layer of the Yellow Court scripture, it was impossible to do so. Once fused, there would always be a loss of some of the cultivation technique's mysteriousness, and a loss of some of the divine skill's true intent, such as the 4 cultivation techniques. The Luofu Sword Scripture's Luofu Heart Lamp aids cultivation, while the Luofu Sword formation is used to attack and kill enemies. There are also the 9 Revolutions True Body and the subsequent 9 layers of Gangsha and 9 Revolutions Golden Core. Each has its own marvels. The Yellow Robe True Skill, when cultivated to the True Man realm, allows for blood rebirth. The body-refining Magic Gate stands unique, and when incorporated into other cultivation techniques, it becomes challenging to manifest its internal differences. The 12 Heavenly Demon God skill involves the visualization of the notion of all heaven's demon gods, transforming into 12 venerable Dutian demon gods, a pinnacle among demons. Meanwhile, the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra is the Shining Thunder True Method, master of the 5 Thunders, the nemesis of demon heads. Fusing these 2 cultivation techniques will result in conflicts and inevitable compromises. Whether it's the 12 demon gods or 5 Thunders True Method, they're both heaven and earth great methods. As Lu Qingfeng possesses the mastery over all methods trait, he can cultivate both simultaneously, without needlessly attempting to fuse and compromise them. Divine skills are roughly the same, yet somewhat different. They contain the profound principles of heaven and earth. Their artistic level might still be fused at will, but once at the divine power level, unless encompassing the same great Tao as 2 sides of the same coin, perhaps only then could they become more mysterious after fusion, for 2 entirely different divine skills. For instance, the attack and escape light splitting and shadow transformation void condensing sword path, and the divination 7 beasts small divine number, if these 2 were to fuse, would it be feasible to perform calculations while escaping? This could be an approach. Lu Qingfeng's thoughts paused abruptly. If divination divine skills could be merged with escape divine skills, wouldn't it be possible to instantly choose the safest and quickest escape route while fleeing? Let's give it a try. Lu Qingfeng began to fuse the divine skill version of light-splitting and shadow transformation void-condensing sword path with the divine skill version of Seven Beasts Small Divine Number, with the former as the foundation. A sea of experience value flowed in. His cultivation plummeted. Fusion succeeded. Divine skill, light-splitting and shadow transformation. Void-condensing sword small derivation great escape, grade, ordinary. Description: the fusion of two divine skills, an oddity extremely hard to cultivate with the might of both greatly reduced. Evaluation: mediocre, a foolish creation. As expected, unworkable. Lu Qingfeng smiled wryly. Considering the attributes of the fused divine skill, Lu Qingfeng thought it over and indeed found it foolish. With both divine skills in hand, he could well deploy light-splitting and shadow transformation void-condensing sword path while calculating the most suitable escape route with Seven Beasts Small Divine Number. Why bother adding legs to a snake by fusing them into one, turning two unrelated divine skills into a mediocre mishmash? Moreover, after the fusion, only escape remained. To perform calculations, this divine skill wasn't suitable, and he would need to revert to using Seven Beasts' small divine number. Truly foolish. Not just this divine skill. Even the light-splitting and shadow transformation void-condensing sword path itself is not ideal. It tries to cover both escape and attack, but its offensive capability is not on par with the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light, only comparable to the divine power level Earth Extreme Primordial Magnetic Annihilation Sword Chi and Great 5 Elements Primordial Magnetic Extinction Light Needle. Its escapability is just on par with the divine power level Cloud Summit Step. Lu Qingfeng had some realizations. Divine skills embody the true intent of the Great Tao. Being intricate may lead to complexity, whereas walking one path to its utmost is better. Like the Seven Beasts Small Divine Number dedicated to divination. This chapter first appeared on MVL. Like the tie-in Calamity Crossing robe, impervious to all methods. Like the inverted void glazed glass wall, solely for concealing heaven's secrets. All were exceptionally mysterious and powerful. Similar divine skills, or those that can promote each other, can be fused. There's no need for others. After squandering experience value, Lu Qingfeng realized this and immediately rose to his feet, calling out, "Six-winged." A golden light appeared and landed before Lu Qingfeng. It turned out to be the six-winged golden silkworm, still violent and bloodthirsty, but less agitated. Upon encountering Lu Qingfeng, it tried even harder to suppress its violent and murderous aura. It circled around Lu Qingfeng once to show its fondness. Then it slightly shook its small body, and the golden light burst forth, expanding dozens of times to rival a giant elephant. Well done. Lu Qingfeng softly tapped his foot and landed on the back of the six-winged golden silkworm. Encased in flashing golden light, they sped towards the front mountain of the Guangyuan immortal sect. 150 years passed. The influence of the Guangyuan immortal sect grew stronger. The sect was headed by 4 immortals, with true men emerging in droves, dominating the Fengyue star. Greetings to Master. Standing at the head was Lu Qingfeng. Lin Feng and Lin Ye bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. Mountain Wind and Lark also bowed respectfully. After years apart, Lin Feng and Lin Ye hadn't changed much compared to 100 years ago. Mountain Wind and Lark, however, had undergone great changes. The straightforward lad and the timid girl from Two Pole Star had transformed, the former now a cultivator clad in armor engaging in battles, the latter now the graceful second fairy of Guangyuan. Yet both couldn't help glancing at the fierce six-winged golden silkworm by Lu Qingfeng's side with a look of defiance in their eyes. Sensing the malice, the six-winged golden silkworm grew even more ferocious, struggling to keep its agitation in check. Lin Feng and Lin Ye were also watching the six-winged golden silkworm. The notorious beast truly lived up to its ferocious reputation. They wondered how their master managed to tame it, keeping it by his side as docile as a hunting dog. After a fleeting glance, Lin Feng shifted his gaze away and said to Lu Qingfeng, "The 2 junior brothers are about to advance to the Gathering Law Realm and have gone out to travel. Seeking Yin Sha ley lines, they couldn't be here to welcome Master's emergence from seclusion. Please forgive us, Master." "It's all right." Lu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Wen Guang and Zhang Yang had already reported to the back mountain before they left. Back then, when Lu Qingfeng bestowed treasures and went through reincarnation, Wen Guang and Zhang Yang were already close to the solid pill realm. Over 300 years, they had advanced significantly, even nearing the gathering law realm. With excellent root bone, the great method, true sect level given by Lu Qingfeng, control over Guangyuan immortal sect, and no deficiencies in aptitude, cultivation technique, resources, or temperament, their cultivation soared. In comparison, with the same cultivation techniques, resources, and temperament, Lin Feng and Lin Ye had slightly lesser root bone and were slightly behind, still hovering in the solid pill realm. At this rate, they had the potential to break through core formation and achieve primordial spirit in this lifetime. On Fengyue Star and even the surrounding star space, spiritual energy and resources are insufficient for advancing to the primordial spirit stage, and further exploration is necessary. You two, come forward. Lu Qingfeng told Lin Feng and Lin Ye. The two of them did not hesitate and stepped forward. Lu Qingfeng pointed a finger, landing first on Lin Ye's brow. In an instant, Lin Ye felt his mind roar as the Luofu sword scripture evolved, unraveling deep secrets before his eyes, there to be observed and comprehended. Wrapped in immense joy, he was completely unaware of his divine soul ebbing away. By the time he was still craving more, a myriad of mysterious divine powers emerged. One he had never come into contact with before appeared in his mind. Like the Luofu sword scripture, it unfolded before his eyes. Cloud Summit Pace! A gong resonated in the depths of Lin Ye's heart. He dared not be distracted, his eyes wide open to carefully ponder. Like a sponge, he continuously absorbed and purified the essence. Still left wanting? Sss! Lin Ye suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind, falling out of that mysterious realm. His eyes sore, his divine soul weak to the extreme, such that he almost couldn't stand firm. A Qingfeng breeze supported him, and Lin Ye sat down on one side, looking up. Master, rest and recover your divine soul. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, then beckoned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, not knowing what his master was doing, stepped forward to let Lu Qingfeng place his finger. Immediately following, mysteries erupted. True sect level, Luofu sword scripture. Divine skills, Earth Extreme Primordial Magnetic Annihilation Sword Qi. Lin Feng's divine soul trembled violently. Before long, his divine soul similarly weakened, and he sat down beside to recover. Come forward. Lu Qingfeng did not look after the two of them, but called out to Mountain Wind and Skylark. Master. The two stepped forward, blinking their eyes. Lu Qingfeng stretched out both palms. True sect level, 9-colored phoenix technique. Divine skills, tie-in calamity crossing robe. Skylark's eyes widened, her divine soul rapidly depleted, and she collapsed to the ground. True sect level, yellow robe true skill. Divine skills, mountain and earth breaking skill. Joy showed on Mountain Wind's face, his divine soul spent, turning pale. Lu Qingfeng ceased, his gaze shifting sequentially over the four of them. The 6-winged golden silkworm turned into golden light, swirling restlessly around Lu Qingfeng, aggression laced with a touch of appeasement. You silly worm as stubborn as a stone. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. The 6-winged golden silkworm, whether it understood or not, flew to Lu Qingfeng's side and transformed into the size of a giant elephant. Lu Qingfeng leaped onto the golden light. The golden light streaked across the sky, disappearing into the distance. The wind ceased. The clouds stilled. Master. Lin Feng and Lin Ye were the first to recover, looking around, not seeing Master's figure. Exchanging glances, they felt a sense of foreboding. Together, they leaped towards Yunyo Mountain. Yunyo Mountain's extensive array had long been withdrawn, and Lu Qingfeng was nowhere to be seen. On sensing again, the vast Luojia Mountain showed no trace of their master. Master! Lin Feng and Lin Ye fell silent, with a guess in their hearts, but feeling lost for a while. Even the joy from the significant advancement in the mastery of their cultivation techniques and the imparted divine skills was dispelled. Standing in the air, they were speechlessly motionless for a long time. Master! Mountain Wind and Skylark arrived, but saw only Lin Feng and Lin Ye, not the master's figure. They felt something too. Mountain Wind stood stunned, while Skylark's tears fell. After the incident at Two-Pole Star, 150 years later, Master Guangyuan wandered beyond the heavens, never to return. Endless starry sky. A streak of golden light flashed, racing towards the depths of the cosmic starry sky, unimpeded by rushing winds in the universe. At an immeasurable speed. On Fengyue Star, generations of cultivators have expanded the star space, even venturing into the unknown realms, all to search for the path to the celestial way, to discover traces of other cultivation stars and cultivators. After countless years, countless Jiedan true men have delved into the starry sky, never to reemerge with news. Lu Qingfeng sat on the outer golden light of the six-winged golden silkworm, savoring the mysteries of the universe, relishing the solitude of the starry sky. On Fengyue Star, after experiencing the legacies of the three sects and countless wonderful methods, and obtaining the two-pole universe light disk on Two-Pole Star, everything was taken care of, and in the last 150 years, he had repeatedly experimented with derivation technique, enlightenment, mastering all sorts of mysteries, leaving no further attachments. Before departing, enlightening Lin Feng, Lin Ye, Mountain Wind, and Skylark, he bestowed each a divine skill as a farewell gift. As for great divine powers, they were extremely difficult to practice. Without conditions like Lu Qingfeng's, with both derivation and enlightenment at his disposal, they wouldn't even reach the threshold. Common divine skills were more practical, enough for them to benefit until they reached the realm of an earth immortal, or even a heavenly immortal. Not just the four of them. Wen Guang and Zhang Yang were each bestowed with 2 divine skills before leaving for training by Lu Qingfeng. The former received the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light. The latter was given the Little Thousand Thunder Prison. All common divine skills. From now on, they must rely on themselves for cultivation. As for Fengyue Star's path forward, if Lu Qingfeng could ascertain it, he would naturally guide them, and there would be a day of reunion. If Lu Qingfeng couldn't find the way forward and perished in the starry sky, then in this life, hope for a reunion is lost. When cause and effect end, it's only a matter of time. Lu Qingfeng, having gone through 14 lifetimes, had long grown accustomed. Alone on his journey, he embarked on the cultivation amidst the cosmic starry sky. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe. Share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 286, 3,000 Years. The Vast Starry Sky. On each star, even if uninhabited, there are various stellar materials for refining, various bizarre and dangerous places, and various peculiar spiritual objects. Or there could be exotic beasts dormant in the starry sky, traveling through the starry sky, unaware of the destination or direction, nor knowing up from down or west from east. Lu Qingfeng calculated through his magic, but alas, the path ahead was pitch dark. He might as well proceed while cultivating. When encountering stars, he would land and cultivate. Earlier on Fengyue Star, Lu Qingfeng extensively experimented with the Enlightenment Great Method, discovering quite a few intricacies. This method could be randomly applied to myriad life forms. Whether mortals, wild beasts, or even plants and stones, all things have spirits, and those with spirits can enjoy transformation. However, it is much harder for plants and stones than for mortals or roaming beasts and birds to awaken intelligence. For primordial mutants like the six-winged golden silkworm, it is also difficult to initiate intelligence. These are the targets for enlightenment. While there are degrees of difficulty, there is nothing that can't be achieved. Lu Qingfeng also experimented on the same person. He snatched a dozen or so thoroughly wicked individuals from Fengyue Star and continuously enlightened them. Each had slight differences. Lu Qingfeng discovered, if he performed enlightenment once, exhausting the divine soul, and then let it recover on its own without any breaks before enlightening again. Repeating this several times would deplete the divine soul, making each recovery increasingly difficult. Lu Qingfeng observed meticulously and noticed hard-to-heal injuries deep in the divine soul, depleting the potential of the divine soul. Conversely, if there was sufficient time between sessions, allowing the divine soul to recover completely, or even become stronger through cultivation before performing enlightenment again, the burden on the divine soul was minimal, and the previous situation would not occur. This was a balance that Lu Qingfeng had to manage himself. If he acted rashly and enlightened others, it might bring them calamity instead of transformation. And it was the same for himself. Injuries to the divine soul were much harder to heal and recover from than physical injuries. Lu Qingfeng kept experimenting. He figured out a rule. Approximately every 20 years was most appropriate, as the hidden troubles left by the depletion of the divine soul could heal over 20 years of cultivation. After 20 years, not a hint remained. 20 years. Naturally, it was not a small restriction. But for Lu Qingfeng, time flows 100 times faster in the game, giving him enough time to crazily enhance his understanding of cultivation techniques, divine skills, alchemy, and artifact refining. Time passed. While cultivating, he comprehended what he had learned. His cultivation swiftly recovered to the peak of Void Core, and then Breakthrough, achieving the realm of Solid Core. He began to forge his true body. Compared to the Yellow Robe True Body's defensive power and blood rebirth, the Five Thunders' True Body's control over Five Thunders, and the Demon God True Body's transformation at will. Nine Revolution's True Body has only one point, solidifying the foundation. True Body 9 Revolutions, forging layer upon layer. Until the limit, the foundation is infinitely profound. When in the Gathering Law realm, while others can only accommodate one layer of Gangsha in their true body, the 9 Revolutions True Body can accommodate 9 layers, capable of producing 9 kinds of mana and 9 great divine powers. Such cultivation, expending painstaking efforts, is also far beyond ordinary people. Fortunately, I have derivation technique enlightenment at hand, saving the time for comprehending cultivation techniques and divine skills. Ordinary people. Even if they obtained the method for the 9 Revolutions True Body, they might not dare to cultivate it. Otherwise, forging the foundation would delay their cultivation progress. By the time the foundation is forged, their lifespan might be exhausted, and they might still be in the Jiedan Wufa realm, condensing Gangsha and refining Gang. Such a waste of a lifetime. Lu Qingfeng had no such worries. True intent of cultivation method, mystical divine powers, all thoroughly understood through enlightenment. Afterwards, repeat cultivation multiple times in the game, becoming extremely skilled. The former saves a lot of time, the latter saves half the time again. In reality, he could progress swiftly. Besides accumulating resources for cultivation, searching for various earth evil yin veins, heavenly gang qi, there were no obstacles. In the starry sky, 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. Unaware of the passage of time. When Lu Qingfeng advanced to Void Core, he was precisely 142 years old. At 367, he almost reached the peak of Void Core. Due to the derivation technique and divine skills, his cultivation slightly fell, also in the same year. Lu Qingfeng stepped out of the star and stepped into the starry sky. At 424 years old, he returned to the peak of Void Core and broke through to the realm of Solid Core in one fell swoop, forging the 9 Revolutions True Body, the great method mysterious. Lu Qingfeng had comprehended it early on, saving the time for meticulously pondering the magic gate. Only because it was his first time cultivating, he was not very skilled and delayed for quite some time. He understood all the principles, but when actually cultivating, there were always various more detailed issues. At 1,044 years old, after much stumbling, Lu Qingfeng finally achieved the 9 Revolutions True Body and advanced to the Gathering Law realm. True Body achieved. His strength increased unknown amounts, and his ability to preserve life greatly enhanced. The fused 9 Revolutions True Body not only had its own profound foundation, but also absorbed the defensive power of the Yellow Robe True Body, finally mastering the ability of blood rebirth. Even if he died, as long as his divine soul remained intact, he could still reconstruct his physical body with just a drop of blood and continue his cultivation. Consuming a bit of time and resources compared to life itself, it counted as nothing. Besides that, the 12 demon gods morphed at will. Not only could they summon the already visualized demon gods Zhurong, Zhumang, Gonggong, and Changliang to battle against foes, but they could also transform their bodies at will into one of the 4 demon gods, unleashing divine skills. Ordinary combat rules were insufficient. Many unique Earth realms might find them extremely useful. However, mastering the 5 Thunders seemed unremarkable, merely enhancing the power of the 5 Thunders' true method. The true body was strong, without further words needed. And after this period of cultivation, the cultivation technique had already been thoroughly comprehended and genuinely practiced once. Whether in reality or next practice, it would save at least a couple of hundred years. It was comparable to the standard cultivation speed of true men with solid pill true bodies, hence not falling behind others. Following the solid pill, it was time for gathering law. The realm of gathering law involved condensing evil and refining gang. This realm decided the nature and quality of mana. Most cultivators followed their cultivation techniques. Take cultivating the original version of Yellow Robe True Skill, side door level, condensing Yellow Dragon Earth Evil, and refining Kuai Wood Heavenly Gang, ultimately achieving Kai Star Gang Sha and forming the 4-9 Returning Origin Shield. The 4-9 Returning Origin Shield, a high-level technique, once achieved and transformed into a lifebound technique, had much stronger powers. Even though it couldn't compare to super-level techniques, it wasn't far behind. After being strengthened by Lu Qingfeng, Yellow Robe True Skill became a mysterious level, and the 4-9 Returning Origin Shield evolved into the Little All Heavens 4-9 Returning Origin Shield, comparable to super-level techniques. Once refined into a lifebound technique, its power could even rival divine skills. But for cultivators who practiced Yellow Robe True Skill, if they had acquired a stronger divine skill than Little All Heavens 4-9 Returning Origin Shield beforehand, and if the attributes aligned, they could discard the Little All Heavens 4-9 Returning Origin Shield and transform the stronger divine skill into their innate divine ability, far surpassing the former. Like Lu Qingfeng, endowed with numerous divine skills and great divine powers. Among the divine skills, the Mountain and Earth-breaking skill could replace the Little All Heavens 4-9 Returning Origin Shield, turning to condensing Yellow Dragon Earth Evil and refining 5 Mountains Divine Gang, achieving 5 Dragons Gang Sha, and transforming Mountain and Earth-breaking skill into an innate divine ability. From then on, when practicing Yellow Robe True Skill to the Jiedan Jufa realm, there were 2 types of Gang Sha to choose from, and 2 methods to achieve a lifebound technique or divine skill. The former Gang Sha was easier to find and integrate, but the achieved mana quality and lifebound technique were weaker. The latter Gang Sha was harder to find and integrate, but yielded higher quality mana and stronger innate divine abilities. The choice entirely depended on one's intentions. Yet, having an additional option was always beneficial. Lu Qingfeng had ambitions greater than the heavens, possessed 20 or 30 divine skills, and had forged the 9 Revolutions true body. He intended to condense 9 major innate divine abilities. Thus, over the next 500 years, Lu Qingfeng sought Primordial Magnetic Essence Evil and 5 Elements True Gang, using the 12 Heavenly Demon God skill to refine the first level of 5 elements. Primordial Magnetic Gang Sha, instantly turning 5-colored divine light into his major innate divine power. Like Golden Phoenix Divine Light and Great 5 Elements Primordial Magnetic Extinction Light, Needle for the Golden Phoenix Sparrow, like Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light and Taiyin Calamity Crossing Robe for the Black Vein Golden Butterfly. With mana refined, Lu Qingfeng could now deploy 5-colored divine light with greater ease and mastery. Not only that, by combining it with mana during comprehension, he could swiftly grasp the mystical secrets of divine skills and enhance the power of divine skills. The benefits were endless. Those who achieved this were rare since ancient times. Whether one's true body was strong or weak was initially a threshold, blocking countless geniuses. Sourced directly from MV6LMR6YR, condensing evil and refining gang was another barrier, stopping numerous extraordinarily talented individuals. And to integrate Gang Sha, achieve mana, and further refine an innate divine ability, one must at least comprehend the divine skills to a beginner level. Even studying techniques was difficult, as for divine skills, not to mention obtaining them. Even just comprehending divine skills, even geniuses couldn't easily reach the beginner level, requiring immense effort. Across all heavens and worlds, even in the 4 great continents, those who had acquired divine skills and had great ambitions, aiming to comprehend divine skills at the Gathering Law realm and refine an innate divine ability, had numerous profoundly talented backgrounds. Yet, ultimately, Many perished because their ambitions outweighed their lifespan. Those who succeeded were all extraordinary. The advantage of divine beasts compared to ordinary cultivators lay here. Of course, the cultivation of divine beasts was slower, passing through numerous barriers, far surpassing human cultivators. Heavenly Dao maintained balance, manifested in this. Lu Qingfeng held various opportunities and also possessed the Yellow Court scripture. He wanted to attempt it, acting first in the game, even if unsuccessful. Changing methods later was not too late. After achieving the first layer of Gang Sha, with the 5-colored divine light becoming a life-bound technique, Lu Qingfeng's power surged. Another 700 years. Lu Qingfeng used the 12 heavenly demon god skill, seeking 9 yin earth evil and jade plate divine gang, refining Tai-yin Gang Sha, accomplishing the innate divine skill Tai-yin calamity crossing robe. The 12 heavenly demon god skill visualized the thoughts of all demon gods, containing the true intent of 12 demon gods, encompassing all phenomena. Most divine skills could be refined into life-bound techniques. Previously on Fengyue Star, Lu Qingfeng comprehended quite a few 4 cultivation techniques using the Enlightenment Magic Gate. After stepping into outer space, he further pushed many divine skills to the beginner level. Enlightenment, Great Method made it difficult to push divine skills to small success or great success. Just reaching the beginner level was possible in one attempt. At this time, what mostly delayed the cultivation progress was the difficulty in finding Earth Evil Yin Vein and Heavenly Gang Qi. Most of the time was wasted searching for Gang Sha, and this was under the computations of 7 beasts' small divine number. Without this technique, even achieving the first layer of Gang Sha would be difficult. Even so, space was vast and Gang Sha was hard to find. 500 years to achieve the first layer of Gang Sha. Another 700 years to achieve the second layer of Gang Sha. 400 more years to achieve the third layer of Gang Sha. Time passed. Lifespan relentlessly approached the limit. By the age of 29,999, Lu Qingfeng still hadn't found the heavenly Gang Qi to refine the 4th layer of Gang Sha. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe. Share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 287, 6-Winged Transformation. End of the 14th Era, Lonely Starry Sky. Lu Qingfeng, clad in a cyan robe, stands atop a meteorite as massive as a mountain. His white hair flutters wildly, and his beard streams in the wind, giving him an immortal-like appearance. Behind him stands a brocade-clad young man. His features are chiseled and stern, his face cold. Upon closer inspection, a fierce look is unmistakably present between his brows, impossible to conceal. Lu Qingfeng gazes at the starry sky, contemplating the universe. The young man stares intently at Lu Qingfeng's back, his eyes unblinking, occasionally revealing a fierce and murderous aura. 6-Winged. Do you still remember how long you have been following your master? Lu Qingfeng, with his back to the young man, has his white hair and beard flowing, yet his back is straight, his gaze still fixed deep into the cosmic starry sky, his voice clear and resonant, responding to teacher. Since 6-Winged was ignorant and naive, it has been 2,785 years. The brocade-clad young man, like a steel warrior, is filled with a true intent of slaughter. 2,785 years. How merciless the years are. Lu Qingfeng folds his hands behind his back, unable to help but sigh. Since obtaining the 2-pole universe light disk from the 2-pole star, and thereafter capturing 6-Winged. Unconsciously, it has been almost 3,000 years. 6-Winged golden silkworm was initially a mere brutal and mindless larva. Lu Qingfeng took it by his side and enlightened it with the Yellow Court Great Method, opening its intelligence. Over 100 years, with 5 enlightenments, he managed to inspire a spark of spiritual intelligence within 6-Winged, amidst its brutal and savage nature. After another 50 years, and then several hundred years in the cosmos, continually teaching the Great Method, continuously explaining various principles. finally allowing that spark of spiritual intelligence to robustly grow amidst its brutal, impulsive nature, rooted deep within its flesh and soul, enabling it to suppress its nature with reason. Since then, he stepped onto the path of cultivation. Today, after more than 2,000 years, the former six-winged golden silkworm has already achieved a state comparable to that of a Jidan true man and became a cultivator under Lu Qingfeng's tutelage, transformed into a graceful young man. Six-winged golden silkworm is a mutant from the primordial era, rare in the world after the Great Calamity. Yet with great fortune, like six-winged, to receive guidance from a renowned master, to awaken spiritual intelligence from a brutish and mindless state, and to step onto the path of cultivation, it is indeed unique across the heavens and the earth. As one nears death, it is always good to reminisce about past events. Suddenly smiling, Lu Qingfeng turns around, looking towards the last disciple in the Black Star realm, also the one who has followed him the longest. Although there is ferocity in Six-Winged's brows, deep in his eyes lies boundless admiration and sorrow. Foolish child. Lu Qingfeng extends his hand, still as white as jade. Six-Winged bows his head, just like so many times before when he received enlightenments over the years. This time, however, Lu Qingfeng does not rush to perform the great method. Merely looking at the low-bowed Six-Winged, he sighs. Since ancient times, the path of cultivation has not been easy. You were originally a six-winged golden silkworm, hopeless in cultivation. Your teacher initiated you into the doorway, knowing that you would face countless tribulations in the future, and it's uncertain whether this was right or wrong. Initially, it was exhausting to enlighten six-winged golden silkworm, just to try out the enlightenment great method. As time passed, affection deepened, the master-disciple bond grew strong, yet worries arose in his heart. Leading six-winged golden silkworm onto the path, after awakening its intelligence, troubles began to arise. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, truly, it is unpredictable. Six-winged bows his head, silently listening to his mentor's teachings. Lu Qingfeng shakes his head, casting aside these sentimental feelings, continuing. Since you've entered Xuanmen, you must take cultivation seriously. Do not rely on your nature to wreak havoc everywhere. Otherwise, even if the heavens and earth do not accept you, your teacher, knowing this, will not spare you either. The six-winged golden silkworm breed wrought immeasurable karma and consequences upon the world. Since you have entered the path, you cannot escape punishment in the future. If people deceive you, you may retaliate. If people kill you, you are justified in killing them. Just remember, killing is only for protecting the path, not for acting on your nature. Maintain your heart set on the path, and only then can you aspire to the immortal Dao and longevity. Otherwise, you will fall back into the demon Dao, return to your ignorant nature, and will never transcend. Lu Qingfeng has had many disciples over more than 10 generations. Everything follows karmic fate. He is particularly worried about this ferocious, reticent little disciple with a trace of true goodness in his heart. More than 2,000 years of the Starry Sky's arduous journey, imparting countless teachings. At the final moment, still continually instructing. Six-winged is not impatient, quietly listening, the sadness in his eyes growing denser. Suddenly, the voice of his teacher by his ear abruptly stops. Six-winged is about to look up, but a roaring sound echoes in his mind. Enlightenment. Six-winged, ever familiar with it, does not resist, silently bearing it. Cultivating for more than 2,000 years with the Five Thunder Heart Sutra, countless mysteries rush forth, filled with the Five Thunders' true method, suffusing his heart, using the righteous sect's method to suppress the brutal and ferocious nature in his heart. And then, a turn. Numerous mysteries of the Little Thousand Thunder prison surge into his mind. His already mastered divine skills advance rapidly. Until the end. The Xuanyuan sect's tranquil divine skill Ice Heart technique solemnly recites in his mind, purifying his mind and spirit, resolving the endless and boundless ferocious aura. After a long while, his divine soul is painfully stinging, unable to continue falling out of the mystical state. Enduring the weakness of his divine soul, Six-Winged struggles to lift his head, only to see his teacher's white hair flying, his face kind-hearted. His vital energy is continuously falling. Jiedan Jufa! Jiedan Real Pill, Jiedan Void Core, quickly falling to the core formation stage only at the Spirit Void level and still continuing to fall. Six-Winged feels an indescribable bitter pain in his heart, as if it was being physical torn. Teacher. Six-Winged watches his teacher's vital energy gradually weaken until it's almost imperceptible. Looking at his teacher's smiling face, he reaches out to grasp the edge of his teacher's robe. However, as his hand stretches out, it passes through emptiness, now only an illusion. The white-haired and bearded figure silently dissipates into the world, leaving behind only the last trace of a kind smile, an iron voucher, and a compass on the ground. Nothing else. Teacher? Six-Winged's eyes are sour. He retracts his hand, wiping his face, staring blankly at the wet marks on his hand. Looking down again, he sees crystalline water droplets rushing out from his eyes, falling through the air. Six-Winged is at a loss. In the vast starry sky, a meteorite aimlessly drifts upon it, a brocade-clad young man kneeling, his brows furrowed with ferocity, his eyes filled with rivers of sorrow, tears rolling down one after another. Contradiction, melancholy. Finally disappeared into the endless darkness. Xuanyuan Water Realm, Feiyun Island. Lu Qingfeng stepped out of his cave abode, overlooking the vibrant expanse of the Water Realm, as the loneliness of the starry sky and the despair of cultivation ending with mortal life slowly faded away. Phew! Exhaled deeply. The oppression of the starry sky, despite frequent disconnections and adjustments, and having countless stars at one's disposal, still posed a great test to the mind and spirit. At this moment, life ends. In the next life, he would not choose the lost way of the primordial spirit in the obscure starry realms of the Black Star Realm. The vastness of the starry sky, Gangsha Land, is indeed hard to find. Even if one can deduce the location, it is difficult to reach quickly. 2,000 years in the Gathering Law realm. Most of the time wasted on the journey. Lu Qingfeng looked up at the white clouds, watched the birds fly overhead. He looked down at the flowing water, watching fish swim, diluting the influence of the game. 3,000 years passed too quickly, in a trance. It seemed like Lu Qingfeng had just entered the first secret realm of the Dharma Transmission Hall. Looking back, your support at MVLempYR keeps the series going. The longest life in the game had ended, bidding farewell to the Black Star Realm. In reality, in a blink, 30 years have passed. Black Star Realm. Lu Qingfeng composed his thoughts, thinking of the 6 disciples on the Fengyue star of the Black Star Realm, wondering if they found the path of the primordial spirit and broke free from constraints. Regrettably, his exploration of the starry cosmos yielded nothing despite over 2,000 years. There were also the Six-Winged, drifting alone in the cosmic starry sky. Even though a primordial mutant has a long lifespan, it's hard to say whether it can find the way forward. Hoping for a day of reunion in the future, Lu Qingfeng shook his head. A life has passed, one realm never to return. More thoughts are useless. Standing outside his cave abode, a streak of spirit light flew from within, landing near Lu Qingfeng's ear. Master. Lu Qingfeng took a step, traveling from Feiyun Island to the Fiery Sun Peak. Greetings to Xiaozun. Greetings to Lu Xiaozun. Congratulations on Xiaozun's emergence from seclusion. Along the way, whether it was the Combined Pill Hall or other cultivators from the Xuanyuan sect, they all greeted Lu Qingfeng with respect. Lu Qingfeng responded with a smile. Then he headed straight to Fiery Sun Peak. It's rare to see Xiaozun outside Feiyun Island. Today is indeed a lucky coincidence. Yes, who doesn't know that our Combined Pill Hall's Xiaozun is devoted to the alchemy path, usually secluded on Feiyun Island, and might not appear even once in a year or two. Only those truly devoted to the path, and thus diligent, can achieve such accomplishments as a 4th-rank alchemist at such a young age. 4 years ago, the head dispatched him as the sole candidate for the next hallmaster of the Combined Pill Hall. Lately, I heard that the head intends to transfer significant authority and formally retreat. That soon? After all, the head is elderly, and besides Xiaozun's relatively junior experience, whether it's alchemy accomplishment or disciple training skills, he is the undeniable choice for the next hallmaster. The head's eagerness to pass on the position is probably also to help Xiaozun fully take control of the Combined Pill Hall before his time arrives. Xiaozun, in just a few decades, has managed Feiyun Island from nothing to far surpassing the Combined Pill Hall from decades ago. Taking control of the Combined Pill Hall, could there still be someone obstructing it? You never know. After all, Xiaozun is only a 4th-rank alchemist. After Lu Qingfeng disappeared, the cultivators along the way started whispering in small groups. In recent years, Lu Qingfeng has doubled his stature among the disciples of the Xuanyuan sect, absolutely a prominent figure. Even those true disciples who have made achievements through external combat, like Yan Pingshu of the Law Enforcement Hall, who has already advanced to the fusion realm, and Zhou Su of Jade Pillar Peak, who transferred from the Xuan Yin Cave to Fiery Sun Valley for 24 years and then eradicated his heart demon and achieved heart movement perfection. They are all the pride of their time, well known. Yet none compare to the fame of the combined pill hall's Xiaozun, Lu Qingfeng. A fourth-rank alchemist at the Foundation establishment stage, where else in the world could one find such? 4 years ago, from Foundation establishment to advancing to the Spirit Void, the venerable Master Gu Buyan, too impatient, appointed him as the Xiaozun of the combined pill hall, legitimizing his position, becoming the only Xiaozun of the Xuanyuan sect, among the halls and main peaks. There was none among his peers who could stand alongside Lu Xiaozun. How prominent his reputation was. Lu Qingfeng could not hear the whispered conversations of the disciples along the way. He rode the Qingfeng and went straight to Fiery Sun Peak. Greetings to my master. Inside the combined pill hall, Lu Qingfeng bowed deeply to the white-haired old man in front of him. Rise. Gu Buyan chuckled. Compared to 30 years ago, Gu Buyan indeed appeared older, his eyes cloudier. Lu Qingfeng sensed something, realizing that his master's days were perhaps not many. He thought to himself. Gu Buyan looked at his beloved disciple, his face always smiling. His life, decades ago, was a mess. Failed in alchemy, stuck at fifth order. Failed in cultivation, stopped at the void core. Failed in management, one hall declined. Fortunately, in his later years, he felt accomplished, having received an extremely talented alchemist. Already a fourth-rank alchemist during Foundation establishment, a rarity seen in the Xuanyuan, White Bone, and Heavenly Travel 3 realms, and if going back 3,000 years, also less than the count on 2 hands. Boundless future. With such talent and diligence, achieving 5th order was certain, and even 6th order was within reach. Having such an excellent disciple was indeed the most gratifying thing in Gu Buyan's life. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 288, Succession. Do you know why I called you here today? Gu Buyan looked at Lu Qingfeng with a smile and asked. Disciple does not know. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He spent most of his attention on gaming, and of the little he had left, he had to allocate a substantial part to matters outside of the Xuanyuan sect. He wasn't very familiar with the internal situation of the Xuanyuan sect and the combined pill hall. With the all-encompassing and exceedingly protective Gu Buyan above him, Lu Qingfeng could practice calmly. He didn't need to bother with any trivial matters. With a heightened root bone, his cultivation sped up. In just 26 short years, he made tremendous progress from the condensed liquid realm, passing through nourishing yuan and body refining without obstacle, reaching the spirit void grain avoidance state. 4 years ago, the day he achieved the spirit void, Gu Buyan immediately appointed him as the junior master of the combined pill hall, a position far above that of a true inheritor. He was the only one in the Xuanyuan sect, ranked just below the various hall masters and peak masters. After 100 years following Gu Buyan, he would definitely be the steadfast master of the combined pill hall, seated equally among the sect's true men. This provoked many true inheritors within the Xuanyuan sect to become envious. But what could be done? Alchemy was not easy. And with a situation like that of the combined pill hall, plus Lu Qingfeng's rare talent and diligent effort, even some disapproving true men in the sect were forcefully suppressed by Gu Buyan alone. It didn't cause so much as a ripple. Gu Buyan's eyes narrowed, his face full of wrinkles, and with a hint of jest, he gestured behind him. Are you interested in trying out that position? Lu Qingfeng looked at the head seat. There sat a chair engraved with exquisite flowers, herbs, a furnace, and elixir pills. But what it represented was the master's seat of the combined pill hall. Master. Lu Qingfeng looked at Gu Buyan. He indeed had the intention to take over as the master of the combined pill hall, and had that ambition even when he first joined the hall. But faced with Gu Buyan's unreserved offer, Lu Qingfeng was momentarily silent. He was only 4th rank. Gu Buyan's eagerness was clear and couldn't be more obvious. Without waiting for Lu Qingfeng to answer, Gu Buyan continued, "You've served as junior master for 4 years. Now, most of the high-level alchemists in the combined pill hall are on your Feiyan Island, and most of the elixir recipes refined by the alchemists and alchemy apprentices of the combined pill hall were produced by you. I've been in this position for 862 years, truly weary of it." Lu Qingfeng looked up. On the face of his always smiling master, there was indeed an unmistakable weariness hidden. Having experienced death from old age multiple times in games, Lu Qingfeng understood this sort of weariness that came from the soul when life was nearing its end. Lu Qingfeng stood there, stunned. Joining the Xuanyuan sect for 40 years, everything had gone far smoother than imagined. With Gu Buyan's high status and great prestige, being his disciple meant being escorted and protected by him, except for the initial 3 years in the Xuanyin cave, after which it was all smooth sailing. The long-coveted position of the master of the hall was finally within reach. He was momentarily moved. Then he calmed down. "I will follow master's command." Lu Qingfeng spoke in response. "Good. Very good." Gu Buyan praised him with a clap, his smile even dispelling some of the weariness on his face. Continuing to smile, greatly comforted. After a while, Gu Buyan reached into the void and pulled out a jade box, handing it to Lu Qingfeng. "This is dragon pattern grass. I had Luo Zhenhao pay attention to it, and not long ago, they found its trace." Ko Xuan and Weng Xiaoqing personally took action to take it from Yun Che, the Sangmen guardian of the White-Bone Demon sect. 6th rank spiritual medicine. Make good use of it. Do not waste it. "Thank you, Master." Lu Qingfeng took over the jade box, promptly giving thanks with a look of pleasant surprise in his eyes. In these last days of the 14th generation, he had focused on gaming and neglected the news from the real world, not even hearing of the emergence of 6th rank spiritual medicine like dragon pattern grass. Fortunately, he had long asked Gu Buyan to have Luo Zhenhao search for it. And due to Gu Buyan's immense influence, Luo Zhenhao master Ko Xuan and demon-suppressing peaks Weng Xiaoqing personally stepped in, directly taking it from Sangmen Guardian, one of the White-Bone Demon sect's 4 guardians. In this matter, Gu Buyan must have put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, for a 6th rank spiritual medicine obtained by Sangmen Guardian, it wouldn't be worth it for 2 real, solid pill realm masters of the Xuanyuan sect to risk themselves. But this was probably unexpected by the White-Bone Demon sect, leading to the Guardians being outmaneuvered by the 2 true men. Now the dragon pattern grass has passed on, ending up in Lu Qingfeng's hands. Dragon pattern grass obtained. Wind chime flower, returning yang fruit, and other lower-grade spiritual medicines were prepared long ago. Now, the lifespan extension pills can be refined. Lu Qingfeng felt joy in his heart. The succession ceremony was set 7 days later, at the beginning of the 12th lunar month. Walking out of the waning Yang Peak, the temperature plummeted, and snowflakes filled the sky over the water realm. Falling onto the water surface without melting, it seemed to coat the earth. The vast water realm was wrapped in silver, strikingly beautiful. Lu Qingfeng walked through the air, allowing snowflakes to fall upon him. His long hair became frosted with snow, just like his appearance under the stars of the Black Star realm. Upon reaching Feiyun Island, Lu Qingfeng stepped onto the already foot-high accumulated snow and entered his cave dwelling. Lifespan Extension Pill. Elixir Pills Lifespan Extension Pill. Explanation: refined from dragon pattern grass, wind chime flower, and dozens of precious spiritual medicines, can extend life by 100 years when consumed by those in or below the core formation stage. 6th rank Spirit Pill. Only a 6th rank alchemist could refine it, and Lu Qingfeng, throughout 3,000 years of the 14th generation, searching for the Gangsha land among the stars, used his spare time to enhance his understanding with the Enlightenment Great Method, and had already brought both alchemy and artifact refining to 6th rank. even if Lu Qingfeng were dull-witted. With time passing, he continuously gathered spiritual medicines across the stars, constantly experimenting, and with rapid insights from enlightenment, not only did he achieve 6th rank, but also became one of the outstanding figures among 6th rank alchemists and artifact refiners. With more effort in the next life, advancing to 7th order was not far off. He sat down cross-legged, not in a rush to refine. Refining a 6th rank spirit pill takes time. Depending on the depth of alchemy accomplishment, it could take 3 to 5 months or even 3 to 5 years. With Lu Qingfeng's level, refining the lifespan extension pill would take about half a year. There's no need to attend all the time. During the refinement process, just ensure the furnace fire never extinguishes. Overall, it won't interfere with cultivation, nor will it hinder Lu Qingfeng's exploration of the primordial. The only inconvenience is the inability to travel far for extended periods, as one must stay by the pill furnace. The succession ceremony is in 7 days. With many chores to handle, the timing is not appropriate. 7 days later, the 9th day of the 12th month. The heavy snow that had been falling intermittently for 7 days finally ceased today. The bright sun was shining, and the entire Xuanyuan water realm was wrapped in a silver coat. Atop Qing Peak, bustling with excitement, all the true men and peak masters from the Xuanyuan water realm were present. It was indeed a rare grand occasion for the Xuanyuan sect. The ceremony was presided over by the combined Pill Hall's peak master Gu Buyan and the sect leader Master Wu Jie. Lu Qingfeng was the protagonist. Other alchemists and disciples of the combined Pill Hall stood in line reverently. The rest were spectators. It has been years in a flash. Who would have thought? Brother Lu has become the master of a hall. Yan Pingshu could not help but sigh as he looked at Lu Qingfeng, who was being led through the succession ceremony. Chapter source: My Virtual Library Empire, MVL4. Back when he himself presided over Gathering Immortal Island, upon his first meeting with Lu Qingfeng, the latter had just entered the Xuanyuan sect. In an instant, the once new true inheritor had transformed and become the master of a hall. After today, we shall respectfully address him as Peak Master Lu. Feng Bai, still youthful in appearance, but with a face marked by experience, pursed his lips in remark. He, like Yan Pingshu, felt nostalgic. Back in the day, Lu Qingfeng had invited him and his granduncle Feng Ping to a Feast the Feather Immortal Pavilion on Gathering Immortal Island, seeking their favor. But after today, even if seeking a favor, one would likely go directly to the Luozhen Hall's Peak Master Ko Xuan. Both sighed in reflection. Beside them, a female cultivator stood with a composed expression, observing Lu Qingfeng, the star of the show, in the distance. Dressed in a brocade gown that could not conceal her tall, slender figure, her long hair bundled at the back of her head, exuding an air of valiance. It was Zhou Su, who had just emerged from Fiery Sun Valley after 4 years. Once upon a time, due to the uprising of her heart demon, she clashed with Lu Qingfeng and both were cast into Xuanyin Cave. After serving a 3-year sentence, Lu Qingfeng was released, but her heart demon flared up again, resulting in her being thrown into Fiery Sun Valley. Day by day, enduring the scorching sun and fierce fire to temper her mind and eliminate the heart demon. For as long as 26 years. Finally, she vanquished the heart demon, left Fiery Sun Valley, and gained freedom. Right after stepping out, she heard the news that her former adversary had become the combined Pill Hall's #1 prodigy, esteemed as the young master of the hall. A moment of silence. She threw herself into the White Bone realm, slaughtering her way to a formidable reputation. Recently returned, just in time for Lu Qingfeng's grand ceremony of ascending into the role of the combined Pill Hall's peak master. She stood there, her face calm like water, not revealing any internal tumult. Yan Pingshu and Feng Bai conversed, occasionally glancing at Zhou Su standing quietly to the side with a flicker of peculiar light in their eyes. The succession ceremony. Loud and complicated. After 3 full days, it finally concluded. Henceforth, Lu Qingfeng was the peak master of the combined Pill Hall among the 5 peaks and 8 halls of the Xuanyuan sect. In the 3 realms of Xuanyuan, White Bone, and Heavenly Travel, the title of Peak Master Lu would spread and his fame would further ascend. As the master of the hall, apart from the honor, there were also many affairs to attend to. However, with Gu Buyan still in power, The combined pill hall had a systematic set of operating rules. Even though Lu Qingfeng succeeded as the master of the combined pill hall, it was more in name. Gu Buyan intended to guide Lu Qingfeng through the affairs of the combined pill hall and to mingle more with the true men and masters of peaks and halls within the sect. Unfortunately, Lu Qingfeng lacked interest in such matters. Regarding connections, he was not resistant. He had met every true man, peak master, and sect head in the Xuanyuan sect, enough to be on familiar terms. But as for the mundane affairs of the combined pill hall, he ignored them altogether. Ask his mentor for decisions, or proceed as usual, was his response. Subsequently, he returned to Feiyun Island to continue his devoted cultivation in seclusion. Secretly, though, he began refining the lifespan extension pill. However, only half a month later, Gu Buyan dragged him out of Feiyun Island and rushed to Xuanyuan Peak. Master. With the sect leader and the true men discussing matters, what use is there for a newly inaugurated master of the combined pill hall like me to attend? Lu Qingfeng stood on the tear cloud beast, looking helplessly at Gu Buyan, who appeared as if escorting a prisoner beside him. He was in the midst of refining the lifespan extension pill. While being away for a day or two wasn't critical, this time could be well spent on cultivation or visiting Qing Mountain and Qingyu. Wasn't attending the Xuanyuan sect's discussions a waste of time as per his qualifications and the status of the master of the combined pill hall, merely listening in from the sidelines? You are diligent in your cultivation and alchemy, which is commendable, but your first session after succession is taking place this time. As the master of a hall, you naturally qualify to join. Whether you speak up or not, your absence would not befit your position, leading others to undervalue you. Gu Buyan rode the tear cloud beast to Xuanyuan Peak, explaining to Lu Qingfeng as they went. He had Lu Qingfeng succeed as the master of the combined pill hall before his time was up to solidify this arrangement and prevent future issues. Moreover, it was to help his disciple secure his position before his own time limit approached. Sect discussions. Whether one can speak is one thing. Whether one attends and participates is another matter. If you miss once or twice and make a habit of it, the master of the hall would be seen as nothing but a figurehead, which is not beneficial. That Zhuang Bi becoming successful and concerned with nothing. You are young and should have some vitality, said Gu Buyan. Mentioning Zhuang Bi, the Dharma Transmission Hall's peak master, upon seeing that his disciple said nothing. Disciple understands. An image of a young figure in a stone hut flashed in Lu Qingfeng's mind as he nodded reluctantly. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 289, You Mountain Daoist. Longevity Technique. Xuanyuan Peak. Xuanyuan Hall. Supreme Elders Qianlai and Shi Wan sat at the higher seats, with sect leader Master Wu Jie occupying the main seat. The left column was occupied by the perfecteds of the 5 peaks, with the chiefs of each peak taking precedence. Some seats were vacant, such as those of the chiefs of demon-suppressing peak like Wang Shaoqing, Green Light Peak like Jiang Yan, and Golden Tiger Peak like Pei Yuan, who were all out battling or guarding other regions, not present in the Xuanyuan water realm. Only 1 or 2 perfecteds from the 3 peaks remained in attendance. Among the 8 halls, Zhuang Bai, the respected master of Dharma Transmission Hall, usually had no fondness for mundane affairs, guarding the first secret realm and rarely emerging unless absolutely necessary. The respected masters of Luozhen Hall, Koshuan and Spirit Mechanism Hall, Leng Qianjue, were out and had not arrived. The respected master of Artifact-Making Hall, Gai Yuntian, was in the midst of refining a superior magic artifact and could not extricate himself to attend. The rest, all chiefs, respected masters, and true men who were within the Xuanyuan water realm were present in full number. Gu Buyan sat with Qianlai and Shi Wan, engaged in an amiable conversation. Lu Qingfeng sat alone in the seating area allocated to the 5 peaks and 8 halls, corresponding to the combined pill hall. The talent of combined pill hall had withered away. Apart from Gu Buyan, only Lu Qingfeng had been hastily promoted to the position of Hall Master of Combined Pill Hall, granting him the qualification to be present. The rest of the Combined Pill Hall cultivators simply did not meet the criteria. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng sat alone. Continuously, true men cast glances at the newly promoted Hall Master. Some were nods of greeting, others were casual inspections, and a few had gazes that were particularly telling. Lu Qingfeng sat quietly, eyes observing his nose observing his heart, his expression unchanging. This strategic meeting was not centered around Lu Qingfeng. Once everyone had arrived, aside from occasional looks in his direction, all sat with straight postures. A woman dressed in white with a slender figure and a silver frost treasure sword at her side calmly said, "I wonder for what matter sect leader brother has gathered us all here?" Lu Qingfeng looked up. He recognized her. This woman was Nolan Shun, chief of Silverfrost Peak, who had been responsible for guarding the Xuanyuan auction when he first arrived in the Xuanyuan Water Realm. With an unfazed demeanor, Lu Qingfeng turned his gaze to sect leader Master Wu Jie at the higher seat. Master Wu Jie's face exhibited a brief stammer, somewhat embarrassed. His gaze shifted, looking to the seating of Jade Pillar Peak opposite, where a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat, reminiscent of the Lin Dust Immortal. Coincidentally, Zhou Huayu looked up and their eyes met. Lu Qingfeng gave a smile in greeting. Zhou Huayu's eyes were indifferent, her face expressionless. Lu Qingfeng promptly withdrew his gaze, not looking at Nolan Shun, not looking at Master Wu Jie, not looking at Zhou Huayu. The atmosphere in the hall was odd. Master Wu Jie cleared his throat and spoke up clearly. "Do you all still remember, 30 years ago, an immortal shell appeared in the Black Death Swamp, drawing the three sects together, with Third Realm perfecteds coming forth?" Immortal shell in the Black Death Swamp? That immortal shell was cunning, disappearing in the blink of an eye 30 years ago, its whereabouts unknown. Luo Zhen Hall has had people searching within the Black Death Swamp. Even Third Realm true men have traversed the marsh. But there has been no progress. Civil Zhang, the hall master of Jiying Hall, had a flash of light in his eyes. Could it be that someone has discovered the trace of the immortal shell? 30 years ago, the immortal shell in the Black Death Swamp had vanished in an instant, captivating many hearts. Even after 30 years had passed, people were still searching for it in the swamp. The immortal shell was said to nurture immortal spirit pearls, and if one could obtain it, there was a chance for a breakthrough, a realm elevation. For a Jidan true man stuck at a bottleneck, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Naturally, nobody would give up on it lightly. If the immortal shell reappeared, it certainly warranted the Xuanyuan sect's attention. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Master Wu Jie. However, Master Wu Jie solemnly confirmed, "Indeed, the immortal shell has resurfaced." As expected, everyone immediately perked up. Civil Zhang was about to speak further, but Master Wu Jie continued, "But this time, it's not just about the immortal shell. Junior Brother Ko has sent a message. Luo Zhen Hall, the demons of the Whitebone Demon Sect, and several loose cultivators have all spotted the immortal shell in the Black Death Swamp and pursued it. However, they've discovered layers of arrays shrouding the depths where the immortal shell has hidden underground and disappeared without a trace." Lu Qingfeng listened with a hint of rising interest. Such a narration suggested that the secrets within the Black Death Swamp held treasures far more precious than the immortal shell or the immortal spirit pearl. Master Wu Jie said, "Junior Brother Ko and Junior Leng rushed over there and confirmed that an array concealed the remnants of an ancient immortal mansion. Time had passed long enough for the deeply hidden array to reveal itself to the world. Inside the mansion, it seems it's time to emerge." Immortal Mansion. Although Lu Qingfeng had his suspicions upon hearing the news, his eyebrows still raised. For the first time in reality, he was hearing rumors of an immortal mansion. Previous mentions by Yue Miaoyin of her acquisition from an ancient cave mansion were but remnants left by a spirit void practitioner. And an immortal mansion that garnered such regard from the Xuanyuan sect. Its master must have been at least a Jidan true man, or possibly even a primordial spirit stage or Mahayana realm exalted cultivator was a possibility. It wasn't just Lu Qingfeng. The others were equally astonished. Kuang Tianqi, the robust hall master of Mountain Patrol Hall, widened his eyes and gazed at Master Wu Jie. Does the sect leader True Man know the origin of this immortal mansion? Since its establishment, the Xuanyuan sect had explored what were called immortal mansions several times. The Three Talents Clearing Circle, the supreme treasure of the Xuanyuan sect, was obtained from the cave mansion of a Golden Core expert, securing the unshaken foundation of the Xuanyuan sect for eternity. Aside from this treasure, other relics left by the Golden Core expert were not as prized as the lineage of the Xuanyuan sect itself. If the immortal mansion within the Black Death Swamp was akin to the Three Talents Cave mansion of old, its allure would be considerable, but to a much lesser extent. Master Wu Jie did not directly answer, but instead turned his gaze to Qianlai, a supreme elder with single-stroke white eyebrows standing nearby. Check for the latest updates on My Virtual Library Empire, MEMPYR. Both Qianlai and Shi Wan had been heavily injured in the past, nearly leading to a fall in their cultivation levels and inciting an ongoing war between the Xuanyuan sect and the White-Bone Demon sect that continues till this day. Fortunately, thanks to the current sect leader of the combined pill hall, Gu Buyan, who refined spirit pills, after decades of recuperation, the two supreme elders had long since returned to their peak condition. At this moment, Qianlai spoke up. Based on the information relayed back by Koushuan and Leng Qianjue, I have perused countless texts. If my conjecture is correct, this cave mansion should date back to 17,000 years ago. It rose from Biang Lake, wandered through the 3 mountains and 9 waters, and earned the mighty reputation of the Yu Mountain Daoist. The Yu Mountain Daoist? Lu Qingfeng felt a sudden stir in his heart at the mention, finding the name somewhat familiar. His consciousness probed into his storage bag, where in a corner lay a copper plate. His expression remained unchanged. In the hall, Zhuo Jun, the stern hall master of the law enforcement hall, with a face as black as charcoal, furrowed his brows. Is the revered uncle referring to the same Yu Mountain Daoist who gained fame at Biang Lake for his longevity, lived for 5,300 years in the core formation realm, and then ascended to the primordial spirit realm to travel through the 3 mountains and 9 waters, leaving behind a legendary name? That's right. Qianlai nodded. Many in the hall gasped sharply, utterly astonished. He lived 5,300 years in the core formation realm? Lu Qingfeng was also shocked. An ordinary core formation expert's lifespan was 3,000 years. Even with the consumption of lifespan extension pills and the rare rejuvenation water, the lifespan could be pushed to no more than 4,000 years at most. What kind of background did this Yu Mountain Daoist have to enjoy such a long lifespan? Lu Qingfeng's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Regretfully, with his shallow experience and devotion to cultivation, he knew absolutely nothing about the name Yu Mountain Daoist. He glanced around. To the left, the artifact-making hall area was empty. To the right, the spirit mechanism hall seats were quiet. There was not a single person to quietly inquire with. It seemed that many in the hall were familiar with the Yu Mountain Daoist, and nobody bothered to explain to him. He had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and continue listening. Another greatly aged Supreme Elder, Shi Wan, slowly spoke up. The Yu Mountain Daoist wandered through the 3 mountains and 9 waters, making quite a name for himself before mysteriously vanishing. Now that his cave mansion has appeared, concealed by many arrays, it may hide the longevity technique. Obtaining this longevity technique would be of significant importance to our Xuanyuan sect. Core formation stage, 5,300 years. Such a lengthy lifespan could be vital for core formation experts with abundant talent but limited time. They might just break through the realm and achieve the primordial spirit. If the Xuanyuan sect could have a primordial spirit true one preside over it, it would be enough to join the ranks of top immortal sects within the Biang Lake territory. An incredible opportunity. We must vie for the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion. However, the Xuanyuan sect isn't the only one that discovered the Immortal Mansion. The White-Bone Demon sect and several loose cultivators have also seen it. Those loose cultivators might not be aware of the origin of the Immortal Mansion within the array, but the truth can't be hidden forever. We must prepare early. Civil Zhang spoke. The longevity technique was indeed tempting. especially for the two supreme elders and individuals like Civil Zhang and Zhuo Jun, who saw no hope in ascending to the primordial spirit realm. Lu Qingfeng saw that even his own master, Gu Buyan, showed a trace of excitement and yearning. A lengthened lifespan by another 2,300 years could provide a chance to ascend to the grand primordial spirit realm. Who wouldn't desire that? It won't be that easy, Zhuo Jun frowned, not to mention the white-boned demon sect and the heavenly travel mountain. In recent years, strong loose cultivators have emerged one after another within the three realms. The Fiery Fire Wanderer from the Illusion Wave Sea is proficient in alchemy and artifact refining. Although solitary on the Fiery Fire Island, his power is by no means weak. There's also the roaming Chongqing Daoist of the Three Realms, who commands thunder. He has fought against the soul-searching Heavenly King of the White-Bone Demon Sect and the Zhuwen Demon King of the Heavenly Travel Mountain without being defeated. His skills are profound, his magic artifacts refined, and even has had the upper hand, no less formidable than the great success of condensing evil in the Gathering Law realm. And there's that old monster from Yellow Robe Mountain. With the immortal mansion emerging and the longevity technique in question, they will not stand idly by. The Fiery Fire Wanderer, Changqing Daoist, yellow-robed old monster. Inside the Great Hall, the assembly of true man fell silent. In the past decades, the Xuanyuanyuan sect had engaged in endless major and minor battles with the White-Bone Demon sect. Amidst these troubled times, strong loose cultivators were continually emerging. The three people mentioned above were the most notorious and mysterious figures in the three realms. Especially the last, the yellow-robed old monster. In contrast to the recluse, Fiery Fire Wanderer and the lone Chongqing Daoist who wandered the three realms, the yellow-robed old monster was almost invincible in the Gathering Law realm. He had subdued the four wanderers, established Yellow Robe Mountain, and if he had the intention to expand, he could eventually become a force on par with the Xuanyuan sect, the White-Bone Demon sect, and the Heavenly Travel Mountain, part of the Big Three of the Three Realms. He was particularly alarming. With the mention of these three, even Master Wu Jie appeared gravely concerned. The yellow-robed old monster's physical strength is comparable to ancient demon beasts, and his artifacts are not inferior to Master Chongqing. With the two Qi rings at his command, he even managed to frighten Hanji of the White-Bone Demon sect into fleeing, nearly shattering his body. And when he shook the five-colored divine light, he stripped Hanji of his famous white-bone six-yang hammers, severely diminishing his strength. Afterward, traversing through the three realms, he subjugated the other four wanderers, except for the Fiery Fire Wanderer of Illusion Wave Sea, and brought them under his command. Now having established Yellow Robe Mountain, situated between the White-Bone Demon sect and Heavenly Travel Mountain, even Huan Yu of the White-Bone Demon sect and Pan Mountain King of the Heavenly Travel Mountain failed to make any impact when they tested the waters. If he leads the four wanderers into battle, they would be a match for either Heavenly Travel Mountain or the White-Bone Demon sect. The situation was bleak. Excluding other loose cultivators and the independent Changqing Daoist and Fiery Fire Wanderer, the Xuanyuan sect's formidable rivals included the White-Bone Demon sect, Heavenly Travel Mountain, and Yellow Robe Mountain. Competition from all sides. Whose hand will the deer die by? Rely on one's own skills. Chan Lai's eyes shot out a cold gleam as he scoffed defiantly. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 290. The Four Great Hermits, Yu Mountain Daoist, Longevity Technique, Feiyun Island. Lu Qingfeng's thoughts pondered with anticipation. During the core formation stage of cultivation, whether it's reaching the 9 revolutions true body in the solid pill realm or the 9 layers of Gang Sha in the gathering law realm, both require a long time. The former can be achieved in at most 3 to 500 years, whereas for the latter, refining the Gangsha isn't difficult for me. However, finding the earth evil yin vein and heavenly gang qi is not easy. Any delay, should one become fixated and encounter ill-fated cultivation, would fearfully end like those in the Black Star realm, where even after 3,000 years of prolonged life, one cannot cross into the Gathering Law realm. To rashly achieve it without seeking the 9 layers of Gangsha, with experience from the game, advancing to primordial spirit would not be hard. But Lu Qingfeng shook his head. With primordial in hand, there obviously lies a hope to become stronger, so naturally, he was not willing to settle for just getting by. The intention was to seek more longevity techniques in the game, then further advance the cultivation of the 7 beasts small divine number to conveniently calculate the precise locations of Gangsha. But unexpectedly, in reality, another path had appeared earlier. Black Death Swamp. Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion. Lu Qingfeng invoked the spell, and his form vanished in an instant. It was the application of the invisibility technique, combined with the visualization of the Gonggong demon god recently achieved after ascending to the spirit void, to distance himself from the water. He silently left the Xuanyuan water realm. Entering the deep mountains, Lu Qingfeng brushed his face with a hand, and his appearance and form instantly changed. From a slim figure, he became a burly and tall man. His long hair quickly turned silver white. His cyan robe was exchanged for a yellow one, transforming from the appearance of a handsome young man to that of a stern, cold-faced elder. White streaks now adorned the tips of his eyebrows and temples. His eyes shifted from gentle and indifferent to domineering and piercing, though these words seemed to take time to describe. In reality, it was just a moment, and Lu Qingfeng had completely transformed into another person. His cultivation concealed, becoming hazy and elusive. Even the aura of his cultivation technique had greatly changed. Concealing technique. Transformation technique. Using both, even a primordial spirit practitioner would hardly discern my true appearance. The yellow-robed elder let out a hearty laugh, took out a green and purple 2-colored ring from his storage bag and slipped it onto his left wrist, and placed a golden ring on his right wrist. He flipped his right palm, and a 3-foot-tall, 8-layered palace materialized in his hand. He made another sweep in his storage bag, and 23-inch-sized small banners lined up in the air. The elder sensed one, took it in hand, and the rest were put away in the storage bag, holding the small banner with a shake. Rainbows enveloped him, and then he traveled far beyond the heavens. Xuanyuan Realm, White Bone Realm, and Heavenly Travel Realm bordered each other. Chao Tian Pool and Illusion Wave Sea were the boundaries between Xuanyuan Realm and White Bone Realm. Between White Bone Realm and the Heavenly Travel Realm stretched a long range of unnamed mountains. In recent years, claiming the title Yellow Robe, a formidable cultivator known as Yellow-Robed Old Monster took possession of the high mountain. Since then, it has been called Yellow Robe Mountain. Yellow Robe Mountain Main Peak. Transformed into the yellow-robed elder, Lu Qingfeng, holding a precious pagoda, walked out of his cave dwelling. In an instant, he sent out 4 streams of spirit light, disappearing into the void. Before long, 4 beams of light whistled in, landing before Lu Qingfeng. "Greetings, Mountain Master." The 4 individuals landed, and each paid their respects to Lu Qingfeng. He nodded slightly. Yellow-robed Old Monster. This was the 4th identity Lu Qingfeng used to traverse the 3 realms. The first 3, one as a practitioner of Xuanyuan sect, now the Hall Master of the combined Pill Hall of Xuanyuan sect, with Spirit Void Cultivation, a 4th-rank alchemist. 2, as the Fiery Fire Wanderer of Illusion Wave Sea, a cultivator of the 12 Heavenly Demon God skill, a 5th-order alchemist and artifact refiner, with combat power comparable to Jupan Po and Han Ji at the level of the Solid Pill realm. 3, as the Changqing Daoist, the Carefree Hermit, practicing the 5 Thunderheart Sutra, commanding thunder, vanquishing demons, sweeping the world of injustices. Check my virtual library Empire, MV1LMP1YR, for the latest updates. At last. The present yellow-robed old monster, situated between Whitebone and Heavenly Travel realms, leading 4 powerful loose cultivators. Amidst the mountains, gathering numerous demons, subtly rivaling the Xuanyuan sect, Whitebone Demon sect, and Heavenly Travel Mountain in stature. Easily shifting between 4 identities, the latter 3 have made a huge name for themselves in the realms. Any one of them would cause a sensation on their own. Among them, the Fiery Fire Wanderer is most detached, excelling in alchemy and artifact refining. The Changqing Daoist despises evil, the most carefree. The yellow-robed old monster has a quirky nature, the most inscrutable. At this moment, standing before Lu Qingfeng were 4 of the notorious 5 wanderers of the 3 realms. Before the Fiery Fire Wanderer made a name in Illusion Wave C, they were collectively known as the 4 Wanderers. All were solid pill realm powerhouses, each with their own unique methods. Even the 3 sects recruitment attempts were rejected. Lu Qingfeng, with the identity of yellow-robed old monster, scouted them one by one, winning them over with a mix of kindness and force, shocking the 3 realms. Among the 4, the Flower Lady, with her delicate features and captivating phoenix eyes, long hair cascading down, was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. The Flower Lady looked towards Lu Qingfeng with a smile. I wonder, what important matter has the Mountain Master summoned me and my 3 Daoist brothers for? Lu Qingfeng glanced at the Flower Lady, a slight sneer in his heart. Poison Scorpion. That's what they say about people like the Flower Lady. Her mastery over illusion techniques is high. Even a true Jidan true man could be fooled in an unguarded moment. She conceals deadly magic artifacts called Mandarin Duck Scissors, nefariously designed to damage the physical body. If a true body is not yet formed and she strikes without being evaded, one could be cut in 2. Even a Jidan true man who has forged a true body must be extremely cautious. A moment of carelessness could result in irreversible regret. However, being able to cultivate to the solid pill realm as an independent practitioner, she would be considered a first-class powerhouse even among the 3 sects. Certainly not someone to be underestimated. Not just the Flower Lady. The remaining Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer, Qingfeng Wanderer, and Vajra Wanderer also each have their capabilities, not to be underestimated. Their expressions gave away nothing. Lu Qingfeng spoke indifferently. At the southern end of the White Bone Realm, there is a Black Death Swamp. After 30 years, the immortal shell has reappeared. Someone has discovered the immortal mansion left behind by the Yu Mountain Daoist from 13,000 years ago. Yu Mountain Daoist? Flower Lady Wanderer's beautiful eyes swirled, her mouth slightly open. Every move full of enchantment, she asked in surprise. Is the Mountain Master referring to the Yu Mountain Daoist, famed for the longevity technique in the Biang Lake territory? The reputation of the Yu Mountain Daoist was indeed not small. It was not just the Xuanyuan sect's true people who were mostly aware of him. Even the independent practitioner Flower Lady Wanderer could recite it at once. That's right, Lu Qingfeng nodded. Hiss! The Yu Mountain Daoist is no small figure. If it really is his immortal mansion left behind, it might very well contain the longevity technique. If we could get our hands on it, Qingfeng Wanderer, pot-bellied with a fat face, now bulged his eyes, which were barely visible between the rolls of fat on his face, and radiated brilliance. Not just Qingfeng Wanderer. Flower Lady Wanderer and Vajra Wanderer felt the same. Only the towering and robust Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer, standing 9 feet tall, emitted a cold mist from his mouth and said in a deep voice, "That darn Yu Mountain Daoist, is he going to live longer than me?" Flower Lady Wanderer looked at Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer and smiled with pursed lips. Daoist brother, Cold Rhinoceros is of an exotic kind from the depths of Biang Lake, who gained enlightenment as a Cold Rhinoceros. With a long life, how could human clan cultivators, no matter how long-lived, compare with you? Lu Qingfeng remained unmoved. Out of the 4 wanderers, only Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer was an exotic beast that had attained enlightenment, having lived for who knows how many millennia. Rising to the core formation stage as the Jidan Demon King and establishing the fame of Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer, nearly 2,000 to 3,000 years had passed. Indeed, it was odd to marvel at the Yu Mountain Daoist in front of him. Humph, humph. What Sister Flower Lady said makes sense. Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer continued humming in agreement, looking at Lu Qingfeng. Mountain Master is also a human clan cultivator and must also value the longevity technique left by Yu Mountain Daoist. Just give the word, and I, Old Cold, will swear an oath to the Heart Demon to obey the Mountain Master's command for 500 years without fail. As if you would dare break your word. Gai Kang Wanderer saw the righteous words of Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer and inwardly scorned him. Among the 4 wanderers back then, it was Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer who was the roughest, relying on his exotic beast's tough skin and thick flesh, unwilling to submit. Eventually, he was severely wounded by the yellow-robed old monster's 2 chi rings, and then suppressed by the demon-suppressing golden ring and tortured. Finally, he submitted. After receiving the secret technique, he became more diligent than anyone else. Despite seeming straightforward, in fact, he had lived for thousands, nearly 10,000 years, and was slick and shrewd beyond words. I called you all here today for this very reason. The Immortal Mansion has yet to appear. You 4 go to the Black Death Swamp to locate the exact position of the Immortal Mansion. As soon as the Immortal Mansion emerges, report back immediately. The emergence of the Immortal Mansion. The true people of the Xuanyuan sect would undoubtedly come out in full force to compete for the Immortal Mansion. As the Hall Master of the Combined Pill Hall, Lu Qingfeng could be informed, but with Spirit Void Cultivation, he absolutely could not participate. If he wanted to obtain the longevity technique from the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion, he would have to rely on his identity as the yellow-robed old monster, command the 4 wanderers under him, and call upon the independent practitioners from the 3 realms. By then, he would have the power to compete with both the White-Bone Demon Sect and Heavenly Travel Mountain. It would add a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, should the longevity technique fall into the hands of the Xuanyuan sect, obtaining it from the sect, as the Hall Master of the Combined Pill Hall would be far less desirable than directly holding the longevity technique in his hand. Rest assured, Mountain Master, we will certainly not be negligent. Despite inwardly despising Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer, Gai Kang Wanderer did not want to fall behind and loudly responded. Flower Lady Wanderer and Vajra Wanderer also agreed. Before leaving, Lu Qingfeng gave one last instruction. Now Yellow Robe Mountain has already made enemies with both the White-Bone Demon Sect and Heavenly Travel Mountain. It is imperative to avoid making enemies with the Xuanyuan sect. If you encounter Xuanyuan sect cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, you can only be friendly and not conflict. If the Xuanyuan sect cultivators initiate a confrontation, you must not harm their lives. Any violation of this, and do not blame me for being merciless. Yes, the 4 wanderers each responded. Only then did Lu Qingfeng turn around to return to his cave dwelling. The cave's array flickered, isolating the inside from the outside. The Xuanyuan sect. The 4 wanderers exchanged glances, each seeing something different in the other's eyes. They mixed within the 3 realms, and even as independent practitioners, they rose rapidly. How could they be ignorant? Since the yellow-robed old monster could afford to make enemies out of both Heavenly Travel Mountain and the White-Bone Demon Sect, why would he care about adding another Xuanyuan sect, which was on par with them? This warning was nothing more than an excuse. This old fellow must have some connection with the Xuanyuan sect. Flower Lady Wanderer's mind flickered, not dwelling on it. She turned into a tunneling light and disappeared from Yellow Robe Mountain. Cold Rhinoceros, Gi Kang, and Vajra, the 3 wanderers, also each harnessed their tunneling light and rapidly traveled thousands of miles, sending the 4 wanderers to Black Death Swamp. Lu Qingfeng paid no mind to what the 4 were thinking and hurriedly returned to Feiyun Island in the Xuanyuan Water Realm. The lifespan extension pill had not yet been refined successfully. He could not afford to stay away for long. Fortunately, over the years, through his 3 identities as the Fiery Fire Wanderer, Changqing Daoist, and Yellow-Robed Old Monster, he had gathered countless precious materials. Not only had he refined magic artifacts, such as the demon-suppressing golden ring and 2 chi rings from Black Star Realm's deciphered laws, but he had also crafted numerous 5th Order and 4th Order mist banners, not to mention the ones on Qingyu and Qing Peak. Lu Qingfeng himself had 6 5th Order mist banners and 17 4th Order mist banners. Within a single day, he could travel anywhere within the 3 realms. This was also key to his effortless management of 4 identities. Back to Feiyun Island. Focus on alchemy. Although the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion was set to emerge soon, according to information from the Xuanyuan sect, it would take at least a year and a half for the numerous arrays surrounding the Immortal Mansion to dissipate. he still had time to prepare. In a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since the death of the 14th generation and the beginning of the 15th generation. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 292, Evolution 2 Era. Walking through the forest, one could vaguely make out the remnants of a city buried under leaves and soil. Shattered red bricks and blocks of concrete of various sizes occasionally revealed half-built walls about waist-high. It's a glimpse into the shattered site of civilization. As Lu Qingfeng walked, the vital energy around his body surged. First level of fetal breathing. Second level of fetal breathing. Third level of fetal breathing. Without any experience value available, even after countless sessions of cultivation, Lu Qingfeng could only push himself to the third level of fetal breathing at most before he was exhausted to mere skin and bones, urgently needing to replenish his essence qi through food. Lu Qingfeng stood still, focusing his energy to sense any disturbance around him. Rustle! A noise came from the bushes. Here it comes! Lu Qingfeng's ears twitched slightly, and with a light flick of his foot, a palm-sized chunk of concrete flew into the depths of the bushes. Thud! A short, sharp cry came from where the rock fell. Lu Qingfeng patiently listened without rushing forward until he was sure there was no more movement in the bushes. Then, supporting his bony frame, he approached. Pushing aside the bushes, there lay a plump gray rabbit with its head shattered in a pool of blood. With a flick of his hand, Lu Qingfeng enveloped the shattered rabbit head in a cold aura, freezing it completely and solidifying the blood. He quickly carried it away and disappeared into the forest. Shortly after he left, 2 figures hurried towards the scene. Both young men, dressed in strong shirts, one of them wielding a white bone knife, sniffing continuously. The other gripped a strong bow with an arrow quiver on his back, filled with arrows flickering in black. "How's it?" Wang Yu, holding his bow and an arrow, asked Zhang Jin beside him. "It's gone." Zhang Jin shook his head, stepped forward, and parted the bushes. A pool of blood stained the soil and leaves, but there was no body. "Damn! All that excitement for nothing. If I find out who intercepted this, I'll skin them." Wang Yu cursed angrily. Zhang Jin, accustomed to such reactions, picked up a blood-stained concrete block from the blood pool, glanced at the surrounding traces, and muttered, "I'd advise you to give up that idea. Whoever killed this blood-toothed rabbit is certainly above level 05. Your mediocre archery wouldn't stand a chance against their rock-kicking skills." As he spoke, Zhang Jin tossed the bloody rock aside and got up. "So what if they're above level 0.5? As long as I keep my distance, I'll teach them a lesson." Wang Yu retorted dismissively, not convinced. Zhang Jin ignored him, checking the sky. "Let's keep looking. It's getting dark soon. If we don't hurry, we'll go hungry tonight." "Quick, quick! It's you who's been dawdling all along." Wang Yu retorted, but hastened as well. Reader support at Mempire made this translation possible. Deep in the forest unknown, Lu Qingfeng used the surrounding trees and scattered stones to set up a simple array to shield visual and olfactory detection. He then quickly processed the rabbit meat and started a fire to cook. The fire flickered, holding 2 fang-like rabbit teeth which resembled blood jade and were extremely hard. Lu Qingfeng mused. The rock he kicked had shattered the rabbit's head, but the 2 teeth remained intact. The spiritual energy within these teeth isn't much different from the ambient energy of the world, with only slight variations making the blood teeth densely packed. Once bitten, the blood teeth penetrate the body, and even a normal human would have their entire blood drained within minutes, he pondered, feeling the blood teeth's substance and internal spiritual energy, growing more interested in this life. The gray rabbit he had killed wasn't amongst the demon beasts, but the 2 blood teeth gave the impression of a demon clan's life-bound magical artifact. The threat posed by the blood-toothed rabbit was not insignificant. Blood-toothed rabbit, huh? Lu Qingfeng stored the teeth and ate the now cooked rabbit meat. In the following days, Lu Qingfeng focused on enhancing his strength in the forest. Provided he had enough meat, with Lu Qingfeng's vast cultivation experience, he could reach the peak of the fetal breathing realm within a few months. When he broke through to the true Qi realm and combined it with his divine skills, dominance wasn't guaranteed, but self-preservation was ample. While increasing his strength, Lu Qingfeng was also learning about this apocalyptic world. Unlike the previous worlds, this one used to be a modern civilization, which 16 years ago faced a meteor calamity that led to the collapse of civilization and plunged it into chaotic apocalypse. However, the inhabitants are still humans who evolved from the civilized era. Technology was destroyed with no hope of restoration due to the strange influence of the spiritual energy. But the advanced systems were still in place. Rootless and suddenly emerging, Lu Qingfeng inevitably aroused suspicion. So he decided to stay in the forest for the moment, engaging more with people. Once he understood this world, at least the immediate area, he could make further plans. As the sun rose and moon fell. 3 months later, 16 years ago, the apocalypse arrived, annihilating human civilization. This region was originally part of the Yaohai district in Bahe City. Bahe City was a disaster area where less than 10% of its inhabitants survived, and the entire city was destroyed. In just 16 years, rampant plant growth has covered the city ruins. This is both a disaster and an opportunity. With the arrival of the apocalypse came a meteoric firestorm that raged for 3 months. Although plants and animals underwent all sorts of strange transformations, most becoming fierce and dangerous, humanity also benefited. First, their bodies became stronger, their strength greatly increased alongside their recovery capabilities and physical resilience. Many powerful individuals emerged among humans, capable of killing an unmutated fierce tiger with a single punch. These powerhouses gathered the surviving humans, attempting to re-establish civilization. However, the pervasive strange magnetic fields between heaven and earth rendered all electronic equipment and scientific technologies ineffective. The only path left for humanity was to enhance themselves. In the north, there is said to be a steel war god who emerged from Bahe City, who termed the miraculous particles floating between heaven and earth, the magical energy from mutant animals' special tissues, and the bizarre energy contained within the roots or fruits of mutant plants collectively as spiritual energy. Based on the intensity of spiritual energy within their bodies, classifications were formed. It spread and gradually became mainstream. During the 3 years from the apocalypse to the birth of the first Elva 1 powerhouse, it was called the Evolution Zero Era. 4 years ago, the Steel War God from the north became the first human to reach Elva 2, proclaiming to the world that Blue Star had officially entered the Evolution 2 era. Wang Yu spoke with high-spirited fervor, narrating to Lu Qingfeng the transformational history of Blue Star since the apocalypse. From the Evolution Zero era, a period of mere physical enhancement and hand-to-hand combat with cold weapons, to the Evolution 1 era, where bizarre superpowers frequently emerged and strongholds were set up by powerhouses contesting each other. It was full of excitement. Within Zhou country alone, there were countless powerhouses and numerous heroic legends. From the exploratory phase of the Evolution Zero era through to the land-dividing, king-making Evolution 1 era, where superpower kings swept across invincibly, leading to today's Evolution 2 era, teeming with war gods. The situation in Zhou country gradually clarified. Contacts between provinces and cities that had been severed due to the apocalypse were gradually restored. Countless followers gathered beneath each war god residing over significant mountains and rivers, slaying Yangtze crocodiles and slaughtering overlord dragons. An era completely distinct from the technological age unfolded, boasting of personal might and glory. Evolution 2 era, superpower war god. Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled as the fog shrouding this post-apocalyptic star cleared, revealing its true nature. The superpower users here followed a path starkly different from the immortal Dao's cultivation route. Their cultivation involved what was referred to as spiritual energy, probing into the depth of their bloodline for power. Crossing the threshold of Lil V1 marked the beginning of their journey, advancing from soldier level to general level, into king level, granting a high chance of awakening the dormant superpower within their bloodline. Some controlled water and fire. Others experienced power amplification, or heightened telepathic sense. In short, superpowers were diverse and boundless. Of course, it was possible for some to awaken superpowers during the ELV-0 stage. Such individuals held boundless potential. From appearing in the Evolution Zero era, provided they did not perish prematurely by now, they all represented formidable kings or even invincible war gods. According to Wang Yu, the steel war god with the greatest fame and strength in the north awakened his superpower at the very onset of the apocalypse, allowed to resonate with metals, intertwining and elevating one another. Driving a modified heavy truck, he journeyed north from the Yaohai district in Bahe City, leaving behind countless legends. Ultimately, he forged an endless renown as the Steel War God. Recently, news came that this Steel War God had, in Beihe province on Wolf-Toothed Mountain, slain 3 gray wolves, seizing control of Wolf-Toothed Mountain and sending shockwaves across the region. An absolute top-tier LV2 powerhouse. I'm Love 0.425. Old Zhang is LV 0413. Although it's not noteworthy in the largely ignored Yaohai district, it's also not at the bottom of the scale. The Yaohai district lacks major mountains or rivers and has only average resources, hence no major forces hold sway here, just some unaffiliated stray folks like us surviving. Northward is the Bahe railway station and tourist bus station. These stations, along with several nearby buildings, remain in good condition, housing numerous small hotels and forming the main gathering area of the Yaohai district. Old Zhang and I live over there. The most powerful individuals near the railway station are a few above LV 0, general-level experts. Relations are also quite good with the Water Dragon King who occupies Xiaoyaojin, the Iron Arm King who dominates Bao Park, and the Mad Saber King of Yaohai Park. Should a king-level mutant beast attack, we can promptly call upon numerous general-level experts and even have the 3 superpower kings come to our aid. Don't worry about safety. Wang Yu, carrying his strong bow, vividly introduced the surroundings to Lu Qingfeng. Zhang Jin stood by, sensing no anomalies. Blow 425. Level 413. Lu Qingfeng regarded Wang Yu and Zhang Jin, sensing the fluctuations of their auras. He then reverse calculated his own. LV 0.985. True Qi Realm first level, converting it into spiritual energy calculations. I'm already at the pinnacle captain level, nearly able to become a king comparable to a superpower king. However, I simultaneously cultivate 4 top-notch magic gates, my True Qi volume far surpassing an average True Qi Realm cultivator. For an ordinary True Qi Realm cultivator practicing a refinement level technique, my level would be roughly around LV 05. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. This conversion was not quite accurate. In the apocalypse, whether soldiers, generals, kings, or war gods, none practiced any cultivation methods. They rely purely on primitive combat to continuously unlock their innate potential. In taking the easy-to-absorb spiritual energy from various mutant beasts, spiritual organizations, or mutant plant roots and fruits, they rapidly enhance their strength. The apocalypse descended. Countless bizarre and dangerous mutant beasts and equally perilous human hearts framed the setting. Combat became the eternal theme. Through endless battles, the rapidly absorbed spiritual energy swiftly translated into strength with no issues of unstable foundations. Only in such a grand era could numerous powerhouses rapidly emerge. According to Lu Qingfeng's slightly inaccurate conversion, a Love 1 superpower user's strength was already comparable to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. War gods at the Love 2 level were undoubtedly even stronger. Merely 16 years without any inheritance of cultivation techniques to grow to Foundation Establishment level or even stronger. Truly, a marvel forged by the turbulent times. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 293. General Qianyu. Brother Lu, up ahead is the main bus terminal, but it has been bombed into rubble by meteors long ago. The train station and the tourism bus station are intact, and most of the small diners and motels nearby haven't collapsed. Both major stations are occupied by general-level powerhouses, so we loners aren't fortunate enough to enjoy them and can only stay in poorer accommodations. I and old Zhang live in the Hushan restaurant not too far ahead. During their time together, Lu Qingfeng had won over Wang Yu and Zhang Jin's complete trust using illusion technique. It was from them that Lu Qingfeng obtained a lot of information. Wang Yu is enthusiastic, Zhang Jin is more reticent and calm, and he told to Lu Qingfeng, "In this area, it's General Qian Yu who occupies the tourism bus station, and General Wang Ye who occupies the train station. The strengths of the two generals are not much different. Both have many capable followers who are not inferior to Wang Yu and me. However, General Wang Ye has two brothers who are both general-level experts. General Qian Yu is somewhat weaker. Her strongest subordinates are only quasi-generals, barely capable of competing with General Wang Ye. But when it comes to resource control, she's mostly on the losing side." The Evolution 0 era has ELV 0.7 as a boundary. Below 0.7 are soldier level. Above 0.7 are general level. The power gap is significant. Most of Yaohai District, Bao Park, and Yaohai Park is populated by people from the train and tourism stations, but there are only 4 general-level masters in total, although Zhou Country has officially entered the Evolution 2 era. However, those above ELV 0.7 general level are still renowned masters who are called by name, and even a king would never think he has too many generals under his command, but would only wish for more. 4 generals. Lu Qingfeng nodded, mentally taking note. With his current strength, generals are nothing to be concerned about. Only a superpower king could earn a bit of his attention. They continued walking forward. Suddenly, boom, 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 the sound of thunderous roaring came from not too far ahead. The ground itself trembled slightly. "Not good! Exotic beasts!" Wang Yu and Zhang Jin shouted out immediately, gripping their weapons tightly and hurrying towards the source of the tremors. Lu Qingfeng followed behind without changing his expression. They jogged for a while. Soon they emerged from the woods and the scenery suddenly opened up. Ahead was a large flat area with rows of buildings, some new and some old. It gave off feeling as if one had returned from primitive jungles to the modern city. It was quite disorienting. Lu Qingfeng didn't pay attention to these buildings, but looked towards an open space. There, a creature as large as a truck rampaged recklessly. Taking a closer look, this creature had a thick head, a wide and flat forehead, slightly sunken cheeks, round expressive eyes, a broad mouth, thin lips, with horns that bent outward and upward, and widely spaced. It was unmistakably a high mountain yak, standing 3 meters tall, covered in long hair. It was absolutely stunning. Its limbs were strong and powerful, its hooves small and round, and both yak horns shone as they fiercely struck out. Bang! Even those with ELV 0.5 and above who wielded shields were knocked flying, their bodies in extreme pain, unable to get up for quite a while. "Back off! Everyone, back off!" Seeing this, a short-haired woman in leather armor shouted loudly. The people who were apprehensively surrounding the high mountain yak immediately retreated. "It's General Qian Yu." Wang Yu pointed at the short-haired woman in front of them, telling Lu Qingfeng, "Qian Yu." Lu Qingfeng observed carefully. The short-haired woman looked to be in her 20s or 30s, her face bare without any trace of makeup, her hair cut in an efficient style. In her hands, she wielded 2 mixed iron giant axes, each likely weighing over 100 kilograms. She swung them round and smashed them fiercely towards the high mountain yak. Boom! The high mountain yak shook its head vigorously, its horns colliding with the axes, sparking countless sparks. The high mountain yak did not retreat, but Qian Yu was forced to repeatedly step back, her hands numbed to the point that she almost couldn't hold on to her mixed iron giant axes. "General Qian Yu!" Worried exclamations rang from around. This high mountain yak is definitely a big strange beast above LV 0.9, maybe even a king-level mutant beast. General Qian Yu is in danger. Zhang Jin, sensing the robust spiritual energy from the high mountain yak, showed a look of concern on his face. He was worried for Qian Yu, and worried that if Qian Yu couldn't stop the high mountain yak, it would wreak havoc. Lu Qingfeng watched silently. This was a rare opportunity to witness the battle styles of the superpower users and gauge the true strength of a general-level master. The high mountain yak's hide was tough, its strength immense, and it had a pair of iron horns, which were undisturbed even by the fierce blows of the axes. It was as tough to deal with as an unstoppable force. In contrast, Qianyu. While agile, her twin axes never dealt any substantive damage to the high mountain yak. Instead, she herself narrowly avoided danger time and again. She couldn't afford to be touched by the high mountain yak, otherwise she would be either dead or crippled. She had to be extremely cautious. Qianyu, a woman, stood in front of the 3-meter-tall high mountain yak, tiny against towering. It was like a battle between beauty and beast, and it made one apprehensive on her behalf. Boom! Qianyu's feet pressed against the ground, and she leaped up to bring down her big axe. The high mountain yak agilely dodged, and at the same time, its tail covered with broom-like long hair swung towards Qianyu like an iron whip. Bang! Qianyu's axe missed, striking the ground and kicking up dirt, creating a pit the size of a calf. Everywhere I look, dozens of such muddy pits cover the ground. The battle is fierce. With a swing of the axe, Qianyu catches a glimpse of the high mountain yak's tail sweeping towards her from the corner of her eye. Not good! Qianyu internally shouts a warning, her giant axe on the ground failing to change direction in time. She hastily lets go of the handle and flips backward through the air with another axe in hand. Roar! The high mountain yak's eyes are bloodshot with rage as it bellows. Its hooves trample down, kicking the giant axe on the ground far away. It charges forward again, heading straight for Qianyu. Such a pain to deal with. Qianyu frowns, feeling the difficulty in handling the high mountain yak. Its hide is thick and its flesh robust. Even if it gets hit by several of her axe blows, it wouldn't be seriously hurt. But a single careless move from her, and she could be gored to death by its horns. Now that she has lost an axe, her options are limited, and it's even harder to defend against it. Bang, bang, bang! Boom, boom, boom! Qianyu retreats a few steps, clenching her teeth as she continues to struggle against the high mountain yak. Damn it! Why haven't General Wang Ye and the others arrived yet? It doesn't make sense. Although this place is closer to the tourist station, it shouldn't take more than 3 minutes, even if one runs fast from the train station. By all accounts, General Wang Ye and his team should have arrived by now. Are these guys deliberately trying to screw over General Qianyu? Everyone around watches the struggle worriedly, panicked like ants on a hot pan. They occasionally look towards the train station. More people arrive in succession, but the 3 generals from the train station are nowhere to be seen. Someone brings up, Generals Wang Ye, Zhou Zhan, and Jing Jiang have gone to the east to chase after a firewolf. They aren't at the train station. Upon hearing this, everyone present falls into despair. Qianyu is fighting the high mountain yak, and her concentration is disturbed. She starts to swing her axe more chaotically. General Qianyu can't hold on much longer. What should we do? Wang Yu holds a strong bow, his face full of concern, even contemplating going forward to help. The canonical source for this content, MVL2. But he is stopped by Zhang Jin. The high mountain yak's defense is too high. Even General Qianyu with her giant axe can barely make a scratch. If you go, you won't even break its defense and will only cause more chaos. Indeed, General Qianyu told others to back off while she herself went to fight alone, precisely considering this aspect. Then what should we do? Just stand by and watch General Qianyu get killed by this wicked beast? Wang Yu stares intently at the ongoing fight, his breathing becoming rapid. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin's frown deepens. General Qianyu is different from the 3 Wang Ye brothers. She is truly warm-hearted. She's in charge of protecting the weak at the tourist bus station. In contrast, Wang Ye occupies the larger and more favorable train station, but only admits evolved beings with special skills or considerable combat abilities. Comparing the two, Qianyu certainly wins the people's hearts more. It's difficult to just sit by while Qianyu is slowly being exhausted to death by the high mountain yak. Lu Qingfeng listens to Wang Yu and Zhang Jin's anxious voices, glances at Qianyu dodging left and right in the combat field. It's about time. Based on the spiritual energy values of Wang Yu and Zhang Jin, Lu Qingfeng estimates that Qianyu's level is about ELV 0.9938. Such a value, even among general-level fighters, is not weak. With further refining, there might be a chance for her to ascend to Superpower King. She has no small potential. As for strength, someone in the true Qi realm could wield a mixed iron giant axe that weighs a few hundred pounds in each hand with ease, driven by true Qi. But relying solely on physical strength, it's hard to endure a long fight. But on the other hand, if a late-stage true Qi realm cultivator has mastered an illusion technique or refined a talisman, as long as they don't let Qianyu get close to them in a fight, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat her. General level, equivalent to a true Qi realm cultivator. Having a general idea in his mind, Lu Qingfeng no longer watches from the sidelines. He steps forward and walks towards the combat field where the High Mountain Yak and Qianyu are fighting. Brother Lu? Dangerous. Brother Lu, come back. Wang Yu and Zhang Jin are intently watching the battle when they suddenly see Lu Qingfeng advancing. They are shocked and urgently call out. What are you doing? If you want to die, don't drag down General Qianyu. Get back! Don't interfere with General Qianyu. The people surrounding them, forming a circle, see the hemp-clothed youth walking onto the field, their eyes widening as they loudly scold in anger. Young man, get back! Don't go! It's dangerous! Some kind-hearted elderly men and women are also shouting at Lu Qingfeng, vigorously waving their hands, telling him to step back. They can't bear to see this young man in the prime of his life go to his death. Lu Qingfeng turns a deaf ear. He continues to walk towards the center of the field. At this moment, Qianyu also notices the youth approaching, and her expression changes. She yells, "Step back! Don't come over!" This distraction immediately exposes a flaw. Roar! The High Mountain Yak bellows, its eyes bloodshot as it suddenly charges forward, reaching Qianyu in an instant. Its horns glow faintly, chilling to the bone. Get lost! Qianyu doesn't have time to dodge and shouts, raising the mixed iron giant axe over her head and chopping down fiercely. But the High Mountain Yak tilts its head, its horns first deflect the giant axe, and then, without losing momentum, it is about to pierce through Qianyu's chest. General Qianyu! General, be careful! A series of panicked cries come from around. Qianyu's back is soaked in sweat, death looming over her in an instant. Fear instantly arises. Her thoughts slow down, her body stiffens, yet she feels her strength increasing incessantly, growing without end. Superpower awakening! Qianyu immediately realizes her long-awaited superpower is awakening at this life-or-death moment. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 294, Little Brother, who are you talking to? Power amplification, or body enhancement? The surge in strength suggests it's a superpower of the power system, strengthening system. Awakening a superpower before reaching Level 1 promises limitless potential. Even the weakest power system superpower can shine brightly after elevating to a king. Sadly, the two horns of the High Mountain Yak were right in front of his chest, unavoidable, unescapable. In the next moment, they were bound to pierce his chest, and even the strongest regenerative abilities could not heal heart wounds. His life was about to come to an end. Sigh. Qianyu's mind was tumultuous, eventually culminating in a long sigh, waiting for the final splendid moment of his life. However, at this moment, a teenager in hemp clothes who was walking from afar unexpectedly appeared before her. With one arm, he embraced her, and with the other, he lightly grasped the deadly horns. Mo! Boom! Like a spark hitting earth. The High Mountain Yak's charge was abruptly stopped, its hooves bearing the force, causing it to kneel with a rumble, raising clouds of dust. The ground all around cracked, scaring the people nearby into retreating repeatedly. The fierce collision did not cause the young man to retreat even half a step, and the ground beneath him remained intact. In his arms, Qianyu couldn't feel the slightest jolt. She only saw at the base of the High Mountain Yak's horns a trace of blood was emerging. The violent collision suddenly halted. The horns growing on the head nearly broke off entirely. Mo! Mo! The high mountain yak kept roaring and wailing, desperately trying to stand, but was firmly suppressed, only causing the ground to tremble more intensely and crack, with dust obscuring the air. Qianyu's eyes widened, incredulous. Through the dust, she saw the young man had a fair and handsome face, with an ease that seemed beyond mortal. The spectators, seeing the troublemaking teenager in hemp clothes swiftly appear between the high mountain yak and General Qianyu after a few steps. He embraced General Qianyu, pulling her to safety, and with one hand caught the horn of the yak charging like a truck, making the prehistoric beast-like high mountain yak kneel on the ground. Amidst the dust, like a war god. Well done. Strong. Turns out he's feigning weakness, yet striking hard. Nearly fooled us all. The people around, seeing Lu Qingfeng's strength and Qianyu's crisis resolved, were all shocked and relieved. Only those who had earlier rebuked Lu Qingfeng had embarrassed expressions, red as fire. Secretly looking around, seeing no one focused on them, they pretended as if nothing happened and gradually calmed, joining in the applause. Brother Lu, so strong. Wang Yu and Zhang Jin exchanged glances, both shocked. Such an effortless stop of the high mountain yak, his strength must surpass LV1, possibly reaching the realm of a superpower king. Who would have thought such a powerful person would be their companion, calling each other brothers? Outside, the shock was unsaid. Lu Qingfeng in the arena, gently pushed, sending Qianyu along with her axe tumbling aside. This person. Qianyu flipped in the air to land steadily. Seeing Lu Qingfeng, her beautiful eyes turned, both shocked and pondering when Bahe City had another king emerge. Lu Qingfeng ignored her. After dismissing Qianyu, he faced the high mountain yak, left hand on the right hand on the left horn. Yellow robe true skill activated, a massive force exploded. Ha! A fierce shout, and he twisted the massive head of the high mountain yak 180 degrees. Crack! The high mountain yak, which spread fear and almost killed Qianyu. In a single encounter. For a better reading experience, visit M. Dead. This. So strong. Definitely a superpower king. Could it be a power system king? Qianyu's eyes sparkled, staring at the teenager in hemp, momentarily stunned. The spectators felt the same. The catastrophe that was the high mountain yak was so effortlessly killed, it felt dreamlike, almost unreal. As they came to their senses, they immediately realized, superpower king. Less than 4 years had passed since the Evolution 1 era, and war god-level powerhouses were few. 4 years ago, superpower kings were absolutely dominants among humans, occupying territories, commanding regions, leading humanity against exotic beasts. Numerous brilliant exploits in battles shaped humanity's future, even now. Superpower kings were still rare. Seeing a superpower king in action was even rarer. The people watched Lu Qingfeng, their eyes gradually changing, in the arena. Lu Qingfeng's mind was untroubled. A mere high mountain yak, with its formidable bodily strength combined with immense power, was almost equivalent to a third-rank demon beast. With his cultivation at True Chi Realm first level and the power of the mysterious level Yellow Robe True Skill, just relying on brute strength, he could easily kill it. Truly not worth mentioning. However, it was the yak beef and the 2 horns of the high mountain yak that captured Lu Qingfeng's attention more. The beef aside, the 2 horns, situated within the spiritual ability organization of the high mountain yak, were so hard that not even a giant axe could leave a mark, let alone break them. With a bit of refining, they could become top-notch talismans. With additional materials, they could even be refined into entry-level magical tools. They were of little use to Lu Qingfeng. However, they could always be used by people under his command after establishing his power. With this thought, Lu Qingfeng first cut off the 2 horns at their bases, collecting them in his hand, then turned around and walked towards Qianyu. Qianyu of Bahe Tourism Station, thank you for saving my life. Qianyu stepped forward, looking at Lu Qingfeng's youthful face, unsure how to address him at the moment. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand. It was just a small effort. After saying this, he stared at Qianyu. He had just witnessed Qianyu's awakening of superpowers, the shift in her aura. In a short amount of time, it had grown rapidly. Initially, he felt it was around ELV 0.938, but now it had already reached LV 0. 945, and was still rapidly increasing. Perhaps she could directly break through to LV 1 and become a superpower king. Lu Qingfeng thought inwardly. He became interested in superpowers. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion came from the periphery. General Wang Ye has arrived! The 3 generals have returned. Lu Qingfeng turned his head to look, only to see a powerfully built man in camouflage clothing, accompanied by 2 middle-sized men, one with a square face, the other with a shoehorn face. The 3 of them moved with the stride of dragons and tigers, an impressive aura. Behind them followed dozens of elite warriors, each armed. The leading trio were none other than Wang Ye, Zhou Zhan, and Jingjiang, the 3 general-level masters occupying the train station. They had gone to hunt the firewolf, and just in time, as the crisis with the high mountain yak was resolved, they returned. Wang Ye was in the lead. He immediately noticed the high mountain yak kneeling on the ground, dead with its head twisted off, and his pupils constricted sharply. A typical death would have been one thing, but from the yak's body, it was clear that the beast had been killed by someone twisting its head off. Such a feat could likely only be accomplished by a superpower king. His heart churned. Someone leaned in close by his side, whispering in his ear. With a deep look in his eyes, Wang Ye listened, and then his gaze swept around, finally landing on Qian Yu and Lu Qingfeng. I'm really sorry, Miss Qian Yu. The 3 of us brothers went east to hunt the firewolf. As soon as we got back and heard about the exotic beast wreaking havoc, we rushed here. Fortunately, Miss Qian Yu is all right, Wang Ye said apologetically as he approached Qian Yu. Thank you for your concern, Brother Wang. Qian Yu's tone was stiff, not wishing to engage. Her philosophies did not align with the 3 brothers Wang Ye. They were not on the same path and often clashed. Now, greeted with his insincere words, she felt particularly annoyed. Wang Ye seemed oblivious, his gaze shifting from Qian Yu to Lu Qingfeng. Seeing the 2 horns in Lu Qingfeng's hands, his eyes briefly flashed with a glint as he laughed. I heard it was this young brother here who killed the high mountain yak. Truly a hero emerges from youth. I've neither seen nor heard of anyone both promising and capable like you in Yaohai District. May I know your name, young brother? We must keep in touch in the future. Young brother? Seeing Wang Ye's barely concealed greed deep in his eyes, Lu Qingfeng looked at him indifferently and said, Do you also address the Water Dragon King, Iron Arm King, and Mad Saber King with such familiarity? As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Ye's face suddenly changed, turning an alternating shade of pale and red. Next to him, Zhou Zhan and Jingjiang also squinted their eyes slightly, filled with anger. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Wang Ye, after all, was not ordinary. His expression changed for a moment, then quickly turned into a forced smile as he said, Please forgive me, Mr. Lu. I'm just a straightforward man who's used to addressing everyone as brother after spending too long in the army. May I know how to address you properly? Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng responded. Seeing that Wang Ye wanted to speak further, he turned away without paying him any more attention. Such a character, too full of petty tricks. In front of Lu Qingfeng, who had lived for thousands of years, all his schemes were truly laughable. Seeing him as merely a young man, he tried to ingratiate himself with young brother. But his gaze continually lingered on the pair of high mountain yak horns. With the body of the high mountain yak lying there, Lu Qingfeng's strength was crystal clear. Superpower King. If placed next to the 3 kings of Bao Park, Yaohai Park, and Xiao Yaojin, do you think this Wang Ye would dare to call them brother? Taking such liberties. If Lu Qingfeng were indeed a naive youth, the next step Wang Ye would likely take would be to ask for the yak horns and meat. Lu Qingfeng was focused on cultivation. He had no time to excessively deal with characters like Wang Ye. Turning around, ignoring Wang Ye's embarrassment, Lu Qingfeng said to Qian Yu, General Qian Yu, could you find a few people to take care of this yak for me? No problem. Qian Yu readily agreed, turning around while chuckling to herself, then called people to handle the yak's corpse. Such a large creature as the high mountain yak, reaching king-level status, its fur and flesh were invaluable. Although the most valuable pair of yak horns was with Lu Qingfeng, if one could partake in a bit of the yak meat, it could benefit their strength as well. However, the high mountain yak was huge and tough, and processing it completely would take at least a day or 2. Processing a king-level mutant beast can't be rushed. Mr. Lu, how about you rest at the tourism station first? After giving her instructions, Qian Yu then approached Lu Qingfeng and asked, That would be troublesome, General Qian Yu. Lu Qingfeng had this in mind and immediately agreed. It's my duty. The smile on Qianyu's face grew even wider as she led Lu Qingfeng towards the tourism station. From start to finish, neither Lu Qingfeng nor Qianyu took another glance at Wang Ye and the others. Big brother. Zhou Zhan and Jing Jiang looked towards Wang Ye with displeased expressions. Wang Ye's face was grim. Watching the departing figures of Lu Qingfeng and Qianyu, he darkly said, "Let's go." After speaking, he led Zhou Zhan, Jing Jiang, and the others away briskly. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 295. The plan? Ha ha! Finally, someone made these three brothers lose face. Just so. I originally thought that this king was too young and would be fooled by Wang Ye. Turns out the king is indeed a king, clearer-headed than anyone else. This Wang Ye talks about going to kill the firewolf and just so happens to rush back at this moment. Does he really take people for fools? Wang Ye is clearly unpopular. After losing face publicly due to Lu Qingfeng, the people at the tourism station burst into laughter, overjoyed. Wang Yu and Zhang Jin did not participate. Standing in place, they exchanged looks, unsure of whether to leave or stay. At that time, a little girl came bouncing over and shouted at the two, "Are you called Wang Yu and Zhang Jin?" "I'm Wang Yu. I'm Zhang Jin." Both men nodded in response to the little girl, somewhat bewildered. The little girl immediately smiled and said repeatedly, "General Qianyu has asked me to bring you over to meet Lu Qingfeng the king. Please follow me quickly." Lu Qingfeng the king? Wang Yu almost laughed out loud at this strange title. Only afterward, he squeezed his eyes at Zhang Jin beside him and said, "I knew Brother Lu wouldn't forget about us two brothers. Ha ha, the king? This time, we've hit the jackpot." With excitement, he didn't forget to pull Zhang Jin and follow close behind the little girl, hurrying towards the ticket hall of the tourism station. Ticket hall. It had already been transformed into a council hall, and the seating from the waiting area had all been moved over. 3 rows of light green seats on each side, seating nearly 100 people. Wang Yu and Zhang Jin walked in, only to see Lu Qingfeng, Qianyu, and Qianyu's 3 most capable lieutenants in the hall. Ordinarily, whether it was Qianyu or the 3 lieutenants, they were not individuals. Wang Yu and Zhang Jin could have approached. Zhang Jin was reticent, not uttering a word. Wang Yu was fidgety, but at this moment, he also appeared somewhat constrained. The two stood frozen at the entrance, not knowing what to do. "Why are you standing at the entrance? Come in." Lu Qingfeng waved at them. "Coming, coming." Wang Yu immediately snapped out of it and, pulling Zhang Jin along, ran to Lu Qingfeng's side. Lu Qingfeng pointed at the two, introducing them to Qianyu. These two are also from the tourism station, but they usually operate independently. I just arrived at Yaohai District and took a liking to them. If General Qianyu doesn't mind, please take care of them. Art of a series hosted by Virtual Library Empire. Meeting is fate. Although Wang Yu and Zhang Jin felt close to Lu Qingfeng due to the illusion technique, Lu Qingfeng had the ability to discern people's nature and could see their inherent goodness. Since they had met, it was better to utilize familiar faces than strangers, so he took the chance to lend a hand. "No problem. I'll have Sun Junjun get them acquainted later, and in a couple of days I'll ask them about their intentions before proceeding with arrangements." Qianyu nodded, gesturing towards a slightly overweight man about 1 to 8 meters tall standing beside Lu Qingfeng, Wang Yu, and Zhang Jing. "General Qianyu, just arrange as you see fit," Lu Qingfeng said casually. Wang Yu and Zhang Jin were somewhat excited, looking at Lu Qingfeng with deep gratitude. This was like ascending to the heavens in one step. Though the tourism station wasn't heavily populated, it held several hundred people. This Sun Junjun was General Qianyu's middle school classmate. Although he hadn't reached general level, he had a strength above Li 006. With a bit more effort, he wasn't far from reaching general level. Following him would certainly secure a not-so-low stance within the tourism station. Wang Yu and Zhang Jin were full of anticipation. And Qian Yu, seeing that Lu Qingfeng was easy to talk to, relaxed a bit. She didn't understand this young king at all. But from the ease with which he killed the high mountain yak, she could tell he was powerful. Not giving any face to Wang Ye, and knowing he was definitely not a naive young man. Had he been difficult, they wouldn't have had a king deity but an annoying King Yan left. That's good. Qian Yu felt relieved. Then, seeing that Lu Qingfeng's eyes fell on several people beside her, she slapped her forehead. I almost forgot. Let me introduce them. These three are my middle school classmates. This rough chap with a thick head and big ears, his name is Sun Junjun. He used to be a civil servant at Fengfu Railway Bureau, but after the end of the world, he revealed his true nature, bulldozing around, only brute force left in his brain. Sticky-haired, big-eared, Sun Junjun, with a large saber on his back, grinned sheepishly at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng also nodded and smiled. This Sun Junjun wasn't exactly sticky-haired, big-eared. At 1.8 meters tall, he weighed at most 160 to 170 pounds, which was fairly normal. The introduction was somewhat disparaging, but also showcased familiarity. Qian Yu continued, pointing to a shorter guy with a receding hairline and prominent canines. This is Dong Yunyang, used to be a recruitment manager at Hailan's house. Very articulate. There are about 470 people at the tourism station, almost all under his management. Mediating conflicts, boasting, he's top-notch. In the future, I ask for Lu Qingfeng, the king's continued care. Dong Yunyang said with a smile, revealing his canines, indeed with a strong affinity. Lu Qingfeng nodded and responded with a smile. Qian Yu waited for Dong Yunyang to finish, and then pointed to a girl in sportswear with a slender figure. This is Wang Meng. She used to be a translator, a rock music lover. Now, she and Sun Junjun are managing the security team at the tourism station. Her abilities are extremely strong. Lu Qingfeng nodded to Wang Meng. Wang Meng wasn't very beautiful, but she had a gentle charm that significantly upped her allure. She smiled at Lu Qingfeng, managing to appear both bold and proper. Once the three were introduced, Qian Yu stopped. Standing aside, the little girl who had brought Wang Yu and Zhang Jin in waited for a moment, hoping to be introduced. But looking up, she saw Qian Yu had no intention of doing so, and she immediately felt displeased. Sister, what about me? Lu Qingfeng turned his head, and seeing the girl pouting her lips, couldn't help but think of Qing Yu from Upper Sun Country and burst into laughter. Embarrassed, Qian Yu said to Lu Qingfeng, "This is my sister, Qian Xiaoyu. She was only 1 year old at the end of the world, not very sensible. In the final year of the apocalypse, she was only 1 year old. That is to say, she is only 17 years old now. According to the laws of Zhao country before the apocalypse, she was still a minor. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, judging from how Qian Yu was able to raise her 1-year-old sister by herself, her achievements today were by no means a coincidence. Who's being uncivilized?" Hearing her sister's words, Qian Xiaoyu hummed and turned her head to cup her hands in a fist towards Lu Qingfeng. Qian Xiaoyu from Bahai Tourism Station has met Prince Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng pursed his lips. It has to be said, the title of Prince Lu Qingfeng was not exactly pleasant to the ear. Perhaps intimidated by Lu Qingfeng's words towards Wang Ye earlier, Dong Yunyang addressed him as Prince Qingfeng, and now Qian Xiaoyu did the same, probably worried about offending Lu Qingfeng with an insufficiently respectful address. He shook his head internally. Not to dwell on it. After everyone introduced themselves, seeing that Lu Qingfeng looked tired, Qian Yu immediately led him to the reception room to rest. After she came back, Sun Junjun had already gone out with Wang Yu and Zhang Jin, leaving only Dong Yunyang, Wang Meng, and Qian Xiaoyu behind. Qian Xiaoyu rushed up to her sister when she returned. "Sis, did Prince Lu Qingfeng dislike the way I addressed him? He seemed a bit unhappy to me." The young girl was indeed sensitive. She could even tell that Lu Qingfeng didn't like the title. "It's nothing." Qian Yu shook her head and glared fiercely at her younger sister. "You better behave yourself. He is a superpower king, and though he seems easy to get along with now, who knows what his real temperament is like? If you anger him, watch out for your life. It can't be that exaggerated. Little brother has a clear and handsome appearance. You make him sound like an exotic beast." Qian Xiaoyu pouted her lips, feeling a bit nervous inside. Qian Yu ignored her and turned to Dong Yunyang and Wang Meng. "Wang Meng, Have someone go out in secret and find out the background of this person. A superpower king appearing out of nowhere is no small matter. The tourism station is too small to withstand big waves. Dong Yunyang, you handle communication with him. As long as it's not against our principles, accommodate all his needs. All right. Dong Yunyang and Wang Meng nodded. Qian Xiaoyu furrowed her brows in thought for a while before looking up and asking the three of them. The title Prince Lu Qingfeng doesn't sound good nor impressive. What do you think about Slaughter Bull King? It both demonstrates dominance and clarifies his origin. I think. The three, Qian Yu, exchanged looks and dispersed without expression. Hey, wait! Mad Saber King, Water Dragon King, Iron Arm King all became famous like that, didn't they? Two-character king titles are the trend. If you think Slaughter Bull King doesn't sound good, suggest other options. Otherwise, how should I address the young brother when I see him next time? Hey! Qian Xiaoyu kept on talking as she chased after them. Upon reaching the ticket hall entrance, the three of Qian Yu headed off in three separate directions. Qian Xiaoyu stood at the entrance, unsure of who to follow, and kicked in frustration. What kind of people are they? Tourism station. Reception room. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged on the Simmons bed, practicing qi cultivation. Improving the root bone indeed accelerates cultivation, especially for someone with as much experience as Lu Qingfeng. In just 3.5 months, he had crossed the fetal breathing realm and ascended to the true qi realm first level. That was without the help of sufficient elixir pills. However, after entering the true qi realm, the speed of progression drastically slowed down. To break through to the postnatal and reach the foundation establishment stage with the aid of elixir pills would still take 3 to 5 years of hard work. Cultivation is fast, not only due to the full support of experience, but the abundant spiritual energy of this world constantly nourishing the body is also key. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes, feeling his cultivation had improved even more, and mused to himself. In the post-apocalyptic world, the right time and place had created numerous heroes. The majority who had not practiced cultivation from a young age managed to reach a level comparable to foundation establishment, the LV1 king level, or even the stronger LV2 war god level in just 16 years. It can only be said that these individuals are the chosen by heaven and earth. The workings of fate were indeed mystical and wonderful. Lu Qingfeng also felt the benefits, proactively cultivating for even faster progress. Nevertheless, with the help of elixir pills, speed could surely be further increased. This reincarnation was mainly to find a world that was full of both earth evil yin vein and heavenly gang qi, to properly practice the gathering law realm cultivation, and even make a breakthrough to the golden core and reach the primordial spirit level or even higher. There was no need to dwell too long in the lower levels. The Julie Venerable's layout in the galaxy realm, the burst of spiritual energy 16 years ago, the arrival of the apocalypse are likely related to the Julie Venerable. Even Lu Qingfeng saw the likes of Wang Yu, Zhang Jin, Qian Yu, and sensed a breath entirely different from cultivators of the immortal Dao on them. The power within them was neither inner breath nor true qi, but a strange force. Not in the meridians, but permeating every part of the body, constantly nourishing and strengthening the physique. The enhanced physique, in combination with various superpowers, gave Lu Qingfeng a sense of déjà vu. Considering the background of the Julie Venerable, his suspicions grew stronger, but the specifics would need to be observed in the future. The reputation of Qian Yu of the tourism station isn't bad, and she has capable people under her command. If nurtured properly, without too much effort, I could pull together a team and establish a power base. The power of one is limited. With the help of a group, whether it's collecting various resources or validating speculations, it's better than fighting alone. Lu Qingfeng held 2 yak horns in his hands, meticulously carving out his plan in his mind. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 296, Enlightenment, Qianyu. About 10 miles south of the travel station, there resides a 5A tourist attraction called Bao Park. It is said to be dedicated to a renowned official from before the last 3 dynasties. 16 years ago, the park was ravaged by a meteor shower, causing it to fall into ruin. Afterwards, storms raged and exotic beasts roamed, and Bao Park was then occupied by a mutated old turtle. Until 6 years ago. A superpower king appeared in Bao Park, wielding a wind and fire hammer in his iron arms. He smashed the old turtle's shell to pieces and took over Bao Park. Since then, this superpower king was revered by the evolvers of Beihei City as the Iron Arm King. Using Bao Park as his base, he gathered experts from all around to become a powerful force spanning across Yaohai District and Luoyang District. On par with the Xiaoyaojin to the north, and even more so with the Yaohai Park further north. This day, in the Qingfeng Pavilion of Bao Park, sounds of clanging metal ring out. As one approaches, they see a bare-chested man furiously wielding his wind and fire hammer, repeatedly striking an iron sword blank, sending sparks flying everywhere. A man walks in from outside. Standing at a distance, he calls out loud, "Big brother, I sent someone to the travel station to invite that young king, but they couldn't meet him in person. Only Qianyu from the travel station came forward, saying he wants to buy various medicinal materials from us." Clang, clang. The sound of hammering drowns out Chu Zhao's voice. The big man stops wielding the wind and fire hammer and strides forward. His shiny bald head, coupled with his strapping physique, exudes an immense pressure even at a glance. He is the Iron Arm King who, 6 years ago, shattered the shell of Bao Park's old turtle and established dominion over both Yaohai and Luoyang districts. The Iron Arm King's gaze is sharp as lightning. While wiping sweat from his body with a towel, he looks at Chu Zhao and asks in a deep voice, "Are the medicinal materials requested by the young king?" "Correct." "Qianyu wants to cooperate with us on behalf of the young king," Chu Zhao replied. "Medicinal materials." The Iron Arm King contemplates and then asks again, "Did you find out where this Lu Qingfeng came from?" "No." "He seems to have come out of nowhere, first appearing at the travel station where he killed a high mountain yak." Chu Zhao shakes his head. "His investigations yielded very little. This kid, too mysterious." The Iron Arm King tosses the towel aside. "Send someone to make more contact with the travel station. Be cautious with this young king for now. We're not in a rush to trade with him. If we can find out the purpose of him collecting medicinal materials, that'd be great. If not, let them trade with us using Spiritual Ability Organization membership or Spiritual Ability Fruit." Having said that, the Iron Arm King returns to the forging platform and picks up the wind and fire hammer to continue forging. It is not only forging weapons, but also refining his own abilities. Chu Zhao sees this and silently withdraws. Not just Bao Park. Yaohai Park and Xiaoyaojin have also sent people over, wanting to invite Mr. Lu for a discussion. However, they have all been declined as per your instructions, and offers to trade medicinal materials have been made, but there has been no response yet. Travel Station's reception room. Qianyu reports the recent developments to Lu Qingfeng. Following the battle at the travel station, the name Young King, Lu Qingfeng, became well known, attracting the attention of all 3 surrounding superpower kings, each of whom sent representatives with invitations. Unfortunately, Lu Qingfeng is single-minded about cultivation and has no interest in mundane affairs. So he entrusts Qianyu to decline on his behalf. As a result, the medicinal material trade also progresses slowly. No hurry. First, send out the travel station's people to gather information about the spiritual ability fruit trees and king-level mutant beasts, and then report back to me, says Lu Qingfeng unhurriedly. "No problem," replies Qianyu. Spiritual ability fruit trees are extremely valuable, like the heart fruit tree in Bao Park, the chestnut tree in Yaohai Park, and the lotus pond in Xiaoyaojin, all of which produce spiritual ability fruits. Even superpower kings benefit greatly from consuming them. Qianyu has awakened his superpower and is in a rapid phase of strength enhancement. Relying solely on the spiritual energy scattered throughout the world, the speed is still slow. If he could get 1 or 2 heart fruits from Bao Park, or chestnuts from Yaohai Park, or lotus seeds or lotus roots from Xiaoyaojin, and reach Liv 1, at least the time could be halved. Lu Qingfeng looks at Qianyu. In just a few days, Qianyu has improved from ILV 0.945 to ILV 0.951. Although this is much faster than usual, it is still much slower compared to the sudden increase of 0.007 a few days ago. Come here, instructs Lu Qingfeng, sitting on the sofa and beckoning Qianyu. Qianyu eyes Lu Qingfeng, instantly on guard within. Put away your dirty thoughts. I have no interest in you, Lu Qingfeng says lightly, easily reading Qianyu's mind. Then what do you want? Though his thoughts are exposed, Qianyu does not feel ashamed but cautious as he approaches Lu Qingfeng, still keeping a considerable distance. I grant you a fortune, says Lu Qingfeng, expressionless, rising suddenly. Qianyu is alarmed and tries to retreat, but finds his body as heavy as 1,000 pounds, unable to move a single step. You. As he tries to shout, he realizes his mouth has been sealed shut. He can only watch helplessly as the youth reaches out a devil's claw that lands. On his forehead? Qianyu blinks bewilderedly. Don't be distracted. Calm your mind and focus. Lu Qingfeng's voice sounds in his ears. As Qianyu wonders, he feels chaotic spirit light flickering in his mind. In an instant, all the mysteries about combat, strength enhancement, and even superpowers are laid bare before his eyes as the mists clear for his contemplation. Qianyu plunges into them, thirstily absorbing the mysteries. Since the apocalypse 16 years ago, Qianyu and all the evolvers on Blue Star had been passively enhancing their strength, solely relying on the instincts deep in their bloodlines. Although methods such as consuming spiritual ability fruits and mutant beast flesh had been discovered to actively enhance their strength, they still depended on external objects. Their improvement only happened through countless battles or constant training of their abilities. The efficiency was extremely low. But now, through the revelation of myriad spirit lights in his heart, Qianyu feels like he's reaching enlightenment. Analyzing all the details he encountered in his previous training, combining his experiences and insights, continuously fusing and colliding. In the end, he actually forms a systematic yet rudimentary method. Hiss! As the rudimentary method in his mind takes form, Qianyu feels a sharp pain in his brain, drained and exhausted, about to collapse. Lu Qingfeng retracts his hand and helps Qianyu to sit on the sofa, without further attention. In his heart, a method flashes. Cultivation technique, basic training method, grade basic level. Explanation: Witch Clan low-level cultivation techniques by training the physical body, thereby digging out the deeply hidden Witch Clan bloodline and awakening the inheritance of the Witch Clan bloodline. Indeed. Lu Qingfeng smiled inwardly. As he expected, the Julie Venerable's arrangements in the Galaxy Realm were indeed for the Witch Clan. On Blue Star, people like Qianyu and Wang Yu all contained the Witch Clan bloodline. It's just that the bloodline had become diluted over the generations. Through the apocalypse, through special spiritual energy, those of the human clan who contained the Witch Clan bloodline began to excavate the bloodline hidden deep within. In the Galaxy Realm, cultivation had been severed for dozens of Yuan Hui. Whether it was the immortal Dao method, demon Dao, or Buddha path, they all disappeared between heaven and earth as the years passed by, with the surge of spirit tides stimulating the Witch Clan bloodline. Humans in the Galaxy Realm could only enhance their strength continuously through the Witch Clan bloodline. As their strength increased, so did the Witch Clan bloodline within them. Eventually, once ascending to the Earth Immortal world, one would become the purest form of Witch Clan warriors. Galaxy Realm. Obviously, it was a land of inheritance and a trial ground set up by the Julie Venerable for the Witch Clan. However, with the strength and status of the Julie Venerable, why bother to take such pains and spend dozens of Yuan Hui meticulously planning? Lu Qingfeng pondered. Unfortunately, the Julie Venerable's level was too high, and compared to him, he was nothing but a mortal ant. How could he possibly guess the thoughts of a great power? Rather not think about it. He casually browsed the superficial Witch Clan method derived by Qianyu through enlightenment. Basic training method. The Witch Clan's methods were indeed not the same path as the Xuanmen Great Method. Xuanmen cultivated magical power, cultivated primordial spirit, and the Great Dao. While the Witch Clan method focused on cultivating the physical body, the bloodline, and the laws. Although they ultimately lead to the same goal, the process in between was completely different. He shook his head. looked at Qianyu sitting on the sofa, who had fallen unconscious due to the exhaustion of her divine soul. Lu Qingfeng sat next to Qianyu, stretched his hand to hold her cold little hand, and closed his eyes without moving. The two sat side by side on the sofa, hand in hand. The reception room fell into silence, only the sound of Lu Qingfeng's breathing and Qianyu's light snoring. Time passed without knowing how long. Qianyu's divine soul recovered a little, finally waking up. At first glance, she saw Lu Qingfeng sitting by her side, eyes closed, and was suddenly startled. Then she felt her right hand being tightly held in the young man's, and she immediately stiffened. "You little pervert!" Tian Tov Dao Pedolis is from the Qingwen at BPY. Our Qianyu cursed inwardly, seeing the young man seeming to be asleep. She quietly tried to pull her hand back. But she saw Lu Qingfeng suddenly open his eyes, gripping her hand even tighter. "Wait a little longer." "You little pervert! You little pervert!" Qianyu was startled and kept cursing in her heart. Seeing that Lu Qingfeng didn't make any further moves, she slightly calmed down. Her mind settled, and she immediately felt an extremely refined cultivation method circulating in her mind. Qianyu suddenly remembered. It seemed that with the help of this young man next to her, she had realized an extremely exquisite and profound exercise method. If she had such a method 16 years ago, she might have become a superpower king by now. Her gaze shifted. Falling on Lu Qingfeng beside her, Qianyu finally realized the great benefit she had just received. Forget it. Perhaps due to an accident with his parents, lacking maternal love, he took me as a mother. Looking at the young man, Qianyu suddenly felt some sympathy. Qianyu could relate to this feeling. At the age of 25, when the apocalypse came, her parents died in that catastrophe. She still missed them often to this day, let alone a teenager. She shook her head, not caring about anything else, and started to ponder the basic training method carefully. Time unknowingly passed by. Until evening. Qianyu was still immersed in the intricacies of the basic training method, not even knowing when Lu Qingfeng had let go of her hand. It wasn't until Lu Qingfeng called out to her that she suddenly woke up. "Ah, it's getting late. Best head back to rest." Lu Qingfeng pointed towards the setting sun outside the window and said to Qianyu, "All right." Qianyu came back to her senses, wiped the sweat on the back of her hand that had been tightly held for a long time, and stood up to leave. Before she opened the door, she turned back and apologized to Lu Qingfeng. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding Mr. Lu earlier. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for teaching the basic training method." Qianyu thought the basic training method was taught by Lu Qingfeng. On Blue Star, no one has yet discovered a systematic cultivation method. The one in his hands is very likely to be unique. She was naturally grateful. To be precise, attributing the basic training method to Lu Qingfeng wasn't wrong. Even without Lu Qingfeng's enlightenment, given her experience, Qianyu could have summarized this set of methods in several decades or 100 years. But being years ahead was significant, no less than if Lu Qingfeng had personally given her the method. No need to be polite. Your divine soul is exhausted. You must rest well and avoid leaving behind any hidden troubles. Lu Qingfeng saw the pale color on Qianyu's face, the exhaustion from consuming her divine soul too much, which caused her to sweat profusely as if she had been fished out of water. And he gave a word of caution. Qianyu kind of understood, nodded in response, and walked out the door. Outside the reception room, Qian Xiaoyu squatted in the corner. Wang Meng stood beside her. "Sister!" Seeing Qianyu come out, Qian Xiaoyu quickly rushed up to her. "Sister, are you okay?" As she inspected her sister, and when Qian Xiaoyu saw that Qianyu's face was pale and looked fatigued, with sweat marks from being wet for a long time, she became shocked. "This beast!" Qianyu frowned. Wang Meng also came up at this time, staring at Qianyu with a strange look. "Are superpower kings always this enduring?" "Ah! Looking for death!" Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoyu's eyes instantly turned blood red. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush into the reception room. Hold her back. "I'm going back to sleep now. I'll explain to you guys tomorrow." Qianyu knew what the two were thinking. She didn't have the energy to explain. She just told Wang Meng to hold back Qian Xiaoyu, who was like a fighting bulldog, and then rushed to her place to go. Divine Soul exhausted, although she had slept a while on the reception room sofa, but still extremely tired. She needed sleep to recharge. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 297, Era Change, 10,000 Laws Demon. In the reception room, Lu Qingfeng, with keen ears and sharp eyes, listened to the conversation of three people outside, along with Qian Xiaoyu's furious roaring. His mind was tranquil. Derivation technique. First, Magic Gate, basic training method, basic level, experience value 50. Second Magic Gate, low-level power amplification, experience value 80. Third Magic Gate, chaotic axe swinging technique, experience value 20. Fourth Magic Gate, low-level power amplification. Lu Qingfeng opened the details. Skill, low-level power amplification. Grade, low-level. Description: Witch Clan Bloodline skill, can amplify physical strength, maximum tenfold of one's strength. Beyond third rank, effectiveness decreases progressively. Cultivation requirement, Witch Clan Bloodline. A skill that can only be mastered by those containing the Witch Clan Bloodline. Lu Qingfeng pondered deeply. This ability, like the innate divine abilities of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly and the Golden Phoenix Sparrow, is rooted in bloodline inheritance. It requires corresponding bloodline to be utilized. For others, this is a limitation, but for Lu Qingfeng, it poses no impact. Not to mention the feature of the Yellow Court Scripture, which dominates all techniques, allowing Lu Qingfeng to disregard any racial restrictions and use any racial bloodline divine abilities or innate abilities. In addition, he has the derivation ability, which can either strengthen or merge, turning bloodline divine abilities into ordinary divine skills for any cultivator to practice. For instance, in the Black Star realm, Lu Qingfeng taught Wen Guang the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light, and taught the Sparrow the Tai Yin Calamity Crossing Robe. Although they are just ordinary divine skills, both have been enhanced once. The bloodline restrictions were removed, allowing both Wen Guang with a human physique and the Sparrow with a mortal bird physique to cultivate them. Although the power significantly reduced due to the lack of bloodline support, the skills become fairly sufficient after the enhancement. Witch Clan, led by the 12 ancestor witches, were created from the flesh and blood of the Pangu god, embodying countless natural laws and giving rise to numerous bloodline skills and divine abilities. Evolutionists on Blue Star do not recognize their true forms, naively considering them as special functions. Lu Qingfeng thought. The Witch Clan bloodline can spawn various mysterious techniques. A search might yield unexpected treasures. Moreover, the 12 Heavenly Demon God skill visualizes the thoughts of the 12 ancestor witches and gathers the Dharma images of the 12 ancestor demon gods. However, at its inception, it is ultimately a side door level skill, derived from the 12 Dushian Fierce Fire Divine Banners by the Fiery Fire Wanderer of Red Smoke Realm, possessing lower intent. If various Witch Clan skills and techniques could be integrated into it, it would surely become more comprehensive. Lu Qingfeng pondered, falling into deep contemplation. Time passes. The apocalyptic wheel rolls forward. Eras change, unstoppable. Evolution Zero era. Apocalypse descends, modern civilization collapses, human nature erupts, either benevolent or malevolent. In the chaotic world, humans unlock the treasures within their bodies, digging into their spiritual energy potential. Grades are established. With soldiers and generals abound, evolutionists and superpower users lead the charge, exploring and progressing through trial and error. After 3 years, entering Evolution 1 era, kings emerge, various superpowers continuously appear, fighting against heavens and earth, conquering mountain after mountain, river after river. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning fall at the snap of a finger. Gold, wood, water, fire spring from a thought. A mythic age is enacted. Leaders in the forefront, distinct through superpower, potential, and power, create a grading system from F to SSS, totaling 9 levels. Power amplification. Classified as E-level, ranked second from the last. Limited potential, limited power. Those awakened with the power amplification superpower or kings are not valued. After 9 more years, entering Evolution 2 era, war gods emerge. Steel God, Thunder God, Void War God, Undying War God. each war god dominating a territory, slaying exotic beasts, dueling the skies. Defining territories, the situation in Zhou country gradually clarifies. From this point on, war gods or organizations explore training methods, slowly shifting from passive enhancement to active cultivation. One after another, training techniques are summarized, swiftly increasing the strength of soldiers, generals, and kings-level evolutionists. Various methods to explore superpowers are also summarized, concerning how to dig deeper into superpower potential, how to use superpowers more effectively, becoming an eternal topic among evolutionist superpower users. Cultivation system begins to take shape. After 47 more years, the first ELV 3.0 evolutionist appears, marking Blue Star's entry into Evolution 3 era. War gods break their shackles, not only soaring through the skies, but also exploring outer space, stepping into the cosmic realm. What hundreds of years of human civilization's technological advancements could barely achieve, the evolution era accomplishes in just 59 years. The first to reach level 3.0, always uniquely leading in Zhou country, walking ahead of thousands of evolutionists, establishing the grading system for evolutionists, setting the superpower levels. Steel God. Since the breakthrough to Love 3.0, Steel God surpasses the atmosphere, breaks through the planet, and steps into the universe. The title of War God becomes insufficient. From that day forth, the Steel God stationed at Wolftooth Mountain in Beihai Province is revered as Heavenly God. Known as Steel Heavenly God, Huiyan Province. Located in the south, it boasts a famous mountain acclaimed as the world's most extraordinary, named Yishan, due its peaks and rocks appearing dark green and distant views looking blue-green. Zhou country has always had an old saying, return from the 9 heavens and pay no heed to mountains. But if looking at mountains, look only at the grand Yishan. It speaks of this world's most marvelous mountain. The apocalypse descended. Yishan became a paradise for exotic beasts. A black bear became spiritually aware, self-proclaimed as Black Bear King, occupied Lotus Peak, and gathered under his command strong exotic beasts like clouded leopards, Jinqian bows, spotted deer, Su-men antelopes, creating a formidable force. A Yishan short-tailed monkey received a divine transformation, termed the Monkey King, roared through the forests, followed by its monkey progeny, and occupied Tiando Peak, its might no less than that of the Black Bear King. A white crane evolved, gathering avian exotic beasts called White Crane King, occupied Bright Peak, and along with Black Bear King and Yishan Monkey King, became known as the Yishan Three Kings. They often clashed with each other, yet united against outsiders. The Undying War God, Thunder God, and Void War God had all once come to attack, but the treacherous terrain of Yishan and the formidable strength of Black Bear King, Yishan Monkey King, and White Crane King proved too much for these war gods. Ultimately, Undying War God's indestructible body was destroyed by the paw of Black Bear King, and after regathering his form, his strength greatly diminished, escaping from Yishan. Thunder God, wielding thunder, was defeated by Yishan Monkey King and fled from Tiando Peak. Void War God, known as Void Walker, traceless and elusive, was dizzied by the shrill call of White Crane King, tumbling through the void. Fortunately, he managed to escape in time, avoiding disaster and daring not to venture near Yishan ever again. The title of Yishan Three Kings resounded thoroughly after these 3 battles. However, 12 years ago, from Huiyan Province's Beihai City, like a scorching sun, emerged the 10,000 Laws War God, commanding 1,000,000 magics, casually deploying various superpowers, creating a legend. Traveling from Huiyan Province overnight to Yishan, he fought alone against the Yishan Three Kings. Defeated Black Bear, captured Monkey King, startled White Crane. He even subdued the Yishan Three Kings and thousands of exotic beasts together, establishing 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate. This caused a tremendous uproar and shook Zhou country. Afterwards, 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate recruited heroes from all corners, with countless previously unknown strong individuals continuously emerging. War gods appearing as frequently. Kings like rain, roaming Zhou country unopposed. The 10,000 Laws War God continued to battle across the nation, undefeated in Zhou country. Whether new war gods or longtime famous ones like the Undying War God, Thunder God, Void War God, and even the most renowned Steel God, none could match the 10,000 Laws War God, becoming the true #1 person of Zhou country. This 10,000 Laws war god had multitudinous tricks, endless superpowers. Some speculated that the 10,000 Laws war god possibly possessed the copy superpower. This content is hosted at MVLEMPYR, able to replicate others' superpowers for his own use. Thus, he challenged experts worldwide, and after defeating them, either forcibly or voluntarily, they would be subjected to a handshake with the 10,000 Laws war god for a good half day. Such peculiarity led to stronger belief that the 10,000 Laws war god indeed mastered the copy superpower. Handshake, or to say physical contact reaching a certain duration, was the requirement for copying. For ordinary evolvers, although this superpower is powerful, without sufficient strength, it's hard to make a great impact since there needs to be physical contact with the target for a long time. Unless the relationship is very good, and even including a romantic relationship, only then could it be possible. Placed upon men, nobody would willingly agree. To copy, most of the time it had to be forceful. But the strength of this 10,000 Laws war god surged immensely from his first appearance in Beihei City 43 years ago, managing in a short span from a superpower king to superpower war god. From then on, unbeatable. No matter what superpower the opponent used, the 10,000 Laws war god always had countermeasures. With comparable strength and superpowers being countered, who could compete? Thus, the strong became stronger. People believed that the 10,000 Laws war god would surpass the Steel God and become the first in Zhou country to level up to Evolution 3.0. But after fighting across the world, the 10,000 Laws war god returned to Yishan for seclusion, disappearing from the world. The 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate war gods, kings roamed the world, seeking evolvers, holding various rare superpowers, either inviting or compellingly inviting, bringing them back to Yishan. Many remained at Yishan thereafter, joining 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate. Some left the mountain unharmed. It seems that 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate was only meant for the sect leader Filkir, 10,000 Laws war god to replicate superpowers, never intending to harm lives. Indeed, whether 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate or 10,000 Laws war god, their actions were only for superpowers, never harming lives. Yet even so, who wishes their own superpowers to be surreptitiously replicated? In an apocalyptic world, superpowers are not only a fundamental skill, but also essential for survival. Whether kings or war gods, all try their best to conceal their superpowers, genuinely not revealing them in order to avoid being targeted easily, which could lead to great disasters. Thus, the actions of 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate naturally aroused caution and disgust. Even without killing anyone, they still got labeled as killing without blinking, blood staining the Heavenly Gate. Even the taming of exotic beasts still got them wrongfully accused as using beasts as minions, bringing calamity to the world. Not everyone can see clearly. Rumors perpetuate myths. One person, 10 people, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people all saying the same. Even if 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate killed no one, they still became known as the Bloody Demon Sect. Even if 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate educated exotic beasts, they still became known for letting beasts run amok. There were even those who used the name of 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate to commit crimes outside, ceaselessly stirring chaos. Indefensible. Over time, 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate was dubbed 10,000 Laws Demon Sect, and its sect leader 10,000 Laws War God was also called 10,000 Laws Demon. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 298, 10,000 Laws, 3 Gods Fight by Han. Ever since Steel War God ascended to Heavenly God, the world's attention was fixed upon him. 7 years ago, 10,000 Laws Demon clashed with Steel God in battle. In that fight, 10,000 Laws Demon won, trapping the Steel God with the demon-suppressing golden ring and forcefully maintaining physical contact for half a day. Then he left nonchalantly. That was Steel God's first defeat since the apocalypse, the most humiliating battle of all. Since then, he had been in arduous cultivation, treading the Arctic, wandering the West Desert, roaming the East Sea. 7 years later, he ascended to heavenly God. People were expecting. The might of Steel God had greatly increased. He stepped outside the realm of ordinary stars, existing on a completely different level compared to war gods. The disgrace of his past defeat would undoubtedly be avenged. The two archenemies were bound to clash. They did not keep the countless evolutionaries waiting for too long. In the second month following the ascension of the Steel God, the third day of the third month, a common saying goes, on March 3rd, the ghosts come down the mountain. On this day, Yishan was business as usual. Evolutionaries of 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate, some riding land exotic beasts such as elks and Jinqian bows, others standing on celestial birds such as 3 treasures birds and hawks. Just entering the clouds, they moved about unrestrained. Some returned, forming groups, large and small, on the backs of exotic beasts and celestial birds. Some stood with a look of trepidation, or were tied up like rice dumplings, with their hands bound by golden rings looking miserable. These were superpower users. They were either cordially invited or rudely captured. Evolutionaries from 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate were bustling in and out. At that moment, boom, 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 a meteor streaked across the sky, plummeting toward Yishan amidst a howling sound. Be careful! Someone is attacking! The commotion alarmed the surroundings. On Yishan's 3 main peaks, Lotus Peak, Black Bear King leaped into the air, roaring furiously, with a suave youth beside him, 12 big flags fluttering behind, emitting intense flames that even the Black Bear King had to partly avoid. Tiando Peak, Yishan Monkey King, perched in the void, howling towards the sky. A refined, middle-aged man in a suit stood beside him, holding a compass in his hand and wearing a golden ring on his wrist. Bright Peak, White Crane King flapped its wings, its eyes sparking in the void. Beside it stood a short-haired woman, dressed in leather armor, each hand holding a massive axe, and iron rings adorned both of her wrists. Boom, boom, boom. The roar in the sky echoed, bringing forth streaks of thunderbolt and sparks, then materializing a figure standing firm in the sky. Only then could one see clearly. A man wearing steel armor, with dark skin and a robust figure, stood in the void. He exuded an aura of killing wrought from the apocalypse, his mere presence impossible to ignore. Yishan Black Bear, Short Tail, White Crane, 3 kings. Fire God, Zhang Yang. Earth God, Zhu Jiqing. Power God, Qian Yu. The man looked towards the 3 peaks of Yishan and smiled. What an honor for me, Baihan, to be welcomed by the 3 kings and gods of 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate. Baihan, you share a deep connection with our family master. Why bother coming here and ruining our relationship? The voice of Qian Yu was clear, echoing within and outside Yishan. Just an encounter 59 years ago. I was surprised to see him 7 years ago, only to realize he was the notorious 10,000 Laws demon, a scourge upon the world. Baihan shook his head. I am at odds with the demon lord. Ha ha! I thought the world was blind, but who would have thought that even the mighty Steel God could be so gullible? Upon hearing this, Qian Yu laughed out loud. Baihan paid no attention. He had always been like this, even if 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate was not as murderous and calamitous as the world claimed. There was no denying that they forcefully took others' superpowers. Even he, personally, had been suppressed by that man and manipulated at will. At this thought, Baihan felt uneasy, believing that there must be a conspiracy at play. Therefore, he plunged into diligent cultivation. After being defeated, he reached level 3.0 in just 7 years and ascended to the heavenly god realm. He now felt confident in suppressing the 10,000 Laws war god. At that point, he could extract the conspiracy from him. If it could not be extracted, he could kill directly, eradicating the threat at its root. Not talking, then die. Baihan would never allow anything or anyone that threatened his life to exist. This principle was fundamental to his standing at the top since the beginning of the apocalypse, revered by thousands. Even the young man who once touched his heart. No exception. You are not my match. Step aside, Baihan said calmly to Qian Yu and the others. The so-called 10,000 Laws 3 gods were top-notch at the war god level. But the difference between war god and heavenly god was one of substance. Only Baihan, who had ascended to the heavenly god realm, knew the enormity of this gap. His opponent this time was the 10,000 Laws demon. He did not want to waste time and energy on others. Do not be arrogant. Today we shall witness the realm of the heavenly god. Seeing Baihan's dismissive attitude, fire god Zhang Yang, who bore the 12 big flags, shouted lightly, and with a leap he transformed into a scorching flame, charging towards Baihan. B-grade superpower, fire element avatar. Baihan saw through it at a glance, and he already knew of Zhang Yang's superpower. This content is hosted at MVLPYR. Same as controlling flames, belonging to firepower, but the fire element avatar was an advanced version. Not only could he control flames, but he could also refine the omnipresent fire element from the environment into himself, transforming into a flame that could gather and disperse at will, extremely formidable. Little firepower, you dare to show off! Baihan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. With a swipe of his body, 2 sharp swords unsheathed from his steel battle armor, emitting the radiance of Geng metal chi. Extinguish! The 2 swords crisscrossed and swept out, striking directly at the flames. The flames instantly exploded into a sky full of fire rain, passing through Baihan and reassembling behind him. Pfft! Zhang Sun's figure paused midair as he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Clearly, in just one exchange, the one known as Fire God, the foremost wielder of fire on Blue Star, was lightly injured. So powerful! Is this the might of a heavenly god? Within Yishan, the evolvers from 10,000 Law's Heavenly Gate witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in shock. As one of the 10,000 Law's 3 gods, Fire Zhang Sun's strength was unquestionably among the top 10 in the sect. After receiving a magic artifact as an award from the sect leader, he even secured a spot within the top 5. In the entire Zhou country, he was known as the strongest in the fire element. It was this powerful being who was now injured by the steel god with just 1 strike? Realm of a heavenly god. Indeed extraordinary. In the sky, Zhang Sun's face showed no fear, and his eyes sparkled with even more fighting spirit. The embodiment of the fire element indeed has some tricks. But how many more of my swords can you block? Baihan swung his sword and shook his head. Don't speak too soon. First, taste the power of my Dutian Fierce Fire God flag. Zhang Sun wiped the blood from his mouth and pointed with his hand. 12 big flags shot out from behind him, forming a pattern in the air, surrounding Baihan in the middle. In the presence of true strength, all magic artifacts are useless. Baihan was fearless. A sharp gleam flickered in his eyes, and the aura of Geng metal chi enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Sun, controlling the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags, found them somewhat uncontrollable, unable to set up the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal array. The steel god controls metal. The Dutian Fierce Fire God flag has metal in its materials too, influenced by it, and it impedes the formation. Zhang Sun's brows tightened, immediately realizing that the manipulation of the magic artifact was affected by Baihan's superpower, unable not only to form the array, but also having difficulty displaying the full might of the magic artifact itself. Without the magic artifact, how could Zhang Sun, at the war god level, be an opponent for the newly ascended heavenly god? Let me help you. Beside him, earth god Zhu Qing saw the stalemate and shouted. From his compass, rays of red and white light shot out, enveloping Baihan below. Meridian Cosmos Light Disk. Meridian Divine Light. Zhang Sun was overjoyed and concentrated harder, controlling the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags as he tried to evolve the Great Array. The Meridian Divine Light shone down from above. Baihan, wielding his sword, cut through 1 strand only for millions more to attack continuously, quickly wrapping him into a mummy, preventing any movement. We got him. Zhang Sun and Zhu Jieqing were momentarily stunned. The next moment, how can I be trapped? Bang, bang, bang! Baihan roared in anger, his body vibrated, and with a shake, his steel battle armor began to expand, and he seemed to transform into a body of steel. 1 zhang, 10 zhang. It grew explosively. The Meridian Divine Light was broken and snapped apart, making bang-bang sounds. The Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array, which was just starting to show some efficacy, was immediately disrupted again. A lousy magic artifact, thinking it can trap me. Baihan was enraged. He was unaware of where 10,000 Law's Heavenly Gate had acquired their heritage, but their variety of magic artifacts was indeed peculiar and no less strange than the rare and exotic superpowers of the world. This fire god Zhang Sun was clearly only a common superpower war god, but relying on the 12 Du Tian fierce fire god flags, he has become the strongest in the firepower system. Earth god Zhuge Qing controlled the earth and could use gravity. With tenfold, hundredfold enhancements, even those who evolved through the flesh and strength systems could be squashed into meat pies if not careful. But looking at him now, knowing he was no match for Baihan's superpower, he did not use his signature skill, but instead wielded the two-pole universe light disc to attack the enemy. Baihan was extremely annoyed. His steel body altered, and in an instant, he was about to become a steel giant, sweeping across the mortal coil. "Stop him!" Zhang Sun roared. Zhu Qing's expression was unchanged, urging the two-pole universe light disk with all his might, the heavens and earth emitting brilliant polar lights, controlling the two-pole primordial magnetic power. Intersecting, they pressed against Baihan's explosively growing steel body. It stopped at 36 Zhang, rumbling incessantly, never able to advance further. Vice Sect Leader. Zhang Yang and Zhuge Qing simultaneously looked up to Qian Yu on Bright Peak. Qian Yu, understanding their intention, let go of a giant axe, taking a moon halo-like ring from his wrist into his hand. He gently tossed it at the 36 Zhang tall Baihan. It was the Great U Circle. When the Great U Circle was activated, it was a ring of calm rainbow light, almost like a moon halo. Initially, the light wasn't strong. Once activated, it expanded from small to large, fast as lightning, spinning continuously, growing larger and more intense, its length stretching out hundreds of yards in a blinding growth. It charged straight towards Baihan's steel body. If this hit were to land solidly, the steel body would be completely shattered. Not good. Baihan was finally alarmed. Under the dazzling ring of light, he felt the fear of life and death. His figure swayed and shrank. He no longer continued to grow, instead shrinking rapidly into normal human size. At the same time, he exerted all his effort to sense the omnipresent gang metal qi in the heavens and earth, affecting the landing point of the Great U Circle. Finally, before the Great U Circle could fall, he successfully guided it off course. Boom rumble! The Great U Circle fell, turning into an explosion of light rain. Wherever the light rain touched, the entire mountain peak was blasted apart, leveled into flat ground. It swirled and returned to Qian Yu's hand. Now is the time. Zhuge Qing saw Baihan return to regular human size, held the two-pole universe light disc in one hand, and took off the golden ring from his wrist with the other, murmuring incantations, and threw it into the air. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableveversodio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 299, Blue Star's Fate. Demon Suppressing Golden Ring. Baihan's face turned pale with shock. 7 years ago, it was with this sect magical artifact that the 10,000 Laws War God had suppressed him, rendering him immobile. Every time he thought of it over the past 7 years, he was filled with lingering fear. He had not expected that the 10,000 Laws War God would actually bestow such supreme treasure to Zhuge Qing. Now it descended over his head, truly unavoidable. Boom! Bursts of golden light enveloped Baihan. Open! Baihan roared. However, the power of the demon-suppressing golden ring was formidable. He could not break free at all, just as it was 7 years ago. Impossible! I am the steel god, invincible in this world. How dare this mere golden ring bind me? Baihan seemed to be driven into a frenzy, and while he roared, the qi around his body surged higher and higher, as if it was about to transform into an iron body again. However, there were continuous thuds, and still he was firmly trapped by the demon-suppressing golden ring, unable to change even the slightest. His mind stirred, and the gang metal qi between heaven and earth turned into sword light after sword light slashing down towards the golden light. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of striking metal and stone continued incessantly, but was still futile. This is the supreme treasure bestowed by the sect leader, known as the demon-suppressing golden ring. Whether you are a war god or a steel god, once trapped, do not think of escaping. Don't waste your efforts. Seeing that Bai Han was finally subdued, Zhu Geiqing was shocked by the potency of the demon-suppressing golden ring, yet he also felt a sense of relief in his heart. It was good that he had these magical artifacts bestowed by the sect leader. Otherwise, with Bai Han ascending to become a steel god and attacking, in the absence of the sect leader, they would have no other choice but to avoid confrontation. But with magical artifacts in hand, the situation changed immediately. Outside of Yishan, the veteran war gods like the Undying War God, the Thunder God, and the Void War God all had high hopes. But upon seeing that Bai Han couldn't even pass the first layer, they couldn't help but exchange glances. Fire God is invincible. Earth God is victorious. Power God is mighty. Within Yishan, the evolvers of 10,000 Law's Heavenly Gate burst out with earth-shattering cheers. Outside Yishan, numerous evolvers were watching the battle. The Steel God was subdued and still refused to leave. From inside Yishan, one after another, figures, whether human or exotic beasts, rose into the air, all at least of the war god level. Wang Yu, Jiang Jin, Sun Junjun, Dong Yunyang, Wang Meng, Qian Xiaoyu, and others were all present. Over 100 in total. Hiss! The surrounding evolvers took one look and immediately gasped. They dared not stay any longer and left right away. Uploaded by the MVL team. From then on, the Steel God's first battle after breaking through to level 3, 0 ended in failure. No one could have expected Bai Han coming with a fierce momentum, carrying the might of the Steel God descending upon Yishan to avenge past humiliation, ended up not even seeing the face of the 10,000 Laws demon before being jointly subdued by the 10,000 Laws 3 gods. Suppressed in Yishan. The world was stunned, layers upon layers stretching into the vast void where no visitor comes and even birds and beasts pass through. Like a pillar, the floating stupa on the sea stands up tall, a majestic peak from the ground to the sky. Among the 36 large peaks and 36 minor peaks of Yishan, located in the northern part, there's a minor peak called Pagoda Peak. Within it, a space has been carved out where Lu Qingfeng sits cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, a violent tremor surged through his sea of consciousness, feeling as if the invisible grand trend of heaven and earth was tilting towards him. Fortune! Lu Qingfeng was deeply familiar with this feeling. Back in the Red Smoke realm, as the Fufeng mountain god, he was endowed with the fortune of heaven and earth. While he was in control of the soul-searching temple, suppressing the Changqing realm for 200 years, he was favored by the fortune of heaven and earth, which accelerated his cultivation remarkably. In this lifetime, although only atop a star within the galaxy realm, ever since Lu Qingfeng conquered Yishan 12 years ago and established the 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate, his fortune surged and his cultivation speed far exceeded the previous 31 years. In the battle where Bai Han was defeated, there was almost a visible influx of fortune rolling in. His cultivation speed advanced even further. At this moment, inside Yishan, Bai Han was defeated again, and although the defeat was at the hands of Qian Yu and the others, the additional fortune was attributed to the 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate, culminating upon Lu Qingfeng's head, his personal fortune becoming ever more profound. Since the post-apocalyptic world, Bai Han has dominated alone, with profound fortune upon him. Yet after 2 defeats, the favor of heaven and earth and thousands of fortunes severely waned. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Thinking of this old acquaintance, he couldn't help but sigh. When he first arrived at the Galaxy Realm in the 15th cycle, the first person he met was Bai Han. It was at that moment that the apocalypse descended and Lu Qingfeng perished. It was a brief encounter. 7 years later, they met again. One was the Steel God, looked up to by thousands of evolvers, even worshipped as a faith. The other was the notorious 10,000 Laws demon, despised by everyone. Before they could properly catch up, once Bai Han discovered Lu Qingfeng's identity, he immediately engaged in battle. Lu Qingfeng had no choice but to suppress him, and after half a day upon analyzing his superpower of controlling and exchanging fusion with metals for mutual enhancement, he left. Thus, their relationship tore completely. Bygone affections turned to naught. Bai Han could have continued his meteoric rise, but now, having had his fortune snatched away twice in succession, he faces setbacks and no longer possesses the unstoppable might of his previous 59 years. Such profound and incredible fortune Bai Han possessed. Even with 2 defeats, he still far surpasses the average person. But he can no longer match his former self. If he cannot properly handle the discrepancy, it poses a hidden threat to Baihan's future. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, his thoughts turning to himself. Baihan's fortune tilted towards me and the 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate. If not for the lack of popular support for 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate, with my strength and the Sex Foundation, out of the world's fortune divided into 10 parts, 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate could have claimed at least 7. Regrettable indeed. But Lu Qingfeng is not remorseful. Establishing 10,000 laws. Heavenly Gate was first and foremost for conveniently gathering various cultivation resources and rapidly enhancing his own cultivation level. 43 years since his arrival in this world. In such a short time, he climbed from postnatal all the way to the Spirit Void realm and is now at the Spirit Void Divine Silence level, apart from the surging spiritual tides and fortune's blessing. 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate gathering resources has spared Lu Qingfeng from having to travel everywhere, making a significant contribution. Furthermore, acquiring various superpowers was not something Lu Qingfeng could achieve on his own. Even if he could manage it, it would inevitably delay his cultivation. Hence, Lu Qingfeng conquered Yishan and formed 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate. Through derivation technique, enlightenment, and countless spirit pills and marvelous medicines, he cultivated innumerable masters, such as Qian Yu, Wang Yu, and other veterans who followed him from Bahei Travel Bus Station early on are now renowned war god-level experts throughout Blue Star. Previously obscure figures like Zhang Sun and Zhuge Qing also emerged, revered alongside Qian Yu as 10,000 Laws 3 gods, unparalleled in their time. Not just them. The entire 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate has 200 war god-level experts comparable to Spirit Void practitioners. Below them, innumerable superpower kings comparable to Foundation establishment are even more numerous. Most are scattered across Blue Star, seeking all manner of mysterious and powerful, bizarre and strange superpowers. In short, anything not listed on 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate's 10,000 Laws list should be brought back to Yishan. In just 12 years, Lu Qingfeng derivation analysis produced over 10,000 types of superpowers. If everyone was happy, who would willingly allow Lu Qingfeng to analyze their superpower? From the moment Lu Qingfeng took an interest in superpowers, he was destined to stand against most evolutionists. There's no perfect solution in the world. Lu Qingfeng chuckled, extending his hand and wiping through the air, causing a dense virtual panel to appear before him. This is Lu Qingfeng's harvest over the years, a total of 10,091 superpowers. Among them, low-level techniques number 7,640, middle level number 2,855, high level number 386, super level number 34, divine skills number 6. So many superpowers, even just exchanging them, would consume an experience value that's not a small number. Especially for those 6 divine power level abilities, it would take tens of millions of experience value to acquire. Various super, high, middle, and low-level techniques levels all appear insignificant alone, but together they also total a significant amount of experience value. No rush to exchange. No rush to fuse or enhance either. Focus on cultivation first. Lu Qingfeng knew what mattered. 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate has made countless enemies on Blue Star, and although with his current strength, even Love 3, 0 evolutionists comparable to core formation can be easily suppressed. But he fears when Blue Star's evolutionists rise to Love 4.0, comparable to primordial spirit experts, and he remains oblivious, still lingering in the Spirit Void stage. When such powerhouses emerge and he tries to catch up, it would be too late. Ascend to core formation first. Return to the Gathering Law realm. After that, during the search process for Earth Evil Yin Vein and Heavenly Gangqi, when cultivation stagnates, then it's not too late to use the experience value for fusion and enhancement. Lu Qingfeng's thoughts were clear. The galaxy realm is vast. Blue Star is but one among its stars. If due to exchanging these superpowers at hand, his cultivation stagnates, that would be a case of putting the cart before the horse. So he focused on cultivating. In his spare time, he would refine spirit pills, magic artifacts, provide enlightenment for his disciples, and boost their strength. Thus, there was no need to be distracted by the outside world. Even if heavenly beings attack, Qian Yu, Zhang Sun, and Zhuge Qing could handle it with composure. Wang Yu, Zhang Jin, and other 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate war gods were the mainstays of the sect. Even if the world turns against them, as long as 200 war gods remain, they could stand unshaken on Blue Star. And as long as Lu Qingfeng remains invincible, both benevolent and awe-inspiring, no fear of 200 war gods escaping his control. Feeling the end of battles within Yishan, one by one, powerful evolutionists leave in dismay. Lu Qingfeng continued his cultivation. Progress in the 12 heavenly demon god skill was rapid, which in turn sped up the other 3 major magic gates. Shortly after entering the Divine Silence realm, he was progressing toward the Fusion realm. At the same time, he also continuously pondered divine skills over the years. With the help of derivation technique, enlightenment, there was no need to push every time to the limit. Once divine soul consumption reached a certain level, he would stop voluntarily. Although not fully satisfying, recovery from such divine soul exhaustion requires a vast amount of resources and 20 years of recuperation to avoid risks. Even the strength would be impacted when the divine soul is weak. It's better to follow the gentle and continuous approach. This ensures no dangerous periods of extreme divine soul weakness and avoids consuming too many resources for recovery. After computing, 20 years of intermittent contemplation equals the progress of reaching the limit with derivation technique, enlightenment. Given 20 years of contemplation, it's equal to the normal 200 years. Already in the Black Star realm, with 3,000 years of cosmic practice, Lu Qingfeng brought 15 divine skills and 12 great divine powers to the entry level. And then he focused more on divine skills like transformation art, cloud peak steps, along with great divine powers like 5-colored divine light, invisibility technique, inverted void glazed glass wall, and 7 beasts small divine number, life-saving divine skills. Among them, the most profound 5-colored divine light that serves both attack and defense can wipe out people and magic artifacts, the most comprehensive, highly valued by Lu Qingfeng. Continuous contemplation, although he didn't know how long it would take to reach the small success stage, at least now it is comparable to the accomplishments of an ordinary practitioner who has devoted themselves to 5,000 years of arduous effort. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fubbleverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fubbleverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 300. The Distant Green Hills. Under the same level of cultivation, the might of wielding the 5-colored divine light had increased not just 3 or 5 times than when he first stepped out of the 8 Sceneries Tower. He only regretted that time was too short. Furthermore, Lu Qingfeng was not willing to entrust his safety solely to a single divine skill. Otherwise, the 5-colored divine light would have already reached small success or even great success. Others, such as transformation techniques, invisibility techniques, 7 birds small divine number, inverted void glazed glass wall, etc. Whether involving transformation or invisibility, or heavenly observation and earthly measurement, or concealing heaven's secrets, all had their wonderful uses. Indispensable, especially in reality, where Lu Qingfeng managed 4 identities. Transformation, invisibility, and concealing heaven's secrets were of utmost importance. It was a matter of life and death. Lu Qingfeng clearly distinguished the importance of each matter. He sat cross-legged to cultivate comprehension divine skills, waiting for the practice to reach perfection. 8 Sceneries Tower. Lu Qingfeng retrieved the 8 Sceneries Tower with a flip of his hand and stepped into it. Within the first layer of the 8 Sceneries Tower, the Golden Dawn realm, superpower users were being suppressed. Sword chi filled the sky, forming a great array, leaving no way out and forcing them to stay put obediently. Lu Qingfeng entered. Immediately, angry roars were heard all around. 10,000 Laws Demon, may you die a horrible death. Let me out quickly. Acting perversely against the natural order, you will receive your retribution sooner or later. The Iron War god is about to ascend to the heavenly god realm, leading a new era to come. When that time comes, he will surely attack Yishan and break the 10,000 Laws Sect's gate, claiming your old demon's dog life. The angry roars continued. Amidst them were mixed pleas for mercy, yet they were buried by the waves of fury. Some placed their hopes on Bai Han, knowing that he was about to break through to Elv 3.0. Unaware that Bai Han had long entered the heavenly god realm and had even personally come to Yishan only to be suppressed. Lu Qingfeng had long gotten used to the roarings and curses, paying them no mind. He focused on analyzing one superpower user after another who were being suppressed. After analysis, those who were cooperative and willing to stay were inspected and then recruited into the 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate. Those who were hostile and uncooperative were directly thrown out of Yishan. No compensation was necessary. These hostile individuals, even termed as haters, even if Lu Qingfeng enlightened and bestowed upon them a fortune, or gave them 1 or 2 Qingfeng high-level cultivation methods from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, it wouldn't dissolve this hostility. It was precisely because Lu Qingfeng had principles in his heart and did not wish to kill indiscriminately that he let them go. This was already merciful, betraying the title of Old Demon given by the outside world. However, he would not aid his enemies. His analysis grew more proficient. In the Golden Dawn realm, against superpower users without any ability to resist, Lu Qingfeng could analyze 17 people at the same time. After half a day, 17 superpowers were in hand. In fact, even superpowers classified as E-rank, such as low-level power amplification. Coming from different superpower users, they would be slightly different. And as for fire element superpowers, they were even more varied. Some, like the fire god Zhang Yang, could transform into flames and also control flames. There were also those who only controlled flames, or those who merely transformed into flames. In short, they were all very varied. Even with two similar superpowers, if the difference wasn't too big, Lu Qingfeng usually only analyzed one type. Yet even so, there were thousands upon thousands of strange superpowers, leaving Lu Qingfeng amazed. Spending most of his day analyzing, the number of superpower users being suppressed within the 8 Sceneries Tower continued to grow by the day. Lu Qingfeng simply learned a body transformation method that allowed his body to grow huge, enabling him to touch more superpower users and analyze more superpowers at the same time. But there was a limit after all. He could analyze at most a dozen or so people in a day. Time passed by amidst cultivation, analysis, and comprehension of divine skills and wonderful methods. When it was time to log off, Lu Qingfeng exited Primordial and returned to reality. Feiyun Island. The 3 siblings, Lu Qingfeng, Lu Qingshan, and Lu Qingyu sat cross-legged in their cultivation cave. As their cultivation deepened, the occasions and opportunities for the 3 siblings to gather together became fewer and fewer. If not for the Mist Banner, it would be difficult to see each other even once in 10 years. Even with the Mist Banner in hand, due to each of them needing to cultivate and gain experience, they could meet at most once or twice a year. However, the 3 siblings relied on their blood ties and did not become estranged. Lu Qingyu took out a pot of fine wine from her storage bag, bought from Feather Immortal Pavilion, and poured a cup for each. She downed her own first, her face full of satisfaction. Then she poured another for herself. Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingshan exchanged a glance, smiling involuntarily. In the Xuanyuan realm, the wine from Feather Immortal Pavilion is the most exquisite. Lu Qingyu didn't care about the two, drinking 3 cups in quick succession. Only after a slight blush appeared on her face did she stop. Became a wine buff? Lu Qingshan saw Lu Qingyu in such a state and shook his head greatly. Lu Qingyu heard it, looked up at her second brother. Lu Qingshan smiled broadly and said, "But there's nothing wrong with drinking more with Big Brother around. Just don't indulge in wine outside." If I didn't abstain from alcohol outside, craving Feather Immortal Pavilion's intoxicated immortal brew so much, I wouldn't be like this. Lu Qingyu huffed softly. After downing 3 cups to satisfy her craving somewhat, she then leisurely began to savor her drink. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but say to Lu Qingshan, "If not for Feather Immortal Pavilion's fine wine, we 2 elder brothers might not even see our little sister once in half a year." Ha! Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Qingyu glared at her second brother, then turned to her eldest brother. Big brother is also making fun of me. The three siblings rarely gathered together. For a moment, they all felt relaxed. With cups exchanged and wine flowing, they finished 12 pots of intoxicated immortal brew, all slightly tipsy. Lu Qingyu lay on her side, her face red and her eyes hazy as she looked at her big brother, slurring. Did I hear from second brother that big brother called sister Yue from Luoxia sect to Xuanyuan water realm? Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, also somewhat languid. Indulging in the buzz, Lu Qingshan glanced over. Turning his head, Lu Qingshan continued to drink on his own. Watching second brother for what? Could it be that big brother wishes to rekindle a past connection with sister Yue? Why not also invite Elder Gu Qin then? I hear Elder Gu Qin harbors deep feelings for you, still unwed to this day. Spending years in secluded cultivation studying the alchemy Dao, enduring the solitude of her cold chamber, truly pitiable. Lu Qingyu grabbed the wine flask and tilted his head back, the liquor pouring down like a galaxy from the sky into his mouth. Nonsense. Lu Qingfeng pointed westward and loudly said, Luoxia sect is located at the remote Juyun mountain range, a place with little prospects. You and I, siblings from the same Upper Sun country as senior sister Yue, share a bond. How can we stand by and watch her waste time in Luoxia sect? I invited her here simply to introduce her to others, guiding her to cultivate in Silverfrost Peak instead. Soon after assuming the position of combined Pill Hall Master, Lu Qingfeng introduced You Miaoyan through his master, Gu Buyan, to Master Wu Jie, Master Civil Zhang of Jiying Hall, and Nolan Shun of Silverfrost Peak. After all, Luoxia sect was remote. Even with its rapid progress, it was still no match for Xuanyuan sect. Lu Qingfeng had long thought of bringing You Miaoyan to Xuanyuan sect, but before, he was only the true inheritor of combined Pill Hall. Even with great recognition, his influence was limited. Only after becoming a young lord did he have the confidence to propose this matter to Yue Miaoyan. Subsequently, as the combined Pill Hall master, You Miaoyan was not resistant, and Lu Qingfeng facilitated the transition. It allowed You Miaoyan to move from Luoxia sect to Xuanyuan sect, becoming an inner sect disciple of Silverfrost Peak. In times of great battles between good and evil, this was an excellent opportunity for her to gain experience, and her future would be boundless. This could be seen as Lu Qingfeng making an effort for an old friend. As for Elder Gu Qin, where did you hear these baseless rumors? Lu Qingfeng asked Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingshan next to him kept drinking on his own, acting as if the matter was none of his concern. Lu Qingyu was loyal, slightly lifting his head and lowering his eyes towards his big brother. If Luoxia sect has such little prospects, why not also invite second brother to Xuanyuan sect? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan showed a helpless expression. Your second brother? If I invite him to be a true inheritor in combined Pill Hall, or among the true inheritors of the 5 Peaks and 7 Halls, would he wish to come? Lu Qingfeng scoffed, raised his cup to his lips, and drank it down in one go. Knowing he misspoke, Lu Qingyu hurriedly struggled to stand up to pour wine for his big brother. Big brother, please, don't be upset. Lu Qingfeng feigned anger. With his eyes blurry from drunkenness, Lu Qingyu shook his head and slurred. Since big brother has no interest in sister Yu, nor favors Elder Gu Qin, then you should aim higher. With the status of Hall Master, becoming the master of either Silverfrost Peak or Jade Pillar Peak is not impossible. Nolan Shun, master of Silverfrost Peak. Zhou Huayu, master of Jade Pillar Peak. Both were famous fairies within the Xuanyuan realm, not only exceptional among female cultivators, but also had ascended to the realm of Jiedan True Man. Blessed with beauty, figure, and temperament, they were considered top-tier marriage prospects. Countless cultivators admired them. Rubbish. If the sect leader or Uncle Ko hears this, I'd be skinned for sure. Lu Qingfeng chided with laughter. Thinking of the entanglements among the four brought a wave of amusement. After a long time, seeing Lu Qingyu remain silent, he looked up, only to find her head drooping, already asleep, with slight snoring sounds, her hand still gripping the wine flask tightly. Truly a drunkard. Lu Qingfeng chuckled, walked over, and took the wine flask from Lu Qingyu's hand. Seeing her sleeping while seated, head lowered, tottering as if about to fall, he then helped her lie down to one side. Afterward, he sat back down, his gaze falling on Lu Qingshan. As the drinking session went on, Lu Qingshan was increasingly unable to hide his troubled thoughts. With your current cultivation level, it is hard to make progress while staying in the Juyin Mountain range. Have you thought about where you will go next? For a smoother reading experience, visit MVNL. No one knows a brother better. Years of improving root bone, with Lu Qingfeng's enlightenment, whether it was Lu Qingshan or Lu Qingyu, both made rapid progress. The former had already reached the foundation establishment cultivation realm, cultivating the mysterious Luofu sword scripture and equipped with magic artifacts, as well as high-level and super-level techniques. Even when facing spirit void practitioners, he wouldn't be inferior. And within the Juyin Mountain range, there were only a handful of spirit void practitioners. The pond was too shallow, unable to contain the growing Jiao dragon. Hearing his big brother's question, Lu Qingshan raised his head. If Big Brother didn't ask, I was going to discuss this with Big Brother on this trip. Speak. Lu Qingfeng listened quietly. Lu Qingshan placed the wine cup aside, sat up straight, and began. After a cultivator is promoted to Spirit Void, they must journey thousands of miles, traveling far and wide to temper their mind and prepare for the tribulation of the heart movement realm. My strength is no less than that of an ordinary Spirit Void practitioner, and staying in the Juyin Mountain range really ties my hands. I am thinking of setting out early to venture out and witness the wonderful landscapes of the 3 mountains and 9 waters. Where to? Lu Qingfeng asked. Eastward. The further east one goes, the more flourishing cultivation becomes, with plenty of foundation establishment and spirit void practitioners, suitable for tempering oneself. Go north, Lu Qingfeng advised Lu Qingshan. North? Lu Qingshan was puzzled. North? Wouldn't that mean traveling along the Crying Swamp? The entire journey might be just like the Juyin Mountain range. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. With your current cultivation level, there is no difference whether you go east or north. The east is filled with obstacles and difficulties, especially now during the great battle between the White-Boned Demon Sect and our Xuanyuan sect. Heavenly Travel Mountain is on the move, and true men and demon kings frequently roam across the 3 realms. If you go east, you would have to cross the 3 realms, which is ill-advised at this time. Better to head north, enjoy the sights of the Crying Swamp along the way. After bypassing the White-Boned Demon Sect, then you can head east. The great battle between the righteous and the demonic sects and the chaos across the 3 realms, plus the imminent opening of the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion, added up to a confusing situation. If Lu Qingshan were to venture in rashly, even with the mist banner at hand, safety is not assured. It would be better to head north. At least the initial 100,000 miles were relatively safe, and having some experience from traveling would provide extra security when heading to the busier east later. I'll listen to Big Brother. Lu Qingshan agreed with a nod. Whether going east or north, in the end, it was all about gaining experience. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly and raised his cup. Be careful in your travels. The path of cultivation should be brave and progressive. It's hard to grow in a greenhouse. So, when Lu Qingshan expressed his intent, Lu Qingfeng had anticipated it. He could provide protection for a while, but there would always be times when he couldn't look out for him. He could only let go when appropriate, and do his best to protect him with Daoist soldiers, ensuring his safety within his capabilities. Understood? Lu Qingshan nodded firmly. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 303, Second Level Trial, Choices. Lu Qingfeng was confident in facing primordial spirit practitioners during the core formation stage, but even with many divine skills at his disposal, he dared not confront a primordial spirit practitioner head-on until he had refined his mana and perfected the Gathering Law realm. Even with the blessing of the Dutian Xuanming strategy, victory was a rare occurrence, and the chances of triumph were slim. At such a time, Yu Mountain Daoist had been dead for many years, yet a single divine thought of his survived to this day, a realm unimaginably profound for ordinary folk. Young Yellow Robe pays respects to predecessor Yu Mountain. Lu Qingfeng bowed respectfully, his demeanor reverent. Entering the immortal mansion was in pursuit of Yu Mountain Daoist's legacy. It was only right and reasonable to show respect. However, this wisp of divine thought from Yu Mountain, Daoist paid no heed to Lu Qingfeng and spoke on its own. Those who pass the array test in the front hall and make it here are all qualified to inherit my legacy. The road ahead is perilous. This second level will test the depth of your Dao ability and the choices you make on your immortal path. Lu Qingfeng listened quietly, realizing that this divine thought of Yu Mountain Daoist seemed to lack its own consciousness. I see. If Yu Mountain Daoist possessed the capability of divine thought business, he likely wouldn't have perished so easily, Lu Qingfeng mused inwardly. His gaze stayed fixed on the divine thought of Yu Mountain Daoist. The Daoist ceased speaking and raised a hand, transforming the golden light in the air into several lines of large characters. Second challenge, choices. Ahead lies a great array with 5 layers. Those who do not take a magic artifact will enter the first layer array, where the Guardian's cultivation level matches that of the challenger, and there are 5 Guardians. Taking a 4th order magic artifact enters you into the second layer array, where the number of Guardians is 10. Taking a 5th order magic artifact enters you into the 3rd layer array, with 20 Guardians. Taking a 6th order magic artifact enters you into the 4th layer array, with 40 Guardians. Taking a magic artifact exceeding 1 sect enters you into the 5th layer array, with 80 Guardians. Once in the array, life and death are in one's own hands, with no retreat possible. Those unwilling to enter may abstain from taking magic artifacts, and may freely leave the mansion. 5-layer Great Array. Lu Qingfeng tightened his grip on the Yu Mountain command token in his hand and forewent even a glance at the obelisk array as he proceeded forward, releasing his suppressed cultivation level. Boom! As he crossed the array, a resounding echo rang out near his ears. Have not taken a magic artifact. Enter the 1st layer array. Lu Qingfeng found the scenery before him transforming, and he was suddenly standing within the 1st layer array. 4th, 5th, and 6th order magic artifacts. I can refine them myself. It's more pressing to seize the longevity secret method first. Lu Qingfeng surveyed the array, noticing it activate as 5 golden armored divine generals manifested and arrayed before him. Spirit Void Grain Avoidance. A slight smile played on Lu Qingfeng's lips as he stepped forward and suddenly raised his palm. Boom! With a sound, the newly formed golden armored divine generals dissolved into bursts of golden light. Challenge successful, the array roared, golden light scattering in all directions, and Lu Qingfeng's gaze sharpened as he passed the 2nd level of Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion. Too simple. Lu Qingfeng stood still, thinking to himself. However, he was aware. With his profound accumulation, golden armored divine generals of the same level stood no chance against him. But for a Jiedan true man later on, defeating cultivators of the same level wouldn't be so easy. Even without coveting magic artifacts, overcoming the 1st layer array and defeating 5 same-level golden armored divine generals would be a challenge. Should one covet magic artifacts, the difficulty increased manifold. Choices! Choices! Lu Qingfeng held no regard for 5th and 6th order magic artifacts, but for a 3 realms Jiedan true man, possessing a sect's 5th order magic artifact, finely refined, would make one a standout among peers. Like Hanji of the Whitebone Demon Sect, wielding the Whitebone 6-Yang hammer, he was a layer of the Demon Sect protector. Once Lu Qingfeng seized the magic artifact, Hanji's strength was greatly reduced to just an ordinary solid pill realm true man. Among the 3 sects and 3 realms, every Jiedan true man with a 5th order magic artifact by their side was extraordinary and held significant renown. Conversely, they were considered quite ordinary without one. And a 6th order magic artifact was even something the 3 sects dreamt of. The Xuanyuan sect secured the 3 talents clearing circle, establishing an unshakable foundation for eternity. Having lost 2 of the circles, the heavenly phenomenon and earth spirit, they even sparked a great war with the Whitebone Demon sect. This illustrated the importance of 6th order magic artifacts. In this second-level obelisk array, Lu Qingfeng saw it just moments ago. 3 sixth-order magic artifacts of the 3 sects and 18 fifth-order magic artifacts. It was feared none could resist such temptation and forsake the magic artifacts to merely leave the immortal mansion directly. And if one chose to take a magic artifact, they would face an even more perilous array. With great benefits ahead, making the right choice was crucial. Of course, Lu Qingfeng had no such concerns. He chose not to take any magic artifact and proceeded directly through the challenge. 3 incense sticks later, following closely behind Lu Qingfeng were Sun Bai, Jing Zhan, and Elder Wu, arriving in front of the obelisk array. Sun Bai looked up at the golden rules in the sky and sneered. Anyone unaware would think this old turtle had some incredible inheritance. All these tests, it's as if he seriously wants to pick a turtle disciple to inherit his mantle. Hearing this, Jing Zhan chuckled and said, "The Yu Mountain Daoist is, after all, a figure from thousands of years ago. This place is remote, and descendants only know that he practiced the longevity secret method and had a prolonged lifespan. They do not know his reputation among the 3 mountains and 9 waters during his time as a primordial spirit great cultivator. If they did, they might be ashamed to associate with him. Ha ha! Let whoever wants that longevity secret method try to seize it, and whoever wants to be the disciple of the old Yu Mountain Turtle, go ahead. I, Sun Bai, came here only to retrieve the supreme treasure of my sect. Should anyone dare to reach out, don't blame me for not being polite." Sun Bai looked around but could not find the first to arrive, the yellow-robed old monster. This place's cultivators are at their highest, only at the core formation stage. Brother Shun, with your profound expertise in the art of core formation and mastery of the secret techniques of Greenwood Valley, who has the right to reach out in front of you? Jing Zhan said as he shook his head. After 10,000 years, the Greenwood King Ding is destined to return to the Greenwood Valley. Upon hearing this, Sun Bai's face carried a smile, though his heart was non-committal. He then turned to look at Elder Wu. Elder Wu had been observing since he entered. He now spoke. "All 99 obelisks are here. That yellow-robed man hasn't taken any magical artifacts. He entered the first-level array and has now passed through, entering the 3rd trial. We need to hurry." As he spoke, Elder Wu took a command token from his bosom and aimed it at the most central obelisk among the 99. A beam of light shot out and struck the obelisk. The obelisk immediately dissolved, revealing a sect magical artifact, a 6th-order magical artifact. Seeing the arrow artifact, Jing Zhan exclaimed, "Taking a 6th-order magical artifact means entering the 4th layer array, facing the attack of 40 peer-level guardians." Even if Jing Zhan was among the top of his peers and had fought above his level in many previous realms, facing 40 peer cultivators, he could not confidently say he would come out unscathed. And Elder Wu, for a single 6th-order magical artifact, why risk such danger? "Mr. Jing, do not panic." Sun Bai spoke up and nodded to Elder Wu, who then put away the arrow artifact and crossed through the obelisk array. Boom! The array materialized above the ground, and 5 golden armor divine generals appeared, their aura far more formidable than those faced by Lu Qingfeng by 100-fold. Core formation, golden core realm. Just 5 guardians? Jing Zhan was surprised and looked toward Sun Bai. But he saw Sun Bai, like Elder Wu, take out a command token from his bosom and aim it at one of the remaining 2 obelisks containing a 6th-order magical artifact. The obelisk dissolved, revealing a shield artifact. It was also a 6th-order magical artifact. Sun Bai took the shield artifact in hand, examined it, and smiled at Jing Zhan. This sect magical artifact is called Heavenly Star Shield, crafted entirely from skystone. Its defensive power is not weak. This command token, Jing Zhan didn't look at the Heavenly Star Shield. Though a 6th-order magical artifact was good, he already possessed 2 and wasn't eager for more. What caught his attention was that both Elder Wu and Sun Bai had retrieved magical artifacts twice, and Jing Zhan finally understood the trick. Their command tokens seemed to possess a mystery. After they used the command tokens to retrieve artifacts from the obelisk and bypass the regulations, what they entered wasn't the 4th layer Great Array facing 40 peer-level guardians, but the 1st layer array with only 5 guardians. Before the death of the old Yu Mountain Turtle, He left behind his cave mansion and heritage, placing within it the highly sought Greenwood King Ding that was stolen from our Greenwood Valley, concealed by numerous arrays. Despite 10,000 years of searching, it remained hidden. Fearing chaos in the world before his death, he distributed 7 command tokens. Those fated to receive them would, at the emergence of the cave mansion, be guided by the tokens to the location of the immortal mansion. Fortunately, our Greenwood Valley, after 10,000 years of searching, obtained 5 of the command tokens. Only 2 remain outside. This time, Elder Wu and I each brought 1. Unexpectedly, they came in handy during the second layer trial. Sunbai spoke with a light chuckle. Though the 6th Order magical artifacts were not enough to stir his emotions, whether for personal use or to win the hearts of his subordinates, they were excellent. One could only complain about having too few, never too many. So that's how it is. Jingzhan, whose position in the sect wasn't as significant as Shunbai's in Greenwood Valley, and who was less informed about the connections between Yu Mountain Daoist and Greenwood Valley, finally understood. Mr. Jing, Shunbai looked at Jingzhan. Jingzhan understood. With my limited strength, facing 40 guardians would surely be too much. Better to honestly challenge the first-level Great Array. 4th Order, 5th Order magical artifacts. Jingzhan had no interest in them. Taking a 6th Order magical artifact meant challenging the 4th level Great Array, with no guarantee of success. So rather than taking the artifact, he decided to directly face the challenge. Good. Shunbai nodded. As they talked, Elder Wu had already defeated the 5 Golden Armor Divine Generals and followed Lu Qingfeng into the 3rd layer trial. Shunbai and Jingzhan followed closely behind. Given their heritage and abilities, the peer-level Golden Armor Divine Generals were no challenge for them. In a short moment, they had broken through the array, and they too disappeared into the 2nd layer, entering the 3rd. Afterward, the black-robed man entered. He first looked around, not seeing the 4 who had entered before him. Then he looked up at the golden rules in the sky, and his eyes suddenly widened. 6th Order magical artifact! Shunbai and Jingzhan were indifferent to the 6th Order magical artifacts, but the black-robed man, merely a loose cultivator, lacked such grandeur. His face showed a conflicted expression. Looking again, he saw that 2 of the 6th Order magical artifacts in the obelisk array had already been taken, leaving only the last one, and he frowned. Hesitating for a moment, the black-robed man walked up to the obelisk, sealing the last 6th Order magical artifact. Seeing the complex array patterns on it, he gritted his teeth, turned, and stepped into the 1st level Great Array. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 304, Breaking Through 4 Barriers to see Yu Mountain, the 3rd level. Crushing the Golden Armor Divine General, Lu Qingfeng looked up. The divine thought of the Yu Mountain Daoist manifested again, his white hair billowing as he stood in the air, indistinguishable from a true man, and he laughed heartily. Welcome to the 3rd challenge. The first 2 challenges tested your mastery of array and evaluated your nature and morality, as well as your cultivation. This 3rd level, however, tests your innate talent and insight. Accompanying the words of the Yu Mountain Daoist, golden light exploded in the sky. 4 gateways materialized above the vast expanse of the earth. Lu Qingfeng inspected each one in turn. Looking at the first gateway from the left, it shimmered with golden light, and within it appeared a Daoist who was either sitting in meditation or contemplating some wonderful method. The second gateway from the left also flashed with golden light, and within it was a Daoist refining alchemy medicine, an aromatic fragrance wafting throughout. The third gateway from the left glowed just as brilliantly, with a Daoist inside refining a magical artifact, its radiance dazzling. The fourth gateway from the left was equally luminous, with a Daoist arranging an array, each array flag falling into place and revealing mysterious patterns. After examining the 4 gateways, Lu Qingfeng heard the voice of the Yu Mountain Daoist from above. These 4 gates represent 4 paths: cultivation, alchemy, artifact refining, and array. Each contains scrolls you can comprehend. Whichever you choose to enter, achieving comprehension signifies success. Your root bone is the foundation of the cultivation path. Your nature is vital, and insight lies in between. Choose one gate to enter. Succeeding in comprehension means you have passed the challenge. With that said, the Yu Mountain Daoist stood in the sky as golden light materialized beside him into the rules of this level, and he spoke no more. This level, Lu Qingfeng pursed his lips and stepped into the first gateway from the left. When it comes to insight, he has never been afraid since his mastery of the Yellow Court scripture ascended to the 3rd layer. Upon entering the gateway, he saw no Daoist. There was only a desk before him, upon which lay 6 golden books. The desk's inscription laid out the rules: choice of 1, multiple choices allowed, master the chosen technique to great success, and the challenge is considered broken. Lu Qingfeng remained in front of the desk, the Yu Mountain talisman flashing again. He ignored it, casually picking up a page from the golden books. Technique, stepping cloud. Grade, high level. Description, an ascendant escape technique that allows you to traverse and ride the winds among the 9 heavens gang wind, taking you thousands, or tens of thousands of miles away. 3 sects 6th order magical instruments, 6 high order techniques. The Yu Mountain Daoist has lived long and amassed quite a wealth. Lu Qingfeng, with his abundant possessions, has far surpassed the Yu Mountain Daoist in magical artifacts, divine skills, techniques, and cultivation. Yet in reality, cultivators like Lu Qingfeng are one of a kind. Being able to casually produce a 6th order magical artifact or a high-level technique for testing others showcases the substantial wealth of the Yu Mountain Daoist. High-level techniques are regarded as secret techniques, greatly tempting even to a Jidan true man. A typical core formation cultivator who acquires one such technique and dedicates themselves to mastering it to great success or even perfection could become a formidable peer without the aid of powerful magical artifacts. Like the Cold Rhinoceros Wanderer, a spiritual cold rhinoceros who cultivated the Dao, his life-bound technique, Xuan Light of the Ice Soul, was a high-level technique already perfected. Once used, even Hanji with the white bone 6 yang hammers in hand must be extremely cautious and dare not slack off. Similarly, the Guikang Wanderer who wielded the Netherworld Ghostfire was another holder of a high-level technique. Once unleashed, it erodes bones and gnaws marrow, entangling the divine soul and proving to be very troublesome, causing peers to pale and avoid confrontation. After all, even in the Xuanyuan sect, the highest grade technique is merely high-level. Mastering a high-level technique to great success would take even a genius several years or even more than a decade of hard work. As for me, it would require at least 100 years of diligent study and continuous refining. But Lu Qingfeng smiled, entered Stepping Cloud into his attribute panel, sat down cross-legged, appearing to comprehend, but in reality, he was logging into Primordial. About 1/10 of 30 minutes later, Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes. Spirit light sparked under his feet as he shattered the gateway and shot directly beyond the clouds. Challenge passed! From all directions, thunderous applause erupted. Lu Qingfeng's form transformed, the 4 gateways vanished from sight, and in their place arose 9 arched bridges, extending in 9 directions from his feet into layers of mist, their destinations unknown. He had entered the 4th level. Perhaps even the Yu Mountain Daoist himself never imagined that a future cultivator could pass the first 3 levels as swiftly. Such speed, if the Yu Mountain's immortal mansion were to persist, would surely be unprecedented. The 4th level. Lu Qingfeng lifted his gaze. As expected. Atop the bridges, the figure of the Yu Mountain Daoist appeared. His sleeves fluttered, his demeanor serene, truly the embodiment of a revered hermit. He said, "On the path of cultivation, without great fortune, root bone, insight, and nature are all indispensable. Yet with profound luck, even if one's root bone, insight, and nature are mediocre, one can still reach the pinnacle of the immortal path. To have overcome the first 3 levels, you must undoubtedly possess keen insight and strong nature. Nevertheless, chance and luck are also crucial." At this point, the Yu Mountain Daoist paused for a moment, seemingly with a hint of regret. Shaking his head, His expression was unreadable as he pointed to the 9 arched bridges and said, "These 9 bridges, only one leads to where this old man has placed his magic gates and magical artifacts. It's always shifting. Within you'll find the longevity secret method, the array Dao and artifact refining inheritance, and the Greenwood King Ding, the supreme treasure of Greenwood Valley, as well as a 7th order magical artifact, the strongest safeguard of the 4 sects. From 9, choose one, and only through fateful opportunity and supreme fortune will you obtain my inheritance." For thousands of years, perhaps someone has already had the opportunity to enjoy such benevolence. Equipped with profound luck, the Yu Mountain Daoist elaborated on the rules. Suddenly, golden light manifested and transformed into a set of rules arranged in the sky. Upon hearing the Yu Mountain Daoist's final statement, Lu Qingfeng immediately took out the Yu Mountain Command Talisman from his sleeve. Holding the talisman, a hint of coolness passed through it, and, sure enough, the mist at the ends of 6 of the 9 arched bridges dispersed. Sword Mountain, Fire Sea, Boiling Cauldron, Purgatory. Each was a path to death. Only at the end of 3 bridges did the mist linger, their finality obscured. According to the Yu Mountain Daoist, this was the privilege of possessing his talisman. From choosing 1 out of 9 to choosing 1 out of 3, the odds greatly increased. Yu Mountain Command Talisman. From the first trial to the 4th, the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion shows favor to those who hold the Yu Mountain Command Talisman. Clutching the talisman, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. At the first trial, the talisman provides hints, making it easier to discern the path to the second trial. At the second one, possessing the talisman enables one to bypass the rules and choose any sect magical artifact, while still passing the great array of the first level. At the third trial, Lu Qingfeng entered the first gateway to comprehend the techniques. Others need to reach great success in their techniques to pass, but if the talisman is activated, one only needs small success to shatter the gateway. For those who hold the Yu Mountain Command Talisman, the challenges of these 3 trials are far less difficult than for others. It was in the 4th trial that Lu Qingfeng came to realize Yu Mountain Daoist is stressing the importance of chance and destiny. Amidst the vast expanse of time, to obtain the Yu Mountain Command Talisman is truly to have extraordinary fate. Thus, the favoritism is not misplaced. Help us out by reading on MVM5PYR. The final trial, however, is for those who enter the Immortal Mansion for trials without the Yu Mountain Command Talisman. Even if no one gets the talisman, the test of chance and destiny still awaits. It has to be said, this Yu Mountain Daoist seems to have an unusual obsession with destiny. Even if one has exceptional perception or an excellent temperament, in his eyes, they do not compare to those with profound destiny. Almost a demon in old age. Such elaborate guidance, indeed formidable. Had I not possessed the great divine power, 7 beasts' small divine number, to foretell fortunes and calamities, I would have likely fallen prey to this scheme. With a light chuckle, Lu Qingfeng stored the Yu Mountain Command Talisman into his storage bag and glanced around at the 9 arched bridges. Of course, destiny is important on the path of cultivation, but the foundation still lies within oneself. As he spoke, his eyes burst forth with dazzling spirit light, Daluo Cave Temple, sweeping 9 directions. The spirit eye opened, penetrating the essence of all things, tracing back to the origins of all things. To Lu Qingfeng, the mist obscuring the ends of the 9 arched bridges became as though it were all a ruse. All scenes could not avoid his Dharma eye. Sword Mountain, Fire Sea, Boiling Cauldron, Purgatory. At the end of each bridge, obvious dangers lurked, including the 3 bridges that had been cleared by using the Yu Mountain Command Talisman. They were even more perilous, not with Sword Mountain or Fire Sea, but with pitch black and grim space fissures. Once set foot within, one would certainly be sucked into these spatial fissures and be ripped to shreds by the turbulent flows of space, leaving not even the divine soul remaining. Quite ruthless. Lu Qingfeng composed himself. The Yu Mountain Daoist distributed the talismans and even harbored such malice toward those who held them. It truly puzzled Lu Qingfeng. Useless to me. Lu Qingfeng shook his head and peered towards the ends of the remaining 6 bridges. Looking past the Sword Mountain, it still appeared as an endless Sword Mountain, and looking past the Fire Sea, it remained an infinite Fire Sea. However, beyond the boiling cauldron lay a grand hall, nearly identical to the forehall of the immortal mansion. This is where the true legacy lies. Lu Qingfeng's eyes brightened. He sailed towards the leftmost bridge. With one step into the cauldron, no trail lay behind, but though the cauldron looked horrifying and boiling, setting foot in it was completely harmless, like walking on flat ground. Passing the cauldron, he stepped into the grand hall. On the coiled dragon pillars, golden dragons seemed to come to life, majestically pacing through the hall. Likewise, divine generals holding iron halberds lined up on both sides. Their presence was nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Qingfeng turned towards the main seat of the grand hall, where a seated Daoist suddenly came into view. None other than the Yu Mountain Daoist. Just as Lu Qingfeng looked over, the Yu Mountain Daoist opened his eyes, and their gazes met. It was as if Lu Qingfeng glanced through thousands of years, seeing the once peerless Yu Mountain Daoist in his prime, and now in his twilight years, sitting in meditation. 1,000 feelings surged. As their eyes crossed, the Yu Mountain Daoist suddenly stood up, approached, and examined Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng felt a frown form as this divine thought from the Yu Mountain Daoist felt different from the ones in the previous 4 trials. As for exactly how it was different, he couldn't tell at the moment. The Yu Mountain Daoist made a couple of rounds around Lu Qingfeng, then stood in front of him, eyes revealing a hint of amazement. You are neither from Greenwood Valley, nor a disciple from the 3 Mountains or 7 Gorges great sects. It seems I've truly stumbled upon a treasure. After dying for over 10,000 years, I've indeed met a descendant with excellent heart and insight and matchless destiny. Senior. Lu Qingfeng looked at the Yu Mountain Daoist, his eyes sparkling with spirit light. Yu Mountain Daoist thought incarnation, merely a wisp of remaining thought, sealed for 13,000 years, containing the last vestige of the Yu Mountain Daoist's consciousness. It's not just a simple divine thought. Lu Qingfeng was suddenly astounded. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 305, Seize the Treasures Tactics Unleashed. As Lu Qingfeng was witnessing at that moment, the Yu Mountain Daoist possessed the ability to observe him. This investigation technique is truly profound. If not for the spirit light in the eyes, I would have nearly failed to detect it. And even more impressively, able to adapt on the spot and communicate with Lu Qingfeng. Younger generation, Huang Pao, pays respects to senior of Yu Mountain. Lu Qingfeng promptly paid his respects. This was different from the previously inert divine thought, as it carried the true intentions of the Yu Mountain Daoist. It was as if the Yu Mountain Daoist himself was present, and Lu Qingfeng dared not be negligent. Divine thought and intention are 2 different concepts. The former is without consciousness, while the latter is indistinguishable from the original being, possessing the same thoughts and consciousness. As if a living person. Should one possess a secret technique, perhaps it could be cultivated into a second primordial spirit or even a body separation. With the original body in closed-door cultivation, the body separation walking outside, this was the true life-preserving method without parallel. However, even the technique of cultivating a second primordial spirit is scarce in the world. Achieving body separation is even harder to find in the lower realm. Of course, the thread of thought from the Yu Mountain Daoist was still countless times away from the level of the second primordial spirit or body separation. It could only be referred to as a remnant thought. No need for formalities. The Yu Mountain Daoist waved his hand. This strand of my thought can only be maintained through the power of the Immortal Mansion's great array. As soon as someone comes here, the thought manifests and its dissipation isn't far off. Senior. A look of regret filled Lu Qingfeng's eyes. The inevitability of this he understood better than anyone. Having spent many years in the game and living through 16 generations, he often experienced death due to the exhaustion of his lifespan. Especially the 14th generation, which spent 3,000 years in the Black Star realm, unable to break through and ultimately died in the cosmos. The feeling was profound, and the most reluctant to let go. Though the Yu Mountain Daoist had perished over 13,000 years ago, this thread of thought was evidence that he once lived in this world. Now it was also scattering, like erasing all traces from heaven and earth completely. Even as just a remnant thought, the Yu Mountain Daoist couldn't help feeling somewhat melancholic. Steadying his emotions, the Yu Mountain Daoist said with self-deprecating laughter, "I have lived for tens of thousands of years, and in the end, I still cannot see through it all. The closer one gets to longevity, the more they unwillingly face reincarnation like mortals." Lu Qingfeng offered comfort and expressed his own reflections. "Young friend, you are not old, yet you see things clearly." The Yu Mountain Daoist was increasingly impressed. Then, sweeping off the worries from his face, he became solemn and his eyes focused on Lu Qingfeng. "I sense that disciples of Greenwood Valley are present in the cave dwelling right now. It has been 13,000 years, yet Greenwood Valley has not been wiped out. There are treasures of Greenwood Valley here, and powerful beings may arrive at any moment. No more idle chatter is needed." The Yu Mountain Daoist seemed eager to talk, but forcefully restrained himself, adopting an all-business demeanor. "Make a heart demon oath. When you have sufficient cultivation in the future, slay Shu Zhenbei of Greenwood Valley for me. Once the oath is vowed, you may take away all the secret techniques and magic artifacts I've left in the cave dwelling. If you do not take the oath, I will not make it difficult for you. Go on your way." He waved his hand and cast out an illusory image. It was a Daoist with an imposing aura, wielding a double-edged sword, his eyes sharp and piercing. It must be Shu Zhenbei of Greenwood Valley, as mentioned by the Yu Mountain Daoist. Heart Demon Oath. The path of cultivation fears the turmoil of heart demons the most. If one makes a heart demon oath and then goes against it, the coming of the heart demon will not be as weak as those from the spirit void heart movement realm. It will be an outer domain heaven demon capable of destroying the immortal path, far from ordinary. Young Huang Pao takes the oath, accepting the secret techniques and magic artifacts from Senior Yu Mountain. "Once my cultivation is sufficient, I will definitely slay Shu Zhenbei of Greenwood Valley. Should I violate this oath, let Huang Pao's heart demon arise and break my Dao path." There was no reason to hesitate. Since he was determined to gain the longevity technique from the Yu Mountain Daoist, it was natural for him to inherit the cause and effect. Whether the oath was made as yellow-robed old monster or as Lu Qingfeng, it was all the same. The heavenly Dao cannot be deceived. It would not let Lu Qingfeng evade the retribution of cause and effect due to a mere change of name. In the hall, there was a subtle fluctuation. The Yu Mountain Daoist looked at Lu Qingfeng and nodded in approval. "Decisive actions, your future is bound to be limitless." Lu Qingfeng stood respectfully. The Yu Mountain Daoist added, "Shu Zhenbei was already a primordial spirit practitioner 13,000 years ago. If he hasn't ascended, he would naturally die when his lifespan ends, and the oath would no longer bind you. If by luck he has ascended and has become a Mahayana true immortal, you should continue your cultivation and planning until you are powerful enough to avenge the dark plot on behalf of me. Vimbuer is the home of this chapter. I understand, Senior." Lu Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. As long as he could cultivate to the realm of a Mahayana true immortal, it would be easy to slay a true immortal of the same tier. However, from the words of the Yu Mountain Daoist, Lu Qingfeng also sensed deeper truths of this realm. Just as he was about to ask further, the Yu Mountain Daoist gestured grandly, stopping Lu Qingfeng. "There's no time to delay. Take the treasures and make a swift departure." Immediately, several treasures were spat out from the mouth of the golden dragon hovering above the main hall. A page of golden books, 2 pieces of jade dishware, a 3-legged green tripod, 4 sect magical artifacts. The treasures fell, and their glorious radiance illuminated the hall, overshadowing even the divine generals and golden dragon's luster. Lu Qingfeng looked at the Yu Mountain Daoist, who smiled and said aloud, "Meeting is fate. In the future, should you encounter a reincarnation of me, I ask for a little support and will be forever grateful." "It is my duty," Lu Qingfeng responded. Before the words had faded, the Yu Mountain Daoist's thread of thought dispersed into thin air. From that moment on, a generation of primordial spirit great cultivator had completely passed from the 3 mountains and 9 waters. Lu Qingfeng shook his head and reached out to collect all the treasures in the air into his storage bag. He saw the golden dragon roaring above him and the divine generals bellowing on both sides. Evolution of a grand array. Lu Qingfeng's brow furrowed as he fixed his eyes on what was unfolding. A transmission array? The light was dazzling, patterns of array lines interwoven, clearly forming a teleportation array. Moreover, the setup suggested that the destination was extremely distant. Lu Qingfeng looked up. The last voice of the Yu Mountain Daoist echoed in the hall. The Greenwood King Ding is the supreme treasure of the Greenwood Valley. The 7 Gorges immortal sect shares its roots with us, making the 9 Waters territory an unsuitable place to linger for long. This array leads to the 3 Mountains territory, far from the 9 Waters and 7 Gorges, ensuring you won't be detected. This is the last thing this old man can do for you, young friend. Cultivate diligently and treasure your life. As his words faded, the grand formation completed its evolution and thunderously began to operate. The 3 Mountains territory? Lu Qingfeng stared at the array, shaking his head as 5-colored light erupted from the top of his head, fiercely shaking. An opening tore through the array lines, and Lu Qingfeng's feet glided upon Cloud Peak steps out of the gap. When he reappeared, it was outside the Immortal Mansion. Stepping out from the Grand Array and the Immortal Mansion at the same time, Lu Qingfeng flickered, invisibility technique deployed, completely cloaking his form. Lu Qingfeng, who had displayed the 5-colored divine light and Cloud Peak steps inside the Immortal Mansion, once outside, retracted all divine skills, all true yuan, all traces of aura. The invisibility technique enveloped him. The 3 sect's true people guarding outside could not find Lu Qingfeng, who silently slipped away from a corner and seamlessly blended into the darkness. Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion, 3rd level. Elder Wu, Xunbai, and Jingzhan appeared one after another. That old man sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Xunbai looked up at the rules of the sky and then at the 4 doorways in front of him, frowning as he spoke. After being hindered repeatedly by barriers, Xunbai was getting upset. If it weren't for the worry that the Yu Mountain Old Ghost had set up a trap in the mansion that could harm a primordial spirit great cultivator, just sending any primordial spirit elder from the valley would have made this much less troublesome. Xunbai shook his head. Looking towards the 4 doorways, his gaze fell on the first on the left, and he said to Jingzhan, "The alchemy doorway may have traps targeting my Greenwood Valley. I will enter the first doorway. I wonder, Mr. Jing. I'm not good at alchemy or artifact refining, and my knowledge of arrays is just rudimentary for setting up battle formations. So I'll accompany Brother Shun into the first doorway," Jingzhan said with a smile. "After you." "After you." Xunbai and Jingzhan, courteous to each other, shared a laugh and walked towards the first doorway on the left together. But at that moment, boom! At the end of the 4th level, the Yu Mountain Daoist's thoughts dissipated. Lu Qingfeng took the treasures and the legacy, and the transmission array activated. Within the mansion, thunderous rumblings ensued, light flashing brilliantly. What's this? Someone received the Yu Mountain Old Ghost's legacy. It's the yellow-robed old monster. Xunbai's expression changed. Elder Wu gazed deeply into the depths of the mansion, where bursts of golden light clashed, his expression changing dramatically. A transmission array! Spatial fluctuations surged, time and space moving. A master of arrays, Elder Wu recognized what was happening instantly. This was a long-distance transmission array. Once initiated, there was no telling where it would send one to. If the Greenwood King Ding was also transported, finding it again would require an immense effort. His thoughts raced. Elder Wu suddenly looked up, a flicker of divine light in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Young Valley Master, quickly throw out the Yu Mountain command token." As he spoke, Elder Wu reached for his chest, intending to discard the Yu Mountain command token. But the change came too quickly, leaving no chance to react. Arrays erupted from all around, centering on the command tokens Elder Wu and Xunbai carried, and descended upon them with a roar. In the next moment, thousands of thunders cascaded down, executing a destructive strike meant to pulverize Elder Wu and Shunbai into dust. "Be on screen!" Shunbai shouted, and immediately a massive green cloud surged above him, enveloping him. The thunder crashed down like primordial chaos striking the clouds, only causing them to shake slightly. Then they dissolved into nothingness. However, looking at Elder Wu, with a gesture, he cast a 5 elements light shield that flowed with elemental energy, trying to hold back the thunder. But the power of the thunder was too great, and the light shield shattered in an instant. "Young Valley Master, save me!" Elder Wu's face was stricken with terror as he withstood the thunder, holding the shattered light shield and lunged towards Shunbai. But he saw Shunbai step back. "Young Valley Master!" Elder Wu's eyes widened, his face showing profound hatred. Boom! The thunder, like a torrential downpour, swept over Shunbai and Elder Wu. Shunbai was protected by a formidable magic artifact and remained unharmed, but Elder Wu could not withstand the assault. Ah! In the blink of an eye, he was obliterated by the thunder, his body and divine soul annihilated within the Yu Mountain immortal mansion. A golden core realm master of arrays perished just like that. The thunder did not affect Jingzhan. Witnessing Elder Wu's demise by thunder, he turned to Shunbai only to find Shunbai looking back at him. They locked gazes. Jingzhan, gazing at the green cloud enveloping Shunbai, immediately thought of the Beyond Screen, one of the Greenwood Valley's and entire 3 mountains and 9 waters territory's famed supreme treasures, an exceptional protective artifact. It had always been in the hands of the Greenwood Valley's primordial spirit great cultivator, Shun Tiange. For Shunbai, a direct descendant of the Greenwood Valley's Shun family, to be given this treasure for protection was not surprising at all. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 306, Greenwood King Ding. It was just... Mr. Jing glanced at the location where Elder Wu's divine soul was utterly destroyed, feeling a chilling terror rise within his heart. Sigh. The 3 ancestors granted Brother Sun this Biyun screen for protection, but the power it could borrow was ultimately limited. It truly rendered me powerless to protect Elder Wu. With a solemn expression, Shunbai's face was the epitome of sorrow as the thunder slowly dissipated, making him appear mournful. Yu Mountain Daoist is sinister and vicious. Setting a trap for Elder Wu has nothing to do with Brother Sun. Mr. Jing hastily interjected upon hearing this. The 2 men exchanged a knowing look. That old ghost of Yu Mountain is indeed hateful. Reflecting further, Shunbai felt even more that the Yu Mountain command token was clearly a lure, leading him step by step into a trap. He even surmised that if someone inside the immortal mansion hadn't gotten hold of the Yu Mountain Daoist's legacy ahead of him, this command token wouldn't have activated so quickly, nor would it have anticipated even more violent measures. It was just because the transmission array was too noisy that it had to be activated prematurely. That old ghost of Yu Mountain. He calculated that my Greenwood Valley would definitely obtain these command tokens. Shunbai spread his hand open, allowing the Yu Mountain command token to disperse into dust in the air, and bitterly said, "Truly, even in death, he does not rest peacefully." This incident had cost Elder Wu and also lost them the Greenwood King Ding. Returning to Greenwood Valley, even his position as Junior Valley Master might be unstable. How could he not harbor resentment? As the thunder descended, not only at the 3rd level barrier, but at the 2nd level, endless thunder also enveloped the black-robed man. He was instantly blasted to pieces. "Ah, I hate this!" From inside, anguished roars echoed, chilling to the bone. A streak of bloodlight fled, rushing out from the Yu mansion and escaping the Whitebone realm, its destination unknown. The transmission array activated. The thunder descended and then dissipated. All you could hear was bang! Like bubbles bursting, the vast Yu Mountain immortal mansion shattered like a dream, collapsing entirely. Inside the immortal mansion, the true people of the three sects and numerous loose cultivators, whether they were still in the front hall or had already entered the second level, including Shun Bai and Mr. Jing, all tumbled out from the immortal mansion, landing in the Black Death Swamp. The cultivators were disoriented. Their gazes converged, falling upon Shun Bai and Mr. Jing. Within the immortal mansion, it was the yellow-robed old monster, and these three that walked in the forefront. As the yellow-robed old monster was nowhere to be seen now, and to know what exactly happened in the immortal mansion, they had to rely on these two men. I am Jing Zhan from Shiling Gorge, 10,000 Beasts Immortal Mountain True Inheritor. I implore all fellow Daoists here not to be mistaken. Mr. Jing's gaze swept around, his voice cold as he spoke. Shiling Gorge, 10,000 Beasts Immortal Mountain. The eyes of the true people on site instantly sharpened, and the startled cries that followed bore a hint of awe and caution, including True Man Huan Yu and others. Just then, where the immortal mansion once stood, a burst of green, red, white, and blue lights soared into the sky, the aura fluctuating intensely. Magical artifacts! So many magical artifacts! While the people were still shocked by the illusion of the immortal mansion's demise, feeling down as they gained nothing, suddenly nearly 100 magical artifacts burst into light, right where the obelisk array of the immortal mansion's second level had been suppressing them. With the destruction of the immortal mansion, the obelisk array ceased to exist, and these artifacts were all simultaneously unsealed. This moment was their emergence. 6th rank magical artifact. True Man Huan Yu's gaze instantly locked onto the glowing green flying sword, his form sweeping through the void, directly heading there. 6th rank magical artifact. Not just True Man Huan Yu, all the true people present took notice of the 6th rank flying sword. Heavenly Mountain King Pan, Xuanyuan Sect's Qianlai, and both Supreme Elders Shi Wan immediately competed, vying for the 6th rank priceless treasure. 5th Order magical artifact. True men of Gathering Law Realm took action, and others on the field dared not interfere. The loose cultivators, seeing the situation, targeted the 18 5th Order magical artifacts. Even if they couldn't obtain a 6th rank artifact, securing a 5th Order magical artifact for proper cultivation would ensure a dominant position within the core formation realm. Instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The field erupted into chaos as several dozen magical artifacts provoked a fierce battle. Shun Bai and Mr. Jing stood in the middle. They had no interest in 4th or 5th Order magical artifacts. A 6th rank magical artifact surely tempted them. But Shun Bai had no interest at the moment, and Mr. Jing also refrained from leaving his side. Shun Bai's expression was grim, and he said to Mr. Jing, "That yellow-robed old monster received Yu Mountain Old Ghost's legacy, and the Green Wood King Ding must be on him too. This time, I need to use your sect's transmission array to promptly report back. I won't be staying in Biyang Lake much longer." Urgent matters are indeed pressing. Mr. Jing grimly clenched his teeth, not thinking of the 6th rank flying sword that was being contested in the skies, and instantly replied, "Delay leads to aberration. I'll accompany Brother Shun right now to the nearest transmission array of my 10,000 Beasts Immortal Mountain." "Much appreciated, Brother Jing." Shun Bai clasped his hands in gratitude. In an instant, ignoring the true men of the three realms battling fiercely over the magical artifacts in the heavens and on earth, the Liangren Jijie Yuantundichu. Diving into the fray, those who had been keeping an eye on the two, like True Man Huan Yu, Mountain King Pan, Qianlai, Shi Wan, and other Gathering Law Realm true men of the three sects, breathed a sigh of relief, their attacks becoming even fiercer, no longer holding back. Boom, boom, boom. In the Black Death Swamp, beams of light pierced the sky, visible from thousands of miles away. A core formation true man engaged in a massive battle, scorched thousands of miles of the Earth realm. In just an instant, the 800 miles of Black Death Swamp were leveled. The immense impact force chased away the darkness and flattened the Earth, ravaging the trees. Even the demon beasts lurking in the swamp and the Black Death spirit shells were killed in countless numbers by the aftershocks. The sight was gruesome. The initial instigator of the chaos, the Black Death Immortal Shell, from the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion's appearance, once again pushed the chaotic situation in Black Death Swamp to its peak. Entangled in chaos, Lu Qingfeng was able to extricate himself early on, transforming into Changqing Daoist, and took a tour around the White Bone Realm before diving into the Chaotian Pool, taking stock of the gains from this trip. What a bountiful harvest! Within the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion, Lu Qingfeng had obtained a page of golden books, 2 jade dishwares, 1 three-legged green tripod, and 4 additional magic artifacts. Lu Qingfeng first took out the three-legged green tripod. Magic artifact, Greenwood King Dink. Description: one of the 5 supreme treasures of Greenwood Valley, an excellent alchemy furnace with a space created within, capable of cultivating thousands of spiritual medicines. Stolen from Greenwood Valley by the Yu Mountain Daoist 13,000 years ago. Greenwood King Ding. Lu Qingfeng toyed with the three-legged ding in his hands, his divine skills at work, gradually cloaking the palm-sized furnace in glimmers of glazed light until it was completely enveloped before he stopped. The Yu Mountain Daoist has a significant grievance with Greenwood Valley. It's unclear whether his theft of the Greenwood King Ding came before or after he was ambushed by Xun Zhenbei from Greenwood Valley. Lu Qingfeng thought of the heart demon oath that the Yu Mountain Daoist made him swear, unable to determine. However, Lu Qingfeng had heard of Greenwood Valley. 3 mountains and 9 waters, vast and boundless. Not to mention the Crying Swamp. The immense Chengyang River flows eastward, piercing through the territories of the 9 waters. With a domain around the 36 million lei of Biang Lake, the Biang Lake Water Palace's Demon Clan and the 7 Gorges Immortal Sects, Shilin Gorge's 10,000 Beasts Immortal Mountain and Dangjing Gorge, 7 Absolute Immortal Sect commanding respect, they divided the Biang Lake into 3. And further east lies Greenwood Valley, just beyond the territory east of the 7 Absolute Immortal Sect. Though far from Biang Lake, it's listed among the 7 Gorges Immortal Sect, not to be underestimated. Within its ranks are numerous high-level alchemists, ranking it among the top alchemy immortal sects in 3 mountains and 9 waters. Its influence surpasses even that of the renowned 10,000 Beasts Immortal Sect, recognized for its beast-taming skill. Lu Qingfeng recalled the general layout and information about the 3 mountains and 9 waters that he had come across in the Xuanyuan sect. Thinking about Greenwood Valley, he couldn't help but shake his head. Such an immortal sect was a behemoth to Xuanyuan sect, capable of crushing them with a mere flick of a finger. With Lu Qingfeng's current cultivation level, he wouldn't even dream of causing a stir. Xun Zhenbei attained the status of primordial spirit great cultivator 13,000 years ago. I should take the time to inquire whether this person has achieved ascension as a true immortal or perished from exhaustion of his lifespan. Xun Zhenbei concerns the heart demon oath. Lu Qingfeng dared not to be negligent. However, without absolute certainty, Lu Qingfeng need not take action. The Yu Mountain Daoist only had Lu Qingfeng swear the heart demon oath to ensure that once Lu Qingfeng reached a sufficient level, he would avenge a past grievance. He wasn't urging Lu Qingfeng to rush to his death or cared about the length of time, hence he wouldn't press. The Greenwood King Ding, a treasured item of Greenwood Valley, remained undetected thanks to the Yu Mountain Daoist's array. Falling into my hands, the Yu Mountain Daoist worried about remaining at Biang Lake, fearing Greenwood Valley might calculate its whereabouts. Therefore, he wishes to send me to the northern territory of the 3 mountains. With 3 mountains and 9 waters being millions of lei apart, should demon beasts obstruct the way, even if Greenwood Valley's reach was vast, it's beyond their influence and would buy me countless time. Lu Qingfeng examined the Greenwood King Ding, thinking of the last transmission array in the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion, and couldn't help but laugh. In the case of most people, they would have just taken the transmission array. But Lu Qingfeng was different. I've been operating in the Xuanyuan sect for so long, already familiar with the 3 realms. Just wait for my cultivation to reach the Gathering Law realm, and I can traverse Biang Lake to seek the Earth Evil Yin Vein and Qian Heavenly Gang Qi to condense evil and refine Gang. Rushing to the 3 mountains without necessary preparations would cost me time, effort, and further ground-up effort in the area. Absolutely unnecessary. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Besides these reasons, with Qing Peak and Qingyu still at Biang Lake, how could Lu Qingfeng depart for the unknown territories of the Three Mountains? Moreover, I possess great divine power, inverted void glazed glass wall, almost reaching the small success realm, enough to conceal from the investigation of primordial spirit great cultivators, and even Mahayana true immortals. Calculating the whereabouts of the Green Wood King Ding would be as difficult as when it was still in the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion. Visit My Virtual Library Empire, MNR, for more. This was where Lu Qingfeng's confidence lay. Otherwise, despite all the reasons mentioned, even if reluctant to involve Qing Peak and Qingyu in the Xuanyuan sect, Lu Qingfeng would have to follow the Yu Mountain Daoists' arrangements and head to the Three Mountains. But with great divine power in hand, there were no worries. Casually, he stowed away the Green Wood King Ding. This treasure, sensitive yet mysterious, uses the wondrous method of Greenwood Valley to cultivate spiritual medicine. Transforming spiritual energy to promote the growth of the medicines one day could equate 10 days or 100 days. In just a short period of time, numerous high-quality, aged spiritual medicines could be produced. If used alongside the Jumang demon god, there would be no worries for spiritual medicines in the future. Lu Qingfeng was in high spirits. This was his first 8th rank magical artifact acquired in real life. Although it possessed no combat use, whether for alchemy or cultivating spiritual medicines, it was supremely mysterious. Its help at the current stage was immense, rivaling even an 8th rank magical artifact used for offensive purposes. No rush to refine the Greenwood King Ding. With a flick of his finger, 3 more magic artifacts appeared before him. Lu Qingfeng looked. Magicoid Shuttle, grade 7th order. Designed for traveling through the void, a top-tier travel artifact acquired by the Yu Mountain Daoist from the Sword Shadow Lake. Magic artifact, 9 Heavens Cloud-breaking charge. Description: a treasure for moving within the 9 Heavens Gang Wind, can harness the Gang Wind for increased speed, evading enemy pursuits, acquired by the Yu Mountain Daoist from Windwave Valley. Magic artifact, Evil Extinguishing Immortal Robe. Description: just a thin, 3 or 4 inch square veil of light gauze. Once deployed, a cloud of light tightly hugging the body is formed, making it invulnerable to all evil. Even if trapped, the wearer's essence would remain protected, preventing any harm. Acquired by the Yu Mountain Daoist from the Demon Dragon Sea. Magic artifact, Blood Transformation Tower. Description: by sacrificing essence blood, it transforms into a blood light, allowing one to escape 1,000,000 miles away in an instant. Acquired by the Yu Mountain Daoist from the Demon Dragon Sea. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 307, Red Dust Longevity Technique Shuttle, Chariot, Immortal Robe, Pagoda. Aside from the Evil Extinguishing Immortal Robe, the remaining 3 artifacts were all designed for travel or escape, each of the 7th order. This Yu Mountain Daoist. Lu Qingfeng looked at the 4 magic artifacts before him and couldn't help but purse his lips. The Yu Mountain Daoist, a primordial spirit great cultivator with so many escape tools, ultimately could not escape death. Divine skills are no match for fate. What a futile effort. The Yu Mountain Daoist claimed he was ambushed by Sun Zhenbei of the Greenwood Valley. I wonder what the situation was like then. Lu Qingfeng was curious, and he found himself believing the Yu Mountain Daoist's account more and more. With these 4 sect magic artifacts at his side, who else could have killed the Yu Mountain Daoist besides a same-level cultivator's ambush? What a pity. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand and collected the 4 sect magic artifacts, feeling regret for the Yu Mountain Daoist. Perhaps it was the possession of these artifacts that made the Yu Mountain Daoist let down his guard, resulting in such an end. This was also a wake-up call for Lu Qingfeng. No matter how many treasures one has, they are not as substantial as one's own cultivation. One must be vigilant in all things and never take anything lightly. shaking his head. Lu Qingfeng turned his palm over, and 2 jade dishware fell into his hands. First, he looked at the jade dishware in his left hand. I, Yu Shanzi, have engaged with the Array Dao since the Foundation establishment stage, gathering Array Dao books from all over, even infiltrating the Heavenly Star sect under the guise of Feng Xinzi to obtain part of their legacy, and thus became a master of array formations. Traversing the 3 mountains and 9 waters, neither the 3 mountain sect, the 7 gorges sect, nor the demon nests, 10,000 array formations could not trap me. Millions of arrays could not stop me. In my lifetime, I have comprehended the essence of Array Dao, organized and written books. The insights of my journey, various derivations, and casual thoughts are all within. Comprehending even a little, one can be called a grandmaster of the sect. The beginning part was an introduction to the information inside the jade dishware by the Yu Mountain Daoist. It was an array formation book. Yu Mountain Daoist's notes. Grade, side door level. Description and Daoist gathered array Dao books from the 3 mountains and 9 waters, combined with some legacy of the Heavenly Star sect, and summarized the results. Yu Mountain Daoist's notes. Lu Qingfeng browsed casually and withdrew his mind from the jade dishware. Other than being famous for his longevity technique, the Yu Mountain Daoist was most powerful in array formations. He established an immortal mansion in the Black Death Swamp and left behind his legacy, sealing the Greenwood King Ding within. The Greenwood Valley searched for 13,000 years but could not find it. After the immortal mansion emerged, others feared the Yu Mountain Daoist's array formation accomplishments and dared not send a primordial spirit great cultivator into the mansion. This sufficiently showed the brilliance of the Yu Mountain Daoist's array formation skills. However, Lu Qingfeng already had the Heavenly Monarch Array Dao true explanation. In terms of brilliance and comprehensiveness, it far exceeded the Yu Mountain Daoist's notes, so he wasn't too concerned about it. But the Heavenly Star sect made Lu Qingfeng pause for a moment. I did not expect the Yu Mountain Daoist and the Heavenly Star sect to have such a connection. Lu Qingfeng reflected thoughtfully. The Heavenly Star sect, along with the Greenwood Valley and the 10,000 Beasts Immortal Mountain, all belong to the 7 Gorges Immortal sect and are established based on array formations, also among the top immortal sects of the 3 mountains and 9 waters. The Yu Mountain Daoist in the Yu Mountain Daoist's notes even regarded the Heavenly Star sect as the progenitor of array formations in the world. He held it in the highest esteem. Even though he recognized himself as one of the top grandmasters in array formations, he never dared to look down on the Heavenly Star sect. Speaking of the Heavenly Star sect, it also had a connection to Lu Qingfeng. In the future, when I ascend to the Gathering Law realm, I should visit the Yunmeng Swamp's Kongling Gorge. It felt quite distant. He didn't dwell on it. He recorded the Yu Mountain Daoist's notes into his attributes panel and then looked at the other jade dishware in his hand. Lu Qingfeng explored the jade dishware with his mind. Everything between heaven and earth experiences birth and death. The birth and death of humans are sometimes slow, sometimes fast. The life and death of cultivators also have their determinations. This technique is called the red dust longevity technique, aiming to contend with heaven for life. Without becoming an immortal, one must live for tens of thousands of years to be a red dust immortal. Cultivation technique, red dust longevity technique. Grade, side door level. Description. In ancient times, there was an astonishing talent in the mortal world, known as Tianqing Zi, who pitied the short lives and many hardships of mortals. Thus, with great wisdom and perseverance, he created the red dust longevity technique amongst the red dust. This technique can be cultivated by both mortals and cultivators, regardless of their talent or comprehension, to strive against heaven for life, to steal the vital essence of heaven and earth for oneself, not to die for tens of thousands of years. This is the red dust immortal. Note, this technique rejects all different kinds of true yuan and mana. Note, the true yuan and mana cultivated by this technique primarily nurture the physical body and divine soul. Note, this technique focuses on nurturing and longevity, with no capacity for combat. Red dust longevity technique. Lu Qingfeng read the attributes and examined them carefully. After roughly 2 hours, Lu Qingfeng had thoroughly understood this technique. Lu Qingfeng showed a thoughtful expression, not knowing how to judge the red dust longevity technique for a moment. According to the descriptions of the technique and Lu Qingfeng's own understanding, this cultivation technique was indeed a rare life extension method in the world. Using the essence of spirit wood and spirit plants as the foundation, even mortals could practice it. First layer. Mountain and River Pulse Fist draws upon the endless vitality of the mountain and river veins, replenishing oneself, and, when cultivated to the ultimate extreme, can extend one's lifespan by 660 years. Second layer, Sun and Moon 5-Wheel Fist, refines the essence of the heavenly sun and moon, tempering the physical body and, when cultivated to the ultimate extreme, can extend one's lifespan by 3,800 years. Third layer, Celestial Cycle Stars Fist, utilizes the power of the celestial cycle stars to nurture both the physical body and the divine soul, and when cultivated to the ultimate extreme, can extend one's lifespan by 21,200 years. Fourth layer, Greenwood Longevity Fist, involves seeking out the world's spirit woods and the spirit plants of myriad realms, drawing on the essence of wood and the endless vitality. Theoretically, as long as there is a sufficient supply of spirit plants for the cultivator to draw vitality from, one could reach the highest realm of the red dust longevity technique, red dust immortal. Living amidst the red dust, immortal and undying. The terrifying aspect of such a technique lies in the fact that aptitude is unnecessary. One only needs to cultivate methodically. Starting from the first layer Mountain and River Pulse Fist to the second layer Sun and Moon 5-Wheel Fist, and then onto the third layer, Celestial Cycle Stars Fist, one can at least extend their lifespan by 21,200 years, a longevity even many primordial spirit great cultivators do not achieve. Upon reaching the fourth layer, if there is enough spirit wood, even outlasting a Mahayana true immortal, to live as long as the heavens is not a fantasy. Such great powers favored Tianqingzi was indeed formidable to be able to create such a powerful longevity technique. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim. If he could cultivate to the third layer, his lifespan would exceed 20,000 years. In the context of a game, that would be a full 2 million years. More than enough to become an immortal and establish a lineage. However, need character sheets and glossaries? Visit MVLM.YR. This technique defies the natural order, yet it also comes with various limitations. Lu Qingfeng pondered, recalling the description of the cultivation technique. The red dust longevity technique can extend lifespan and even grant immortality. But since ancient times, very few have practiced it. The root cause is twofold. Firstly, there is no protecting Dao skill, and secondly, the end result of all the hard cultivation effort is like Tang Seng's meat. This technique is domineering and rejects all other types of true yuan and mana. Therefore, it's impossible to cultivate other techniques or divine skills while practicing this one. The true yuan and mana, developed through cultivation, mainly nourish the physical body and the divine soul, preferring to conserve vitality rather than employ any offensive or defensive capabilities. Even having reached the fourth layer, in a head-on sparring of techniques, one might not even match up to a core formation true man, let alone a spirit void practitioner. Cultivating techniques and divine skills. It is not as simple as comprehending them fully and being able to use them at will. It requires establishing cycles and layers of talismans within the body. This way, the techniques can be controlled and released at will, and their power is greatly enhanced. This is one of the reasons why cultivators are limited and cannot practice too many techniques or divine skills simultaneously. Cultivating the red dust longevity technique means one cannot construct techniques or divine skills, at least the vast majority of them, to avoid disrupting the vitality. The path of cultivation is fraught with countless dangers. Without great divine powers to guard one's way, even if one obtains the longevity of the red dust, how could they face the myriad calamities that await? This is one point. Stealing the vitality of heaven and earth for oneself. The physical body and divine soul, nourished for 1,000, 10,000 years, are no less a treasure than a primordial spirit great cultivator. Mortals and cultivators eat a piece of this flesh and could live several years or a few decades longer. Devouring the physical body and divine soul could extend life by 1,000, even 10,000 years. The appearance of a cultivator practicing the red dust longevity technique would immediately attract covetous glances from countless primordial spirit great cultivators and Mahayana true immortals at the end of their lifespans. Tentative and trepidatious, the entire world becomes an enemy, living precariously for millions of years to become a red dust immortal only to become a longevity medicine. The heavens do not harvest, lifespan never exhausts. Man-made calamities and thousands of tribulations naturally arise. This is another point. Such techniques are suitable for the favored of the great powers, with their protection, with no need for combat, and with no fear of covetousness. Lu Qingfeng shook his head with a smile. If one were the favored of a great power, why bother with such a complicated technique? One could enter the divine Dao and become a carefree god. As long as the divine Dao is eternal, one can live for tens of thousands of years. Thus, it was because Tianqingzi was still in the mortal realm, with the divine Dao of 3 mountains and 9 waters severed, that he created this mysterious and exquisite, yet somewhat redundant longevity technique without knowledge of the divine Dao. If such a technique were obtained by the demon Dao, it could be used to cultivate human medicine to increase one's lifespan. It would be worth considering. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfeng felt a bit of sorrow. Truly, there are no perfect things in this world. But for him, I possess the Yellow Court Scripture, which can govern all laws, allowing me to cultivate the red dust longevity technique while also cultivating other techniques. Moreover, with derivation ability, I can strengthen these techniques, possibly eliminating all their drawbacks. All the limitations and so-called hidden dangers of the red dust longevity technique are non-issues before Lu Qingfeng, or more accurately, in the presence of the Yellow Court Scripture. As for specifics, he would still need to use derivation enhancement in the game and then conduct several trials. As for now, his real-world lifespan is still sufficient, and in the game, he has plenty of time to delve into these matters. Longevity technique. Lu Qingfeng's eyes twinkled with amusement as he recorded it into his attribute panel. Thus, having acquired the red dust longevity technique in the aftermath of the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion incident, he has essentially achieved his primary goal. The Seven Gorges Immortal Sect probably already knew of the technique's various limitations and even possessed it themselves, which is why the Immortal Mansion's debut in Greenwood Valley only attracted 2 Golden Core cultivators. Because they understood the technique's flaws, they were not overly concerned. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng could circumvent many of these restrictions with the Yellow Court Scripture. In his hands, this technique was destined to shine brilliantly. With a spirit void lifetime of 800 years, my lifespan was reduced by 150 years when I changed my root bone during Foundation establishment, leaving me with only 650 years in the spirit void stage. However, in the 4th realm of Spirit Void, except for the 1st realm fasting and the 4th realm fusion that require some time to complete, the 2nd realm heart movement and the 3rd realm divine silence can be passed in an instant. In no more than 70 or 80 years, I should be able to step into the Jidan realm. Although Lu Qingfeng's only just entered Spirit Void and is currently in the fasting stage, at over 70 years of age, advancing to core formation is well within his reach. Only, disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 308, Divine Soul Thought, the 2nd Primordial Spirit. After entering the core formation stage, reaching the Gathering Law realm at the 3rd level can take a short or long time to condense the 9 layers of Gangsha. If one seeks perfection, even scouring the 9 layers across the 3 mountains, 3,000 years of lifespan might not be enough to achieve thorough readiness. If one can cultivate the red dust longevity technique to the utter limit of the 3rd level, time will certainly be sufficient. Lu Qingfeng was filled with anticipation. He was not in a hurry to log into Primordial. He put away 2 jade dishwares and then turned to the last page of the golden books. Divine Soul Thought Generation Skill. Grade, High Level. Description: Divine Soul Visualization, Divine Sense Thought, separates into thoughts. Continuously growing, capable of manipulating magical artifacts and arrays. It's not a method for forging the second primordial spirit. Grasping the page of golden books, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but frown. At the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion, he had seen the Yu Mountain Daoist's thought embodiment and believed it contained the secret technique for the legendary second primordial spirit. Full of anticipation, now it seemed to have been a vain joy. This divine soul thought generation skill on its own was also quite remarkable. Manipulating magical artifacts, operating arrays, and even being able to project a thought thousands of miles away. Whether for traveling afar or exploring dangerous terrains, the applications were endlessly wonderful. Only, it had no significant capacity for combat. Manipulating magical artifacts necessitated pre-embedding mana. Controlling arrays also relied on the power of heaven and earth. The thought itself, merely a strand of pure divine thought, held no mana or divine skills, and its capability for derivation being severely limited without the support of a divine soul. If myriad thoughts could be cultivated, spreading throughout all directions, without leaving home, one can experience the wonders of one realm. Indeed, a wonderful method. Lu Qingfeng comforted himself. But it could not compare to having a second primordial spirit. The second primordial spirit essentially meant condensing a second primordial spirit, possessing mana and divine skills identical to the original body. When used against enemies, it was akin to fighting with a doubled force. Extremely formidable. However, if the divine soul thought generation skill could be enhanced, perhaps a way to derive the method for a second primordial spirit, or even the body separation method, could be found. Lu Qingfeng harbored expectations in his heart. This divine soul thought generation skill seemed more like a preliminary method for training a second primordial spirit. Once enhanced through derivation, it held great potential for developing a method for a second primordial spirit. Contemplating the mysteries of a second primordial spirit and even body separation, Lu Qingfeng felt somewhat impatient, even if the enhancement failed. In Lu Qingfeng's mind, this method still held indispensable wonders. Let's then cultivate in seclusion in the Chao Tian pool for a time, enhancing the red dust longevity technique and divine soul thought generation skill in the game, achieving profound comprehension. Returning to the Xuanyuan water realm can wait. Having obtained the legacy from the Yu Mountain Daoist, it wasn't sure whether Greenwood Valley had investigative means. Lu Qingfeng dared not be careless. Firstly, maintaining the identity of the Changqing Daoist outwardly. If Greenwood Valley indeed came looking, it would spare Xuanyuan sect and Qing Peak, Qingyu. If Greenwood Valley delayed in sending anyone, there would be no future troubles, and he could safely return to the Xuanyuan water realm. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng closed his eyes and seated himself, logging into Primordial. Far, far away. Following the flow down the Chengyang River, there was a majestic gorge filled with maple trees. Come autumn, it was a golden spectacle. This place was called Yellow Maple Gorge. Listening to the river's roar, watching the geese flying south. In Yellow Maple Gorge, Greenwood Valley was situated. Shunbai greets the three ancestors. Shunbai bowed deeply towards a handsome young man in white, carrying a long sword, who sat on the top seat, his respect unparalleled. This young man, with his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, at first glance seemed about the same age as Shunbai, but in bearing and demeanor, Shunbai was far inferior. The person in the top seat was not only a primordial spirit great cultivator from Greenwood Valley, but also from the Shun family, the highest-ranked cultivator within the Three Mountains and Nine Waters, the control pillar that kept Greenwood Valley and the Three Mountains and Nine Waters undefeated. His name, Sun Tiange. Sun Tiange fiddled with a bee on screen, his expression calm and serene, and he lightly said, "Speak in detail about this journey. Do not hide or fabricate anything." "Yes." Sunbai, barely daring to breathe heavily, quickly relayed everything from when he and Elder Wu had left Greenwood Valley up until leaving the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion. Sun Tiange played with the bee on screen, disinterested. Behind the hall's screen, two elders walked out. Yu Yangzi, Kangenzi. This chapter was made possible by the MVL community. Sunbai was startled. These two were the Sun family's most revered diviners, with tremendous capabilities to divine the heavens and the earth. They had even predicted the emerging of the Yu Mountain immortal mansion in advance, enabling a prepared response. Unforeseen complications had not been expected. Dear fellow Daoists, have you discerned any trace of the yellow-robed old monster and the green wood king Ding? Xunqiangji inquired. Yu Yangzi and Kangenzi looked at each other. The former shook his head and said, "The heavenly mechanism is obscure. There's absolutely no trace of this yellow-robed person. The Greenwood King Ding is more concealed than before. Forgive this old man's incapacity, but I cannot determine their whereabouts." Hearing this, Shunbai felt his heart sink. As such, could the Greenwood King Ding ever be retrieved? That would be a great sin of his. Both of you have worked hard. Xuntiange's expression remained unchanged. Yu Yangzi and Kangenzi shook their heads helplessly. The two claimed to strategize infallibly, divining through ages past and present. Yet with barriers set by the Yu Mountain Daoist, famed for his array skills, and Lu Qingfeng using great divine power to conceal both himself and the Greenwood King Ding, it was utterly impossible to discern any clue. Do not worry, Venerable Shun. The Greenwood King Ding can nurture millennium-aged spiritual medicines. Once this person uses it, there will certainly be a large volume of high-age, high-grade spiritual medicines circulating outside. Relying on this, fellow Daoist Yu Yangzi and I will definitely be able to locate the King Ding. Kangenzi addressed Xuntiangje at the head of the room. Xuntiangje responded with a casual smile. Thank you both for your troubles. Yu Yangzi and Kangenzi, seeing the situation, bowed and retreated. Only Xuntiangje and Xunbai remained in the hall. Xunbai felt uneasy, waiting for the verdict. Then, from the head of the room, Xuntiangje said, "Since Yu Shanzi set up the transmission array, he must have transported that person along with the Greenwood King Ding to the Three Mountains Earth realm. Even if calculated, retrieving them would be extremely difficult. The Greenwood King Ding, lost for 13,000 years, whether found or not, matters little to the Shun family. Your talent in alchemy rivals that of the second ancestor. I had hoped that retrieving the Greenwood King Ding would help advance your mastery in the alchemy Dao. Since it has slipped through, best cultivate earnestly in the valley and strive to reach the 6th rank of alchemy soon." With that said, Xuntiangje gestured for Xunbai to leave. Xunbai obeys. Xunbai quickly complied, respectfully withdrawing. Only once outside the hall did he realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. Inside the hall. No rush. He's here. Xuntiangje's gaze was piercing, cutting through the void, his figure fading gradually. In the valley, numerous primordial spirit great cultivators were waiting. Although the Greenwood King Ding had always been in the possession of the Sun family, it was still the supreme treasure of the Greenwood Valley. The Sun family, despite their power, owed an explanation for its complete disappearance. Time passed. The battle at Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion ended as the yellow-robed old monster secured the inheritance and disappeared without a trace. Subsequently, dozens of magic artifacts appeared. Xuanyuan Sect, Heavenly Travel, and the White-Bone Demon Sect fought fiercely over a 6th-rank flying sword. In the end, Xuanyuan Sect's Qianlai and Shi Wan, both supreme elders, along with Heavenly Travel's Pan Mountain King, missed by a narrow move, and the sword was taken by Huan Yu, a real person from the White-Bone Demon Sect. The immortal spirit pearl in the Black Death immortal shell, however, was acquired by Pan Mountain King. The chaotic battle in Black Death Swamp concluded. Although they did not obtain the longevity secret method and the Yu Mountain Daoist's inheritance, Huan Yu, a real person, acquired a 6th-rank magical artifact. 6 Yang Guardian Hanji lost the white-bone 6 Yang hammers, but gained a 5th-order magical artifact named Mountain Opening Hammer in this battle. Once refined, he would return to his status as a protector. Apart from the yellow-robed old monster, the White-Bone Demon Sect emerged as the biggest winner. Heavenly Travel Mountain, having acquired the Immortal Spirit Pearl, barely matched the gains of the White-Bone Demon Sect, depending on whether this pearl would enable another Gathering Law Realm Demon King to rise from their ranks. If lucky, their gains might even surpass those of the White-Bone Demon Sect. If not, they would be no different from Xuanyuan sect, having achieved nothing. Leaving aside Heavenly Travel Mountain and Xuanyuan sect, the White-Bone Demon sect was flourishing. However, as Huan Yu and a group of true persons from the demon sect returned, Sect Master Changqing Daoist snuck into the sect gate, emptied the secret vault, killed Yang Huai, Yu Yi, and Yun Changzi, 3 true persons and 31 spirit void practitioners. His whereabouts are now unknown. Reporting to the Sect Master. Urgent news from the 3 soul-swinging mountains. Changqing Daoist raided the 3 mountains and killed Shui Han, Fang Jizi, and He Feng, 3 true persons and 45 spirit void practitioners, and has since fled far away. Returning to Yunyan Mountain. What Huan Yu encountered was the ravaged sect gate and the news of the fall of 6 true persons and 76 spirit void practitioners. Changqing Daoist! How dare he act so? Hanji, gripping the mountain opening hammer, roared in a low voice, his eyes bloodshot. Even during the decades-long conflict with Xuanyuan sect, both parties had restrained themselves, never before resulting in the fall of true persons. The loss of 6 true persons was an immense blow to the White-Bone Demon sect. Dispatch everyone to search for Changqing Daoist's whereabouts. Report immediately upon discovery. Huan Yu's eyes were terrifyingly grim, clearly enraged. Yes, everyone responded, but they also understood. Changqing Daoist, highly skilled in striking swiftly before fleeing, was difficult to deal with. Completely erasing him was no easy task. They could only attempt it reluctantly. The White-Bone Demon sect sprang into action. As the incident at Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion concluded, the upheaval within the White-Bone Demon sect in the White-Bone realm spread like a gale throughout the 3 realms. Disaster struck the White-Bone Demon sect. Taking advantage of most of the White-Bone Demon sect's masters being absent, only 3 core formation true men guarding the sect gate, Changqing Daoist stealthily infiltrated and plundered the White-Bone Demon sect's secret vault, even killing the 3 void core true men guarding the gate, causing substantial losses to the White-Bone Demon sect. Moreover, all 3 soul-swinging mountains controlled by the White-Bone Demon sect were not spared. The 3 void core true men stationed there were killed. The harvested soul-swinging stones were plundered, and, including those in storage, the White-Bone Demon sect's losses in soul-swinging stones alone totaled no less than 300. Based on the market rate of 2,000 spirit stones per soul-swinging stone, the value of these stones was no less than 600,000. The real issue was, soul-swinging stones were scarce and literally priceless. The White-Bone Demon sect indeed suffered significant losses. Adding up the spirit stones, materials, and spiritual medicines in storage, the total loss amounted to over 1 million spirit stones. 1 million spirit stones. 6 major void core true men. Even for the White-Bone Demon sect, the blow was substantial. Upon hearing this news, Xuanyuan sect was overjoyed beyond measure, intensifying their offensive, pressing hard to seize the opportunity to break through. Heavenly Travel Mountain, unwilling to be left out, stirred up trouble and employed minor tactics continuously. The 3 realms became increasingly chaotic. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 309, Chaos in Heavenly Mechanism, Great Powers Intervention, Seeking Monthly Passes, Galaxy Realm, Blue Star. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in the Bow Tower peak, his heart and mind steeped in the immortal Dao methods. To cultivate the red dust longevity technique, one must establish their foundation with spirit wood. The higher the quality of the spirit wood, the better the foundation establishment effect, with greater lifetime extension. Should one use the legendary Moonlight or Fusang wood, which are among the heaven and earth spiritual roots to establish their foundation, they could, in the blink of an eye, stand and become an immortal, attaining longevity. Of course, such heaven and earth spiritual roots, which were virtually unique even in the primordial era, were beyond Lu Qingfeng's reach. He decided to set aside the red dust longevity technique for now, focusing instead on comprehending the divine soul thought generation skill. To give birth to a thought from the divine soul, one must first separate a thread of the divine soul to extend a divine sense, and after that, engage in the visualization of branching thoughts. Though unified as a single entity with the same cognitive process, it is capable of contemplating completely different matters. This magic gate was incomparable to famed techniques like the second primordial spirit or body separation, of course. Yet within the primordial spirit realm, it was a very common method, nothing out of the ordinary. But to Lu Qingfeng, even the mere division of thought held supremely wonderful utility. The mystical nature of primordial is extraordinary. When I log into primordial, whether it's my physical presence or divine soul, both remain within the real world, while only my consciousness enters the game through the login ring. Should I master the art of thought division, my true consciousness would oversee the divine soul, while another thread of thought enters primordial, allowing for simultaneous cultivation and gameplay. Lu Qingfeng's eyes twinkled with mirth. For a primordial spirit, great cultivator like Yu Shanzi, a divided thread of thought might possess cognitive abilities indistinguishable from the original, yet being only a thread of divine thought without the robust support of a divine soul, it could not cultivate. Even the manipulation of high-level magical artifacts and arrays would only permit the most rudimentary of changes. Practical uses were general at best. But Lu Qingfeng was distinct. By sending just a single thread of thought into the game, where the game also had a body and divine soul to house it, this conscious thread of thought, once lodged therein, would have the game's body and divine soul to support it, essentially identical to his true body in the physical world. At that time, with his consciousness still present in the real world, he could engage in cultivation, alchemy, artifact refining, and so on. In the game world, with an avatar of thought present, he could also cultivate, perform alchemy, artifact refining, comprehend cultivation techniques and skills, without facing the instability and unsustainability akin to rootless duckweed. Doesn't this amount to an alternative form of body separation? With this realization, check my virtual library empire, MV1L1YR, for the latest updates. A wave of excitement surged within Lu Qingfeng. As his cultivation level gradually increased, the time spent in real-world cultivation was ever increasing, and so was the time required to refine high-grade spirit pills and high-level magical artifacts. Crafting a lifespan extension pill, which belongs to 6th-rank spirit pills, would take Lu Qingfeng, with his deep alchemy accomplishment, about half a year to refine, let alone artifact refining, handling trivial affairs, and so on. Reality. Game. The balance established between the two in the early stages was slowly breaking. Lu Qingfeng had long been concerned, seeking solutions in both the real world and in the game. Unexpectedly, during his unanticipated journey to the Yushan Immortal Mansion, he stumbled upon a potential solution. Should it succeed, that will be most splendid. Exactly how, only attempts will tell. The primordial era does not tally years. 50 years in a blink. An unknown location in the galaxy realm. A Jiao dragon lay coiled, sleeping heavily, its head drooping, a thread of saliva stretching from its mouth, and sonorous breathing emitting from its nostrils. Suddenly, a thunderbolt from the clear sky. The stars quivered. Achoo! The Jiao dragon sneezed, jolting awake. Peering below, its eyes scanned the void and settled on a blue star. Within the star, amidst the overlapping mountains, a green-robed Daoist burst into the tribulation cloud, turning clouds over rain, treating the heavenly tribulation as nothing, shape-shifting, revealing an aspect of the demon god's transformations. It contains a hint of the heavenly Dao's wonderful method. The dragon found this curious, and its tail quivered. Oops! This isn't right. Indulging in sleep nearly led me to overlook vital matters. This lad is enduring the 4-9 tribulation, practicing the immortal Dao method. How did he come to this realm? The dragon looked up in some trepidation at the sky, relieved at seeing no reaction, and let out a sigh. Still somewhat apprehensive. Looking at the Daoist and peering at the hidden rebirth pool upon the blue star, its face, quite human-like in expression, betrayed a tinge of conflicted emotions. I've been charged by my mentor to guard the galaxy realm. Yet this Daoist is the sect leader's great-uncle master. Wavering, the tail of the dragon swished. The sect leader has myriad disciples, not likely to concern themselves with a mere Jiten mortal cultivator. The mission from my teacher is more pressing. Better send this mortal cultivator away to avoid implicating my esteemed self. His voice echoed in the depths of starry space. The dragon's slight swish of the tail brought forth boundless mana, stirring the realms and times of a one realm, arriving amidst the blue star's tribulation clouds in an instant. Blue star. Lu Qingfeng charged into the tribulation clouds. Zhurong, Zhumong, and Gonggong, the three great demon gods, manifest intermittently, swallowing clouds and mists, devouring the thunder. Like a dragon dancing amidst lightning, the 4-9 heavenly tribulations, which the spirit void practitioners feared like a tiger, were merely playthings for him to toy with at will. His body was relentlessly tempered, his divine soul was also transcending. True yuan surged, incessantly mounting. At that moment, an overwhelming terror descended. Before Lu Qingfeng could even react, he felt an irresistible force dispersing the tribulation clouds, wrapping around him in midair and hurtling him with fierce momentum into the void. Rip! The void shattered. Amidst the endless, chaotic darkness, supreme skill paved the way. Lu Qingfeng saw brilliance effulgent, worlds as numerous as the sands of the Ganges twinkling in the chaotic dark streams like glowworms. He was catapulted from one such glowworm-like bubble into the dark. Within moments, he was about to crash into another world, splitting open like an eggshell. Beyond this world, a young man stood in the void, holding aloft an emerald green mountain peak. This individual appeared quite young, no more than 18 or 19, dressed in an azure robe with a strikingly handsome face. However, his eyes were also a shade of green, and upon closer inspection, each eye contained 6 pupils, forming a pattern resembling a hexagram. It was quite bizarre and frightening. At the sight of Lu Qingfeng, an icy chill ran through his body, freezing his divine soul to the core, rendering him unable to utter a single word. A voice echoed from the void. "This youth is a disciple of the sect leader and my senior uncle. I kindly ask Brother Six Eyes to make a concession." The young man's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, bubbles resembling chick eggs stirred, enveloping Lu Qingfeng in a surge of mana and lowering him into their midst. "Thank you, Brother Six Eyes." The voice in the void sounded indifferent, and its presence vanished from sight. On the other side, a great general walked upon the empty air, approaching the young man, his face etched with deadly intent. "Six Eyes, are you so terrified of me that you've called upon that poison dragon to aid you?" The voice reverberated, causing the surrounding space to make way amidst its chaotic currents, not daring to interfere. The eerie young man responded coldly. "For a treacherous wretch like you, there's no need for outside help." Not hitting the face. Not exposing someone's shortcomings. When words of treacherous wretch left the eerie youth's lips, it immediately caused the general's face to darken as he retorted with a cold huff. "Nothing but a defeated general under the old master, and still so arrogant. Let me show you the might of my methods." Without another word, the general's form wavered, and he suddenly displayed 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm brandishing a weapon, and a Fangtian halberd bore down upon the eerie young man. "The punishment of the plow is not yet enough." "So be it. Let me show you the impressive power of Kuitong Peak." Unperturbed, the eerie young man raised the mountain in his hand, smashing it towards the Fangtian halberd. 2 mighty forces of great power clashed in the chaotic gaps between countless realms in the void. Huff, huff! With the immortal true god and the eternal god king guarding the barbarian god realm, it's as solid as can be. Lucky for me, my mana is limitless. This youth has yet to survive the 4-9 heavenly tribulations and is still at the spirit void realm level, fortunately making it suitable to send him in. Galaxy realm. A dragon shook its tail, glancing into the distant void with a wicked grin. Old Toad and Yin Jiao are at it again. Tsk, tsk. They've been at it for millions of years, truly dull. Speaking thus, it drooped its eyelids and yawned. These 2 blockheads are vying for control of the barbarian god realm, a chance abundant in opportunity. For me to send this little Daoist there, it's an enormous stroke of luck that many can't even dream of. Once he enters the barbarian god realm, whatever happens, that old Toad, a disciple of the sect leader, will take responsibility, and it will no longer concern me. With this thought, a weight lifted from his heart, and with that, he felt even more tired. Time to rest. Time for a regenerative snooze. The dragon swished its tail and proceeded to sleep soundly. Great powers clashing in the void, the dragon slumbering in the galaxy realm, all irrelevant to Qingfeng. As the enveloping mana dissipated, the world transformed before his eyes. Blue Star vanished, replaced by a dark and dreary Earth realm with neither sun nor moonlight. Just now. Qingfeng steadied himself, shocked by the change, as if waking from a dream. The turn of events was completely unexpected. For over 100 years, he had diligently cultivated on Blue Star, finally achieving perfection in the Spirit Void realm and braving the 4-9 heavenly tribulations to advance to core formation. But out of nowhere, a great force cast him beyond the galaxy realm into this unknown realm. The dragon. The eerie young man. The armor-clad general. Qingfeng recalled the brief visions from his swift journey through the void, his mind and thoughts tangled as unruly hemp. Unable to sort it out, to cut through the mess. Must have been the poison dragon Venerable, who oversees the galaxy realm. But why would such a great power take notice of a mere lower realm mortal cultivator like me? Is it because on Blue Star, everyone cultivates witchcraft, and I alone practice cultivation? Qingfeng furrowed his brows. But whether it's the dragon that resembles the poison dragon Venerable from the galaxy realm, or the great powers from beyond the void, they were all beyond Qingfeng's level of understanding. So he chose to gather his thoughts and, for the time being, set them aside. Barbarian God Realm. Surveying his surroundings, he noted desolate mountains and hills, not yet having the chance to check the system prompts. Then he heard, boom, boom, boom. A gale suddenly whipped up from all around. Tribulation clouds gathered in the sky. The 4-9 heavenly tribulations that had not yet passed on Blue Star in the galaxy realm now pursued Qingfeng here. Roar! Divine punishment! Run for your lives! Roars of wild beasts and the peculiar cries of odd creatures filled the air around him. Qingfeng, despite being under the impending heavenly tribulation, could clearly hear noises from all directions. And right beneath him, a dark green poison scorpion, tail raised, was about to climb up his leg. Startled by the gale and the tribulation clouds, it suddenly sprang away and vanished. Qingfeng looked around. He realized it wasn't just the poison scorpion. All predators hidden in the mountains and beneath the earth, startled, scrambled away. Interesting. Qingfeng became intrigued by this world. But there was no rush at this moment. The heavenly tribulation required immediate attention. Looking up towards the sky, as clouds swirled and thunder crackled, Qingfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back and took a leap, like a Changshao divine sword piercing straight into the heart of the tribulation clouds. He faced the heavenly tribulation once more. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 310, Demon-Suppressing Golden Ring Conquers Bone Dragon. Seeking monthly votes. Fireblade Sanctuary. With blue eyes and a bearded face, Bakru was meditating when he suddenly felt the elemental disturbance and woke up in shock. Is a lord being promoted? Bakru suddenly rose, his body enveloped in flames, transforming into a fireblade to break through the air, heading straight towards the source of the disturbance. From a distance, thunder danced and dark clouds layered upon each other, a figure faintly visible amidst the clouds and thunder, looking like a god or demon. It seems it's a human. Bakru felt a surge of joy. If the human clan has added another lord, their chance of surviving in the heavenly punishment abyss will increase. Yet this person dared to venture into heavenly punishment, stirring thunder among the clouds, an act even many Titan giants wouldn't dare attempt. One careless move and they could be completely destroyed. He must have absolute confidence in his own strength. If he can survive the heavenly punishment, his combat power won't be less than that of a baron or viscount. Bakru felt happiness in his heart. Humans in the Abyss are weak and desperately need new blood and strong warriors and mages to step forward to protect the weaker members of the human clan. At this moment, a call came from a distance. Bakru. The voice was rough. Bakru turned to see in the distance a whirlwind, a round of fiery sun, and a Tauren warrior rushing over. The one who had just spoken was the Tauren warrior running with a totem pole. Horus. Burns. Sinier. Bakru's voice rang clear as he pounded his chest in a noble salute. The Gale approached, transforming into a brawny man with horns and a physique as formidable as a demon, his deep eyes flickering with captivating demonic light. The fiery sun descended, revealing an elderly wise man dressed in a red magic robe, holding a magic wand. Boom! The Tauren warrior stopped his run, placing the totem pole on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. These three were the three guardians from the Watcher Nest. Adjacent to the Fireblade Sanctuary, the horned demon called Burns, titled Viscount Gale, born from the Black Prison Clan. The wise old man called Sinier, like Bakru, born from the human clan, titled Viscount Fiery Sun. As for the Tauren warrior, it was Horus, titled Baron Furious Battle. All part of the lawful good alignment, Bakru had a good relationship with the three. Bakru, is the one challenging the heavenly punishment a young man from Fireblade Sanctuary? Asked Sinier, holding his magic wand, pointing towards the distant tribulation cloud and looking at Bakru. His voice was somewhat hoarse. No. I don't know where this person came from, but it looks like it's a human. Bakru shook his head. Sinier asking this also eliminated a guess in his mind. It seems this person is not from the Watcher Nest. Of course not. Tauren Horus shook his head. Lord level isn't that easy. Our Watcher Nest hasn't had a new lord promoted in 300 years. More than 300 years without a new lord's promotion. Since the establishment of the Watcher Nest, over 1,000 years, only Horus himself had been promoted to Baron. Sinier and Bakru exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Horus blinked his bull's eyes, groaned, "Could it be someone from Star Shining Floating City?" Star Shining Floating City is 7,000 miles away. Their people's promotion to Lord level is always guarded by at least 3 earls. They wouldn't appear here. This was the first time the member of the Black Prison Clan Burns spoke. Then let's not guess anymore. Let's wait until he passes the heavenly punishment and ask. The Tauren waved his hand impatiently, focusing on watching the distant tribulation cloud. Bakru, Sinier, and Burns also looked towards it. Upon seeing it, they were shocked. It's a purple-eyed bone dragon. Damn! How did this guy come out? Wasn't it always sleeping in the Corrosion Demon Cave? It must have been awakened by the heavenly punishment. This is bad. As Bakru and the others looked, they saw a skull creature, as if crawling out from a pile of rotting corpses, its body stained with decaying fluid, moving at a seemingly slow but actually very fast pace appearing outside of the tribulation cloud. This skull creature resembled a 4-legged dragon with 3 spikes on its back. Some speculated that this was a powerful dead soul birthed from a sword-backed dragon's corpse within the Corrosion Demon Cave, inheriting all attributes of the dead soul. In its skull head, no spectral fire flickered, only a pair of purple eyes emitting a luminous glow. At a glance, one felt dizzy and breathless, as if poisoned. It was one of the most terrifying creatures in Star Shining and Thornyland. Had it not awakened, all would be well, but once awakened, it spelled disaster. The purple-eyed bone dragon stopped outside the tribulation cloud, sharpened its claws, noticing the tribulation cloud had not yet dispersed. It staggered like it was about to bypass the cloud and run towards where Bakru and the others were positioned. Not good. We've been targeted. Tauren Horus's eyes widened as he yelled, "I'll lure it away." Black Prison Clan's Burns turned into a gale, sweeping up sand and rocks attacking the purple-eyed bone dragon. Roar! The purple-eyed bone dragon, provoked, let out a low roar from an unknown source, its 4 legs generating wind as it surged towards Burns, cracking the earth. You continue to guard. Burns dropped a line as the gale swept across, separating from Bakru and the others, heading far away. The purple-eyed bone dragon snorted. Seeing Burns escaping, surprisingly it did not pursue. Instead, it turned and charged towards Bakru and the others. "I'll take care of it." Tauren Horus hugged the totem pole and slammed it into the ground, roaring, "Come forth, Earth Guardian!" Boom! The earth trembled. Cracks appeared on the ground, and rocks congregated as a giant with a body of earth and stone rose from the ground. It stood 10 zong tall, captivatingly imposing. It moved with heavy strides, confronting the purple-eyed bone dragon. Roar! The purple-eyed bone dragon, undoubtedly gigantic compared to humans, appeared smaller next to the 10 zhang high earth element giant. The earth element giant lifted a foot and stomped down towards the purple-eyed bone dragon, intending to crush it. The purple-eyed bone dragon let out a furious roar, shooting 2 purple rays from its eyes, which landed on the foot of the earth element giant, corroding it into dripping acid that even ate away into the ground, forming deep purple pits. The corrosion continued. It was not enough to dissolve the giant's foot. It continued to eat away at its lower leg, then its thigh. Such powerful corrosion ability, no weaker than the corrosion demon cave. Be very careful not to be hit by the purple light. Torin Horus shouted aloud. He picked up the totem pole and slammed it into the ground. Countless rocks, as if swept up by a fierce wind, gathered around the corroded legs of the earth element giant. But it was no match for the speed of the corrosion. The earth element giant raised its huge palm, attempting to smash the purple-eyed bone dragon. Help us continue by reading at the source. MV2L. Purple light flickered. Hiss! The palm disintegrated in midair due to corrosion. Swiftly, the earth element giant turned into a pool of purple liquid, no longer able to withstand the purple-eyed bone dragon. The purple-eyed bone dragon is too strong, quickly annihilated my earth guardian. Even an Earl could not do this. Torin Horus glowered. The condemnation ends. It's the time when the new lord is weakest. I will take that human and escape. You all stall the purple-eyed bone dragon for some time. Burns, who had returned unnoticed, said to the trio, including Bakru, among the 4. He was the wind mage, the fastest. All right. Horus and Bakru nodded vigorously. The condemnation is over. Quick. Sinier spotted the dissipating tribulation cloud and vanishing thunder. He waved his magic wand and immediately hurled a fireball, which smashed into the head of the purple-eyed bone dragon as it turned towards the location of the former tribulation cloud. Boom! The fireball, initially the size of a fist, changed in midair and in an instant became as bright as the sun, ferociously smashing onto the head of the purple-eyed bone dragon. Roar! The purple-eyed bone dragon flicked its tail, unconcerned with Sinier's attack, and relentlessly charged toward the newly risen lord who had just passed the condemnation. Though born in the corrosion demon cave, it had developed a bit of intelligence over the centuries. It knew that killing those 4 people was far less easy than killing this new lord. This creature is too cunning. We'll hold it off, Burns. You take that person quickly back to the Watcher Nest. Senior waved his magic wand, muttering words, and suddenly a firestorm rained down from the sky, enveloping the purple-eyed bone dragon in flames. Bakru would not be outdone. Fireblade slash! From behind, he drew a war sword and fiercely slashed towards the direction of the purple-eyed bone dragon. The flames converged into a blade of fire and shot forth. Torin Horus hugged the totem pole and spun it violently on the ground. Come forth, Earth Claw! The ground cracked open, and from the crevice, a giant hand emerged and grabbed towards the purple-eyed bone dragon, attempting to bind it to the earth. Burns saw this. Transforming into a gale, he maneuvered past the purple-eyed bone dragon towards the heart of the previous condemnation area. However, faced with the combined assault of Bakru's trio, the purple-eyed bone dragon remained unruffled, allowing the meteoric firestorm to strike its body, whose flesh, uncorrodable even by the corrosion demon cave, merely sparked 3 points of flame before being extinguished. It flicked its tail. Bakru's fireblade slash was smashed and scattered. The Earth Claw attempted to bind its body, but the purple-eyed bone dragon opened its mouth and sprayed a puddle of purple liquid, instantly corroding the earthen giant hand, breaking through the blockade effortlessly. Not good. We can't stop it. Bakru, Sinier, and Horus exclaimed in unison. Burns turned into a gale, still midway, when he saw the purple-eyed bone dragon lunging at an incredibly fast speed towards a young man dressed oddly in the formation. Pulses of purple flashed, signaling an imminent deadly move. The tribulation cloud dissipated. Lu Qingfeng fell from the sky. He had already clearly seen the surroundings while within the cloud. Purple-eyed bone dragon. Lu Qingfeng looked at the charging skull dragon and lightly chuckled, removing a golden ring from his wrist and gently tossing it towards the purple-eyed bone dragon. The golden ring surged in midair, transforming into a golden radiance that enveloped the head of the purple-eyed bone dragon. Roar! The purple-eyed bone dragon roared, its pair of intelligence radiating purple eyes showing a slight disdain. Purple light swept across, hitting the golden ring, intending to corrode it. But then, hiss! Golden light surged, effectively isolating the purple light and even refining the corrosive purple light into wisps of purple smoke that dissipated instantly. Still enveloping from above. The purple-eyed bone dragon, ever victorious with its purple eyes, had never expected it couldn't corrode the golden ring, and thus was fully ensnared. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 311, Realm Name, Barbarian God Realm. The demon-suppressing golden ring fell and tightened abruptly. The purple-eyed bone dragon was bound all over, and the golden light subdued the demon. Its corrosive poison gas met its nemesis like an oil barrel meeting a fire sea, igniting instantly. Boom! The massive body fell to the ground. Roar! 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 The purple-eyed bone dragon roared in pain, rolling incessantly, clearly enduring unimaginable torment. It was a dead soul bone dragon, able to thrive even in the corrosion demon cave that repelled the living. Yet now, its pair of purple eyes, trembling in agony, leaked wisps of netherworld ghost fire. Are you willing to submit? Lu Qingfeng approached the writhing purple-eyed bone dragon, his voice clear. Are you willing to submit? Are you willing to submit? Are you willing to submit? The clear voice, falling into the ears of the purple-eyed bone dragon, seemed like a demonic chant probing its soul. Enduring such torment, the dragon, having intelligence, dared not resist any longer. It struggled to rise painstakingly, pressing its huge head to the ground. A sign of submission. Good. From today onwards, you shall be called Purple Eye. Lu Qingfeng applauded, and with a thought, the demon-suppressing golden ring retracted from the body of the purple-eyed bone dragon, transforming back into a bracelet around his wrist. The ghost fire in the purple-eyed bone dragon's eyes finally subsided, looking at the golden ring on Lu Qingfeng's wrist with lingering fear. It dared not act rashly. Purple Eye submitted. Lu Qingfeng glanced into the distance, his lips curving slightly without concern. He withdrew his gaze, and seeing the astonishment on the faces of the four odd cultivators who had just blocked the purple-eyed bone dragon for him, he couldn't help but laugh. I am Guangyuan. Thank you, four fellow Daoists, for your help. Realm name, Barbarian God Realm. Description: in the vast primordial, countless realms evolved from endless grains of sand, giving rise to myriad races. In the barbarian god realm, hundreds of races coexist, with the barbarian god revered. The eternal god king, leading immortal true gods, established the god system, guarding the barbarian god realm, sealing it completely from the inner and outer worlds. 300 years ago, Tai Sui Department's god of the year, Yin Jiao, wandered the void and discovered this realm. Disrupting the heavenly mechanism of this realm, he sent his disciples to reincarnate in the barbarian god realm, intending to spread the Dao and enlighten the barbarian god realm. The heavenly Daoist six-eyed venerable sensed this, rushed to the exterior of the barbarian god realm, and commands his true immortals to reincarnate to compete with Yin Jiao for control over the realm. Barbarian god realm. So, the two people we saw outside the barbarian god realm are indeed the heavenly Daoist six-eyed venerable and the god of the year, Tai Sui Yinjiao. Having overcome the heavenly tribulation, Lu Qingfeng and the Tauren Horus's party hurried toward the Watcher Nest. On the way, he finally had time to check the system notifications. This realm, called the Barbarian God Realm, has such a high rank and strong exclusivity that even the true gods of the heavenly court cannot descend in their avatars, only able to send immortal reincarnations. The heavenly Daoist six-eyed venerable and Yin Jiao's master, Guang Chengzi, had a long-standing vendetta. Yin Jiao targeted the barbarian god realm, and the six-eyed venerable, keeping an eye on Yin Jiao, also discovered this realm. They immediately sent disciples to compete for it. A realm of this rank, with immense potential, is even comparable to the Changqing realm controlled by the Thunder Department. If one could spread their Dao in the barbarian god realm or even control it, the rewards would be tremendous even for great powers like the Six-Eyed Venerable and Yin Jiao. Great powers battling, a contest of Dao systems. Yet Lu Qingfeng was thrown here by the Poison Dragon Venerable from the Galaxy Realm. Galaxy Realm. What a pity. Recalling the Galaxy Realm, Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He had operated for many years on Blue Star, and seeing that he was about to overcome the 4-9 heavenly tribulations and advance to the Gathering Law Realm, he could quickly achieve the 9 layers of Gangsha using the Earth Evil Yin Vein and Heavenly Gang Qi of Blue Star. Who would have thought the great power, Poison Dragon Venerable, would personally intervene? His plans on Blue Star and the vast 10,000 Laws Gate he painstakingly built all vanished. Now in the barbarian god realm, he had to start anew. However, the barbarian god realm also holds significant opportunity. Even the six-eyed venerable and the true god of Taisui are competing for it. With its isolation from external and heavenly court's influences, with my foundation, perhaps I can seize the greatest opportunity here. And possibly even take control of the barbarian god realm. Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. In the Galaxy Realm, the Poison Dragon Venerable was present, clearly designated for cultivating Witch Clan warriors, modifying the realm. His practice of immortal Dao there was clearly out of place and would eventually be eradicated. Like this time, being discovered while overcoming the 4-9 heavenly tribulations. Fortunately, although the Poison Dragon Venerable had a bad reputation, his heart was benevolent. Not only did he not kill Lu Qingfeng, but he also sent him to the barbarian god realm, containing tremendous potential. Lu Qingfeng not only couldn't blame him, but if he indeed achieved something in the barbarian god realm, he would owe the Poison Dragon Venerable a major karmic debt. Karma is elusive. First, head to the Watcher Nest to learn more. Horus, Sinir, and Burns led the way. Bakru, dubbed Viscount Fireblade, was the sole guardian of the Fireblade Sanctuary. After warmly inviting Lu Qingfeng to tour the Watcher Nest, he insisted on having him as a guest at the Fireblade Sanctuary, then split from the group, returning to the Fireblade Sanctuary. Lu Qingfeng followed Horus and the others, riding the purple-eyed bone dragon, rushing toward the Watcher Nest. The Tauren Horus was fervently talkative. Lu Qingfeng gradually grasped an understanding of the barbarian god. The barbarian god realm is divided into the outer world and the inner world, also referred to as the dual worlds by the system. As Lu Qingfeng entered the barbarian god realm, he saw it as if a peeled egg, where the outer world was like the egg white and the inner world like the yolk. Of course, in the understanding of natives like Horus from the barbarian god realm, the external outer world is known as the material realm and the main plane. The internal inner world is collectively referred to as the heavenly realm. In fact, the heavenly realm is further divided into God realm, kingdom of gods, abyssal depths, and other continents. Reaching the Duke level grants the entitlement to enter the heavenly realm. Once one surpasses a Duke, ascending to legend, they cannot remain in the material realm. Legendary professionals in the heavenly realm, including the immortal true gods and eternal divine kings, cannot enter the material realm either. Seeing that Lu Qingfeng, the newly minted lord, had very little understanding of the world, Horus took the initiative to explain. Upon reaching the entrance of the Watcher Nest, Lu Qingfeng had already roughly grasped the layout of the barbarian god realm. The Guardian Lord has returned. Greetings to Viscount Fiery Sun, Viscount Gale, and Baron Furious Battle. Outside the Watcher's Nest, 2 towers constructed of earth and stone stood. On the towers, 4 warriors clad in lock armor and 4 mages in magic robes respectfully saluted Sinir, Burns, and Horus. Their gazes shifted to Lu Qingfeng, or more precisely, to the purple-eyed bone dragon at his feet, revealing expressions of terror. Purple-eyed bone dragon! They recognized it. This bone dragon was indeed identical to the legendary purple-eyed bone dragon from the tales of the Corrosion Demon Cave. However, the purple-eyed bone dragon in legends was ferocious and bloodthirsty, and no common man could survive its sight. Yet, The bone dragon before them was unnervingly subdued. Beneath the feet of this young mage, it respectfully served as a mount, not daring to make a single fault. This is Baron Guangyuan, and this purple-eyed bone dragon is a mount recently subdued by Baron Guangyuan. Hurry and pay your respects. Horus, seeing the warriors and mages frozen, roared loudly, which scared them all shivering. They quickly saluted Lu Qingfeng. Greetings to Baron Guangyuan. Baron Guangyuan. Lu Qingfeng smiled inwardly. Classifying levels of cultivation in such an almost secular title of nobility was indeed a novelty. His expression remained steady. He only nodded to the 8 diverse warriors and mages as a gesture. This version was sourced from M. Voels. Standing before the watchtower, Sinier looked at the purple-eyed bone dragon under Lu Qingfeng, his aged face showing difficulty. Lu Qingfeng understood at that moment, slipping the demon-suppressing golden ring from his wrist, placing it over the nervously shivering bone dragon's neck, and slowly tightening it. The bone dragon saw the golden light condensing, showing no pain, and the ghost fire from its purple eyes receded back. Stay here and wait. Do not cause trouble or harm. Lu Qingfeng jumped down from the back of the purple-eyed bone dragon, commanding sternly, "Roar!" The purple-eyed bone dragon roared lowly, obediently walking to the side and curling up, laying its head on the ground as a sign of harmlessness. Its neck enclosed by the demon-suppressing golden ring. It dared not defy. Thank you, Baron Guangyuan. Sinier, seeing Lu Qingfeng's actions, quickly thanked him. The purple-eyed bone dragon, after all, is a demonic impediment. There's reason for Viscount Fiery Sun's concern? Lu Qingfeng could understand. Although he could ensure that the bone dragon wouldn't run amok in the Watcher Nest, it was still a fierce demon by reputation, and neither Sinier nor the people at the Watcher Nest would trust so easily. Once it entered, it would cause panic. There was no need for that. Baron Guangyuan has tamed such a fierce creature as the purple-eyed bone dragon into such docility. Once the word spreads, his fame will surely spread far and wide. Burns, who looked like a demon but was extremely gentle, spoke. Previously, during Lu Qingfeng's tribulation, Burns had tried to lead the purple-eyed bone dragon away several times. When that failed, he even thought of creating a gale to take Lu Qingfeng and flee. Though, in the end, the purple-eyed bone dragon was tamed by Lu Qingfeng. But this kindness could not be overlooked by Lu Qingfeng. You flatter me, Viscount Gale. Lu Qingfeng, feeling quite fond of this horned Black Prison Clan mage, responded with a smile. Don't just stand outside. Baron Guangyuan, let this old cow show you around the Watcher Nest. The Tauren, Horus, impatient, led the way past the watchtower and into the interior. Lu Qingfeng exchanged glances with Burns and Sinier, and they entered the Watcher Nest together, laughing. Baron Guangyuan seems to be a newly appointed lord. To be able to tame the purple-eyed bone dragon, how strong must he be? Too terrifying. From atop the tower, the 4 warriors and 4 mages watched as the 4 disappeared before quietly discussing amongst themselves. They were all utterly astonished and stole glances towards the purple-eyed bone dragon lying at the side, timidly reaching out to touch the golden ring on its neck and then shrinking back. They exchanged worried glances. Watcher's Nest. Though called a nest, it is actually a wide valley surrounded by mountains. In the valley, fields are cultivated with wheat, rice, and so forth. Caves are carved into the surrounding mountains, serving as a dwelling place for humans, Tauren, and Black Prison Clan, the 3 clans cohabiting. It was like a city within the mountains. In the valley, Tauren are plowing the fields, humans are watering plants, and members of the Black Prison Clan are bustling around. 3 distinctly different races coexisted harmoniously, painting a wonderful tapestry. Quite a pleasant sight to behold. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 312. Material Realm. Abyss First Layer. Seeing Horus and his 2 companions, be it the Tauren, humans, or Black Prison Clan, all paid their respects with utmost reverence. Horus, Burns, and Sinir were not only Lord-level nobles, but also the three major guardians of the Watcher Nest. Their prestige here was unparalleled. Seeing that Horus and his group were accompanying a youth, many curious glances were cast towards Lu Qingfeng. Horus pointed to the vast valley and introduced it to Lu Qingfeng. This place was taken over by Grandfather Sinir and Uncle Burns 1,400 years ago, gradually providing refuge to many wandering humans and Black Prison clanspeople. I was brought here by my father and other clanspeople 500 years ago. After 300 years, I progressed to Lord level and was given the title of Baron Furious Battle, becoming the third guardian of the Watcher Nest. In Horus's description, whether it was the Watcher Nest, the Fireblade Sanctuary, or even further distant places like Star-Shining Floating City and Thorny Rift Valley, all were located in a realm known as the Heavenly Punishment Abyss. Legend has it, the Heavenly Punishment Abyss consists of 72 layers, with 36 layers within the material realm, and the other 36 in the heavenly realm. The Watcher Nest and previously mentioned locations are situated on the first and weakest layer of the Heavenly Punishment Abyss. The deeper down, the stronger each layer of the abyss becomes. Reaching the 37th layer, entering the heavenly realm, the power of the Abyss Master reaches at least high-level legend or even the Holy Domain. Extremely terrifying. Even the first layer of the Heavenly Punishment Abyss poses great dangers to the weaker races residing within it, such as the Human Clan, Black Prison Clan, and the Tauren Clan. The persistent threat of abyss creatures, such as the poison scorpions and blood-sucking worms, is enough to claim the lives of ordinary humans, Black Prison Clan members, and half-orcs. And then there are terrifying demons like the purple-eyed bone dragon. Once aroused, striking at the Watcher Nest, even with the resistance of Horus and other three guardians, often results in heavy losses. Surviving in the abyss is exceedingly challenging. Thus, many strong individuals from vulnerable races often stand out, establishing sanctuaries and camps to protect their fellow clanspeople and the weak. The Watcher Nest, Fireblade Sanctuary, and Star-Shining Floating City were all established under such circumstances. Of course, the former two differ greatly from the latter and are not comparable. Watcher Nest has been established for 1,400 years, marking a long history, and has seen generations of descendants from the three clans. The defeated Abyss demons total 37, with 4 times causing near-destructive impacts on Watcher Nest. Now, within Watcher Nest, there are a total of 42,700 humans, along with 7,400 Black Prison Clan members and 15,100 Tauren. Horus relayed the basics of Watcher Nest to Lu Qingfeng, then with sincere bullseyes, looked at Lu Qingfeng. Baron Guangyuan, Horus sincerely hopes you can stay at Watcher Nest and become the 4th guardian, protecting the vulnerable children of the three clans. Lord level is rare. If Lu Qing could be retained at the Watcher Nest, in future encounters with abyss demons like the purple-eyed bone dragon, it might not result in major casualties. Horus, feeling a deep attachment to Watcher Nest, his home, earnestly hoped that Lu Qingfeng would stay and together better protect the safety of more than 60,000 members of the three clans. Let me think about it. Lu Qingfeng naturally didn't want to be restricted to one place, but for now, Watcher Nest seemed a suitable dwelling. Once he became familiar with the situation on the first layer of the Heavenly Punishment Abyss, it wouldn't be too late to leave. This is a big decision. Indeed, something to think about carefully. Seeing Horus about to urgently inquire further on his impatient face, Sinir quickly stepped forward to block him, smiling at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng didn't mind. Although Horus was a Lord-level powerhouse, he possessed an innocent nature. Lu Qingfeng held no malice towards him. No rush to go to the Fireblade Sanctuary. Lu Qingfeng first settled down in Watcher Nest. Player discovers a new world, Barbarian God Realm, reward experience value. It's unclear if it's due to the high value of the Barbarian God Realm or because Lu Qingfeng's cultivation is higher than at the beginning of his reincarnation. This discovery of the Barbarian God Realm rewarded Lu Qingfeng with 30 million experience value. 30 million! Enough for me to advance to the mid-stage of the Solid Pill realm, saving me no less than 200 years of arduous cultivation. Watcher Nest, inside a stone house atop Watcher Mountain. Lu Qingfeng's eyes revealed a look of surprise. The latest chapters are uploaded first on MVL3 MPYR. Just this 30 million experience value, even if he were to die immediately in the barbarian god realm, would still be incredibly profitable, with great joy within. Not rushing to use the experience value to enhance his cultivation, Lu Qingfeng began to organize the information obtained since arriving at the barbarian god realm. Barbarian god realm is divided. So-called legends cannot enter the material realm. Even newly ascended legends are not allowed to stay in the material realm. This situation is absolutely perfect for me. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in the stone house, thinking to himself. According to his understanding, passing the 4-9 heavenly tribulations, also referred to as heavenly punishment by people like Horus, signifies the promotion to Lord level. Thus, Lord level should correspond to the core formation stage in the orthodox immortal Dao system. This is the highest combat power of the first layer of the heavenly punishment abyss, and also the highest combat power in the entire material realm. That is to say, in the material realm, Jidan True Man is the pinnacle. The core formation stage corresponds to the Lord level in the barbarian god realm. The Lord level is subdivided into Duke, Marquess, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. A newly promoted Lord level, which is at the rank of Baron, is equivalent to the Void Core realm. The strongest, the Grand Duke, still falls within the Lord level, theoretically should be at the Golden Core realm or its peak. If this is really the case, then the space for me to act is vast. Lu Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with brilliance. With his background, even before promoting to core formation, he was powerful enough to dominate among true men. After ascending to Jidan True Man, there was no match for him within the core formation realm. And within the material realm, there simply are no stronger beings beyond the level of core formation. Isn't this allowing Lu Qingfeng to act unbridled under the heavens? To the west, there is a thorny Great Rift Valley, where Duke Jingji is stationed, under whose command are gathered many fierce abyss creatures. They are hostile factions against Star-Shining Floating City in the east. First, let's test the capability of this Duke Jingji. See whether he's stronger or weaker compared to a Golden Core expert, then plan the next steps. Lu Qingfeng recalled Horus's introduction to the surrounding situation and set his strategy. However, before that, I should first digest the 30 million experience value and boost my strength to mid-solid pill realm. Lu Qingfeng smiled. His aura surged as he entered into secluded cultivation. Far away, thousands of miles from the Watcher Nest, a massive and stunning city floated above the clouds, sparkling with starlight that illuminated the land beneath, looking down upon the human world. Inside the floating city, within the meeting hall, a round table set where 5 different-looking, racially diverse, powerful figures were seated. These were the 5 Dukes of Floating City, also the highest counselors of Star-Shining Floating City. They were gathered here at the moment. In the air, a crystal ball floated, a scene playing. A young man took off a golden ring from his wrist, gently tossed it, easily subduing the purple-eyed bone dragon that resisted meteor fire rain and fire blade slash and crushed an earth element giant. Finally, his eyes seemed to look towards the 5 dukes, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The crystal ball records secretly, so covert that even Marquise-level powers might not notice, yet this young man discovered it. Among the 5 dukes, an elderly woman with white hair spoke in an aged voice. She was the only human present. If Horus and others were here, they would recognize her as the strongest human between Thorny and Star-Shining Land, one of the 5 dukes and highest counselors of Star-Shining Floating City, Duke Laurel. Duke Laurel was proficient in death magic, capable of summoning an army of dead spirits, and had a very prominent reputation in the entire first layer of the Heavenly Punishment Abyss, honored as Death Spirit Guardian. The purple-eyed bone dragon has strong defensive power and the ability to emit corrosive poison. If it flees to the corrosion demon cave, even we would be helpless. Yet this youngster subdued it effortlessly. Not simple. The centaur strongman sitting beside Duke Laurel, with a holy expression, voiced his opinion. He was a strongman from the Centaur clan, similar to Duke Laurel, a ruler of Star-Shining Floating City, named Duke Toynbee. a faithful follower of the great bright god wielding justice and holy power, referred to as the absolute decree of star-shining floating city. A newly advanced lord, just a baron, isn't remarkable. It's his magical instrument that contains a power as holy as Duke Toynbee's power of decree. If we could obtain the method to craft this magical instrument, or get the magical instrument itself for detailed study, our future encounters with various demons in the heavenly punishment abyss would come much easier. Unlike Duke Laurel and Duke Toynbee's viewpoints and focus. Originating from the Dark Knight elf race, known as Alchemy and Potion Master, Duke Doyle stared at the demon-suppressing golden ring in Lu Qingfeng's hand in the image, his eyes radiating fervor. Does Duke Doyle intend to seize this young man's magical instrument? Duke Laurel turned her head, anger showing on her relaxed face. Duke Laurel misunderstands. Not seizing, but discussing and borrowing. This magical instrument is unlike any other in the heavenly punishment abyss. Once we master its crafting method, our star-shining floating city will no longer be choked by thorny Rift Valley. We can expand outward and shelter more suffering people. Duke Doyle's face was fervent and pure. Looking at Duke Laurel, does Duke Laurel think this young man would not be willing to contribute this power for the future of star-shining floating city, for the sake of thousands of people? Duke Laurel's murky eyes flashed sharply, pointing at Duke Doyle sternly. Our star-shining floating city was established with the principle of protection, not plunder. I absolutely do not agree that you should, by any coercive means, demand this magical instrument or its crafting method from this young man. Duke Laurel. Duke Doyle's Dark Knight elf's strange face showed a hint of a smile, just about to speak again. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 313, True Sect Level Longevity Technique. Yet, Duke Laurel sternly stated, I am aware that Duke Doyle was once a wandering poet, but this matter violates the principle of the star-shining floating city. I, the highest counselor of the star-shining floating city, Duke Laurel, formally oppose any proposals and actions unfavorable to this young man. As for the magical artifact, I will personally send someone to negotiate and try to persuade him to join the star-shining floating city. If he is unwilling to join, no one is permitted to enforce any coercive measures against him. Having said this, Duke Laurel grabbed the magic wand in front of him, commanded the undead three-headed dog at his feet, and walked out of the council hall. Duke Laurel is openly defying the council system of the star-shining floating city. I request a vote to resolve this. Duke Doyle's face was sour as he shouted loudly at the departing Duke Laurel. The sound of the undead three-headed dog's footsteps receded further and further, and Duke Laurel paid him no mind. Duke Doyle. We know you are wholeheartedly devoted to the star-shining floating city, but this matter indeed goes against the principle of the floating city. As the highest counselor of the floating city, one must hold on to their last line of principle. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and those brutal demons from the Thorny Rift Valley? Duke Toynbee said solemnly, shaking his head, picked up the blade of judgment, and also exited the council hall with a gust tracing his four hooves. Foolish! Too foolish! This is for a better future of the star-shining floating city. Just a newly promoted baron, just a magical artifact, violates the principle of the floating city? Fury blazed in Duke Doyle's eyes. Angered beyond containment by the remarks and decisive attitudes of Duke Laurel and Duke Toynbee. Duke Doyle, please calm down. Within the star-shining floating city, there are too few outstanding descendants of the human clan. Duke Laurel has always been worried about this. Every human descendant who ascends to lordship will receive more of her attention. Your proposal might cause that young man to harbor hatred towards the star-shining floating city, which is why Duke Laurel reacted so vehemently. Next to Duke Doyle, a tall figure in a white magic robe with a pair of pristine white wings on his back, an attractive young man spoke slowly. He was Duke Blake, one of the 5 highest counselors of the floating city, of the Feather Clan, wielding the power of light, known as the Illuminator. Duke Blake is right. Since Duke Laurel is so opposed, let her try to connect first. If she is rejected, we can then secretly send someone to retrieve that magical artifact. With the level of alchemy of Duke Doyle, after duplicating the artifact, we can return the original back. That way, it won't cause conflict with Duke Laurel, and it will be a significant contribution to the honor of the floating city. Even Duke Toynbee would have nothing to say. The last of the 5 supreme counselors of the floating city, Duke Say of the Grey Elf clan, chuckled soothingly and came up with a strategy for Duke Doyle. Humph, emph, Laura, is the hat? HNS chip %. Faced with these 2 obstinate old men, that's the only way. Duke Doyle snorted coldly, glanced at the image of Lu Qingfeng holding the demon-suppressing golden ring, his eyes burning with eagerness. Eventually, he put away the crystal ball and left the council hall with Duke Blake and Duke Seiya. Watcher Nest. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in cultivation. With 30 million experience value on hand, Lu Qingfeng had once again cultivated to the Gathering Law realm, and his progression was swift. In just 7 days, he had stabilized the early stages of Void Core and was moving toward the mid-stage. At this rate, he could fully absorb the experience value in at most 2 years. While cultivating, he also solidified his foundation. Atop a high mountain, Lu Qingfeng stretched his limbs and practiced a set of boxing techniques that showed no traces of aggression or defense. Yet, it was incredibly profound, subtly in harmony with the mountains, the earth, and the streams. Strands of vitality emerged from the mountains and rivers, converging towards Lu Qingfeng. With each repetition of boxing, his mastery grew. After 9 rounds, Lu Qingfeng finally stopped and slowly ended his training session. Name? Lu Qingfeng. Cultivation, Core Formation 300 of Fan. 590 years of lifespan. Lu Qingfeng glanced at his attribute panel and immediately smiled. Back in the Galaxy realm, while his cultivation was aptly at the Divine Silence realm, Lu Qingfeng spent experience value to strengthen the Red Dust Longevity technique 5 times, reaching the True Sect level. The power greatly increased. Originally, the Red Dust Longevity technique's first level could extend life by a maximum of 660 years. After strengthening, it broke through to a complete 1,000 years. The limit of the 3rd level also increased from 21,200 years to 32,000 years. In reality, merely by finding an 8th rank spirit wood, even with just cultivating to the 3rd level, one could live an additional 32,000 years. Starting from the 4th level of the Red Dust Longevity technique, one needs to find various high-quality spirit wood in the world to extend lifespan. Spirit wood is hard to find and largely a matter of luck. Living an extra 32,000 years, if I can advance to an Earth Immortal within this period, I can share my longevity with the world. The Red Dust Longevity technique would then reach perfection. The limitation of spirit wood only applies to me at the Foundation establishment stage. Lu Qingfeng stood atop the mountain peak, overlooking the bustling activity of the 3 clans in the Watcher Nest, contemplating. The bursting spiritual energy of Blue Star had nurtured many spiritual objects and treasures. After an exhaustive search of the stars by the 10,000 Laws Heavenly Gate, they finally found a piece of golden light spirit wood. This was 7th Order spirit wood. Lu Qingfeng, not one for demanding, used the golden light spirit wood for Foundation establishment and began cultivating the Red Dust Longevity technique. 50 years of cultivation and careful contemplation. Although he remained at the 1st layer mountain and river pulse fist, he had already extended his lifespan by 590 years. According to the description of the strengthened progress of the Red Dust Longevity technique using 8th rank spirit wood for Foundation establishment, the limit of the 1st level is to add 1,000 years to lifespan. It's impossible to find 8th rank spirit wood on Blue Star, and Foundation establishing with 7th Order spirit wood cannot reach such limits. From his cultivation insights, Lu Qingfeng realized, Foundation establishment with 7th Order spirit wood, at most, adds 900 years to the lifespan. For ordinary people, they could not simultaneously cultivate other techniques, So 900 years, plus a regular mortal's lifespan of 110 years or so, amounted to living for 1,000 years. Many spirit void practitioners might not live as long as this. But Lu Qingfeng is different. With the Yellow Court scripture at hand, I can command all laws. While cultivating other techniques to increase my cultivation level and lifespan, cultivating the red dust longevity technique will significantly boost the extra lifespan gained. Lu Qingfeng smiled inwardly. A lengthy lifespan makes cultivation unworried. Each step is steady and sure, groping in the game, resolute in reality without any obstructions. It's just a pity. What a pity that even when strengthened to true sect level, flaws in the red dust longevity technique still exist. These are inherent flaws of the cultivation technique, which the derivation technique couldn't eradicate. Such a pity. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. In this way, Qingyu couldn't cultivate it either. He reined in his thoughts. Entered the stone house. Lu Qingfeng began to cultivate another magic gate. Sitting with legs crossed, he calmed his mind, while from his divine soul, he split off a thought with dual embodiment. The thought flowed into a clump of flame. Whoosh! A flame demon god emerged from Lu Qingfeng's body, with a beast's head and a human's body, cloaked in red scales, with fire snakes adorning its ears and fire dragons beneath its feet. It's the Zhurong demon god indeed. But this time, Zhurong demon god differed from before. Its eyes were full of expression, and it needn't await Lu Qing's command to walk, sit, or lie down in the stone house. Lu Qingfeng, seated in meditation, felt an extremely bizarre sensation. This feeling was like one hand practicing a hand technique and the other practicing a fist technique. Fist and hand techniques completely mismatched, but due to the skill of dual embodiment, both could be executed simultaneously without interference. At this moment, Zhurong demon god was that left hand. Lu Qingfeng's original body was the right hand. The first level, divine soul thought, reaching such degree should be considered perfection. Zhurong demon god approached Lu Qingfeng. Speaking in human language, except for the sound, it was indistinguishable from Lu Qingfeng. Divine soul thought. The thought inhabits the Duqian demon god, almost tantamount to a second primordial spirit. A flash of thought crossed Lu Qingfeng's mind. Duqian demon god originally gathers the thoughts of the all heavens demon gods, mastering divine skills, and possesses the instinct for battling the heavens. My thought inhabiting it is instead superfluous. This was not the correct use of divine soul thought. In a movement of thought, Zhurong demon god collided into Lu Qingfeng's body and disappeared. At the original place, however, divine soul power surged out from Zhurong demon god's body, falling to the ground and transforming into a translucent shadow with the wind. It bore an identical appearance to Lu Qingfeng. Two Lu Qingfengs faced each other. The original body remained seated in meditation. The thought as a divine separation stood, rather ethereal. This was because Lu Qingfeng had not yet reached the primordial spirit realm, and his divine soul power was far from reaching the level of a primordial spirit great cultivator, likely to dissipate with a blow of a gale. Lu Qingfeng sensed his divine soul thought. With just this shred of divine soul power, he could manipulate the omnipresent spiritual energy between heaven and earth, harnessing the might of the cosmos, capable of exhibiting strength not inferior to Foundation Establishment Qi introduction, and even the condensed liquid realm. But for Lu Qingfeng's original body, a true man of the void core realm, even with an additional spirit void level divine soul thought avatar, there would be no substantial increase in combat strength. And this thought is born from a division of my divine soul, a thread split from it. If it's destroyed, although it can be cultivated back, it will still be a significant injury. Lu Qingfeng had a thought. The divine soul thought rode the gentle breeze, soaring into the sky beyond, endlessly ascending. High above, the gang wind was raging. Bang! The divine soul thought was immediately shredded by the gang wind. Humph! Back in the watcher nest, Lu Qingfeng grunted, his complexion somewhat pale. Yet in his eyes, there was little sign of defeat. It's all right. This shred of divine soul power only occupies a slither of my origin. With good cultivation and recuperation for some time, it can be restored. Upon further thought. Indeed, it is. If the thought born from the divine soul was destroyed, causing great or even irreparable damage to the original divine soul, How could primordial spirit great cultivators possibly cultivate such a feeble technique? Even if the divine soul thought is destroyed, it requires time for meticulous recuperation for me. But for primordial spirit great cultivators, perhaps they could recover with just a breath. Lu Qingfeng smiled unconstrainedly. Using his current realm to speculate about primordial spirit stage cultivators was like an ant gazing at the sky. Everything was mere conjecture, so he stopped thinking about it. The first level divine soul thought is accomplished. Next, it's time to strengthen this divine soul thought and refine the second primordial spirit. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 314, Body Separation. Congratulations, Muto, on becoming the Alliance Hierarch of this book. Divine Skills Body Separation. Ordinary. Derivation Technique, 10 times Strengthening. Description: strengthened from the Divine Soul Thought Generation skill by using a powerful magic artifact or the body of an exotic beast or bug as the core, guided by one's own divine thought and refining with special magic methods, one eventually splits a second self called body separation. Depending on the quality of the magic artifact or body, the body separation may have different divine skills and mana. It could be stronger or weaker than the original body. Body separation. Lu Qingfeng's mouth curved slightly, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face, just as he expected. After 10 strengthenings, the high-level technique, Divine Soul Thought Generation skill, was directly enhanced into the Body Separation Divine skill that Lu Qingfeng had long been looking forward to. Although it delayed some cultivation, the gains were extremely gratifying. Body separation is divided into 3 levels. The first level, Divine Soul Thought. Just like the Divine Soul Thought Generation skill, it splits out thoughts of the Divine Soul possessing thinking identical to the original body, like an extension of one's limbs. The second level, Second Primordial Spirit. Strengthening the Divine Soul Thought using one's own body or a powerful magic artifact or spiritual objects as a vessel to nurture the Divine Soul, eventually achieving the Second Primordial Spirit. It possesses all the divine skills and magic methods of the original body and can burst forth during a stalemate in combat rule, obtaining miraculous effects. The third level, Body Separation. The second primordial spirit resides in a magic artifact or the body of an exotic beast or bug, refined over and over again. Once successful, due to the different magic artifacts or bodies, it can possess divine skills entirely different from the original body. For example, if you use the body of a 6-winged golden silkworm, erase its consciousness, and refine it into a body separation, it will possess all the divine skills of the 6-winged golden silkworm. It could even improve its cultivation in the way of the 6-winged golden silkworm. If 8 Sceneries Tower is used as the core, the ultimately achieved body separation can possess all the power of the 8 Sceneries Tower. And since the original body is a magic artifact, it is indestructible, surpassing the original body in certain aspects. Lu Qingfeng's mind churned with the magic methods of body separation, pondering continuously. Immediately, with a wave of his sleeves. From the void, Lu Qingfeng, who had created the mustard space after achieving core formation, dropped a succession of magic artifacts. Dutian Xuan Ming Strategy, Mist Banner, Capturing Heart Mirror, Dutian Fierce Fire God Flag, Mist Banner, Wind and Fire Dual Beads, Purple Insect Bell, 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman, Heavenly Star Token, 2-Pole Universe Light Disc, Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower, 2 Chi Rings, Great U Circle, Purple Gold Bowl, Demon Suppressing Golden Ring, Green Wood King Ding, Escape Void Shuttle, 9 Heavens Cloud Breaking Charge, Evil Extinguishing Immortal Robe, Blood Transformation Tower, dozens of magic artifacts, dazzling and varied. The higher the grade of the magic artifact used in refining body separation, the stronger the incarnation created and the greater the potential. Lu Qingfeng looked at the magic artifacts before him, shaking his head. All of these magic artifacts were refined by him in the galaxy realm. The Dutian Xuan Ming Strategy, The highest grade among them had only just entered the 6th rank. To refine them into body separation, their mana would be roughly equivalent to that of a true man at the void core or solid pill stage. But in terms of divine skills, they'd only be able to control the internal Daoist soldiers. Useless. It is best to use offensive or defensive magic artifacts. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the Dutian Fierce Fire God flag. Such a magic artifact, if refined into body separation, could instantly deploy the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal array with but a thought. It would surely be a top-tier combatant true man. A single Dutian Fierce Fire God flag has limited power. To set up the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal array, one must refine 12 flags. Too difficult. He evaluated magic artifacts. Either the grade was too low, the difficulty was too great, or they were not suitable for refining into body separation. Also considering the reality. Although the Green Wood King Ding has no combat abilities, if it could be refined into body separation, its mana would probably be no less than that of a Primordial Spirit Great Cultivator, or even a Mahayana True Immortal. The latest chapters are always available first on MV5 Iloyar. Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. In reality, besides the Greenwood King Ding, he even had 4 7th-order magic artifacts. 8th-rank magical artifacts correspond to Mahayana True Immortals. 7th-order magic artifacts correspond to Primordial Spirit Great Cultivators. If refined into body separation, given enough resources, he could quickly add several incarnations at the Primordial Spirit level. Wonderful! How marvelous! Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Although refining body separation was not easy and fraught with countless hurdles, once achieved, things would be vastly different. No rush in reality. Let's try it first in the game. Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept over, landing on a magic artifact, a 5th-order magical artifact, good enough for practice. However, before he had time to begin the refinement, there were already visitors. An envoy from the star-shining floating city? Lu Qingfeng looked at the black-robed, middle-aged mage before him, thinking first of the several people who were spying from a distance during his tribulation that day. I have been sent by Duke Laurel to invite Baron Guangyuan to the star-shining floating city for a gathering. The black-robed mage called Czar, quite refined, communicated Duke Laurel's invitation to Lu Qingfeng. Duke Laurel is one of the 5 highest counselors of the star-shining floating city, skilled in death magic, referred to as Death Spirit Guardian, and acknowledged as the strongest individual of the human clan between the Thorns and Star-Shining Land, whispered Viscount Fiery Sun Sinier to Lu Qingfeng, introducing him. So it is Duke Laurel, a name I have long admired. Lu Qingfeng showed a smile on his face, but shook his head. I have only just advanced to Lord level and need to consolidate my cultivation. Please ask Czar Envoy to reply to Duke Laurel that once my cultivation is stable, I will definitely visit the star-shining floating city in person. The star-shining floating city, as one of the largest forces in 10,000 miles, has an intricate and complex situation. If he went there now, there was no telling how many complications might arise. Lu Qingfeng is dedicated to cultivation, unwilling to endure too much hassle. Hearing this, the Czar Envoy appeared slightly startled, yet remained courteous. The Duke has instructed that we comply with Baron Guangyuan's wishes in all matters. I hope that Baron Guangyuan can visit star-shining floating city as a guest at his earliest convenience. Definitely. The attitude of this Czar Envoy, to Lu Qingfeng's surprise, generated a favorable impression. As long as there are no provocations, as long as it does not delay his cultivation, Lu Qingfeng bears goodwill towards everyone. Does Duke Laurel have any other instructions? Seeing the Czar Envoy hesitated and did not take his leave directly, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but inquire. Duke Laurel instructed that if Baron Guangyuan cannot find time to visit Star-Shining Floating City, to ask whether he would be willing to sell the method of making the magic device that subdued the purple-eyed bone dragon that day to Star-Shining Floating City, or perhaps to lend the magic device. As for the price, Baron Guangyuan can name it. Star-Shining Floating City is sincerely committed and will certainly not disadvantage the Baron, explained the Czar Envoy, choosing his words carefully as he spoke to Lu Qingfeng. So it's for the demon-suppressing golden ring. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the Czar Envoy. This envoy, backed by Duke Laurel and Star-Shining Floating City, seemed nervous when proposing the deal. His words were cautious, as if afraid of offending him, which made Lu Qingfeng somewhat puzzled. His fingers calculated stealthily within his sleeve. Unfortunately, the barbarian god realm's heavenly mechanism had long been disturbed by true god Yin Jiao of the Tai Sui department, and even calculations related to his own destiny were chaotic and indistinct. He could only barely deduce. This Duke Laurel seemed to have no ill will towards him, even filled with goodwill. Considering Duke Laurel's human identity and the overall situation of humans in the heavenly punishment abyss, Lu Qingfeng's mind became clear. The demon-suppressing golden ring was acquired by chance, and I do not possess the refining method, nor do I have any thought of lending it out. Although he had some guesses, Lu Qingfeng still refused. Merely vague friendliness, and a few words expecting Lu Qingfeng to hand over the refining method for the demon-suppressing golden ring or to lend out a fifth-order magic artifact was something Lu Qingfeng felt he could not agree to so generously. As for the price offered by star-shining floating city, I will take a trip to thorny Great Rift Valley, where resources should be plentiful. After sending off the Tsar envoy, Sinier's face showed a trace of worry. In star-shining floating city, although Duke Laurel is a necromancer, he is gentle with others and likes to mentor members of the human clan. Hundreds of years ago, I was guided by Duke Laurel. But in the floating city, there is also Duke Doyle from the Dark Knight Elf clan, an enthusiastic alchemist and pharmacist. Duke Laurel's invitation might be a result of internal pressure from the floating city. Having lived for more than 2,000 years, Sinier had a keen insight into matters and expressed his speculation to Lu Qingfeng. Duke Doyle's reputation in thorny and star-shining lands could not compare to that of Duke Laurel, said Tauren Horace, shaking his head with no fondness for Duke Doyle. Burns also looked towards Lu Qingfeng. Be very careful these days. Duke Doyle is the Grand Duke in the floating city. Why would he take action against a newly advanced baron like me? Lu Qingfeng gestured dismissively, and seeing Horace anxious to continue, he quickly changed the subject. Thank you three for choosing disciples for me in the Watcher Nest. How is the selection going? Ah! Seeing this, Horace knew that Lu Qingfeng was not listening and sighed heavily without uttering another word. Sinier took over the conversation. According to your requirements, 10 youngsters have been chosen from each of the 3 clans. They are all around 10 years old, still studying theoretical knowledge and haven't begun meditating and practicing combat skills. Good. Let's go take a look, Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. Simon, born of the Tauren clan, has lived in the Watcher Nest since childhood. Lately, a big shot has arrived in the valley, everywhere accompanied by 3 great guardian lords. His peers and elders say that this is also a lord, likely to become the 4th guardian of the Watcher Nest. Simon was curious about this Baron Guangyuan, the future guardian. He saw from a distance and only felt that the Baron was different from all 3 guardian lords. At first glance, he seemed like the uncle next door, not a powerful cultivator. That day, he was called out from the fields by Lord Horace to the Watcher Mountain above. Simon knew that this was where the 3 guardians and the Baron stayed, where even powerful warriors like Uncle said weren't allowed to enter. Could it be because of my diligent weeding that Lord Horace wants to reward me? Simon guessed wildly. When he arrived halfway up the mountain, he saw more than 10 companions of about his age had already arrived. He saw Nisha, a little girl from the Black Prison clan who lived not far from his home. Her skin was dark, and she had 2 small curved horns on her head. Very beautiful. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 315, Demon Evil Entangling Silk Divine Spell reappears. Nisha also came. Nisha is as diligent as I am. Calling us over must mean there's a reward. Simon became excited. First, because he was called over together with Nisha. He felt that their relationship was somewhat different now, which inexplicably delighted him. Second, he guessed that they were probably called over this time because of their diligence and not being lazy to be rewarded. Simon occasionally stole glances at Nisha, then pondered what kind of reward Lord Horace would give him. He was asked to stand upright without slacking, even if no one was watching. Simon didn't feel tired. The sun shone on his face, making it hard to keep his eyes open, but Simon didn't sit down. Nisha did the same, standing obediently. However, among the 30 companions in total, no one dared to sit down. At most, they stood a bit more relaxed. Until noon. As a fine sweat formed on Simon's nose and he was wondering whether Lord Horace had forgotten about them, he saw Lord Horace, Lord Sinier, and Lord Burns walking over. Baron Guangyuan was also there. Simon blinked. This was his first time observing the Baron from such a close distance. Truly a man who could subdue the purple-eyed bone dragon, though he did not look very strong, standing beside the three guardians. Simon noticed Baron Guangyuan at first glance. He watched as Baron Guangyuan approached. Simon felt a bit nervous. He even missed hearing what Baron Guangyuan and the three guardians were talking about. Just seeing Baron Guangyuan point at him and including Nisha and 4 other companions. "Come with us." Simon, in a daze, followed behind Baron Guangyuan, side by side with Nisha. Shortly after, they arrived in front of a stone house. Down the mountain, Simon was still somewhat dazed. "From today onwards, you 6 are my disciples under the guidance of Guangyuan." The Tao is profound and serene. True purity is forever upheld. When one yang returns to its origin, the teachings are forever complete. "Simon, from now on your Daoist name is Xuan Cheng as my 4th disciple." The voice of Baron Guangyuan echoed in his ears. Now, Baron Guangyuan was his master. I actually became the disciple of the master? Simon couldn't believe it. His steps were somewhat unsteady. "Simon." "Oh no, 4th junior brother." Nisha looked at Simon beside her and generously walked up to stand with him. "Ah." Simon was stunned, looking at Nisha. "You should call me senior sister." Seeing Simon's dumbfounded look, Nisha couldn't help but laugh. "Senior sister." Simon snapped back to reality, realizing Nisha was given the Daoist name Xuan Ning by the master, ranked first among their 6, the senior disciple. "Hey, stop dazing. Let's hurry home. Father and mother will be so happy to hear this news." Nisha pulled Simon and ran down the mountain. She was a year older than Simon, more mature. But being suddenly accepted as a disciple by Baron Guangyuan, she was still overwhelmingly excited. She only thought of hurrying home to tell her parents the good news. Simon's eyes widened, his head spun, unconsciously following Nisha's brisk pace, heading home. After dismissing the newly accepted 6 disciples to go home and pack their luggage, Lu Qingfeng returned to the stone house. 2 human kids, 2 little minotaurs, 2 young ones from Black Prison Clan. Their talents and diligences are not bad. If nurtured properly, they can be pillars for the Guangyuan immortal sect in the barbarian god realm. Lu Qingfeng pondered. Arriving in the barbarian god realm and encountering such a situation, it would be a pity to do nothing. Especially a great situation like the visible split in the realms of the barbarian god realm should be taken advantage of. The 6-eyed venerable and god of the year Tai Sui had begun their arrangements 300 years ago, sending countless true immortal disciples to reincarnate here. In 300 years, they must have gained some influence in the barbarian god realm. However, I have the enlightenment method, with various techniques and magic artifacts to inherit, not necessarily weaker. A battle for the great Tao. This lifetime, however, I must compete. With reincarnation as a backup, Lu Qingfeng had no worries, wanting to make a big move. Building a sect to gather fortune can at least accelerate cultivation in this lifetime. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng specifically instructed Horace and the others to select 30 children from the 3 clans who had not yet begun to cultivate the methods of the barbarian god realm from the Watcher's Nest. Choosing the best among them, he took 6 as disciples. This is to teach the immortal Tao methods in the barbarian god realm. The methods of the barbarian god realm are somewhat biased. Later, ascending to primordial, proper great methods are still needed. Building a sect was not an overnight event. Lu Qingfeng first took in disciples and slowly trained them. He didn't need the Guangyuan immortal sect to conquer territories for him, just to help educate and consolidate fortunes for him. Fortune is elusive. Although Lu Qingfeng had experienced 16 lifetimes and had some insights, he was still somewhat perplexed and still exploring. After taking on disciples, not hurrying to establish a sect, Lu Qingfeng cultivated in the Watcher's Nest, teaching the 6 disciples and also understanding the surrounding situation, unaware of time passing. In the star-shining floating city, Duke Doyle's mansion saw dark night elves entering and leaving. "How's it going?" In a secret room, Duke Doyle swirled a glass vessel in his hand, talking to himself in the empty room. In the void, a figure emerged from the darkness, with pointed ears, also a dark night elf. Duke Laurel sent Czar to invite Guang Yuan from the Watcher's Nest, but was refused, Defoe respectfully reported. "Humph. I've always said that Laurel's approach simply won't work." Duke Doyle swirled the test tube, waved his hand, and a transparent vessel holding dark red liquid appeared, falling into Defoe's hand. "This is Dark Night and Silence water. Once opened, it naturally evaporates. If Baron and Viscount smell this, they will fall into a beautiful slumber. Find a chance to stun him and bring him to Fernwall Mountain." "Yes," Defoe responded. In the end, Duke Doyle added, "Every human lord is very important to Laurel, so be sure not to harm him. I don't want to anger that crazy woman." "I understand," Defoe nodded, tucking away the Dark Night and Silence water and vanished from sight. "Laurel is too conservative, too kind-hearted. Toynbee is too upright, too rigid. Night is about to fall, and there's not much time left for star-shining floating city." In the secret room, a long sigh from Duke Doyle echoed. Watcher Nest. Inside the stone house, Lu Qingfeng looked at the dark night elf bound by the demon-suppressing golden ring in front of him and couldn't help but smile. "It seems that Duke Doyle has great confidence in you and this potion. Sending a fellow elf to deal with me shows his firm belief in your success. His grace means no harm. He simply wishes for your presence." Defoe frowned inwardly, struggling secretly. However, the power of the golden ring magic device was formidable, binding him tightly, leaving no room for escape. He felt utterly hopeless. He never expected that coming here full of confidence, he would be captured in an encounter. With his strength as a Viscount Lord, he was discovered by the newly risen Lord in front of him before he could release the potion. A flash of 5-colored divine light knocked him down, and before he could recover, a golden light enveloped his head. Help us out by Reedy Dallas G on VSEN and LEM5PI-R. Thereafter, he could not break free. Such insidious methods, even Duke Doyle, if caught off guard, would suffer greatly. Defoe looked at this Baron Guang Yuan, utterly shocked. "Stop struggling. The fighting spirit within you has been sealed by my secret technique. With the demon-suppressing golden ring binding you externally, how could you possibly escape?" Lu Qingfeng looked at the dark night elf with an even broader smile on his face. If judged merely by the level of energy, the Dark Night elf in front of him was approximately equivalent to a solid pill realm cultivator. However, in terms of physical body, he couldn't compare to a solid pill true man who was forging his true body. His fighting spirit was strong but lacked versatility. Only the innate talent of invisibility was noteworthy. Hidden in the darkness, concealing all signs of presence, making it difficult for one to detect. Striking silently with lethal blows, even lords of the same rank would find it hard to sense beforehand. A natural-born assassin. That was Lu Qingfeng. At Daluo Cave Temple, all illusions are shattered. Defoe's use of invisibility was boldly executed in the stone house, but was instantly detected by Lu Qingfeng. His innate talent was broken by a burst of 5-colored divine light, and his fighting spirit was henceforth sealed. Perhaps even Defoe himself did not expect to be subdued so easily. "His grace truly means no harm. Please forgive Defoe for his offense," Defoe conceded. He certainly did not wish to die here because of Duke Doyle's kind invitation. Whether there is malice is not for you to say. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward, his expression unchanged, and calmly said, "Let me see what Duke Doyle has instructed." "What are you going to do?" Seeing this, a bad feeling surged inside Defoe. 5 ghost soul capturing technique. Lu Qingfeng's eyes flickered with a sinister glint, and 5 yin winds appeared from all directions, drilling into Defoe's body. Ah! 5 ghosts possessed him, the chill of yin energy bone deep. Defoe's body turned cold, and he couldn't help but scream out loud. His soul seemed to be tearing apart, and he let out shrieking howls of unbearable agony. Lu Qingfeng turned a deaf ear. Images flickered before his eyes. In the secret room, Duke Doyle took out the Dark Night and Silence water, instructing Defoe not to hurt him. Somewhere in Floating City, Defoe and a gray elf were entangled passionately, bliss apparent on their faces. The voice of the gray elf echoed in Defoe's ear. Kill that man, take the magic artifact, and leave some traces. Duke Doyle is aggressive. Laurel is stubborn. Really looking forward to the two dukes falling out. The crying stopped. The howling ceased. Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeve, and the five ghosts hid away. Defoe's body was soaked with sweat, his face pale and his gaze dull, evidently tormented severely. Such a cliched framing. Such a cliched conspiracy. Lu Qingfeng found it somewhat dull. Brusquely, he slapped his own chest, spitting out 3 large bowls of heart blood into the air. This? Watcher Nest, seeing this, Defoe was startled. But he saw Lu Qingfeng form a sword with his fingers, hovering over the void, drawing the blood while murmuring softly. As the heart blood in midair transformed into strands of evil silk, wriggling like earthworms, forming mysterious characters. With insufficient heart blood, the characters gradually began to dissipate. Lu Qingfeng looked towards Defoe. No, don't. His expressionless face, in Defoe's eyes, resembled that of a devil from the 72nd layer of the abyss, even more terrifying than an unreachable devil. Lu Qingfeng paid no heed. He formed a seal technique, transforming the demon-suppressing golden ring on Defoe into golden light, which he captured in his hand. With a swoop of true yuan, he tossed the powerless Defoe aside. The next moment, bang! Defoe's face showed unresolved terror. His entire body exploded, blood and divine soul all sacrificed for the demon evil entangling silk divine spell. Lu Qingfeng's eyes flickered, visualizing from Defoe's memories the gray elf he had passionately interacted with. Mysterious characters in the air, twisted like dragons and snakes, turning into a bloodlight that vanished into the void. Sigh. Having finished this, Lu Qingfeng's face also turned slightly pale. He sat down cross-legged, resting and recuperating. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 316, Chaos. Star-shining floating city. Duke Seiya lay sideways on the couch, nestled in the arms of the handsome and dashing Duke Blake. Extending a finger, she traced circles on Blake's chest, her sweet tongue occasionally flicking out, oozing seduction. It is said that the Feather Clan once split, with a true god of the clan leading the majority of the Feather Clan into the embrace of the master of the 72nd layer of the Abyss, becoming the first immortal true god of the Abyss. Duke Seiya looked up, her gaze fixed on Blake's handsome visage. Behind Blake, a pair of wings trembled slightly, his face showing undisguised disgust. Carmel's betrayal of the bright god is an eternal shame for the Feather Clan. Seeing Blake's abhorrence for the Back God and fallen Feather Clan, Duke Seiya buried her face in Blake's chest, her gray eyes flickering with an eerie gleam. But at this moment, Duke Seiya's heart suddenly fluttered on a whim, followed by a violent contraction of her heart, as if her originally clear and pure soul was entangled in strands of blood. The more the blood strands tightened, the more her soul felt constricted, causing waves of intense pain. Curse! Who is cursing me? Duke Seiya sat up in shock, her soul already tangled in dense blood strands. She felt congested in her chest, and the Duke struggled even to breathe. Seiya, what's wrong? Blake saw that Duke Seiya's complexion was rapidly turning pale to the naked eye, and her breath was weakening continuously, so he hurriedly asked. Ah! Before Duke Seiya could speak, she felt the blood strands around her soul suddenly tighten, as if slicing into her soul with every twist. The pain was 1,000 times, no, 1,000,000 times more agonizing than physical dismemberment. Curse! Blake finally realized, flames of rage in his eyes. Who dares to curse the Duke of Star-Shining Floating City? Duke Seiya's face was racked with pain. Unable to speak, Blake's hands emitted holy light, gently caressing Duke Seiya's face. Holy light can drive away evil and dissolve curses. However, as soon as it entered Duke Seiya's body, a wicked, hateful force surged out, penetrating directly into Blake through his hands. This is Augustine's power. Blake's body shone with holy light, dispelling the power instantly. Yet the wicked, hateful force, like thorns, regrouped in an instant, tightly entwining. Even holy light itself could not expel or disperse it. Seiya. Blake looked at Duke Seiya. His hands had already left Duke Arthur's face, seemingly realizing something. He found it hard to accept for a moment. My dear Blake, Duke Seiya struggled to lift her head, giving Blake a stunningly beautiful smile. But this smile was also filled with evil and hate. The next moment, black vines tore through that gorgeous face, wildly proliferating. Upon a closer look, these were not vines. Extreme evil thorns. Blake was enveloped in holy light, his eyes fixed on Duke Seiya. With her soul accursed, Duke Seiya's control over her soul and body decreased to an unprecedented low. The evil and hate hidden deep within the soul slowly spread, reaching every part of her body. Thorns, covered in black spikes, emerged from within her, instantly covering the bed, engulfing Blake as well. Why? Why do this? Blake became increasingly heated with holy light, falling on Duke Seiya, causing her soul to suffer indescribable, tremendous pain. Yet the pain in Blake's heart was no less than Duke Seiya's. Why? My dear Duke Blake, can you still not see clearly? Duke Seiya endured the pain, her face shattered and distorted, as ugly as an abyss demon. No longer concealing, she cackled strangely, taunting Blake unabashedly. If you cannot see, let me tell you, I have long been a loyal servant of Duke Jingji, meticulously entering star-shining floating city to fulfill Duke Jingji's plan to rule the abyss. Not just me. There's also Doyle and the countless thorny apostles hidden within star-shining floating city. Blake, the lights of Star Shining are extinguishing. Quickly join under Duke Jingji, and like your ancestors, become a great abyss war god. Duke Seiya's words pierced Blake's heart like steel nails. Bloodied, bone-chilling pain. Blake shone with increasingly intense holy light, imbued with the divine intent shining in all directions. The black thorns dissipated into smoke. Duke Seiya's soul weakened further. Her voice grew fainter, yet more unbridled. Blake, it's all in vain. Duke Jingji's glory will shatter the holy light and sweep across the land of the abyss. Blake's sorrowful expression was buried under the holy light. Duke Seiya's voice gradually faded, and the black thorns grown from her body were also incinerated by the holy light. Holy light shone, shining upon Duke Seiya. Her soul was cursed, her body eroded by holy light. The forces of star-shining floating city will be destroyed. Blake, you cannot stop it. Duke Seiya's body completely smiled under the holy light, her final words echoing in the palace. Augustine! 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 The holy light shone boundlessly, and the Duke Blake's manner echoed with the furious roar of this luminary, shaking the floating city. Grey Elf! Duke! The Duke Seiya of the floating city, one of the top 5 counselors, one of the 5 dukes. Feeling that the target cursed by the demon evil entangling silk divine spell had completely perished, Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes. A flash of sharpness in his glance vanished in an instant. If it hadn't been for the 7 beasts' small divine number and the 5 ghosts' soul-capturing technique, I might really have been misled. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. The backlash of casting the spell had already been stabilized. Even strengthened to the level of great divine power, and with Viscount Defoe being sacrificed to curse and kill a Duke Lord equivalent to the Golden Core level, the backlash against Lu Qingfeng was not significant. At most, 1 or 2 months of recuperation would completely remove the backlash without leaving any hidden troubles. But still, even as a Duke, cursed to death takes 49 days after all. How? Lu Qingfeng started calculating with his fingers. The workings of the heavenly mechanism were hazy, but fortunately, 7 beasts' small divine number was a great divine power, and Duke Seiya's death was closely related to him, so he barely managed to calculate it. So that's how it is. This chapter was uploaded by the team at M. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. This Duke Seiya is truly remarkable. If she hadn't made me her target, she might have indeed caused chaos in the star-shining floating city. Time and destiny. Duke Seiya probably had no idea that her great plan collapsed entirely because she completely underestimated the newly ascended Baron Guangyuan, considering him merely a minor piece in her scheme. Nevertheless, the betrayal and death of a duke will still plunge the star-shining floating city into unprecedented chaos. In the entire star-shining floating city, there are only 5 dukes who can barely confront Duke Jingji Augustine from the west. Now that one has died, although not to the point of destruction, the city will still fall into decline. Moreover, internal suspicion and purges bring more chaos. Internal and external troubles. The outlook is not optimistic. Star-shining floating city has an excellent reputation between the thorny and star-shining lands. If I can take charge of the floating city or bring it under my command, the pace at which I spread the barbarian god doctrine throughout the realm will significantly accelerate. This time, Lu Qingfeng doesn't need to decipher superpowers or defy the world, and there's no need to follow the same path as the galaxy realm. He can rally the people's hearts and establish the true Guangyuan immortal sect, not in name only immortal, while the world deems it demon. Decisiveness in killing. It is to avoid trouble, not to invite it. Thus, even though he knew that Duke Seiya of the star-shining floating city was trying to harm him in secret and had the confidence to infiltrate and swiftly kill her with the force of a thunderbolt, to proclaim his own strength, to demonstrate that he is not to be provoked. Yet Lu Qingfeng chose not to do so. He used a more secretive method, casting a spell to curse Duke Seiya to death. Of course, it was unexpected for Lu Qingfeng that Duke Seiya was actually a spy placed in the star-shining floating city by Augustine. This was something he had not anticipated before the curse. It turned out to be a mistaken stroke that turned out right. Originally, killing Defoe might have caused some trouble on Doyle's side. Now the star-shining floating city must be in utter chaos, and Doyle probably has no time to care about it. In the midst of internal strife, Augustine will certainly not miss this great opportunity. Even if he can't swallow the star-shining floating city whole, he will take the chance to start a war, weakening the city's strength. If I appear as the savior when Augustine starts the war, I will gain the hearts of many. Lu Qingfeng's mouth curved into a slight smile. True sentiments cannot be retained since ancient times. Only strategies win hearts. However, deceit and conspiracy cannot last long. Human calculations are ultimately no match for the heavenly scheme. No matter how many schemes, it depends on one's own strength. Solidifying the foundation, crushing with the grand and righteous way, is truly unshakable. Lu Qingfeng's mind was crystal clear. Conspiracy, schemes, they are all inferior paths. To confront the doctrines of the 2 great powers in the barbarian god realm, one must hold on to righteousness and not give others a handle. Spreading the way. Enlightening one realm. It's not that simple. Lu Qingfeng contemplated in silence, then closed his eyes and recited the Yellow Court scripture. Time passed. As Lu Qingfeng predicted, the betrayal and death of Duke Seiya set off an explosion in the star-shining floating city. Incredulity. Everyone feeling at risk. Under these circumstances, a massive top-down purge began. Teams of holy knights patrolled, mind mages conducted screenings, and all gray elves in the star-shining floating city were arrested and locked up. Upon investigation, sure enough, they made significant discoveries. In just 3 days, nearly 100 individuals controlled by evil forces or by Duke Seiya using her charm were discovered. Not just gray elves, but also other species. They were publicly executed without mercy, a powerful deterrent. But at the same time, as one evildoer after another was captured, close friends who had been living together harmoniously, being caught and executed, also sowed fear and turmoil in the star-shining floating city. Reporting others, being reported, framing others, being framed. The word chaos doesn't even begin to describe it. 20 days after the death of Duke Seiya, Duke Jingji Augustine, located in the thorny Great Rift Valley to the west, dispatched his dead souls, giant trolls, Iron Ridge dwarves, and many abyss demons across the Fedir swamp, initiating an offensive towards the star-shining floating city. The battle was on the brink. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 317, Duke Guangyuan. Star-shining floating city. Duke Laurel, the Death Spirit Guardian, Duke Toynbee, the absolute judge, Duke Doyle, the alchemy and potion master, and Duke Blake, the illuminator, gathered together. Below them, a mage cast spells, illuminating 6 scenes, an endless swamp where countless abyss creatures ran amok. They flattened hills, leveled forests, their might shaking the earth and sky. Crossing the swamp, they then divided into 5 paths. The first path, ugly yet strong giant trolls, armed with clubs and crossbows, charged headlong towards the land of flames. Mighty mountains rose up, blocking their way. A human clan warrior clad in a fiery red magic robe, wielding a magic wand, stood at the forefront, commanding human warriors and mages. Clashing with the giant trolls, they engaged in brutal slaughter. The second path, iron-ridged dwarves, with fiery blood coursing through their veins, brandished weapons, howling as they stormed the valley where fierce winds roared. Cliffs and precipices formed natural barriers. The Centaur clan stationed here controlled the gale, striking fiercely at the iron-ridged dwarves. Gale and flesh collided, swords and hammers intertwined, the earth shattered. The third path. The Dead Soul army was eerily silent. Bone dragons, skulls, ghouls, death knights walked the land, proceeding in a deadly, silent massacre. The cold East Spring forest watchtowers stood tall. Dark night elves moved through the shadows, relying on potions and magic devices to strike silently. Suddenly, fierce fire ignited, and then cold rain fell. They spun a dazzling tale of assassination. The fourth path. Led by the feared Demon King, surrounded by swirling swarms of putrid insects. Behind and beside him, dozens of powerful abyss demons crushed mountains and rivers with their thunderous march. In the land of Light Trace, holy light shone everywhere. Thousands of the Feather Clan soared through the skies, chanting in midair. Beams of holy light rained down, dispelling all darkness and evil. The feared Demon King roared in anger. Hellfire swept across the sky, forcing the Feather Clan to desperately dodge. The fifth path. Leading the charge was the Black Flame Fox, followed by Hell Illusion Foxes, Sheep Demons, Hellhounds, and other powerful demons. Storms raged, evil pervaded. The lake water was clear, echoes unceasing. The Echo Lord guarding Echo Lake, leading a host of Grey Elves, flung open the gates, welcoming the Black Flame Fox and its cohort into Echo Lake. They pushed ahead boldly, then dispersed in all directions, aiming to attack from both inside and out, assisting the other 4 paths to breach the defenses. Slaughter filled the sky. The situation was grim. The Echo Lord has led the Grey Elf tribe in rebellion and joined Augustine. Duke Doyle furrowed his brows. The Fadir Swamp once acted as a boundary, with the 5 great passes serving as fortifications sufficient to keep Duke Jingji's Abyss army at bay. But with the death of Duke Seiya and the purging of the Grey Elves before an appropriate response could be made to the forces at Echo Lake, war erupted. The Grey Elf army at Echo Lake had already defected. Damn it! Have the Grey Elves already forgotten how they were persecuted by abyss demons, their homes shattered, and how they were given refuge by star-shining floating city? Duke Toynbee brandished his blade of judgment, his face full of rage. The feeling of betrayal by a trusted comrade was something Duke Toynbee hadn't tasted in a long time. Complaining is useless. Duke Laurel was the calmest. With the loss of Echo Lake, the Abyss Army will enter from here. Firewing Crossing, Winter Spring Watchtower, Rift Wind Valley, and Light Trace will all be threatened. We need to send reinforcements quickly. If all the 5 great passes were breached, star-shining floating city would face the fiercest onslaught from the great Rift Valley's Abyss Army. By then, countless homes would be broken. Numerous citizens would die in the chaos of war. Duke Laurel could not bear the thought. Defending against the enemy from outside was the most urgent matter at hand. But who knows if the reinforcements we send won't become a second Echo Lake garrison? Duke Blake's gaze lingered on the image of Echo Lake, his voice quiet and deep. The temperature in the hall plummeted. Duke Laurel silent. Duke Toynbee silent. Duke Doyle silent. Indeed. Even one of the 5 highest council members, Duke Seiya, had rebelled. Even the Grey Elves, who had their homes destroyed by abyss demons and were taken in by star-shining floating city, had defected. In the whole of star-shining floating city, which army could truly be trusted? War is not to be feared. What's terrifying is the seed of doubt and mistrust sown within. Without expending a single soldier, the enemy could dissolve the vast star-shining floating city from within, plunging into the bottomless abyss. Blake looked up, his gaze settling on Duke Doyle. Duke Doyle looked up and met Blake's eyes, his brow furrowed, not immediately grasping the meaning behind Blake's look. As he was about to speak, suddenly, at light trace, the Feather Clan couldn't resist the Fear Demon King, were beaten back relentlessly, with many Feather Clan warriors and mages slain horribly. But just as the Fear Demon King and his Abyss demons pressed on, they suddenly halted, roaring furiously, then turned tail and fled, withdrawing from Light Trace in an instant. Winter Spring Watchtower. The Dead Soul army advanced unstoppable. Dark Knight elves, once they engaged, were dragged into the light and killed on the spot. But just as the Dead Soul army kept advancing, they too suddenly stopped, silently raging, then turned tail and fled, evacuating East Spring Watchtower in an instant. Riftwind Valley, Firewing Crossing, including Echo Lake. Iron Ridge Dwarves, Giant Trolls, Black Flame Fox, and the treacherous Echo Lake Garrison all stopped their advance in that moment, turning around and fleeing. Fadir Swamp. Thousands of abyss creatures, at a pace far exceeding their arrival, retreated back to the depths of the swamp. Passing through the swamp, they continued to run to the west. Star-shining floating city. Within the Grand Hall, Dukes Laurel, Toynbee, Doyle, and Blake, each with eyes wide or brows deeply furrowed, were all filled with confusion. Augustine, another conspiracy at play. Duke Toynbee's eyes bulged as he shouted loudly. Doyle and Blake exchanged wary and puzzled looks. Duke Laurel's eyes twinkled with wisdom as he gazed towards the distant west. The Thorny Rift Valley. Thorny Rift Valley. Lu Qingfeng, clad in a green Daoist robe, held an 8-layered palace in his left hand and a Dan Book iron certificate in his right. Around him, the Ju-Rong demon god manipulated the 12 Flames divine flags, laying out the fiery fire immortal array that swept across all directions, lighting up the pitch-black Thorny Rift Valley as bright as day, restoring daylight. The Ju-Mang demon god wielded the green wood king Ding, and the vines and plants around him grew wildly like they were before the monarch of wood, harvesting countless abyss creatures attempting to return. The Gong Gong demon god stood upon a black dragon, clutching a green python, stirring up 10,000 tons of black water from the Great Rift Valley, brewing boundless terror. Qiang Liang, the demon god of thunder, brandished lightning, his majestic celestial might tearing through the sky, breaking through the darkness and evil. 72 Duchian ghost generals charged into battle, dominating the wind and clouds. 3,600 Xuanming Yin soldiers arrayed in formation, sweeping invincibly. Lu Qingfeng was unmoved, standing amidst it all. With 8 Scenery's tower in his left hand, he captured layer upon layer of returning abyss creatures, while his right hand wielded the Duchian Xuanming strategy like a dragon drinking water, drawing in the bodies and souls of the abyss creatures killed above and below, heartily operating the Dutian creation pool. It turned them into endless Dutian essence, providing a ceaseless power source for the Yin soldiers and ghost generals. One man, one force. Firmly occupying the Thorny Rift Valley, each returning abyss army fell into Lu Qingfeng's grasp, either imprisoned or transformed into nourishment. Heaven! The 4 dukes of the star-shining floating city rushed to witness this very scene. A green-robed mage, washing the Thorny Rift Valley in blood. This is Augustine's lair, with numerous abyss creatures hidden deep within the Great Rift Valley. The extreme evil thorns are dense, ensnaring any enemy warriors or mages who enter, devouring their flesh and souls. How could someone attack this place? Duke Toynbee, looking at the Thorny Rift Valley being slaughtered and blood-washed, felt as if his world had been turned upside down. Augustine, having repressed the star-shining floating city for thousands of years and considered highly likely to contend for the lordship of the Abyss First Layer, his den that he built over thousands of years was being massacred like this? It wasn't just Duke Toynbee. Laurel, Doyle, and Blake were just as incredulous. That is, Baron Guangyuan from the Watcher Nest? Duke Laurel observed the peculiar mage in control of 2 magic instruments, recognized the robe on him, and for some reason, he immediately thought of the newly risen human lord who had recently survived divine retribution and with the aid of a peculiar magic instrument, subdued the purple-eyed bone dragon. But, having just survived divine retribution and ascended to lordship, at most he would have Viscount-level power. Only with that peculiar magic instrument and under specific conditions could he subdue the purple-eyed bone dragon. How could he possibly have the power to bloodwash the Thorny Rift Valley? Duke Laurel shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. However, when the man in the green robe turned around, a face both familiar and strange appeared before Duke Laurel, and his shock turned into waves he could no longer suppress. It's him! It's him! It's him! This copy comes from content on MVL0. Baron Guangyuan. All four dukes exclaimed in unison, struck dumb and speechless. Lu Qingfeng turned to look at the four figures approaching from afar. Recalling their identities from Defoe's memories, he smiled and nodded slightly towards them. I am Guangyuan, pleased to meet the four fellow Daoists from the star-shining floating city. Star-shining floating cities Laurel. Star-shining floating cities Toynbee. Star-shining floating cities Doyle. Star-shining floating cities Blake. Atop the Thorny Rift Valley, the four dukes stood face to face with Lu Qingfeng at a distance, introducing themselves with respect. Whether it was Lu Qingfeng's formidable strength or his act of destroying Augustine's den, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe and gratitude. The star-shining floating city protects its people, and your merit is boundless. The four dukes are renowned, and I've long admired you, Lu Qingfeng said with a smile to the four. Guangyuan. Duke Guangyuan. Duke Doyle paused before addressing Lu Qingfeng, eventually using the title Duke. Destroying Augustine's den so boldly and with impunity, his power must be on par with the most distinguished Duke Lords. He deserved the title of Duke Guangyuan. Seeing this rare duke from among the Dark Knight Elves beginning to speak, Lu Qingfeng grinned internally. This was the one who had, just a few days ago, sent his capable officers to the Watcher Nest to invite him over, nearly falling victim to a scheme by Duchess Seiya without realizing it. Now face to face, without a hint of embarrassment, or even mentioning Defoe, he curiously asked, The Thorny Rift Valley is Augustine's den. Augustine is evil and cunning. Where did he end up going? Where did he go? Lu Qingfeng looked surprised. Augustine rarely leaves his lair. After Duke Guangyuan's strike, when he returns, he's sure to be spitting blood and fury. I truly want to see Augustine frustrated and in a rage. It must be a sight to behold, said Duke Doyle, his voice carrying an unusual trace of flattery. Ha! That might disappoint you, Duke Doyle, said Lu Qingfeng, instantly grasping Doyle's intent and laughing loudly. Seeing Doyle and the other three dukes looking puzzled, he gestured, and from the 8 Sceneries Tower, a phantom figure fell into the void. Silver hair, silver eyes, a dignified face, wearing a black robe. His body nearly transparent as mist, and eyes filled with terror, flickering in the air as if ready to vanish at any moment. Doyle and the others, upon seeing this, felt their breath catch. Duke Toynbee pointed to the phantom spirit in the air and shouted, Augustine! Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 318, Xuan Music Echoes Through 100,000 Li. 4th update, 760. Standing atop the Great Rift Valley, Lu Qingfeng watched the 4 dukes of star-shining floating city leave in the distance. Thoughts flickered through his mind, but he ultimately shook his head. Not yet. First, we'll assimilate the territory controlled by Augustine and let the Guangyuan immortal sect begin to take shape. Then, we can discuss recruitment. Dukes are not so easily won over to one's command. In the material realm, the strongest are the Abyss Masters of the 36 layers of the Abyss. Below them are the Duke Lords. Or rather, whether it's an Abyss Master, a Grand Duke, or a Common Duke, they all fall under the category of Duke Lords. Only that a Grand Duke is a top-level warrior among Common Dukes, possessing the ability to fight multiple opponents at once. Hence, they are singled out and called Grand Duke. The vast expanse of the Abyss First Layer only has 99 Grand Dukes. The position holds great prestige. And the Abyss Master is the first among these 99 Grand Dukes, having the ability to crush the other 98 and seize authority, suppressing thousands of Abyss creatures. Augustine. Duke Jingji. He is one of the 99 Grand Dukes in the Abyss First Layer. He is the undisputed lord of the 8,000-mile territory around the Thorny Rift Valley, a top-tier power of the First Layer. Faced with Augustine, whose reputation was so immense, Lu Qingfeng had originally planned to spend the next 2 years digesting all his experience value before dealing with him. But plans can't keep up with changes. And the exposure of the demon-suppressing golden ring after surviving the heavenly judgment sparked a series of events, ultimately leading to the massive attack by the Abyss army on star-shining floating city. Lu Qingfeng did not hesitate. He went straight to the Thorny Rift Valley and started the fight. Augustine, shrouded in powerful and unpredictable rumors, commanding an invincible Abyss army over 8,000 miles, was in fact a thicket of extreme evil thorns. Difficult to engage, with countless branches resistant to damage. And even if one gained the upper hand, it was very hard to completely cut down all its millions of branches and utterly annihilate Augustine. Unfortunately, Augustine met Lu Qingfeng. Yin soldiers' ghost generals held the field. An array of magic artifacts and divine skills were unleashed, destroying thousands of thorns, capturing souls with ease, effortlessly slaying the Duke Jingji, whose advantages and flaws were both significant. His soul suppressed within the 8 Sceneries Tower. Even so, the 4 dukes from star-shining floating city were still duke-level powers, not much weaker than the strength Lu Qingfeng had shown. To speak rashly of them submitting, willing to be commanded as subordinates, was indeed difficult. Might as well not speak for now and wait for the future. No rush. After 16 lifetimes, Lu Qingfeng has amassed such deep foundations that not even a heavenly immortal reincarnating in the mortal world could surpass him. He just needed time to transform this accumulation into power, and then he could advance unopposed. Recruiting followers. Expanding influence. There's no need to hurry. With Lu Qingfeng's power, he could resist any enemies in the Abyss First Layer, suppress a region, develop slowly, and one day become invincible in the world. He cleared his thoughts. Lu Qingfeng looked down at the chaotic and desolate Thorny Rift Valley with an unmoved gaze. Looking into the distance, beyond the Thorny Rift Valley to the towering mountain range that stretched for 100 miles to the north, he said, "This mountain shall be called Zhenyuan Mountain and become the gateway for Guangyuan Immortal Sect." With a sweep of his sleeve, a 30-foot-high stele fell down, inscribed with Zhenyuan Mountain. Time passed. The news that Duke Jingji Augustine had been killed, the Thorny Rift Valley had been cleansed of blood and occupied, swept like a hurricane across the Abyss First Layer. The world was shocked. The name Duke Guangyuan spread from star-shining floating city and instantly rose to the ranks of the top powers of the Abyss First Layer, taking the place of the former Duke Jingji. Some who were interested in these matters had made a ranking of the top powers of the First Layer based on their record of achievements. Duke Jingji Augustine ranked 81st among the 99 Grand Dukes. By defeating Augustine, Lu Qingfeng directly took the 81st spot. And many believed that Duke Guangyuan's rank was far from stopping there. The outside world debated, but Lu Qingfeng paid no attention. He was devoted to setting up Zhenyuan Mountain. Layers of arrays transformed into a grand mountain gate array, covering a 100-mile radius of Zhenyuan Mountain. Zhenyuan Mountain, being next to the Thorny Rift Valley and territory Augustine had occupied, was naturally not a common place. Favored by heaven and earth, blessed by the will of the Abyss, it was already a rare cultivation paradise. But to be precise, it was more suitable for Abyss demons with dark power like Augustine to live and cultivate there. Lu Qingfeng laid down arrays, reversing the fundamental nature of the land. The 9 Heavens Gang wind cleansed the Great Rift Valley, with gales blowing day and night tirelessly, erasing millennia of evil, hatred, and gloom to nothingness. The star array connected to the stars and sun. The mountain and river array commanded the earth and its landscapes. Moving mountains and changing mountains was still beyond Lu Qingfeng's fire control, but altering the earth's veins and spirit was not difficult when unhindered and unopposed by powerful cultivators. The gathering spirit array drew in boundless spiritual energy from all directions. The power of the stars and celestial bodies rained down, spreading over 100 miles. With Genuine Mountain as the focal point, the terrain and the energy of water veins shifted and changed. In just a few days, the once pestilent and miasmic Thorny Rift Valley was transformed. Spiritual energy surged, brimming with immortal energy. Within the abyss, a new immortal sect and immortal mountain stood proudly. Like a lotus rising from the mud untainted, aloof from the world, it carried an air of an immortal realm. After continuous effort in setting up arrays for 27 days, Lu Qingfeng finally halted. Yin soldiers' ghost generals were arrayed 100 miles away. The fierce might they displayed as they cleared the Thorny Rift Valley of bloodthirsty creatures was enough to keep all, whether evil, powerful abyssal creatures, lord-level mages, or warriors, at bay, daring only to gaze from afar, witnessing Genuine Mountain undergo changes visible to the naked eye at an astonishing speed. Of course, they were still unaware of the name Genuine Mountain, believing it to be the Thorny Rift Valley, filled with curiosity. Yet with 72 Dutian ghost generals, each with a presence rivaling a duke, and 3,600 Xuanming Yin soldiers with might akin to the arrogant Sun Great Mages guarding the void, no one dared to overstep their bounds. At the foot of Genuine Mountain, Lu Qingfeng took step by step, walking upon the void as if ascending a heavenly ladder, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the summit of Genuine Mountain. 3 peaks stand as though to pierce the sky. Cliffs of emerald and scarlet valleys unfold with majesty. The gold essence of the White Emperor channels Yuan Qi. Stone blooms into lotus. Clouds form a platform. 3 peaks towered over Genuine Mountain. The North Peak was sheer on all sides, its summit crowned in mist, connected to Earth's veins, standing proud and solitary, resembling the Cloud Platform. Thus, Lu Qingfeng named it Cloud Platform Peak. Atop Cloud Platform lay a curious stone resembling a lotus flower. Basking in the influence of feng shui and sunlight, it contained a hint of divine charm. Sitting upon it to contemplate the sea of clouds for thousands of miles and to cultivate, one would experience ineffable wonders, an excellent place for cultivation. Atop West Peak was a colossal rock shaped like a lotus petal, which Lu Qingfeng named Lotus Peak. South Peak, lush with trees and possessing a tranquil atmosphere, was as pretty as a fairy holding a flower, thus called Fairy Peak. Lu Qingfeng descended onto North Peak's cloud platform, settling onto the stone lotus dais. He gestured in the void, and a sect magical artifact fell into his hand. It resembled a conch at first glance, seemingly ordinary. But as Lu Qingfeng's true yuan surged, he activated the magic artifact, his voice resounding clearly. I am Guang Yuan, who has slain Augustine and received the heavenly mechanism. 2 years hence, I shall announce the teachings of the Xuanmen at Genuine Mountain. All living beings from the abyss with a destined affinity are welcome to listen to the Dao. His voice was clear, audible within dozens of paces in every direction. As it spread beyond, it gradually weakened. However, with a slight shimmer of Xuan light, the Dharma conch-like magical artifact slipped from Lu Qingfeng's hand and grew as it caught the wind. Mystery burst forth. The words uttered by Lu Qingfeng seemed to solidify rather than dissipate, and with the help of the Dharma conch, echoed out in all directions. I am Guang Yuan, who has slain Augustine and received the heavenly mechanism. 2 years hence, I shall announce the teachings of the Xuanmen at Genuine Mountain. All living beings from the abyss with a destined affinity are welcome to listen to the Dao. I am Guang Yuan, who has slain Augustine and received the heavenly mechanism. 2 years hence, I shall announce the teachings of the Xuanmen at Genuine Mountain. All living beings from the abyss with a destined affinity are welcome to listen to the Dao. I am Guang Yuan, who has slain Augustine and received the heavenly mechanism. 2 years hence, I shall announce the teachings of the Xuanmen at Genuine Mountain. All living beings from the abyss with a destined affinity are welcome to listen to the Dao. Suddenly, within 100,000 miles, in heaven and on earth, every life spirit heard Lu Qingfeng's proclamation, as if whispered in their ear, the words deafeningly clear. Whether they were meditating or deep in sleep, they heard them distinctly. Guang Yuan, Genuine Mountain. And with the voice came the image of a green-robed Daoist, full of immortal elegance. Although they had never heard of Genuine Mountain, within the depths of their minds a celestial mountain emerged, with clouds swirling, bathed in starlight, rivers flowing, an unforgettable vision. In their minds, directions to Zhenyuan Mountain also materialized. In that moment, the 10,000 miles of the abyss rumble. All species of living beings, abyssal creatures, and naturally born abyssal demons, some skeptical and others convinced, hastened to the Zhenyuan Mountain suggested by their minds. Winds gathered clouds. The abyss was in turmoil. In 2 years, the teachings shall be spread to the abyss. Lu Qingfeng's sleeves fluttered as the mystical sound Dharma conch disappeared into them. Star-shining floating city. The 4 dukes had long since returned. The external threat of Duke Jingji was eliminated completely with the sudden rise of Duke Guangyuan. The star-shining floating city could now concentrate on resolving internal strife and purging itself internally. The Great Purge continued. The reconstruction of Echo Lake and the other 5 great passes proceeded with a frenzy. The latest chapters are uploaded first on MVLE 3MPYR. A month after Augustine was slain, a thunderous voice spanned the heavens and earth, sweeping over the entire floating city. The 4 dukes gathered immediately. It's Duke Guangyuan. The location of Zhenyuan Mountain corresponds to the original site of the Thorny Rift Valley. Toynbee, galloping in on the wind, burst into the conference hall and was the first to speak. A familiar voice, a familiar figure and features. It was undeniably the same Duke Guangyuan they had encountered in the Thorny Rift Valley that day. But Duke Guangyuan has killed Augustine and now has stirred up such a commotion. What do you think he's trying to do? Duke Doyle frowned. What else could he be planning? Nothing more than trying to establish a foothold in the Thorny Rift Valley and gather powerful beings from all directions, responded Duke Toynbee, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It's just that I've never seen such an approach before. The distance between the Thorny Rift Valley and the star-shining floating city was more than 10,000 miles. The fact that his voice could travel so far and permeate the entire city was an ability that left Duke Toynbee greatly impressed. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Duke Doyle shook his head, remembering the harrowing state of the Thorny Rift Valley he had seen that day, always feeling that Duke Guangyuan was too mysterious. We'll find out in 2 years. After much debate in the conference hall, the 4 dukes could not conclude their discussion, and in the end, Duke Laurel summed it up. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 319. 6 disciples ascend the mountain. Enemies from the southeast approach. 5th update. Lu Qingfeng's voice traveled 100,000 miles. It was heard not only in star-shining floating city. Far in the southeast, 49,000 miles away, there's a region known as the Eclipse Mountain Range. Among the 99 dukes of the Abyss First Layer, one known as the Master of Pain and Slaughter, the Eclipse Duke, rules over this territory. It's said the Eclipse Duke originates from the Ogre clan and needs to consume dozens of humans daily to be satiated, earning an extremely sinister reputation among humans. Within the Eclipse Mountain Range resides the largest ogre tribe of the Abyss First Layer. They breed humans, the Black Prison clan as food, and even enjoy keeping beautiful yet delectable elves captive. In the Heavenly Punishment Abyss, his notoriety is unparalleled, second only to Earth Cave demons and dead spirit beings, other abyssal creatures. One day, I, Guangyuan, having slain Augustine, have partaken of the heavenly mechanism. 2 years hence, I shall impart the teachings of the Xuanmen Path at Zhenyuan Mountain, where all beings of the abyss with destined ties may come to listen. This deafening voice echoed through the heavens and minds, rousing the Eclipse Duke from his slumber with rage sparking in his eyes. Who is it? Who dares to awake the great Eclipse Duke? The Eclipse Duke, towering 3 zhang high, cloaked in dense hair and a full beard, exuded a fierce, savage aura, tremendously frightful in appearance. He shook his head. After months of slumber that had muddled his mind, he finally awoke after shaking his head. Guangyuan Duke? When did another Duke appear in these lands? The Eclipse Duke's eyes, as wide as copper bells, vividly envisioned the green-robed Daoist. The persistent phrase of the external world still echoed in his heart, an astonished glint in the Eclipse Duke's eyes. This fellow actually killed Augustine. Although he disdained Augustine's tactics of hiding in the thorny Rift Valley, even the arrogant Eclipse Duke couldn't deny this was a formidable foe, difficult to overcome and kill. The Eclipse Duke had once sought Augustine for a duel in the thorny Rift Valley, only to end up disoriented, entangled in the countless thorny curls. Irritated and weary, he turned around and left, never returning to the thorny Rift Valley again. Unexpectedly, after only a few months of sleep, Augustine was killed. Genuine Mountain. I have been asleep for so long, and my bones have softened. Perfect for challenging this Guangyuan. The Eclipse Duke, curious about and filled with battle intent for the Guangyuan Duke, who killed Augustine, was tough-skinned and skilled in slaughter and combat. In the entire Abyss First Layer, except the Abyss Master, there was no one he couldn't dare to challenge. He had challenged all 99 Dukes, old and new. If he could defeat them, he would, even maiming or killing them outright. If he couldn't, he would flee, running like mad under their attacks. Augustine couldn't trap him. Once he returned to the safe haven of his den in Eclipse Mountain Range, not even the Abyss Master could kill him. In 2 years? I can't wait that long. Direct Y Afro MV6+L, EM P6YR. The Eclipse Duke let out a sinister chuckle, emerging from his den, and began sprinting in the determined direction. Not only star-shining floating city, not only the Eclipse Duke. Within 100,000 miles, there were 4 or 5 forces as powerful as star-shining floating city, and fighters as powerful as the Eclipse Duke, including Augustine, who had already been slain by Lu Qingfeng, and another named Three-Headed Dagong, a hell three-headed dog, lurking in the abyss of pain and magma. A loner, far more mysterious than Augustine or Eclipse Duke. As the Xuan music resonated between heaven and earth, amidst volcanoes and flowing magma, a three-headed demonic dog covered in magma flames emerged from the magma with all 3 heads, each bearing its fanged and ferocious maw. It was the Three-Headed Duke, Guangyuan, Augustine. The eyes of the Three-Headed Duke fiercely pulsed with a hint of contemplative flash, pondering unknown thoughts before diving back into the magma and disappearing. Countless powerful factions, numerous mighty beings, one after another, all focused their attention on Genuine Mountain, discussing the suddenly risen Guangyuan Duke across the land of 100,000 miles. The Watcher's Nest was no exception. It must be Baron Guangyuan. I always said, Baron Guangyuan is no ordinary new liege, subduing such a ferocious purple-eyed bone dragon so facilely. How could he be ordinary? On the mountain, Horus gesticulated wildly, spittle flying everywhere, punching his own head in excitement and shouting at Sinier and Burns. Sinier and Burns wiped spit off their faces, exchanged desperate looks, and responded warily. Burns spoke. The name Guangyuan is indeed unusual, not commonly seen. Additionally, Baron Guangyuan indeed left this place a month ago. Both the name and timeline align. If there were doubts before, then, as that voice resounded across the heavens and the figure of the green-robed Daoist appeared in their minds, Duke Guangyuan and Baron Guangyuan are one and the same, no longer a matter of dispute. Ha ha! We've struck it rich. Duke Guangyuan slew Augustine and took over Thorny Rift Valley. Given our ties with him, who would dare to mess with the Watcher Nest now? Horus, thinking of the implications, became more excited, clenching his fists and waving them wildly in the air, his eyes sparkling. Right, and there's Nisha and Simon, those little ones. The 6 youths, just 2 months ago, Duke Guangyuan took them as his disciples, keeping them close and teaching them for quite some time. He definitely won't neglect them. As he spoke, a gust of wind formed under Horus's feet as he sprinted down the mountain, his voice carrying from below, "I'll call Simon and the others over." Seeing Horus acting on his words immediately, Sinier shook his head, but his face, too, displayed a hint of faint surprise and anticipation. Although we haven't known him for long, I can tell that Duke Guangyuan is a person who values past connections. With his current reputation, just a minor command, and our Watcher Nest will no longer have to endure attacks from various abyss demons, and the people of the 3 clans can live in peace. Burns listened and frowned slightly, his face dark. But he killed Augustine a month ago and hasn't returned since. Maybe he didn't care at all. No way. Sinir said this, yet his eyes harbored some doubt. Perhaps he's just been too busy, probably preparing for the sermon 2 years from now, and hasn't had time to return. Burns's reminder made Sinir uncertain as well. Within the Abyss First Layer, among the 99 esteemed Duke positions, Duke Guangyuan held one, a highly exalted status. The Watcher Nest, however, had only a Baron and 2 Viscounts, truly insignificant. I hope so. Burns felt it was highly unlikely. A Grand Duke among the highest echelons throughout the Abyss First Layer, having lived countless years, would he really care about a mere month stay in the Watcher Nest? Burns thought of those well-known dukes in the Abyss, and his hope faded by 99%. But just then, are you two talking about me? Burns and Sinir turned abruptly, only to see the green-robed Daoist arrive, alighting before them. At the base of Genuine Mountain, Lu Qingfeng tread upon an auspicious cloud in the lead. Sinir, Burns, and Horus followed, each with 2 children around 10 years old. Indeed, the 6 disciples Lu Qingfeng had taken in at the Watcher Nest. According to the original plan, Lu Qingfeng was to stay at the Watcher Nest for 2 years to fully digest his experience value. During this period, his leisure time was ideal for training the 6 disciples by his side. Cultivation is no easy task, especially for 6 children with no foundational knowledge. Lu Qingfeng hoped they could become strong pillars of the Guangyuan immortal sect, and naturally took great care in nurturing them. However, circumstances forced his hand, and Lu Qingfeng had to act hastily. The 6 disciples had yet to receive much guidance when, taking advantage of the momentum from slaying Augustine, he directly established the Guangyuan immortal sect at Genuine Mountain. But Lu Qingfeng had his own plans, smoothly incorporating the 6 disciples without major issues. Crossing the rifts of the valley, they climbed toward Cloud Platform Peak at the summit of Genuine Mountain. Horus was wildly excited, his eyes scanning the surroundings non-stop. This is the stronghold of Duke Thorny, Augustine, occupied by tens of thousands of Abyss army, where even the Dukes of Star-Shining Floating City dare not enter. I can't believe I, old cow, have the chance to come here. What a thrill! Horus thought to himself, barely restraining from shouting aloud, but every so often he let out a heh-hee of laughter. The 2 little minotaurs, Xuanli and Xuancheng, held in his arms, struggled to lift their heads and, seeing Horus's curious grin, could dissipate the fear and unease they felt in this strange environment, almost laughing aloud themselves. Sinir, Burns, and Horus were all in similar high spirits. However, the 2 managed to show restraint. Hearing Horus's odd noises, Sinir couldn't help but turn his head and glare. Horus quickly shut his mouth, stifling his laughter. But due to too much suppression, he harumphed, and 2 snot bubbles burst from his nose. Quite comical. Pfft! Ha-ha! Xuanli and Xuancheng, the 2 little minotaurs, could no longer hold back, their shoulders shaking with crisp laughter. This drew the attention of Sinir, Burns, Horus, and Xuanning, the 4 brothers, towards them. Scared by their gaze, the 2 boys went pale, unable to laugh any longer. Lu Qingfeng trod upon Qingfeng in the lead, seemingly oblivious to the commotion behind, leading the group up to Cloud Platform Peak. Cloud Platform Peak was supremely high and perilous, but for the likes of Horus, comparable to Jiadan true men, this was obviously no trouble. They proceeded upward. The journey offered much to see. Every scene had been named and marked with a stela by Lu Qingfeng. Places such as Jiaogong's Stone Room, Changchun's Stone Room, Jade Girl Window, Divine Soil Cliff, Yun Pavilion, Old Lord's Plow Hang, Iron Bull Platform, White Cloud Fairyland, etc., all untouched natural landscapes of stunning beauty. As they passed by White Cloud Fairyland, clouds rolled and fluttered beneath their feet as if walking on a heavenly pathway, sequentially forming, akin to ascending a celestial ladder. Hoo-hoo! Xuancheng, held sideways in Horus's arms, could only look downwards. Seeing the clusters of white clouds, he forgot the fright he had experienced earlier, quietly blowing air toward the clouds, observing their shifting shapes, delighting in it. The group admired the scenery, spirits uplifted amidst. Boom, boom, the earth suddenly shook. From the southeast direction, it seemed as though thousands of troops were thundering, charging towards Genuine Mountain. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 320, Let's See the Master Subduing This Official. Congratulations to Pingyang Chener for becoming the Alliance Hierarch of this book. This is such a powerful aura. Sinir, Burns, and Horace halted in their tracks, looking towards the southeast, their expressions somewhat solemn. Lu Qingfeng, who was at the forefront, also stopped and looked far into the southeast. Lord Guangyuan. Horace stepped forward, his face serious. Coming from the southeast direction, it is very likely people from the Falling Star Temple. Even further, it might be the Eclipse Duke Nehem from the Ogre clan of the Eclipse Mountain Range. Falling Star Temple. It was a force on par with the star-shining floating city, with 3 dukes stationed there, belonging to the chaotic neutral alignment, worshipping the true god of Falling Star. Claiming to be the Fallen Star Apostles, the power was not small. There's no need to say more about the Eclipse Duke of the Eclipse Mountain Range. One of the 99 dukes from the Abyss First Layer, battling heaven and fighting the earth, bringing pain and slaughter to this land. Definitely a ruthless character. It's not the Falling Star Temple. Lu Qingfeng was not flustered. Then it's Nehem. Lord Guangyuan, be extremely careful. Nehem is incredibly brutal. Sinir said, reminding him. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand in addressing his 6 disciples, including Xuan Ning, Nisha, and Xuan Cheng Simon aloud. You all have taken me as your master. You should know the wondrous Guangyuan Great Method. Watch carefully now, as your master uses the Great Method to subdue this foe. Xuan Ning, Xuan Cheng, and the other disciples listened, their eyes wide. Sinir, Burns, and Horace, the 3 guardian lords, all became serious. Xuan Cheng felt the atmosphere grow more tense. Boom. Roar after roar. The booming sound from the distance drew closer, but their teacher did not make a move yet. Xuan Cheng anxiously awaited, only to see his teacher stretching an arm towards the southeast, his voice loud. This is the Cloud Summit step, roaming the netherworld, treading the 9th heaven, drifting uncertainly, roaming freely between heaven and earth. It is a top-tier flying divine power. Cloud Summit step? Xuan Cheng's eyes widened, as the teacher's voice fell. At the top of Cloud Platform Peak, a flash of green light twinkled. The void flickered, and in the blink of an eye appeared in the southeastern sky. After the figure halted, Sinir and his companions noticed, their pupils slightly contracting. It was Duke Guangyuan. The trio looked aside. The Duke Guangyuan remained impassive, his large sleeve waving, displaying the distant scenery in the air, allowing Xuan Ning, Xuan Cheng, and others to see clearly. Teacher? The 6 disciples saw the person and shouted aloud, all looking up at another teacher beside them, momentarily dumbfounded. The expression on Lu Qingfeng's face unchanged. This is just a thread of my divine soul's thought, a minor side method, not worth mentioning. The main body stationed on Genuan Mountain, only a Lu Qingfeng's divine soul thought had gone to the Watcher Nest. The concealing technique on him, even Sinir and the others did not notice. At this moment, seeing another Duke Guangyuan sweeping down from the top of Cloud Platform Peak, everyone was naturally shocked. After Lu Qingfeng explained, from the southeast direction, the roaring reached. A 3-zhang tall ogre holding a nail-head hammer. This stony weapon had many holes in its head. As the ogre ran swinging it, it emitted a frightening shrill sound. Boom! Seeing Lu Qingfeng appearing uncertainly in front, Niem continued his mad rush, crying out, "Dare to block my way! Take my hammer first!" If you're not on Mempier, you're viewing a copy. The shrill screech was piercing. The nail-head hammer carried a gale, spreading a chaotic force field overhead, smashing down. If it were to hit, even a true person of the Gathering Law Realm would suffer greatly. On Genuan Mountain, Xuan Ning, Xuan Cheng, and the disciples stared intently at the scene displayed by the cloud mirror, their fists clenched, their hearts lifted to their throats. Sinir and the others looked far away, although worried, not much. After all, it was the top-tier powerhouse of the Abyss Land who had slain Augustine. Nehem was powerful, but this Duke Guangyuan was no weakling. But then heard the voice of Duke Guangyuan beside them. This is the Vajra spell. The wrathful eyes of Vajra can resist 10,000 laws and all evil. Everyone looked. There was a burst of brilliant golden light in the distance, sounds of Dao reverberating. Dang! Nahem's nail-head hammer smashed down hard, making a sound like striking a copper bell. As the sound reverberated, the golden light slightly dimmed. Only then Nahem was seen holding the nail-head hammer. But Lu Qingfeng was as if protected by a divine general of Vajra, unharmed at all. Such strong defense. Nahem swung his nail-head hammer, feeling a numbness in his palm, looking at the green-robed mage before him. He loudly said, "Let's see how many hits your shell can withstand." Before the words fell, he swung the nail-head hammer and charged again. Obviously. This Eclipse Duke recognized Lu Qingfeng at first sight, as when the Xuan music echoed 100,000 li, with the image of Lu Qingfeng etched in his mind. There's no way they didn't know each other. But Nahem's brutal and belligerent nature was undoubtedly evident as he attacked directly without another word. The shrill screeching echoed over 100 li of Zhenyuan Mountain, causing even Sinir and the others in the distance to find it piercing. They hurriedly used their methods to protect Xuan Ning and the other disciples. Dang! 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 Nahem didn't stop, wielding the nail-head hammer, attacking ferociously. Lu Qingfeng stood still, Vajra wrathful eyes, both palms pushed forward, blocking attacks from all directions. The chaotic force field tries to disturb Lu Qingfeng's divine soul as well as the true yuan inside his body, but was resisted by the Vajra as well. 10,000 laws and all evils cannot invade. This was no ordinary feat. Let you taste my prowess now. Seeing Nahem attacking vigorously, Lu Qingfeng's body shone with golden light, an inner yellow glow flickering. Suddenly, as the golden light dissipated, Lu Qingfeng appeared in a layer of indistinct yellow robe, fluttering in the wind, holding a halo-like ring, directly facing Nahem. Boom, boom, boom. The booming sound echoed. A battle at one place, truly made one's breath catch and eyes unable to look away. On top of Cloud Platform Peak. What a strong physique. For a human clan body to actually engage in close combat with an ogre's physique, this is simply insane. Sinir and others were all shocked. The Abyss 100 clans, each with their strengths and weak points. The human clan is relatively moderate, not particularly outstanding in any area, but without distinct weaknesses either. Ogres, however, are known for being good at fighting, their physical strength and power. Originally thought that Duke Guangyuan was a mage, but now a look reveals him to be such a formidable warrior. This shook the hearts of the three, including Sinir. Beside them, Lu Qingfeng spoke loudly. This technique is called Yellow Robe True Skill. It is a mysterious method for cultivating the body. If one achieves the status of a true man, one would not be weaker than the Duke of Abyss. This ring is the Great Yu Circle, possessing an unstoppable might of god and demon. Held in hand, it's a divine weapon. Thrown, it can shatter the heavens and split the earth. Yellow Robe True Skill, Great Yu Circle. The 6 disciples' eyes widened, memorizing intently. As the voice faded, they saw from afar Lu Qingfeng holding the Great Yu Circle, clashing with Nahem like lightning for thousands of rounds. Holding the Great Yu Circle, he smashed fiercely, with infinite strength, directly causing Nahem, known for his physique and strength, to plummet into the void. Not yet steady. Lu Qingfeng gently tossed the Great Yu Circle in his hand. In an instant, the Great Yu Circle expanded rapidly from small to big, moving as fast as lightning, continuously revolving, growing larger, and the light becoming more intense, dazzlingly expanding hundreds of thousands of feet, straight at Nahem. Xuan Ning and other disciples watched with a surge of excitement, and Sinir's group also felt utterly thrilled. Finally understanding, this Duke Guangyuan, what capabilities he had to be able to kill Duke Jingji Augustine. Damn it! Nahem, midair, struggled to stabilize his posture, cursing in his heart. With his physique and strength, he had always been among the leading figures among the 99 Dukes of the Abyss. Barely anyone could surpass him in these aspects. Hence, he loved combat. Holding the nail-head hammer, he attacked fiercely, delighting in his own relentlessness while pressing his opponent to the brink of suffocation. That's why Nahem enjoyed battles. However, today, Lu Qingfeng stood still, allowing the attacks. With Vajra Protector, he stood in an invincible position. Later, holding the Great Yu Circle, he fought back, The invincible physique forged by the yellow robe true skill and the mighty strength of a dragon elephant, not only were they no weaker than Nahem's, but even surpassed him by a notch. Pure physical collision, close combat. Lu Qingfeng firmly had the upper hand. Contrary to Nahem's previous battles, it turned into Nahem being suppressed by his opponent in terms of physique and strength, extremely frustrated. Rapid movement, instinctive dodging, damage mitigation, unyielding will. Under Lu Qingfeng's fierce attack, Nahem, relying on these, only had the capacity to parry, completely lacking the ability to counterattack. Now, the Great U Circle showed changes again. Nahem, in the air, couldn't dodge in time, could only take out a shield from his space ring to block in front of him. A moment later, they saw the Great U Circle explode into a rain of light, engulfing Nahem wherever it touched. Boom, boom, boom. Nahem's entire body was smashed down into the void by the sky-filled rain of light, like a meteor falling, harshly smashing into the depths of the rift, disappearing without trace. Is it a victory? Sinier, Burns, Horus widened their eyes, yet instinctively felt that the battle wasn't over. Nahem's fierce reputation was even louder than Augustine's. How could he be defeated so easily? As expected. Just as the thought passed, from inside the rift, Nahem, staring fixatedly, reversed direction like a cannonball, using the Mad Demon Shield, turning into a flesh bomb, violently smashing towards Lu Qingfeng. Even the clever horse may stumble. Lu Qingfeng stood still. From above his head, 5 colored lights shot straight to the sky. Seeing Nahem approaching, he fiercely swept down toward him. In a flash of white light, the Mad Demon Shield gripped in Nahem's left hand slipped away, falling into the 5-colored light, disappearing without a trace. Mad Demon Shield. Nahem roared furiously. This shield was one of the few top-level Magitech devices in his possession, complementing his immense strength and formidable body, able to withstand any attack. Yet, gripping it tightly in hand, it was snatched away directly, and he could not sense it anymore. Return my Mad Demon Shield. Nahem was both shocked and furious. Lu Qingfeng ignored him. Seeing that Nahem had already arrived close by, the 5-colored divine light from above swept down once more. Nahem, not wary, saw the nail-head hammer in his right hand also being swept away. Now, the shield disappeared. The weapon was gone. Nahem truly became a toothless old tiger. Ah! I will kill you! With undiminished momentum, more furiously, he still charged at Lu Qingfeng. Great U Circle! Lu Qingfeng extended his hand to summon. The sky-filled rain of light converged, turning into a circle landing in Lu Qingfeng's hands. Lu Qingfeng grabbed the Great U Circle and harshly swung it at Nahem. Bang! The Great U Circle hit right on Nahem's forehead, sparking a burst of sparks, knocking Nahem flying back, tumbling in the air with his mind in chaos. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 321. The 2-year period arrives. Zhenyuan Mountain opens. Cloud Platform Peak. Xuanning, Xuancheng, and the 6 disciples, along with Sinier, watched intently. The appearance of the 5-colored divine light that brushed away Nahem's shield and weapons surprised them all. This is the 5-colored divine light, which can cleanse all within the 5 elements in heaven and earth. Lu Qingfeng spoke out. Without caring whether his 6 disciples could understand or not, he wanted them to witness the might of various immortal Dao methods. Lu Qingfeng sent Nahem flying, continuing his actions without pause. Hut! He tossed the purple-gold bowl into the air. It changed mid-air, suddenly enlarging. 2 streams of golden jade-like sword chi emerged like dragons sucking water, flying out from the mouth of the bowl and suspended high in the sky. Extremely fierce, these 2 streams converged and tangled, securely sucking in Nahem, who had just regained his footing in the air. You can't trap me! Nahem roared furiously, struggling wildly as if he could break free. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng acted unruffled, removing a golden ring from his wrist. Horus, who had witnessed this, blurted out first, "It's the demon-suppressing golden ring." When Horus first saw Lu Qingfeng, It was with this golden ring that he had subdued the purple-eyed bone dragon, leaving a deep impression on him. Indeed, this treasure is known as the demon-suppressing golden ring, and it has the power to subdue demons and evils. The bowl in the sky is called the Purple Gold Bowl. Let flying swords, magical artifacts, and thunderfire fly about, it shall not advance. Whether human, demon, specter, or ghost falls into it, they will be sucked in and rendered unable to move. Used together, these two treasures can suppress all evil demons. Far away, the demon-suppressing golden ring turned into golden light and fell. Nehem was about to break free from the purple gold bowl's grasp when another layer of the demon-suppressing golden ring arrived, binding him tightly and leaving him unable to exert his strength, powerful as he was, trapped by the twin dragons and locked tight by the golden light. Bang! 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 He struggled wildly, causing the demon-suppressing golden ring to emit banging noises, with the golden light sometimes concentrating, sometimes scattering, as if it would break apart. What a mighty Eclipse Duke! Lu Qingfeng silently commended in his heart. Worthy of an Abyss Duke comparable to a Golden Core expert, Nehem's strength was so overwhelming that the combined force of the demon-suppressing golden ring and the purple gold bowl almost failed to restrain him. However, even though they were merely fifth-order magical artifacts, against Nehem, who had no magical artifacts by his side, despite appearing perilous, he had no hope of breaking free no matter how much he struggled. It's just a waste of effort. Before the thought even vanished, he saw bloodlight flooding Nehem's eyes. His consciousness seemed to be eroded by slaughter. A wild aura surged up from the depths of his soul. A sign of bad omen rose in Lu Qingfeng's heart. He didn't dare hesitate. With a wave of his hand, an 8-layered palace transformed in the air, growing to 100 jang high and capturing Nehem along with the purple gold bowl and demon-suppressing golden ring into the 8 sceneries tower. Just as he reeled them in, boom! A thunderous noise erupted from within the 8 sceneries tower. Lu Qingfeng's expression turned slightly grim, his gaze sweeping toward the first layer of the tower, the Golden Dawn realm, only to see the demon-suppressing golden ring shattered into 3 pieces in all directions. The sword chi from the purple gold bowl was torn apart in the air. Die, die, die! Nehem fell into a rage, screaming wildly within the Golden Dawn realm, his power causing the 100 jang Hylam 8 sceneries tower to tremble incessantly. A grand array arranged by 10,000 swords struck Nehem, only eliciting ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. This Eclipse Duke's body was solid as refined iron, immune to any damage from sword chi, as insignificant as mere tickling. Such a formidable physical body, truly indomitable. Lu Qingfeng had a thought. He threw Nehem into the 3rd layer, the 4 Seas realm, without activating the Heavenly Yi ice array, simply allowing Nehem to rage within the 4 Seas realm. The seas accept all rivers. Nehem's fierce power that could shatter mountains and divert rivers within the 4 Seas could only be dissipated into nothingness. Lu Qingfeng spread his palm open, and the 100 jang tall 8 sceneries tower in the air shrank to a height of 3 feet and fell into his palm. His gaze shifted slightly, peering into the deep darkness of the Rift Valley abyss. In the darkness, there seemed to be a fleeting flash of light. Lu Qingfeng looked over, and in an instant, it was gone. He's quite fast at running. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, holding the 8 sceneries tower. With one step, he arrived atop Cloud Platform Peak, in front of Sinier and the others. The 2 Duke Guangyuan's meeting made Xuan Ning, Xuan Cheng, and the other 6 disciples' eyes widen, while Sinier and the other 2 secretly marveled. Lu Qingfeng focused his thoughts and retracted his divine soul. Cloud Platform Stone Lotus. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, eyes closed, meditating on his cultivation. In front of him, the 3-foot-tall 8 sceneries tower floated up and down, with continuous roaring sounds coming from within. Lu Qingfeng paid no heed to these, engrossed in his own cultivation. The surrounding changes after his descent had not allowed him to fully consume the 30 million experience value. The MVLN-MPY team worked hard on this chapter. This time, having slain Augustine and captured Nehem, finally managed to intimidate the Abyss, earning some respite. He could use this time to convert all 30 million experience value into cultivation progress. With experience value aiding him, Lu Qingfeng's cultivation soared step by step. Time passed. Early stage of Void Core. Middle stage of Void Core. Late stage of Void Core. The cultivation technique was thoroughly mastered, having been practiced many times before. Cultivating again in this life felt like a walk in the park, without a single halt, which gave Lu Qingfeng a long-missed sensation of comfort. Beyond cultivation, he visualized the golden saber soul slaughter, with the notion to slice through demons in mind. Inside the third layer of the 8 Sceneries Tower, in the Four Seas realm. Guangyuan, let me out, damn it! Waves surged and the roars of Nehem came through from time to time. His frenzied state had long subsided, making his voice sound rather weak. All of a sudden, from above the Four Seas, a streak of golden light appeared, arriving swiftly. It didn't give Nehem any time to respond. Fiercely, it descended. A mere golden saber wants to kill me? Nehem laughed brazenly. His physical body was robust, and in his frenzied state, even Augustine couldn't trap him. This time, although he was captured by Lu Qingfeng using the 8 Sceneries Tower, he was confident that he would escape eventually. All kinds of attacks in front of his iron-cast body were nothing but weaklings. However, in the next moment, the not cutting through the physical body, but seeming to pass directly through Nehem's body like an illusion. The golden saber soul slaying caused Nehem's soul to suffer excruciating pain like dismemberment, making him unable to suppress an agonized roar from the depths of his soul. Soul attack! Nehem's eyes showed terror as he stretched out his hand, pieces of armor falling into his grasp, feeling both pain and alarm. It can even penetrate the divine armor. This was a soul defense magical device. Worn upon the soul, it could immunize against all kinds of curses and soul attacks. But when the golden saber fell, it directly shattered the divine armor. Nehem looked up. Seeing no second golden saber coming, he had just breathed a sigh of relief when the scenery around him changed. From being surrounded by the vast ocean in the Four Seas, he abruptly found himself in an endless fire domain. From the 3rd layer to the 4th layer, planting Lotus in the true fire realm, the roaring true fire burns without pause, refining Nehem, who is still panicked and unsettled within. Ah! Even with Nehem's sturdy physique, the pain of being burned is unbearable, and his screams are incessant. Lu Qingfeng executes a strike of the Golden Saber Soul Slaughter method, casting Nehem into the true fire realm thereafter. He cultivates on one side. From time to time, envisioning the Golden Saber, he fiercely slashes down. Refined by true fire, the Golden Saber slays souls. Nehem's suffering is unspeakable. Time flashes by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years pass. In ordinary times, the span of 2 years would be insignificant to the eternal heavenly punishment abyss. But the past 2 years have seen tumultuous changes. Duke Guangyuan rose abruptly, first slaying Duke Jingji Augustine, and then occupying the Thorny Rift Valley, establishing Zhenyuan Mountain and proclaiming his presence to all directions. Countless humans, countless abyss clans, countless abyss creatures are curious. They rush towards Zhenyuan Mountain one after another. Not only cultivators, not only mighty creatures. Within 100,000 miles, even common folks hearing the Xuan music hurry towards their heart's Zhenyuan Mountain. Step by step, they traverse the vast abyss land. Nobody knows how many commoners die of exhaustion on the way, nor how many are lost to the mouths of various demons. Yet still, there are those unwilling to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, advancing towards Zhenyuan Mountain. Cultivators travel fast, but within 100,000 miles, speeds vary. Even official mages or official warriors at Foundation establishment level find it challenging to cross this distance. Only those who have reached the level of a great mage can have a modicum of confidence. Great mages of the earth, sky, stars, silver moon, and arrogant sun at 5th order possess power not inferior to that of a spirit void practitioner. Unable to burn mountains and boil seas, yet they can disregard the attacks of ordinary abyss demons. However, traveling 100,000 miles still remains perilous. Only those at Lord level can truly be considered stable. It is possible for a Lord level powerhouse to emerge only within a radius of 1,000 or several thousand miles. So long as they avoid prolonged battles, even the lowest ranking Baron is hard to kill, especially when they are wholly focused on fleeing, whether out of curiosity or with intentions of allegiance. One after another, Lord-level powerhouses converge towards Zhenyuan Mountain. 100,000 miles of land falls into unrest. With Zhenyuan Mountain as the center, Dozens to hundreds of human clan cultivators or other racial members and common folks gather every day. The Dutian Xuanming strategy of 6th rank in hand. Refining Augustine and the 10,000 Abyss army under his command, the aura of Dutian is rich, elevating the power of the Ghost General Yin soldiers to their pinnacle. 72 Dutian Ghost Generals, each comparable to a Golden Core expert. 3,600 Xuanming Yin soldiers, all not weaker than the peak of Spirit Void. Suppressing all directions. This is the presence of 72 dukes, even 72 Grand Dukes, with an overbearing momentum that makes even Lord-level powerhouses dare not overstep the boundary of the Thunder Pond. Until the 2-year period has ended, Duke Guangyuan has not given permission, not daring to step into the 100-mile radius of Zhenyuan Mountain. 3,600 Xuanming Yin soldiers at the peak of Spirit Void, equivalent to the arrogant Sun Great Mages from the barbarian God Realm. In Lu Qingfeng's eyes, Lord level barely counts as anything, and Great Mages are nothing but ants. But looking at the whole first layer of the Heavenly Punishment Abyss, a Great Mage is also a power player, capable of establishing an independent mage tower. Dominating a realm of dozens or hundreds of miles in diameter, they are unquestionably mighty. A lord rules over 1,000 miles. A great mage holds sway over 100 miles. The deterrent force of an arrogant Sun Great Mage, although not matching a lord, is for the common Abyss practitioner, nonetheless formidable. Having so many strong beings under his command, just what is the background of this Duke Guangyuan? These strong followers, no wonder he could kill Augustine and take over the thorny Rift Valley. Duke Guangyuan is much more amiable than Augustine. If one could submit under his command and receive his guidance, perhaps ascending to Lord level is possible. Outside Zhenyuan Mountain, countless thousands from the Abyss 100 clans, whether they have waited a long time or just arrived, look up at the over 3,000 strong who have stood in the sky for 2 years, with hearts filled with shock, perplexity, and expectation. 72 dukes. A white jade skull appears, its eye sockets flickering with ghostly fire, clearly belonging to the Dead Spirit clan. Its arrival draws much attention, but with Duke Guangyuan's presence and the Ghost General Yin soldiers enforcing order, no one dares to make a move, over 2 years. Anyone who fights within 1,000 miles of Zhenyuan Mountain is punished by the Ghost General Yin soldiers. In severe cases, they are even killed on the spot. Within 1,000 miles, the atmosphere suddenly turns harmonious. The white jade skull looks up towards the 72 Dutian ghost generals and the 3,600 Xuanming Yin soldiers in the sky, sensing an atmosphere that is both familiar and alien. Dead souls? It doesn't seem so. The ghostly fire within the white jade skull trembles slightly, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, the sky roils as 36 Dutian ghost generals lead 1,800 Xuanming Yin soldiers descending, arranged in front of Zhenyuan Mountain. The clouds that have shrouded Zhenyuan Mountain thus far now part from all sides, revealing 36 immensely wide cloud paths. Like stairs ascending to heaven, they unfold. From within the clouds to the outer edge of Zhenyuan Mountain, the clouds churn. The heavenly ladder unfolds. Such grandeur causes a stir outside Zhenyuan Mountain. Immediately following, from within Zhenyuan Mountain, a melody as profound as the sounds of the universe. A Daoist voice sings aloud. Wearing a simple scarf adorned with cyan, 2 ends fluttering behind like leaves, forehead marked with 3 points reflecting cosmic lights, head encircled twice distinguishing sun and moon. Dao robe of jade green follows yin and yang, waist tied with a magic knot from the Queen Mother. Feet in a pair of cloud-stepping shoes, walking with ease amid the stars in the dark of night. No need for steeds or boats to voyage, wander the 4 seas and 5 lakes at will. Arriving in an instant through the vast world, rock may shatter and pine may wither as seasons fall. Ascending the mountains, tigers bow in submission, while in the seas, dragons present themselves in homage. With a heart relieved of the Tao's worries, hands mend the imperfections of the heavens and earth. The profound and vast music reaches the ears. Behind the dissipating clouds deep within Zhenyuan Mountain, a Daoist clad in a yin-yang Dao robe of the sun and moon appears indistinctly, sitting cross-legged atop the cloud platform peak, emanating waves of Daoist charm. Breath flowing like a dragon, clouds moving with him. His voice resounds like the yellow bell great love, stirring and billowing forth. 2-year term has come. Genuine Mountain shall open. All those destined may enter my sect. The array that enveloped the mountain dissipates, and the world stands in solemn awe. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 322, Evil Demon Protector, Cloud Platform Seating Order. The white jade skull showed no signs of movement, then suddenly transformed into a beam of white light and stepped onto the white cloud sky stairs. It seemed to merge into one with them. As it walked, the surrounding scenery changed wildly. The immortal court's palaces lay scattered among the mountains, immortal cranes flew in flocks, and beasts frolicked, creating the illusion of a paradisiacal realm impossible to leave without regret. Mysterious melodies whispered in the ears, lulling those listening into drowsiness. Looking back, the white jade skull saw no one following. On the vast white cloud sky stairs, it stood alone. A barrier? Its ghostly eyes flickered. Only then did it notice the crowded path where hundreds, thousands of cultivators and non-cultivators jostled together, ceaselessly ascending the heavenly stairs. Some were lulled to sleep by the enchanting Xuan music, tumbling down from the stairs to an unknown fate. Higher up, the crowds thinned. Interesting. A trace of a human-like smile surfaced on the white jade skull as it turned and continued climbing. Its pace was deceptively swift. Before long, it reached the end of the heavenly ladder. Qingfeng remained unmoved, seated atop a lotus platform. Next to him stood a colossal evil demon, about 30 feet tall, with a golden ring around its neck. A rope, woven from red and white light, ran from the back of the demon's head to the lotus platform beneath Qingfeng's seat. Upon seeing this evil demon, the flames in the white jade skull's eye sockets flickered uncertainly, but it instantly recognized it. Nehem! With a roar, the 30-foot-tall demon's ferocity was on full display, murder seething in its eyes as it bellowed wrathfully at the white jade skull. Clearly, the prestigious Eclipse Duke, who has never been tied up like a mere guard dog, nor sized up by anyone like a monkey, was utterly humiliated and enraged. Silence, commanded Qingfeng, glancing at Nehem. The beast's eyes still simmered with wild anger, yet it subdued its roar, daring not to bellow again. After 2 years of torment, it remained vicious towards others, but cowered in fear of Qingfeng, who was countless times more ruthless than itself. Ferdinand pays respects to Duke Guangyuan. The white jade skull glanced meaningfully at Nehem and performed an aristocratic courtesy towards Qingfeng. Below the cloud platform, 9 meditation mats were arranged, with 6 occupied by children around 11 or 12 years old, who gazed curiously at the white jade skull as he turned to walk to the 7th mat. However, Qingfeng, with a wave of his sleeve, summoned chairs to his left and right, and with a faint smile said, "An honored guest has arrived. Please take a seat." He extended a hand, indicating the chair to the left. Ferdinand nodded subtly and took the seat on the left as ghostly fire flickered in his eye sockets. Nehem glared at the white jade skull, unable to disguise the viciousness in his eyes, seething with indignant fury but nowhere to vent. Qingfeng closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the proceedings. Soon after Ferdinand's arrival, a ball of fire surged towards the cloud platform. A 3-headed creature with hooves of flame and magma-like heads, its enormous maws agape, descended. Brant, the white jade skull, quietly watched, recognizing the newcomer. Not only did it recognize him, but so did Xuanning and the other 6 disciples. "Hell, 3-headed dog, Brant!" The second to ascend the cloud platform was none other than a figure as famed as Augustine and Nehem in the Abyss First Layer, the 3-headed Duke. Brant landed on the platform. The first to capture his gaze was Nehem, bound to the lotus seat, which left Brant no less shocked than the white jade skull had been. Unlike the skull, he had witnessed with his own eyes as Nehem assaulted Genuine Mountain, only to be utterly vanquished and suppressed beneath a pagoda. In a mere 2 years, such a mighty Duke of the Abyss was now bound and stripped of all dignity. Brant pays respects to Duke Guangyuan. All three of Brant's mouths spoke in unison, showing respectful deference to Lu Qingfeng. 2 years since our parting? Three-headed fellow Daoist still looks spirited. Please take your seat. Lu Qingfeng greeted the newcomer cordially, gesturing towards the chair on the right, seemingly tailored for Brant's stony figure. My virtual library empire, MVLE1MPYR, thanks you for reading at the source. He actually saw me that day. With a flicker of realization, Brant gracefully moved to the designated chair on the right. Dead dog. Why so docile now? Burn him. Niham, upon seeing Brant, felt the utmost shame, hoping for Brant to take action. Yet the Hound of Hell, the three-headed duke, who would show no mercy even to him, was now as gentle and refined as a nobleman, dashing Naham's hopes like water downstream. His rage intensified. Brant, unaware of Naham's internal roaring, settled down and looked around with his three heads. At times, he glanced at the shackled Naham, sometimes showing a touch of schadenfreude. At others, he pondered the figure of the white jade skull across from him, and yet at other times he looked down from the cloud platform, wondering who the next arrival would be. Xuan Ning and the other 6 disciples had studied many principles under their teacher, Lu Qingfeng, over 2 years, reciting Daoist scriptures each morning from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., atop Genuine Mountain. Even if they were only half understood, they had acquired a touch of the Dao's rhythm. Different from all beings of the abyss, 2 years had passed, and there had been significant growth. However, due to my age, I still appeared young and innocent, and the naivete in my heart had not completely faded away. I surreptitiously glanced towards the hell three-headed dog that one would only hear about in legends or in the jokes and threats of parents and elders, secretly clicking my tongue in amazement. About 30 minutes later, a middle-aged swordsman with a pair of large swords slung over his back strode towards us like a meteor across the sky. He landed on the cloud platform without looking around and immediately knelt down before Lu Qingfeng, who was directly in front of him. Adolf greets Duke Guangyuan. Lu Qingfeng remained silent, his head not lifted, maintaining the kneeling bow. Having rushed back from the North Plague Swamp, 10,000 li away, he finally arrived just the day before the opening of Genuine Mountain. Seeing Duke Guangyuan, his heart overflowed with excitement and gratitude. In the earlier years, Adolf lived in the Red Branch wetland, over 8,000 li from Genuine Mountain, happily with a family of 5. Augustine dispatched his Abyss army to attack and flatten the Red Branch wetland, and Adolf's wife and 3 children all died on the spot. Adolf, who was away from home, was lucky to survive. For revenge, he traveled afar, wildly cultivating his sword Dao. Even after achieving Lord level, he never stopped his pursuit. 2 years ago, while still refining his sword Dao in the North Plague Swamp, he suddenly heard the dazzling sound of Xuan music from the heavens and earth, learning then that Augustine had been killed and the thorny Great Rift Valley had been conquered. Adolf hurried back. He didn't pursue personal revenge, knowing that with Augustine's strength, the hope for personal vengeance was slim. He just wanted Augustine dead. He just wanted the thorny Great Rift Valley destroyed. All of this, unexpectedly, was done by Duke Guangyuan. Adolf was immensely grateful and just wanted to bow in person to express his thanks. Rise, Lu Qingfeng said. Though Lu Qingfeng didn't know why Adolf acted this way, he saw the swordsman's extraordinary sword bone and the unique temperament formed from years of refining in the abyss. He waved his sleeve, and a breeze carried Adolf to sit cross-legged beside the little black prison clan youngster with curved horns on his head, next to his 6th disciple Xuanxin, on the 7th meditation mat. Thank you, Duke Guangyuan. Adolf, not understanding Lu Qingfeng's intentions, cautiously set his large swords beside him and sat respectfully. Seeing 6 children poking their heads out in a row to his left, he couldn't help but think of his 3 children, who were even younger than these, and his stiff mouth pulled into a stiff arc. A smile emerged, uglier than crying. Xuanxin, who was simple-minded, was startled and quickly turned his head away, sitting up straight. Xuancheng and the others also dared not look further. Adolf opened his mouth awkwardly. Luckily, it was not long before another figure arrived beneath the cloud platform. It was a stocky dwarf warrior with a large hammer in hand and a beard-covered face. He hopped up to the cloud platform in just a few strides. Not yet settled, a much smaller and thinner little one followed closely behind the dwarf, timidly reaching the cloud platform. It turned out to be a member of the extremely rare little dwarf clan from the Abyss Land. This little dwarf, approximately the height of a 3 or 4-year-old child of the human clan, and even among the dwarf clan, was only the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child. The dwarf felt the movement behind him, turned to look, and gave the little dwarf such a scare that he hastily retreated, stepping into thin air and nearly falling off. Hey, 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 if you fall down and die, it's not my fault. The dwarf, hammer in one hand, picked up the little dwarf with the other and carefully placed him on the ground. Wow! The little dwarf patted his chest, face flushed from the scare, and quickly bowed to the towering dwarf. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, dwarf uncle. The dwarf warrior had no time to chat with the little dwarf, walked straight ahead, his gaze circling over Nahum, white jade skull, and hell three-headed dog, his eyes widening like copper bells, momentarily dumbstruck. He was an arrogant sun-level warrior. He did not recognize the white jade skull. Nahum was formidable, with an uncertain identity. But the recognizable characteristics of the hell three-headed dog, how could he not recognize them? The little dwarf was timid. Seeing the fierce looks of Nahum and Brant, he was even more frightened, trembling. He hurriedly bowed down to Lu Qingfeng, sitting on the lotus platform. Little Green of the dwarf clan greets Duke Guangyuan. Kneeling down, head bowed, his heart pounded thunderously. White jade skull, Ferdinand and Hell. Three-headed dog Brant looked at this little dwarf, puzzled. One could understand why Adolf managed to come up here. After all, he was a lord-level swordsman. This silly dwarf was also acceptable, being an arrogant sun-level warrior. But this little dwarf, not only was his race weak, but he himself was only 7 or 8 years old, had not started cultivation, and had not a trace of magic power or fighting spirit. He was completely ordinary, even more so than the average dwarf. In the eyes of the two, a being so insignificant that a mere breath could kill countless ants managed to arrive here ahead of so many lord-level beings below the mountain? Ferdinand and Brant were perplexed. Yet, the dwarf warrior could not be bothered with that much. With Little Green taking the lead, he soon came to his senses, quickly stepping forward and bowing to Lu Qingfeng, loudly proclaiming, "Dwarf Luoke of the dwarf clan greets Duke Guangyuan." When the Xuan music sounded, the image of Lu Qingfeng was imprinted in their minds. Thus, whether it was Adolf, Little Green, or Dwarf Luoke, none were mistaken. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, Little Green settled on the 8th meditation mat, sitting next to Adolf. Luoke took the 9th mat, sitting at the very end. And so, the 9 seats on the cloud platform were now fully occupied. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 323, Abyss Mountain, preaches the immortal Dao. Lu Qingfeng flicked his finger, and the 36 white cloud sky stairs that stretched across the heavens dissolved into illusion. Those on the stairs tumbled down, only to be caught by the white clouds. Some landed on certain peaks of Zhenyuan Mountain and could still see Lu Qingfeng's silhouette upon the cloud platform from afar. Others fell directly outside the boundaries of Zhenyuan Mountain, 100 miles away. The Dutian ghost generals and Xuanming Yin soldiers approached the void once more. The cloaking mists and the great array outside Zhenyuan Mountain rose again, severing the inside from the outside. There were those who had just arrived, those who were watching from outside and hadn't yet entered, and those who had just been flung out or had fallen. All were barred from entering. What's going on? How did I end up outside? I traveled here from 3,000 miles away, my shoes worn through a dozen pairs, begging Duke Guangyuan for mercy to let me in. Outside Zhenyuan Mountain, a turmoil erupted. Some were perplexed, others wailed in despair. Yet the Yin soldiers' ghost general stood erect in silence, paying no mind to them. In stark contrast, within Zhenyuan Mountain, those who hadn't managed to ascend to the cloud platform yet were fortunate to remain on the mountain. They heard a familiar voice, profound as the music of the heavens. The Tao is not imparted to the unworthy. The magic is not transmitted to the six-eared. Since you've entered Genuan Mountain, you're all fated ones eligible to hear the Guangyuan Great Method and join my Xuanmen. The heavenly sound resonated like a bronze bell, deafening and awakening. It cleansed the soul and cleared the spirit platform, wave after wave. Thousands of life spirits within Genuan Mountain trembled, all turning their gaze to the highest place on the cloud platform, listening intently to the sound of the Tao. Lu Qingfeng said no more. His voice was clear, preaching the great Tao. The cultivation path of the immortal Tao is vastly different from that of the barbarian god realm. Lu Qingfeng started from the basics, delving into Daoist scriptures, foundational cultivation, and so forth. His casual dissection and explanation revealed a foundational depth of cultivation that spanned thousands of years. Within Genuan Mountain, the white clouds drifted and mists twined about. The echoes of the Tao resonated, unwittingly immersing one deep within. The white clouds transformed into sweet dew, the mist condensed into jade pearls, occasionally falling. Oblivious to the passage of time, ignorant of hunger's pangs. Ferdinand and Brant, though of different kinds, also listened carefully, their expressions contemplative, absorbed within. Upon the 9 meditation cushions on the cloud platform, 6 disciples listened earnestly. With 2 years of foundational knowledge, they held an advantage when understanding theories of cultivation, the most basic concepts like meridians, acupoints, and Daoist terminology. It was like a review, revisiting familiar concepts. Adolf, studious in cultivation, had previously practiced the warrior and swordsman's path of the barbarian god realm, with fighting spirit coursing through his body, quite dissimilar to the immortal Tao's cultivation path. With many doubts and even contradictions with his own practice, he set aside his reservations, not daring to disturb Lu Qingfeng. The dwarf Luo did the same. Many incomprehensions, many uncertainties. As Lu Qingfeng's lectures grew deeper, earlier confusions would clarify only for new ones to appear. This left Luo deeply immersed, finding the immortal Tao mysterious. Little Dwarf Green, without any foundation in cultivation, listened with utmost concentration. Seated between Adolf and Luo, little more than knee-high, Green might seem inconspicuous, yet his small face was filled with joy, his eyes sparkling with spirit light. Clearly more spiritually perceptive than Adolf or Luo. On the other hand, Niam was overwhelmed with anger and hate, unable to grasp the profound truths of the Tao. With each phrase of Daoist mystery falling on his ears, he found it increasingly irritating. Breathing heavily with rage-fueled eyes, he dared not utter a sound. Atop the cloud platform, a few individuals encompassed the demeanor of tens of thousands of life spirits within Genuan Mountain. Some were enraptured by the teachings. Some brimmed with confusion. Content sourced from MV4LMYR, my virtual library empire. Some conflicted internally. Some were spellbound. Of course, there were also those like Nehem who couldn't take in a single word, either agitated or on the verge of slumber, thus estranged from the immortal Tao and Guangyuan Great Method. Time passed. The Great Tao knows no years. Determined to spread the teachings of the Tao, Lu Qingfeng began with the basics, expounding various rationales, theories, and foundations of cultivation before moving into more specific areas, such as various basic-level and refined-level cultivation techniques, such as various low-level and middle-level techniques, such as various theories of alchemy, such as different theories of artifact refining. Every aspect of the immortal Tao contained profound hidden Tao. Lu Qingfeng, like a secret vault of an immortal sect, harbored myriad methods and techniques. At this moment, he spoke at ease, unconcerned with how many within Genuan Mountain wished to become his disciples. He spoke for himself. During his lecture, sword chi crisscrossed his body, flames ascended or thunder pervaded. With the teachings delving deeper, fog transformed into spirit pills, Zi-Chi rose into magic artifacts. As the lecture became more profound, those irritated in Genuan Mountain became more so, those drowsy more so, those engaged either more so or gradually perplexed, just like the former two. Lu Qingfeng spent 2 years cultivating and arranging Genuan Mountain, enshrouded by clouds and mist, with the white cloud sky stairs filtering those fated for the immortal Tao, those compatible. Those of notable root bone, regardless, were repelled or resigned to the mountain's edge. In passing down the Tao, innate perception was paramount. If one were dull-witted, even if Lu Qingfeng's teachings were intricate and deep, to them it would remain utterly chaotic, of no use. Intent on emulating the immortal sects and Daoist gates encountered in various realms, when Lu Qingfeng lectured on the immortal Tao, he imparted basic-level and refined-level techniques from the postnatal and foundation establishment stages. He even transmitted parts of the side door level skills pertaining to Spirit Void. As for what could be remembered and comprehended, it was up to each individual's talent. The more one remembered, the more one understood. When one cultivated to a certain level with these teachings and found no path forward, barring great wisdom and tremendous perseverance, expending 10 to 100 times more time and effort to forge ahead on their own. Otherwise, the only path left would be to seek the Guangyuan immortal sect to gain further teachings. With these sacred teachings entrusted and spread about by those who enjoyed them at Abyss Mountain, the entire Abyss land and even beyond became a cradle for the Guangyuan immortal sect to select its disciples. Sitting in quiet meditation on Abyss Mountain, countless talented individuals came forth to be chosen at will. Thus, the Guangyuan immortal sect was destined to swiftly grow and prosper. Lu Qingfeng had achieved his goal, Abyss Mountain. Lu Qingfeng's voice was at times ethereal, at times impassioned, as he spoke of the various magic gates. With his explanation, he too gained insights. And in the process of repeated analysis, countless sparks of spirit light led to deeper enlightenment. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed day by day. Lu Qingfeng did not stop. Heavenly dew from the clouds and jade pearls from the mist descended like fasting pills, preventing hunger and obscuring the passage of time. 1 month. 2 months, 3 months. As his explanations gradually deepened, those with extraordinary talent and exceptional understanding actually stepped onto the immortal path right there on Abyss Mountain during Lu Qingfeng's teachings. The first was the little dwarf, Green. His eyes slightly closed, his tiny body sitting cross-legged as if imitating the posture. His mind shimmered with insights, and Xuan music played without end. As Lu Qingfeng's words flowed like a river, one immortal sect after another was declared. Into Little Green's ears, many cultivation techniques vanished, and in the end, only the yellow-robed true skill remained. Lu Qingfeng's eyes were closed, his expression solemn and dignified. His chanting incessant, and amidst recitation, the mist in the sky condensed into filaments, descending towards Little Green as nourishment for his practice. Little Green was blissfully unaware. His inner breath became increasingly robust. Being small and weak and from the frail dwarf clan, Little Green had always idolized and envied those with mighty and towering physiques. The yellow-robed true skill cultivated the physical body with endless mystery. Upon first hearing it, Little Green was taken with it, immersed in practice. Xuan music ceaseless. Following Little Green, among the 6 disciples recruited by Lu Qingfeng in the Watcher Nest, the eldest disciple Xuan Ning showed a joyful expression, intoxicated as a faint demonic aura spread about him, and his inner breath emerged spontaneously. In an instant, with an enlightened Tao heart, he stepped onto the threshold of cultivation. Among the myriad magic gates, he chose the 12 heavenly demon god skill. This magic gate was the most bizarre and dangerous among the many. Lu Qingfeng was master to. With meditation on the all heavens demon gods, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation to the demon Tao. Therefore, even though it was powerful, Lu Qingfeng had never taught it. Even Qing Mountain and Qingyu practiced only the Luofu sword scripture. This life. In the barbarian god realm, his eldest disciple Xuan Ning, born a daughter of the Black Prison clan, chose this path alone among the thousands of skills Lu Qingfeng preached. Lu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. In the midst of chanting, upon the cloud platform, golden lotuses sprung from the earth, falling into Xuan Ning's embrace as nourishment for his practice. Thereafter, in Abyss Mountain, life spirits continuously awakened to the path of cultivation. Most were newcomers to practice or had only recently begun. It's easier to steer a small boat. Such is the reasoning. Time did not halt. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. As Lu Qingfeng's teachings became even more profound, the mist stirred wildly around Abyss Mountain, transforming into various scenes. Sword immortals controlling swords, their sword chi crisscrossing for 90,000 miles. electricity flashing and thunder roaring, wielding the intent of the heavenly thunder, demonstrating the scenes of immortal Dao practice. Gradually, advanced cultivators from the barbarian god realm gained sudden understanding, grasping the intricacies of the immortal path. Adolf, with concentrated sword intent soaring into the heavens, managed to transform his comprehension of walking the abyss for 100,000 miles into the Sword Dao. His fighting spirit surged, and although devoid of true qi or true yuan, the spirit of the Luofu sword scripture radiated from him. If he switched to this practice, he would undoubtedly surge forward rapidly. Beside him, Luo Kei exuded majestic might in all directions, threads of thunder and lightning flickering around him. He understood the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. Each had their own path. White Jade Skull Ferdinand, his skeletal body growing more translucent, was refining himself using the Xuan Jade chapter technique. This Xuan Jade chapter, a skill Lu Qingfeng had acquired at the Rui sect when he first arrived at the 5 Directions realm, could refine the body post-mortem into a skeletal framework as resilient as Xuan Jade, known as the Xuan Jade Unmelting Bone. Once perfected, it would not only augment cultivation but also assist in combat, a rare, wonderful method indeed. Ferdinand's skeletal form, practicing this technique, was truly complementary. As for the hell 3-headed dog, Brant, with flickering flames upon his body, the technique he pondered was the 5 elements Yin-Sha Earth Extreme True Fire that Lu Qingfeng had obtained from the Bamboo Mountain sect's immortal mansion. This was a super-level technique, requiring the gathering of the 5 elements Yin-Sha to achieve the Earth Extreme True Fire, incinerating all mortal things with its ferocity and strength. What Lu Qingfeng had taught was merely part of its true intent, lacking the methods to gather the 5 elements Yin-Sha. Brant felt an itch in his heart. The technique was profound, yet it only scratched the surface, its incompleteness vexing him to no end. He could only continue to meditate on it while listening for more on the flame-oriented skills. However, the sublime sounds of the Dao ceased and infinite mystery dissipated. Brant opened his eyes to see Duke Guangyuan, whose gaze was deep as the cosmos, had already stopped. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 324, Accepting Disciples and Bestowing Treasures. Dharma Protector Venerable. With Lu Qingfeng ceasing his spiritual lecture, everyone in Genuan Mountain, whether they were in a deep slumber or intoxicated by his teachings, awakens and looks up towards the cloud platform peak. On the 9 meditation cushions, Xuan Ning, Xuan Cheng, Adolf, and others open their eyes and gaze towards Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng speaks, his indifferent voice echoing through Genuan Mountain. 3 years have passed, and this lecture comes to an end. After you leave Genuan Mountain, you must reflect and comprehend carefully. As his voice fades, a gale immediately arises in Genuan Mountain, whisking away thousands who listen to the teachings out of the mountain. A vulture loudly cries out, "May I ask when we may listen to Duke Guangyuan's lecture again?" In 100 years, here in Genuan Mountain. The voice of Lu Qingfeng stirs, and the vulture rejoices. Another gale rises. Amidst it stands an armored warrior shouting anxiously, "Hill has admired Duke Guangyuan for a long time and wishes to follow by your side. To hear my teachings and learn my methods, you are all my disciples. In 200 years, I will establish the Guangyuan Immortal Sect here in Genuan Mountain. Those who cultivate virtue are welcome to join." Lu Qingfeng flicks his sleeve. The howling gale leaves no chance for anyone else to speak. It sweeps everyone outside of Genuan Mountain. Clouds gather, and a great array forms, with ghost generals and yin soldiers standing solemnly. Genuan Mountain returns to its state from 3 years ago. In 100 years, I must come back. Do I have to wait 200 years to follow Duke Guangyuan? That's too long. I might not live that long. Even if I don't live that long, I want my children to follow Duke Guangyuan. I am not leaving. I'll stay right outside Genuan Mountain. Yes, yes, yes. With Duke Guangyuan here, no demons dare to come close. There's nowhere safer than here. Perhaps I can even meet Duke Guangyuan and be chosen as a disciple. Outside Genuan Mountain, most who emerged from the mountain felt vastly enlightened. Excitedly chatting, many even chose to reside at the base of the mountain. Some were thinking about the lecture in 100 years. Some were considering following Duke Guangyuan. Some, like Adolf, are filled with gratitude. Of course, there are also those who, after spending 3 aimless years in Genuan Mountain, leave without gaining anything, muttering complaints and anger. Seeing others gain insights, they stubbornly plan to wait 100 years. In short, a variety of reactions unfolded. Those who grasped the rudiments of the immortal Dao and spread across the lands marked the beginning of the immortal Dao in Abyssland. All it will take is for it to bloom in all directions and the cultivation of the immortal Dao to flourish, which will then be the time for Guangyuan Immortal Sect to formally open its doors. But let's leave the hustle and bustle outside the mountain. Inside Genuan Mountain, atop Cloud Platform Peak, Lu Qingfeng rises, his figure lithe, quickly taking a seat on the 7th cushion in front of Adolf. Duke Guangyuan. Adolf, startled, hurriedly pays his respects. Your natural affinity for the sword aligns with the immortal Dao. Would you like to join my Guangyuan sect as the 7th disciple? Lu Qingfeng gets straight to the point. I am willing. Adolf bows to his teacher. Adolf, overwhelmed with joy, prostrates fully on the ground, calling him teacher. If Adolf had come to Genuan Mountain 3 years ago bearing gratitude, his 3 years of listening to Lu Qingfeng's teachings solidified his reverence. His pride in mastering the sword Dao for 800 years pales in comparison to the Luofu sword scripture imparted by Duke Guangyuan. With his heart already considering apprenticeship and with Lu Qingfeng initiating the offer, Adolf promptly agrees, overwhelmed with joy. Joining my sect requires forsaking your past cultivation. Have you considered this well? Lu Qingfeng asks again. Adolf does not answer. Suddenly, he slams a palm onto his chest. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprays out. Adolf's face instantly turns pale. At a glance, his robust fighting spirit dissipates in an instant. His centuries of hard cultivation dissipate like smoke. Ah! He's spitting blood. Xuanxin, witnessing this, is shocked and wide-eyed. Nearby, Little Green the dwarf is also terribly frightened, covering his mouth, too scared to speak. White Jade Skull Ferdinand and Hell Three-Headed Dog Brant, seeing this, couldn't help but take notice. This man is resolute. To reach a lord level in cultivation is extremely difficult. To forsake it like Adolf did is something neither of them would dare to do. Yet Adolf does so without a moment's hesitation. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be known as Xuan Sword, my 7th direct disciple under the Guangyuan sect. Lu Qingfeng applauds loudly. Xuan Sword thanks the teacher for this honor. Adolf, now Xuan Sword, bows again. Lu Qingfeng points a finger, touching it to Xuan Sword's forehead. Xuan Sword, startled, shows an expression of boundless joy. After a moment, Lu Qingfeng retracts his finger, speaking clearly. You are destined to wield a sword. I bestow upon you the Luofu sword scripture. In the future, when you attain mastery, I hope you will wield your sword to vanquish demons and protect the Dao. Your shupopoent, apt et yr teeps series egoingolish. And before Xuan Sword could respond, Lu Qingfeng waves his hand across the void. A divine sword appears in his hand. Here is the Kanshan sword to aid you in defeating demons and protecting the Dao. Disciple. Xuan Sword raises his hands above his head to receive the divine sword, too grateful for words. Receiving this wonderful method along with the divine sword, he is moved beyond words, his spirit growing even weaker due to the excitement. Seeing Xuan Sword weakened by his forsaken cultivation, Lu Qingfeng flicks his finger. A life creation pill falls into Xuan Sword's mouth, dissolving instantly upon ingestion. Take good care of yourself. Adolf weakly responds and closes his eyes, assimilating the power of the medicine. Lu Qingfeng's gaze then shifts to Little Green the dwarf by Adolf's side. Duke Guangyuan. Little Green, timid, seeing Lu Qingfeng approach, quickly kneels on the ground, not daring to look up. Lu Qingfeng sees the little fellow, his eyes filled with immeasurable joy. 3 years of lectures, and Little Green was the first to gain enlightenment, arguably the most talented and perceptive in Genuan Mountain. Little Green, do you wish to take me as your master? Lu Qingfeng asks with a gentle smile. I am willing! I am willing! Little Green suddenly looked up, thrilled beyond measure. He nodded eagerly in response, and recalling Adolf's earlier actions, he quickly bowed again, loudly declaring, "Little Green greets the teacher." Due to nervousness, due to excitement, Little Green's voice was so loud it even cracked a bit. Ha! Lu Qingfeng, seeing this, couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. With a point of his finger, he imparted the yellow robe true skill. Little Green danced around, overwhelmed with joy. Lu Qingfeng reached into the void, and 3,609 strategies Xuanhao talismans aligned in front of him, suddenly transforming into a folding fan that landed in Little Green's hands. This is the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman. You are clever and talented. Diligently study it as your protecting Dao magical artifact. From today onwards, you shall be known as Xuan Yu. Great wisdom appears foolish. Never neglect your cultivation due to complacency. Lu Qingfeng held great expectations for Little Green, offering many warnings, worried that Xuan Yu might stray from the path and lose his way. I will definitely work hard in my cultivation. Xuan Yu took the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman, curbed his curiosity, and nodded firmly. He still had to master his skills to lead the dwarf clan to strength. How could he possibly be lazy? Xuan Yu thought to himself secretly. Then, seeing the teacher walking towards the dwarf uncle, he couldn't help but turn his head to look. Luoke had been waiting. Seeing Lu Qingfeng approach, he quickly bowed and repeatedly said, "The disciple is willing! The disciple is willing!" While saying this, he clenched his fist and hammered at his chest, abandoning his fighting spirit. Phew! Spitting out fresh blood, his ruddy face turned pale and wilted in an instant, which scared Xuan Yu into shrinking his head. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh and cry. He extended a finger. Luoke's big forehead willingly met it, and he grinned stupidly with a silly laugh, the bloodstains on his mouth appearing somewhat eerie. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. From today onward, you are the 9th disciple, with the Daoist name Xuan Shan. Stand like a mountain, unyielding through the ages. As his words fell, the 5 Thunderheart Sutra was imparted. Thank you, teacher, for your gift. Xuan Shan felt the cultivation technique entering his mind. His body was weak, but he was still extremely excited. After expressing his thanks, he looked towards Lu Qingfeng full of anticipation. You silly fellow. In the end, Lu Qingfeng couldn't resist laughing and scolding him, yet still stretched his hand into the void to retrieve and bestow the purple gold bowl. Purple gold bowl. What a treasure! Having gained a master, received a cultivation method, bestowed a Daoist name, and acquired a magical artifact, Xuan Shan finally couldn't hold up any longer. He embraced the purple gold bowl and collapsed to the ground. But he was too weak and fainted. Dwarf uncle? Dwarf uncle? Xuan Yu, standing nearby, was frantically pushing Xuan Shan. However, Wan Shan was too solid to budge, his face buried in the ground. Xuan Yu panicked, thinking he was dead. Cough, cough! Beside them, Xuan Shan softly coughed twice and whispered, "He's just fainted." Xuan Yu blinked his eyes and hurriedly straightened up. Purple gold bowl. Hell, 3-headed dog Brant, seeing the purple gold bowl in Xuan Shan's arms, suddenly recalled that 5 years ago, Lu Qingfeng used this artifact when he subdued Nehem. The intertwined golden and green chi was so powerful that even Nehem couldn't escape. Brant's thoughts flickered, all his 3 heads turning towards Lu Qingfeng with some anticipation. Lu Qingfeng turned around. He looked at Brant and Ferdinand, and with a smile said, "The 2 of you have a fate with me. Would you be willing to serve as a Dharma Protector Venerable at Genuan Mountain?" Both Brant and Ferdinand were Lord-level experts from Abyssland. If he could recruit them, in the future when Guangyuan Immortal Sect walked into Abyssland, Lu Qingfeng would not lack powerful subordinates. Dharma Protector Venerable? Upon hearing this, Brant, who wasn't being taken as a disciple, was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded. Willing, willing. Whatever a Dharma Protector Venerable was. Just agree first, wait to get the 5 elements Yinsha Earth Extreme True Fire Cultivation Method and a magical artifact effective against an Abyss Duke, and then skedaddle. Good. A smile played on Lu Qingfeng's face. Yet he never mentioned the matter of imparting the cultivation technique and magical artifact. Brant felt uneasy, but couldn't really push for it, extremely uncomfortable. Lu Qingfeng ignored this and looked towards White Jade Skull Ferdinand. After a moment's contemplation, a tremble in the ghostly fire in his eyes, Ferdinand looked at Lu Qingfeng. May I ask Duke Guangyuan, what is an immortal and what is immortal Dao? The pursuit of an immortal is to step outside the three realms and not be confined within the five elements. Therefore, those old yet undying are called immortals. Those with vast divine powers are called immortals. Those transcendent of material confines are called immortals. Immortal, indescribable. The path to ascension, the quest for immortality, is the immortal Dao. Lu Qingfeng ruminated, expounding his understanding of immortal and Dao. How can one achieve everlasting life, and when can one become an immortal? Ferdinand asked further. Lu Qingfeng's fingertips trembled, the clouds morphing accordingly. Mortals start their cultivation postnatally, establishing a foundation, refining temperament, forming golden cores, condensing primordial spirits, and finally perceiving the great way to achieve the state of a Mahayana true immortal, living up to 129,600 years. What happens after 129,600 years? Ferdinand pressed on. Even a Mahayana true immortal has a limited lifespan. Only achieving the realm of an earth immortal truly grants eternity, coexisting perpetually with the heaven and earth. As long as heaven and earth do not perish, an earth immortal does not die. Lu Qingfeng's voice resonated, yet he also sighed inwardly. The way of the immortal is ethereal. He himself was merely at the stage of solid pill, and in reality, he had just entered the early stages of the spirit void. A vast distance of 108,000 miles from the realm of a Mahayana true immortal, let alone the eternal realm of an earth immortal. The Daoist path is long and requires diligent seeking. Does Duke Guangyuan have a method to achieve the realm of an earth immortal, a means to transcend the heavens and earth? Ferdinand asked finally. Fellow Daoist harbors great aspirations. Lu Qingfeng praised and declared loudly, in my Guangyuan sect, all 48,000 methods can achieve immortality. Transcending heaven and earth is also trivial. Ferdinand had no further questions. He bowed deeply, saying, I am willing to serve as a Dharma protector of Zhenyuan Mountain. Good! Having recruited 2 top-tier experts, the power at Zhenyuan Mountain greatly increased, and Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a bit more joy. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 325, Tao Ti Magic Artifact, Chao Tian Pool. Deep in the darkness, Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, operating his cultivation technique, focused solely on cultivation. Having spent decades in the game mastering the divine soul thought generation skill, Lu Qingfeng found it effortless to grasp in reality. Generating thoughts and investing them in primordial allowed him to play the game without hampering his real-life activities and spiritual practice. At 100-fold time difference, the sensation was somewhat bizarre, akin to the left hand blinking and throwing a punch 10 times, while the right threw 1,000. There was a profound sense of division. Fortunately, in reality, Lu Qingfeng was already a grain avoidance realm cultivator, and even more advanced as a Jindan cultivator in the game, fully capable of sustaining himself. It wasn't a matter of splitting the divine soul, but rather 2 thoughts, or 2 separate consciences, one operating at high speed and the other at a slow pace. Odd as it felt, it did not actually interfere. Of course, a mortal could hardly imagine or comprehend such sensation. They might think that it would inevitably lead to a collapse of consciousness. But that wasn't the case. Lu Qingfeng was perfectly fine. With an abundance of time like never before, his divine soul's thoughts conquered challenges in the game, while his true self could still cultivate, practice alchemy, refine artifacts, and more, all without any hindrance. Luofu Sword Scripture. 12 Heavenly Demon God Skill, Yellow Robe True Skill, 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. The 4 cultivation techniques operated simultaneously without any conflicts under his command. The only issue was the 4-fold increase in demand for elixir pills and spiritual energy. And while the former was a supreme level technique, The latter three were mysterious level techniques, consuming multiple times more resources than refined level or side door level techniques. Luckily, Lu Qingfeng had deep pockets. He could easily procure 4 times or even more resources. As the cultivation techniques operated, his true yuan was continuously refined and enhanced, his cultivation also advancing steadily and firmly. Grain avoidance realm cultivators typically progressed rapidly. Many who just entered the spirit void would suppress their cultivation due to fears of the heart demon tribulation, aiming to refine their mental state to perfection and comfortably transcend the tribulation. Lu Qingfeng had no need for such precautions. With his mental fortitude, the heart demon tribulation posed no threat whatsoever. Therefore, he didn't have to suppress his progress in the grain avoidance realm and could advance quickly. As for the red dust longevity technique, although he had mastered and started practicing it in the game, he had only been in Chao Tianpool for a short half-year in reality, and hadn't had the chance to seek out and acquire high-rank spirit wood. He hadn't established his foundation yet, and thus couldn't cultivate. Lu Qingfeng wasn't in a rush as his lifespan was still sufficient. He could spend more time in reality seeking high-level spirit wood, preferably 8th order or even immortal level, to build an invincible foundation and gain more longevity. Once he roamed the 4 corners in the Gathering Law realm, seeking Earth Evil Yin Veins and Heavenly Gang Qi to refine 9 layers of Gang Sha, it wouldn't be late to search for spirit wood then. By then, he would have perfected his skills in the game, understanding all intricacies and advantages. And he might even elevate them from true sect level to mysterious level, saving himself the trouble of having to rebuild his foundation and switch practices later. The red dust longevity technique was not urgent. Lu Qingfeng concentrated on cultivating the 4 major methods. Time passed. After about 2 hours, phew! Lu Qingfeng exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes. At this rate, in just 5 or 6 more years, I will be able to step into the spirit void heart movement realm. A smile appeared on Lu Qingfeng's face. Root bone enhanced, experience enriched, spirit pills abundant. With these 3 conditions, the grain avoidance realm, which would have taken 40 to 50 years to traverse early on in the game, now required only 6 to 7 years for Lu Qingfeng. The subsequent heart movement and divine silence stages would be even easier. Together, they would take no more than 10 years. Only the fusion realm, which represented the last stage of the spirit void stage and the most crucial checkpoint before advancing to Jindan, would take somewhat longer. Even if it takes longer, it won't exceed 70 years. Lu Qingfeng resumed his seated position, his smile growing broader. Thus, in about 70 to 80 years, he could advance to core formation. Only then would he truly be established and fearless of any threats. However, even now, in the 9 domains of Biang Lake, only the 10,000 Beasts Immortal Mountain and the main camp of the Demon Clan in the Water Palace located in the Xiling Domain, and the 10,000 Demon Domain have several primordial spirit great cultivators stationed, posing some threat to me. The Fierce Nether Domain is a main battlefield for 2 superpowers, and the 7 Demon Domain houses the lairs of 7 old demons, equally troublesome to provoke. But in the Xiaguang domain, where the Xuanyuan sect is located, there are no primordial spirit great cultivators. With my strength, I am more than capable of dominating. If it were half a year ago, or even 3 months earlier, Lu Qingfeng wouldn't have been so confident. After all, even if the Xiaguang domain were remote, the Annihilation Divine Sect and Feiyan Pavilion, 2 major sects, one in the south and the other in the north, stood superior to the Xuanyuan sect by far, each with Golden Core experts in charge. With Lu Qingfeng's deep foundation still only at Spirit Void Grain Avoidance, and holding only a 5th order Dutian Xuanming strategy in his hand, he was unable to bridge nearly 2 major realm gaps to contend directly against a Golden Core expert. This chapter is from the Celestian at MMORPG. But now, Dutian Xuanming strategy. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged on the ground, flipped his hand, and the Dutian Xuanming strategy appeared in his grasp. Faint, inaudible booming sounds came from within, emitting an aura that was different. 6th rank! 6th rank! Dutian Xuanming strategy! A subtle smile played on Lu Qingfeng's lips, unable to contain his amusement. In the game, not to mention a 6th-rank Duqian Xuanming strategy, he had spent 500 years in the Black Star realm, devouring countless treasures in the 8 Sceneries Tower of the Upper Origin Palace, even reaching the 7th Order level. But in reality, this was the first time Lu Qingfeng had refined a 6th Order magic artifact, especially a Qi Men magic artifact like the Duqian Xuanming strategy. 6th Order, capable of accommodating 72 Jindan-level Duqian Ghost Generals and 3,600 Spirit Void-level Xuanming Yin soldiers. Once filled to capacity, once all Ghost Generals and Yin soldiers are elevated to their limit, I could potentially withstand with my own power the major sects like the Annihilation Divine Sect and Feiyan Pavilion. With a single thought, Lu Qingfeng plunged into the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Within the magic artifact space, thousands of Yin soldiers were seated in meditation, and as soon as the Dutian Xuanming strategy was promoted 3 months ago, 3,600 Xuanming Yin soldiers were already in place. This was, after all, the accumulation of decades. Just 6 months ago, a visit to the White Bone Realm made this task not too difficult. However, the 72 Dutian Ghost Generals posed a bit more of a challenge. Within the 3 realms, there are few Jindan true men. 6 months ago, in one go, 6 Void Core real persons from the Whitebone Demon Sect were killed, which led the entire Whitebone Demon Sect to come out in force, searching for the whereabouts of Changqing Daoist. If we kill again, we might drive the Whitebone Demon Sect to desperation. Lu Qingfeng muttered to himself, but looked northward, his lips curving into a smile. Desperation or not, what does it matter? I infiltrated the Whitebone realm under the guise of Changqing Daoist and struck swiftly. The Whitebone Demon Sect couldn't find me. They could only suffer passively. The enemy was out in the open. Changqing Daoist remained hidden. Lu Qingfeng was inherently on invincible ground. Desperation would require finding the actual walls to jump over. As for ambushes and hidden attacks, Lu Qingfeng chuckled. He possessed divine skills, deriving heavenly mechanism to foresee fortunes and misfortunes, preserving life and escaping danger, disguising and hiding. He had no weak points. In this situation, all the efforts of the Whitebone Demon Sect were futile, unless they gathered all Jindan true men at Yunyan Mountain to directly confront Lu Qingfeng. Only then could they block his surreptitious massacres. A large sect like the Whitebone Demon Sect, if all Jindan true men were to hide away, their destruction would also be not far. Thus, the rumbling inside the Dutian Eon Xuanming strategy in his hand gradually subsided, and Lu Qingfeng returned from his ponderings to see the various materials and spirit stones in the Dutian creation pool were nearly depleted. His expression turned somewhat bitter. Looking at the 3,600 Xuanming Yin soldiers, only promoted to the heart movement level. The Duqian Xuanming strategy upgraded to the 6th rank, and the strength of Yin soldiers and Ghost Generals also had to be brought to their peak. The consumption of various resources is too substantial. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Though this sect magical artifact was powerful, its consumption of resources was akin to burning money. To this day, putting aside various other materials for the moment, merely the spirit stones had amounted to more than 400,000, a considerable number. Lu Qingfeng had occupied the Illusion Wave Sea for 32 years. On average, refining 200 batches of Mingqing spirit water each year, selling each batch for 100 spirit stones to trading houses like Feather Immortal Pavilion, brought in profits exceeding 600,000 spirit stones, most of which Lu Qingfeng had invested into the Duqian creation pool. A standard 6th Order magic artifact, though rare, has its value, usually no more than about 100,000 spirit stones. 400,000 spirit stones. Whether going to the 10,000 demon domain or the Shieling domain, it would not be difficult to buy 3 or 4 6th Order magic artifacts. Only someone as extravagantly wealthy as Lu Qingfeng could manage such a feat. Only the Dutian Xuanming strategy was worth the massive expenditure of spirit stones. Thank goodness I seized the Illusion Wave Sea early on. Lu Qingfeng felt fortunate. A mere 32 years, and the Illusion Wave Sea had brought him direct benefits exceeding 600,000 spirit stones, not to mention the vast quantities of unrefined alcohol liquid, whose value was inestimable. Yet even so, spirit stones were still insufficient. A single Xuanming Yin soldier, from just entering the Spirit Void level to reaching the Spirit Void peak, relying solely on self-cultivation, would inevitably require several hundred to 1,000 years of hard cultivation. To build with Spirit Stones. A Spirit Void peak Xuanming Yin soldier. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He had refined the Duqian Xuanming strategy countless times in the game, and had cultivated numerous Yin soldiers and ghost generals countless times. He couldn't be clearer about the associated costs. A Spirit Void Peak Xuanming Yin soldier, if to be formed in an instant, would need at least 5,000 Spirit Stones. 3,600. That would be a total of 18 million Spirit Stones. One must strike it rich overnight, otherwise where could such funds come from? Previously, he hadn't calculated precisely, but a sudden calculation made Lu Qingfeng's scalp tingle. Dutian Xuanming's strategy truly was a top-tier resource-consuming magic artifact. 18 million Spirit Stones was just for the 6th Order level. Reaching the 7th and 8th Orders, the expenditure would be astonishingly high. Only an immortal great sect that had been passed down through generations, willing to endure over time, could ultimately achieve success. Even for a primordial spirit true one, or a Mahayana true immortal, it was hard to achieve instantly. Definitely a touty amongst magic artifacts. Of course, once successful, its power was not something ordinary magic artifacts of the same order could compare with. And, besides consuming spirit stones, the Dudian creation pool could refine anything. Cultivators or demons thrown into the pool, the Dudian chi refined from them was also substantial. Just over a dozen Spirit Void Realm demons could give rise to one Spirit Void Peak Xuanming Yin soldier. Mass slaughter. This was the premier method for swiftly cultivating Daoist soldiers when wielding the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Spirit stones were precious, yet the cultivators and demons in the world were countless, inexhaustible, and endlessly usable. Simultaneously eliminating demons and bolstering oneself was indeed a double benefit. 3,600 Spirit Void Yin soldiers, 72 Jiedan Ghost Generals. Once assembled, there's no need to elevate all to their peak. It would be enough to make me invincible in the Jiedan stage. Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. Let's head to the Whitebone Realm for a visit. Cultivating Daoist soldiers. Boosting power. Naturally, the sooner the better. Lu Qingfeng didn't want to delay a moment longer. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 326, Green Cloth Warriors. However, just at this moment, Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted, revealing a trace of joy. He casually took out 50,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and dumped them into the Duqian creation pool as a reserve for future needs. Lu Qingfeng stowed away the Dutian Xuanming strategy. With a thought, Jumang Demon God, carrying a green three-legged tripod, emerged from inside Lu Qingfeng. Green Wood King Ding. Lu Qingfeng took over the green tripod, his eyes alight with excitement. For half a year, the Jumang Demon God tirelessly refined, finally purifying the first 45 layers of Earth evil restrictions on the Green Wood King Ding, allowing him to initially grasp control of the magical artifact and glimpse its true form. The Greenwood King Ding is the supreme treasure of Greenwood Valley, cultivated for nurturing spiritual medicine. It was stolen by Yu Mountain Daoist, sealed within the immortal mansion on Yu Mountain for 13,000 years, nurturing countless spiritual medicines. Lu Qingfeng was filled with anticipation, his mind probing into it. Suddenly, the world before him brightened, amidst vast lands and skies. Clouds stretching thousands of miles above, with mountains and rivers sprawling across the earth below. Rich spiritual energy rushed forth, refreshing one's spirits. Even the grotto heavens and blessed lands he had seen in the Sky Witch realm couldn't compare to the vastness and spiritual charm of this place. However, the Sky Witch realm is declining, with grotto heavens and blessed lands soon to be shattered. Naturally, it falls short. In the Five Directions realm, Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land surpasses this place by far. Lu Qingfeng took in his surroundings, silently making comparisons. No need to elaborate. If the Greenwood King Ding could be promoted to a heavenly gang immortal device, this place could be upgraded to the level of a magical artifact Blessed Land, equivalent to Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land. However, the promotion from an 8th rank magical artifact to an immortal device requires immense effort and generations of cultivators. The hardship involved is no less than achieving the status of an Earth Immortal. Like when Lu Qingfeng in the Changqing realm acquired the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman, Purple Insect Bell, Wind and Fire Dual Beads, and like what he obtained in the Black Star realm with the 8 Sceneries Tower and the 2-Pole Universe Light Disc, all were perfect magical artifacts with 72 layers of Earth Evil restrictions, aiming for the power of an immortal magical artifact. The latter 2 did not succeed. Whether the first 3 could succeed after Lu Qingfeng's death amid such fortuitous occurrences in the Changqing realm was unknown. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, casting aside the cluttered thoughts. Just as he was about to look around. "Greetings, Master!" One by one, the powerful warriors with green cloths around their heads converged, each holding a medicine hoe and medicine shovel, with medicine baskets strapped to their backs, falling before him to pay respects. Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with spirit light. Daoist soldier, green cloth, grade, low level. Description: captures the essence of herbs and trees, refined through secret techniques with the Greenwood King Ding, making them excellent Daoist soldiers for cultivating spiritual medicine and spirit plants. It turns out to be Daoist soldiers. Lu Qingfeng became interested. In reality, not only is the cultivation system the same as in Primordial, but there are also techniques for refining Daoist soldiers. Previously, in Juyun Mountain Range, Lu Qingfeng was utterly ignorant, but since arriving at the Xuanyuan sect, his cultivation and status constantly improved, deepening his understanding of 3 mountains and 9 waters. Daoist soldiers. Within 3 mountains and 9 waters, while not rare enough that many sects also possess refining techniques and numerous Daoist soldiers, the vast Xuanyuan sect, including the White Bone Demon sect and Heavenly Travel Mountain, do not have techniques for refining Daoist soldiers. Whether Daoist soldiers are available depends on strength and fortune. To Lu Qingfeng's knowledge, the Northern Annihilation Divine sect stands dominant in the Xiaguang domain, sharing power equally with Feian Pavilion, thanks to their command of 1,900 battle Daoist soldiers. True men leading these soldiers in a charge can force even stronger Jiedan true men of the same level to retreat far away. They are highly skilled in slaughter, with no small reputation. As for the green cloth warriors in front of him, they are not bred for battle, but merely for cultivating spiritual medicine and spirit plants. Hence, their reputation is not notable, and this is the first time Lu Qingfeng has encountered Daoist soldiers other than those he cultivated himself in reality. 4,800. Lu Qingfeng scanned over them, discerning the number, his eyes lighting up. The green cloth warriors have their spiritual wisdom erased, imprinted with memories of cultivating various spiritual medicines, akin to puppets. Yet, they also possess the growth potential of Daoist soldiers. Over 13,000 years, through continuous cultivation and ingestion of spiritual energy, they have all, albeit extremely slowly, reached the peak of spirit void. Daoist soldiers grow slowly, even more so for green cloth warriors. After 13,000 years, they only reached the spirit void peak. To advance to the core formation level, they would still need tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. But green cloth warriors, having no combat skills and only existing to nurture spiritual medicines, have adequate strength at the foundation establishment or even just at the postnatal level. Growing slowly isn't a major issue. Spirit Void Peak green cloth warriors. Such a luxury. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh joyfully. His mind moved, and 3,600 green cloth warriors instantly vanished within the internal space of the Greenwood King Ding. Outside the Greenwood King Ding, the Dutian Xuanming strategy hovered, devouring fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, roaring sounds filled the air. The Dutian creation pool ran wildly. The 3,600 Spirit Void Peak green cloth warriors stood within, with blank expressions and demeanors, letting themselves be refined. Mighty Dutian energy continuously burgeoned, pervading the space, almost tangibly. The Duqian creation pool was also instantly brimming. Mighty! 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 Xuanming Yin soldiers inside issued excited cries, devouring endless Duqian energy, their aura climbing step by step. To support our work, please read on VLO Memoir, Spirit Void Heart Movement, Spirit Void Divine Silence. In just 2 hours, they had already reached the peak of Spirit Void Divine Silence. In the Dudian creation pool, only 200 green cloth warriors had been refined so far. Brilliant! 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 Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's truly like a pillow arriving as one falls asleep. Just a moment ago, he was worried about the consumption of spirit stones for cultivating Ghost General Yin soldiers, causing his scalp to tingle. The next moment, with the refining of Greenwood King Ding, 4,800 Spirit Void Peak green cloth warriors were delivered right to him. 13,000 years of profound accumulation. Each green cloth warrior was nearly equivalent to a walking spirit stone vein, far more nourishing than ordinary Spirit Void Peak demons. Even without needing to go to the White Bone Realm to hunt demons, he could push the 3,600 Xuanming Yin soldiers to the peak of Spirit Void. Moreover, there was still a surplus, enough to elevate the Duqian Ghost General to the peak as well. Wonderful. Let's promote the Yin soldiers first. Lu Qingfeng decided to temporarily refrain from going to the White Bone Realm. Green tripod space. Vast heaven and earth. The remaining 1,200 green cloth warriors scattered in all directions. Each mountain peak, each plain, each river and lake all had green cloth warriors stationed. Lu Qingfeng arrived casually. Alighting on a mountain peak, from halfway up the mountain, he carved out 4 medicine gardens. Sky blue flower, Yangning grass, windbone ganoderma. Lu Qingfeng inspected each one and discovered that the spiritual energy on this mountain was remarkable. Each of the 4 medicine gardens was enveloped by an array that fused naturally with the earth energy, creating a seamless integration. The gardens cultivated numerous 4th and 5th order spiritual medicines, all of excellent quality. However, their age did not seem very high, at most around 200 years. Lu Qingfeng's heart stirred, and he turned to a green cloth warrior standing by. After the spiritual medicines are harvested, where are they stored? Answering master. All at the mountaintop. The green cloth warrior led Lu Qingfeng to the mountaintop, entering a cave. As Lu Qingfeng walked in, indeed, neatly arranged were numerous boxes, wooden, jade, or stone. Upon counting, there were thousands. Opening one of the jade boxes. Description. Best catalyst for refining Yang attribute elixir pills. Can enhance the medicinal properties of the pills by 3 parts. Only when at 300 years will it contain the strongest Yang medicinal properties. Yang Ning grass. 300 years is optimal. Lu Qingfeng, proficient in pharmacology, was well aware. Inspecting carefully, his storage bag contained as many as 130 Yang Ning grasses. That's not right. This mountain peak has 4 medicine gardens. Yang Ning grass grows on the sun-facing side, with domineering medicinal properties. Thus, each garden cycle can only cultivate 1 Yang Ning grass. Over 13,000 years, that would sum up to just over 40. Yet here, there were 130. Lu Qingfeng looked towards the green cloth warrior. How many years does it take to cultivate 1 Yang Ning grass? Answering master. 100 years. The green cloth warrior replied respectfully. 100 years. That makes sense. Lu Qingfeng nodded. The age of a spiritual medicine did not absolutely indicate how many years it had grown. Depending on the growth environment and the care taken in cultivation, there would be differences. Some spiritual medicines grow in places lacking spiritual energy. Growing for 100 years might only possess 10 years of medicinal properties. Others, growing in an environment with extremely rich spiritual energy and perfectly suited conditions, with dedicated and correct cultivation, could possess the medicinal properties of 1,000 to 2,000 years in just 100 years. Yang Ning grass growing here, 100 years could develop into 300 years of medicinal properties, effectively tripling the growth rate. Lu Qingfeng suddenly realized, his face bursting with a smile, the Greenwood King Ding truly lives up to its reputation as the supreme treasure of Greenwood Valley. Even without a master, it can triple the cultivation rate. A thought crossed his mind. Lu Qingfeng then turned his attention to the windbone Ganoderma. Spiritual medicine, windbone Ganoderma, grade 4th rank. Description: contains light and agile medicinal power. Direct consumption can increase the chance of breakthrough below the core formation stage. Can refine spirit pills that facilitate breakthroughs. Mature at 500 years. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward and counted 1,300. Windbone Ganoderma was grown in the Western Medicine Garden, with 10 plants growing simultaneously. Doing the math. 5 times! Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. It seems different spiritual medicines and different medicine gardens grow at different rates, some high, some low. Lu Qingfeng visited several other mountain peaks, plains, and lakes consecutively. His guess was correct. Some environments were extremely suitable. Medicinal gardens with rich spiritual energy had even reached growth rates of more than 10 times. Some precious spiritual medicines with strict growth conditions reached only 2 to 3 times. I made it! Following the green cloth warriors, another huge surprise fell from the sky, striking Lu Qingfeng on the forehead. Countless spiritual medicines, a fortune beyond imagination. The variety was complete. The quantity was immense, enough for Lu Qingfeng to cultivate all the way to the Golden Core Peak, to the primordial spirit realm. The power of the ages truly should not be underestimated. Lu Qingfeng held down the ecstasy in his heart, unable to help but marvel. 13,000 years, plus the Greenwood King Ding itself, the green cloth warriors over these years had diligently cultivated and harvested countlessly, ranging from millions to tens of millions of various grades of spiritual medicines, from 7th order to 3rd order. They were truly comprehensive. This sect magical artifact, any sect possessing it through 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, could achieve impressive results. Not to mention cultivating countless primordial spirit true ones. At the least, the lineage of Golden Core cultivators would not cease. That was the terrifying aspect of the Greenwood King Ding. Regarding alchemy, any 8th rank pill furnace, refining elixir pills would not be inferior. But the creation of this space inside is where the real value lies. The immense value of such abundant spiritual medicine went without saying. More importantly, it saved Lu Qingfeng countless time and effort in gathering spiritual medicines. Henceforth, with the Greenwood King Ding in hand and green cloth warriors cultivating the spiritual medicines, Lu Qingfeng could be entirely self-sufficient, comparable to a top-tier immortal sect by himself. Lu Qingfeng had the mountains of spiritual medicines inside the Greenwood King Ding organized and categorized by the green cloth warriors. Without even bothering to tally, he simply reveled in the sight of the mountainous spiritual medicines, utterly joyful. After a long while, he finally stepped out of the Greenwood King Ding. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 327, Where in Life Do We Not Meet Again? 70,000 li to the east of the Xuanyuan Water Realm. Thousand Cranes Lake. Have you found out? Ling Yi, the real person, looked at Zhao Yang standing before him, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Zhao Yang had a worried look on his face and sighed. It's the Annihilation Divine Sect to the north. As expected, Ling Yi, the real person, sighed similarly, obviously having anticipated the result. In the past nearly 30 years, the Feather Immortal Pavilion had worked closely with the Fiery Fire Wanderer of the Illusion Wave Sea. The former was responsible for collecting various artifact refining and alchemy materials, while the latter supplied Mingqing spirit water. Although the quantity was small, it earned Feather Immortal Pavilion a pretty penny. The Mingqing spirit water, bought for 100 spirit stones, was sold for over 200. At first, once released, it was immediately snapped up. Although sales had slowed recently, selling over 100 portions in a year was still effortless. But recently, in all the branches of Feather Immortal Pavilion, the stock of Mingqing spirit water had been wiped clean. Furthermore, based on Feather Immortal Pavilion's findings, the Mingqing spirit water operated by other trade associations was also acquired within just 2 or 3 days. Those running trade associations are extremely sensitive to any changes in the market. Feather Immortal Pavilion was no exception. They immediately sent people to investigate, and the trail led to the Annihilation Divine Sect in the north. The Supreme Annihilation Divine Eye technique of the Annihilation Divine Sect is a super-level technique for cultivating the Spirit Eye. With the effects of Mingqing Spirit Water, how could the Annihilation Divine Sect ignore it once they discovered it? Ling Yi, the real person, shook his head. From the beginning, Ling Yi, the real person, had anticipated this situation, but he chose to cooperate due to the prospects of profit and the absence of repercussions. Now, his sigh was merely for a highly profitable income source that was about to be cut off, a reluctant farewell. With the Annihilation Divine Sect's overbearing nature, they will not let go of the formula for Mingqing Spirit Water once the investigation is clear. The person in the Illusion Wave Sea is in trouble. Zhao Yang looked north, his expression complex, then turned to Ling Yi, the real person. Should we not warn that person? No need. Just pretend we don't know. Otherwise, if the Fiery Fire Wanderer becomes fearful and flees, the Annihilation Divine Sect will take out its anger on our Feather Immortal Pavilion. Ling Yi, the real person, shook his head. For the sake of a partner, it wasn't worth jeopardizing oneself. Yes. Zhao Yang sighed inwardly and said no more. Chao Tianpool. Lu Qingfeng held the Dutian Xuanming strategy in his hand, with continuous roars inside it as he waited quietly. After a full 8 hours, only 800 greencloth warriors were refined, but all 3,600 Xuanming Yin soldiers had already broken through to the peak of the Spirit Void stage. Majestic! Each one dressed in Xuanming armor, holding a shield in one hand and a long spear in the other. They emitted a chilling aura that made Lu Qingfeng's heart surge with excitement. With such Daoist soldiers in hand, even if the Dutian Ghost General has yet to return to its place, it doesn't matter. I am powerful enough to run rampant. Lu Qingfeng looked at the Xuanming Yin soldiers arranged solemnly in the magic artifact space and couldn't help but laugh. Previously, the 5th Order Dutian Xuanming strategy had only 36 Juyan Ghost Generals at the peak of the Spirit Void stage, and 1,080 Foundation Establishment Ghost Soldiers, allowing Lu Qingfeng's True Yuan to be infinite. With his Foundation Establishment level cultivation, he was able to stand firmly against a core formation real person. Now his cultivation has reached the Spirit Void, and the magic artifact was upgraded to the 6th rank. Lu Qingfeng's personal strength has increased not just by 10 or 100 times. In the Greenwood King Ding, the remaining 1,200 green cloth warriors were entirely sufficient. The extra 3,600 were useless in battle, serving only as labor for cultivating spiritual medicine. Refining them directly was of no concern to Lu Qingfeng. Compared to tangible power, an excess of menial labor isn't worth fretting over. Killing the chicken to get the eggs? That was not even an issue. With the Greenwood King Ding in hand, Lu Qingfeng could refine more postnatal Foundation Establishment level green cloth warriors at any time. If he were to dismantle and refine the Greenwood King Ding, that would be killing the chicken to get the eggs. The mere Greencloth Warriors, or rather, the Spirit Void Peak Greencloth Warriors, were just somewhat hard to come by eggs. From now on, in the core formation realm, I have no equal. Lu Qingfeng felt boundless pride. Fortunate for his tempered mind, he didn't let excitement or agitation cloud his judgment. With a thought, he dispatched 300 Xuanming Yin soldiers from the ranks, which flew out of the Dutian Xuanming strategy and disappeared into the void. First, replace the 3 Dutian Ghost Generals secretly protecting Qingyu with others, upgrade them to their peak, and then retrieve the 3 Dutian Ghost Generals, following Qingshan to do the same. Half a year ago, as Changqing Daoist, Lu Qingfeng had slain 6 Void Core real persons from the Whitebone Demon Sect. Their divine souls were taken. 3 months ago, when the Dutian Xuanming strategy was upgraded to the 6th rank, he immediately refined the Dutian Ghost Generals and dispatched 3 of them to secretly protect Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu. However, since they were only Void Core Divine Souls and had become Dutian Ghost Generals, Their strength was somewhat inferior to regular Void Core real persons, able to crush Spirit Void practitioners only. They were passable for general situations, but facing core formation experts or even golden core experts, they wouldn't last an instant in battle. It was still somewhat risky. Now that only 800 green cloth warriors have been refined, all Xuanming Yin soldiers have been brought to their full potential. The remaining green cloth warriors are entirely sufficient to bring all 36 Duqian Ghost Generals to their zenith as well. Once the Ghost Generals were upgraded, each would have 3 core formation stage peak Duqian Ghost Generals for protection, significantly increasing the safety for Lu Qingshan, who would go north for training, and for Lu Qingyu, who was training in the southern Juyun mountain range. 6 core formation stage peak Duqian Ghost Generals might be negligible for him, but for Qingshan and Qingyu, it might save their lives, a matter of great significance. Within his power, without delaying their training, Lu Qingfeng naturally did his utmost to protect his brother and sister's safety. Sensing the 300 Xuanming Yin soldiers forming formations and taking off into the distance, Lu Qingfeng then retracted his gaze, pondering over the matter of the Yu Mountain immortal mansion in 6 months and the hanging sword of the Greenwood Valley overhead. Half a year's time, more than enough for the Greenwood Valley to respond. Besides the movement of the heavenly mechanism half a year ago, when someone attempted to divine my whereabouts, there has been no other activity. Lu Qingyu pondered. From this, it seemed hard to predict whether Greenwood Valley had other means, but he still needed to return to the Xuanyuan sect. If Greenwood Valley truly had unsuspected ways to locate his true body, with his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid. Furthermore, even the heavenly mechanism's divinations failed to find him. As long as he didn't reveal the magic artifacts and techniques he obtained from Yu Mountain Daoist, the chances of Greenwood Valley locating him were infinitesimally small. However, there's no rush to return to the Xuanyuan water realm. Lu Qingyu looked north, his figure shuddered, and in the blink of an eye, his attire changed to a profound green Daoist robe, his face firm and handsome, with long hair tied up casually yet gracefully. A purple gold bowl hung at his waist, and his right hand toyed with the green and red double beads. He strode forward and vanished into Chaotian Pool. White Bone Realm, 9 Desolate Sea. This place was the sacred cultivation ground for the middle-level disciples of the White Bone Demon sect. Bones piled upon bones within the 9 Desolate Sea, creating an endless flow of White Bone Demon evil chi. Foundation Establishment stage disciples practicing the White Bone mysterious skill here would find their efforts doubly effective. Only those with outstanding merits, extraordinary talents, or those who contributed enough spirit stones could enter the 9 Desolate Sea for cultivation. Such a crucial place. My virtual library empire, MVL0, hosts the original. Naturally, it was overseen by the strong cultivators of the White Bone Demon sect. 9 Spirit Void Peak practitioners coordinated with an array that enveloped the entire 9 Desolate Sea. Even if a Jiedan true man arrived, they could be fended off easily. The defensive power was without question. One day, Luo Yu was cultivating at one of the 9 demon evil nests within the 9 Desolate Sea. These were the 9 focal points where the chi of the White Bone Demon evil was richest, which even the Spirit Void Peak practitioners found quite beneficial to their cultivation. Thus, defending the 9 Desolate Sea was also a coveted opportunity. Around Luo Yu, demonic chi enveloped him. In front of him, a white bone figure was condensing, continuously absorbing demon evil chi. Clearly, Luo Yu's cultivation of the white bone mysterious skill focused on external mastery rather than self-cultivation. He was cultivating a white bone demon god. Once completed, while many techniques would require the white bone demon god to execute, his survival capabilities would dramatically increase. There were pros and cons. While he was cultivating, suddenly the white bone jade talisman on his waist flickered, emitting a scorching light. A scourge from the Xuanyuan sect? Luo Yu's brow lifted, and without any indication, he leaped out and rushed from the demon evil nest. The white bone demon god closely followed behind him. Standing above the 9 Desolate Sea, Luo Yu looked in all directions and loudly commanded, "Wanzhe, Shanghai, Gong Yushan, my 3 junior brothers, follow me swiftly to hunt down the scourge of the Xuanyuan sect." As soon as he spoke, 3 more figures thundered out from the 9 desolate sea. One of them, like Luo Yu, also cultivated a demon god externally, with a white-boned demon god following behind him. The other 2, each wielding magic artifacts and alone by themselves, followed the path of internal mastery. Luo Yu did not dawdle. Leading the 3, they rushed straight out of the 9 desolate sea. Lu Qingyu ambled leisurely toward Failing River. The Failing River is buried with spirit stone veins. Though not guarded by a Jidan true man, there are often visits from true men there. A little wait, and it'll be ripe for the picking. Lu Qingyu, having frequented the White Bone Realm, was already well acquainted with it. The lay of the land in each territory, and where there might be Jidan true men from the White Bone Demon sect, were all noted in his mind. In the 3 realms, true men were scarce after all. Hence, the ones sitting on the properties of the White Bone Demon sect were mostly Spirit Void Peak disciples. The same was true not just for the White Bone Demon sect, but also for Xuanyuan sect and Heavenly Travel Mountain. Only places like Soul Swinging Mountain, where a single soul swinging stone would be worth thousands of spirit stones, were guarded by Jidan true men. Elsewhere, places like Spirit Stone Veins and Treasured Cultivation realms were all watched over by Spirit Void Peak practitioners. Arrayed adeptly, ordinary loose cultivators had difficulty causing trouble, and Jidan true men would not lower themselves for a few dozen or 100 spirit stones from a spirit stone mine. Spirit Void Peak was more than sufficient. I'm not lacking for Spirit Void stage for the time being. Let's kill a few Jidan true men first, then gather enough Duqian ghost generals before speaking further. Lu Qingyu's right hand played with the wind and fire dual beads, while his left continued calculations within his sleeves. He headed straight for Failing River. Across the 9 desolate sea up ahead lies Failing River. Lu Qingyu glanced at the space ahead, where demonic vapor rose, shrouded by the chi of the white-boned demon evil. At this glance, a look of surprise crossed his face. Life indeed has a way of bringing encounters at the most unexpected places. Lu Qingyu looked ahead. Not far from the 9 desolate sea, 6 cultivators were locked in intense combat. Various mysterious techniques and magic artifacts flew about, leveling hills and collapsing the earth. However, among them were 2 cultivators, a man and a woman, clad in plain clothes, clearly at a disadvantage. They sought to escape, but 4 other cultivators blocked them from all sides, with 2 white-boned demon gods relentlessly advancing, preventing them from fleeing. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 329. 200 years later, my disciple Lu Qingfeng shall be famous throughout the 3 realms. On their journey south, past Chaoqian Pool and entering the domain of Illusion Wave Sea, Zhou Su and Xiang Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. This area was under the protection of the Fiery Fire Wanderer, where fighting among the Xuanyuan sect, Whitebone, and Heavenly Travel was strictly prohibited. Entering the Illusion Wave Sea meant temporary safety. The 2 switched off their tunneling light and descended upon an inconspicuous deserted island. As soon as they landed, Josu bowed deeply, her body bent to the ground. Thank you, second senior brother, for risking your life to rescue me. Seeing this, Xiang Chao quickly helped Josu up, managing a wry smile. Junior sister, I am helpless. Despite my best efforts, it was ultimately thanks to the senior from Shuayun that we were saved. In fact, by willingly becoming a disciple of that senior, you potentially saved my life. Josu got up smoothly, saw Xiang Chao this way, and decided not to elaborate, only silently acknowledging the bond between them. Her gaze shifted as she remembered that seemingly demon Dao giant-like casual mentor. I wonder what the origin of Shuyan Senior is. He seems to be related to the demon Dao, yet I've never heard his name among the 3 realms. Xiang Chao pondered, then added curiously, the Shuyan Great Method and Water Dragon technique taught by him sound extraordinary. Even Junior Sister was impressed. They must be remarkable. Water Dragon technique. It must have been the method used by Shuyan Daoist to kill the 4 demon cultivators earlier. 4 water dragons roared through the void, their pressure overwhelming heaven and earth. Undoubtedly, a super-level technique surpassing anything from Angry Wave Mountain. Water Dragon Technique. Shuyan Great Method. Josu fell silent for a moment. There are countless masters in the 3 mountains and 9 waters. It's natural for a wandering senior to notice a talented junior sister like you. Xiang Chao, seeing Josu quiet, thought she was forced into discipleship and felt stifled, forcing a laugh. I think this Shuyan senior is carefree and follows his heart. His cultivation is certainly strong. Having junior sister as his disciple could even be a good thing for our Xuanyuan sect. Besides, under those circumstances, junior sister. Water Dragon Technique is a super-level technique. Shuyan Great Method is a side-door level cultivation technique. Josu's eyes held a complex expression as she spoke slowly. Junior sister. Xiang Chao continued, but stopped abruptly, his eyes fixated on Josu. Junior sister? Within the vast Xuanyuan sect, the strongest techniques were just high-level techniques deduced from the first secret realm. In pursuit of the super-level technique, Xuanyuan spirit-slaying handprint, from the sect's foundation, generation after generation of talented individuals toiled in contemplation, yet only managed to discern several middle and low-level techniques. This shows how precious and rare super-level techniques are. And so it is with side-door level cultivation techniques. The core tenet of Xuanyuan sect, the Xuanyuan Heart Sutra, is only at the refined level, with no further path once reaching the golden core stage. Across the 3 realms, even the highest tenets in Whitebone Demon Sect and Heavenly Travel are just at the refined level. Due to these limitations, ascending to primordial spirit is arduous, with hardly a case seen in thousands of years. Yet, the Shuyan Great Method is a side-door level cultivation technique that directly points to Mahayana. Its significance to Xuanyuan sect is self-evident. The Xuanyuan sect has been good to me. My master has treated me immensely well. The Shuyan Great Method and Water Dragon Technique can be seen as some form of repayment. Outside Failing River, Lu Qingfeng once again transformed into Changqing Daoist, easily bypassing the array and entering the depths underground to await. Reflecting on the recent encounter, he couldn't help but smile. With the protection from ancient Gu Buyan, his cultivation in reality progresses smoothly due to Xuanyuan sect. Lu Qingfeng is not a person to forget kindness. Now with a heart to repay, he finally found an opportunity today. With countless cultivation and magic techniques at his disposal, Lu Qingfeng just lacked an appropriate channel to gift to Xuanyuan sect, where his identity as Xuanyuan sect's combined pill hall master must not be entangled. Thus, passing it through Josu, the beloved disciple of Jade Pillar Peak, could not be more fitting. Moreover, taking Josu as a disciple might bring unforeseen benefits in the future. This was him preparing in advance. As for the origins of the Shuyan Great Method, Lu Qingfeng remembered it was acquired from an immortal sect somewhere in the Changqing realm. He had obtained too many techniques there. Casually revealed, any could drive the immortals of the 3 mountains and 9 waters mad. The Shuyan Great Method was just one of them. Xuanyuan Water Realm, Xuanyuan Peak. In the Grand Hall, the heads of the various peaks and halls who had not gone out were all present. Additionally, there were Qianlai and Shiwan, the 2 supreme elders, and ancient Gu Buyan. Josu and Xiang Chao stood respectfully in the lower part of the hall. The sect leader Master Wu Jie spoke first. Today, I have called you all here for 3 matters. 1 good, 1 bad, and 1 uncertain whether good or bad. Which would you like to hear first? Don't beat around the bush. Start with the bad. Qianlai, ever impatient, couldn't stand the suspense. Yes, Grand Ancestor. Master Wu Jie didn't mind and proclaimed loudly. The bad news is that to the east, Heavenly Travel's Pan Mountain King Jupan Po has refined the immortal spirit pearl and advanced to the Gathering Law realm. As soon as these words were spoken, aside from Luozhen Hall, Master Ko Xuan, and Jiang Hall Master Civil Zhang, who already knew, everyone's faces changed. Half a year ago, when the Yu Mountain Immortal Mansion was destroyed and magic artifacts scattered. During the scramble, immortal shells emerged, and the immortal spirit pearl was taken by Heavenly Travel. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, Jupan Po had already refined it and successfully advanced. Pan Mountain King was already a formidable force, having reached the Gathering Law realm as a demon king. With Jupanpo's breakthrough, Heavenly Travel will grow bold, likely restless for more power. Law Enforcement Hall Master Zhuo Jun furrowed his brows deeply, his expression somber. A demon king at the Gathering Law realm would significantly enhance the pressure on the Xuanyuan sect. The chance of breaking through with the aid of the immortal spirit pearl isn't great. Heavenly Travel Mountain and Jupanpo are indeed lucky. At the moment, Heavenly Travel Mountain is still in the observing phase, wavering between our sect and the White-Bone Demon sect, and hasn't easily taken a side. But the incompatibility between humans and demons places our Xuanyuan sect in a greatly unfavorable situation, declared Kuang Tianqi, the sect leader of Mountain Patrol Hall. The thoughts of those present didn't vary much from these two. Yet, Master Wu Jie, unfazed, chuckled instead. What Heavenly Travel Mountain does is beyond our control. We can only strengthen our vigilance. However, there's good news from the north. Master Wu Jie didn't delve deeper into the affairs of Heavenly Travel Mountain, nor did he keep them in suspense, and turned to Junior Brother Ko. Please, Junior Brother Ko, elaborate. The north? Good news? Everyone looked towards Ko Xuan. With a nod and a smile, Ko Xuan spoke. News from the north. Over the past 2 months, Changqing Daoist has been striking like a phantom. In the White Bone realm, he has successively slain 7 true men of the demon sect, forcing the remaining true men to cower in Yunyan Mountain, daring not to emerge. Koan spoke eloquently. From 2 months ago, starting with the slaying of the evil heart true man of the White Bone Demon sect at Failing River by Changqing Daoist, to just a few days ago, he killed the 7th true man of the demon sect. The tale was riveting and filled with suspense. 7 true men slain in succession? So fierce is Changqing Daoist? This power, even the one from Yellow Robe Mountain back then, might not have been able to fight him, actually making enemies with the White Bone Demon sect? Ha! Wonderful indeed. As Ko Xuan's words fell, the great hall erupted in noise. The news was too shocking, even more so than Jupanpo advancing to the Gathering Law realm. The core formation stage is divided into 4 realms. Even the weakest, the Void Core realm, holds true men whose power is extraordinary and whose ability to preserve their life is strongly developed. Even if they cannot defy a Gathering Law realm or a Golden Core realm true person, they hold a 70% assurance if they choose to flee. Thus, even for the 3 sects of Xuanyuan, White Bone, and Heavenly Travel, killing a Void Core true man is not guaranteed by merely deploying a Gathering Law realm powerhouse. It requires 5 or 6 or even more core formation true men to surround, block, and entangle for a possible kill. That's one reason why the status of core formation true men is exalted. Like when 5 Fire True Man was defeated by Han Ji, had he solely focused on escaping, even if Han Ji and No Life Hall Master both attacked, they would not dream of harming his life. Only because he was worried about the Fire Spirit Shell Field and his disciples was he tied down and fell into danger. But he endured for a long while. In the 3 realms, counting back 3 to 5,000 years, core formation true men slain could be counted on one hand. Yet this Changqing Daoist alone has slain 7 consecutively. Not only that, half a year ago when the main force of the White Bone Demon sect was in Black Death Swamp, this Changqing Daoist had already made a move, slaughtering 6 Void Core true men of the White Bone Demon sect. Adding these 7, the White Bone Demon sect has lost nearly half of its Void Core true men. No wonder they are cowering in Yunyan Mountain. The excited voice of Leng Chanjue, the sect leader of Spirit Mechanism Hall, also reflected the thrilling downfall encountered by the White Bone Demon sect. 13 Void Core true men. To think, within the entire Xuanyuan sect, aside from the various Hall and Peak Masters, there are only 19 Void Core true men in total. The White Bone Demon sect, practicing demon techniques, progressed quickly, but according to intelligence controlled by Xuanyuan sect, they had 22. To lose 13 Void Core true men all at once is truly devastating. What's more, the White Bone Demon sect is caught in a dilemma, hard to break through. Changqing Daoist employs an elusive escape skill, and even when Huan Yu True Man led 2 Heavenly Kings and 4 Protectors in ambush, Changqing Daoist easily escaped. Changqing Daoist is equipped with a purple gold bowl magic artifact, ensnaring Void Core true men effortlessly. Swiftly following, thunder strikes, and within moments, the Void Core true men are blasted into dust. Indeed troublesome. Koxuan grinned, clearly in high spirits. As the prowess of Changqing Daoist in slaughtering the demon sect's Void Core true men in the Whitebone realm continued to reveal itself. During magical duels, it would often begin by deploying the purple gold bowl to trap opponents, then using a potent thunder skill, calling the thunder prison from the heavens to annihilate the foe. If the opponent possessed a notable magic artifact, Changqing Daoist would also utilize the wind and fire dual beads to transform into the wind and fire big mill. The trio of techniques complementing each other. Only true men who had crafted their true bodies, the solid pill true men, could endure slightly longer. But if unaided, sooner or later, they'd be refined on the spot. Truly ferocious. One wonders where the white-boned demon sect provoked such a formidable foe. Genuinely heartening. Even Qian Lai, upon hearing this, couldn't help but clap his hands in approval, his face beaming with joy. The white-boned demon sect has indeed bit off more than they could chew, currently with their true men holed up in Yunyan Mountain, not venturing out. That Changqing Daoist is still out there, slaying the spirit void practitioners of the demon sect relentlessly, mercilessly, likely not stopping until death. As Koxuan concluded, the white-boned demon sect, having been continuously slain 13 true men, has greatly weakened, now being so suppressed, forcing them to hole up in Yunyan Mountain, daring not to emerge. We just need to ascertain Changqing Daoist's stance. Then we can seize the opportunity to plunder the white-bone realm. Upon hearing this, another Supreme Elder, Shi Wan, his withered face showed anticipation, immediately followed by wondering aloud. In recent decades, among the three realms, quite a few top figures have emerged. The fiery fire wanderer from Illusion Wave Sea, the yellow-robed old monster from the past at Yellow Robe Mountain, and now this Changqing Daoist who single-handedly battles the white-bone demon sect. Truly overwhelming. Indeed so. Such figures, one might not appear even once in 2,000 or 3,000 years, yet in recent 3 to 4 decades, they have surfaced in groups, each with mysterious origins and vast divine skills. Vast is the three realms, perhaps unknown still. And wait 200 years, my disciple Lu Qingfeng shall also be amongst them, renowned throughout the realms, Gu Buyan stated calmly. The others in the hall glanced sideways, thinking of the young sect leader in Feiyan Island who had been in seclusion all year round, finding themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, as both belonged to the Xuanyuan sect, it would indeed be a good thing if Lu Qingfeng could dominate. But with Gu Buyan stating it like, Lu Jiangzun is indeed extraordinarily talented. Zhou Huayu coughed softly to bridge the conversation, then quickly changed the topic. Regarding the Whitebone realm, 2 disciples from my Jade Pillar Peak have a crucial matter to report. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below.